The IELTS exam tests 4 core skills: listening, reading, writing, and speaking. Each section is designed to evaluate your proficiency in a specific area of English communication. Understanding this structure is crucial because it tells you exactly what skills you need to practice. Remember that the scoring isn't just about knowing the answers, it's about demonstrating accuracy, coherence, and range across all parts. When we talk about proficiency, we're referring to how well you can function in English in real-world scenarios. Don't view these sections as separate tests. Instead, see them as integrated components that build a complete picture of your language ability. Here are 5 examples. Prediction in reading. Before reading a passage, quickly skim the questions to predict keywords and themes. Focus on finding answers rather than reading every word initially. This technique shifts you from passive reading to active searching. By knowing what information you are hunting for, your brain can filter out irrelevant details much faster. Note: taking in listening, write down keywords and connecting phrases immediately, not complete sentences. Use abbreviations and symbols to save time during the recording. The key here is speed and efficiency. If you try to write out full thoughts, you will fall behind the speaker. Focus on nouns, verbs, and numbers. Structuring answers in writing. Always outline your essay with an introductory hook, 3 main body points, and a conclusive summary. Use transition words like furthermore or in conclusion to ensure flow. A perfect grammar score means little if the piece doesn't read smoothly. The connective tissue, the transitions, is what makes your writing sound academic and sophisticated. Speaking, use fillers naturally. Instead of pausing in silence, use phrases like, "That's an interesting question." This buys you thinking time while sounding fluent. Fluency isn't just about speaking quickly, it's about managing the pauses effectively. Using natural discourse markers makes you sound thoughtful and conversational. Vocabulary integration. When practicing, don't just memorize lists. Build sentences around new academic vocabulary. Force yourself to use the word in 3 different contexts. True mastery comes from application. If you only read definitions, the words remain abstract. By building them into your own sentences, they become part of your active language toolkit. Let's compare 4 pairs. Reading, scanning randomly for keywords. Reading the question first, then scanning the text specifically for key concepts. Targeted focus. A weak approach treats the reading passage like a novel. A strong candidate treats it like a database. They know precisely which piece of information they are retrieving. Writing long, complex sentences that contain grammatical errors. Writing clear, medium-length sentences with varied structure and minimal error rate. Clarity over complexity. It is much safer to write 5 perfectly constructed, simple sentences than 1 overly ambitious sentence full of run-on errors. Prioritize clarity above all else. Listening. Writing down the first answer they hear. Listening for keywords and then confirming if that detail is supported by the narrative flow. Confirmation checking. Test takers often get trapped by distractors' details meant to confuse you. A strong candidate listens for confirmation, ensuring the information fits the overall context. Speaking, answering only what is explicitly asked in the prompt. Speaking, expanding answers with personal anecdotes and deeper explanations using linking phrases. Elaboration is key. The examiners are looking for depth, not just facts. By adding your own examples or reflecting on why something matters to you, you demonstrate fluency and complexity. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Maximizing time efficiency. The exam is a race against the clock. Effective strategies ensure you cover all necessary ground without rushing or getting stuck. Time management isn't just about finishing, it's about allocating time proportionally based on the weight of each section. Know when to move on, even if you think you know the perfect answer. Boosting coherence and flow. Strategic preparation helps solidify your ability to link ideas logically, making your responses sound more natural. When you practice structured thinking, whether in writing or speaking, you are building the muscle memory for academic discourse. This elevates your lexical resource band score significantly. Building test confidence. Knowing what to expect and having a plan reduces anxiety by making the unknown feel predictable. A high level of confidence is almost a skill itself. When you approach the test with a defined strategy, hesitation decreases, allowing your actual language skills to shine through. Here are 4 ways to practice. Timed mini-tests. Do not take full practice tests repeatedly. Instead, time specific sections, say 3 paragraphs of reading or a 15-minute writing task. This simulates exam pressure while allowing focused review. Focusing on specific skills prevents burnout and helps you isolate weak areas efficiently. If your vocabulary is poor, don't waste time practicing listening. Focus on input. Shadowing technique. Listen to native English speakers' podcasts or TED Talks and immediately try to repeat exactly what they say. This improves pronunciation, intonation, and natural rhythm. Shadowing is incredibly powerful because it forces your mouth muscles to mimic the rhythm of fluent speech. It moves you beyond simply knowing words to sounding like a native speaker. Topic journaling. Choose 10 common IELTS topics like environment, education, or technology and write down 5 unique vocabulary words for each. Keep these journals updated weekly to ensure consistent exposure. Vocabulary is useless if you can't recall it under pressure. By journaling, you are moving passive knowledge into active, retrieval-ready memory. Mock partner practice. Find a study partner and dedicate sessions purely to role-playing the speaking test format. Simulate the actual flow from part 1 to part 3 without interruption. Performing under simulated pressure is the best preparation you can get. It helps you anticipate common examiner questions and build conversational stamina. When taking an English proficiency test like IELTS, you will encounter 2 main types, academic and general training. The primary difference lies in who the test is designed for. Academic training is specifically aimed at students entering higher education or universities abroad. Conversely, the general training module is geared towards those planning to use English in a professional or workplace setting. Choosing the correct path is critical because the skills tested reflect the environment you will enter. It's important to understand that these are not just names, they represent distinct skill sets. Academic writing requires synthesizing complex ideas from research, while general training focuses more on everyday communicative English used in job interviews or office environments. Always think about your final destination is at a lecture hall or an office cubicle. Here are 5 examples. Applying for a university degree or postgraduate studies. An academic focus. University admissions departments require proof that you can handle advanced scholarly language. This means your writing needs to be formal and analytical, which is what the academic module rigorously tests. Using English for vocational training or professional certification. General training focus. If your goal is to pass a specific industry qualification, such as nursing or accounting, the general training skills are more relevant. The focus here is on functional language rather than theoretical knowledge. Preparing for immigration and permanent residency in an English-speaking country. Kins on Go. Here, the requirement depends entirely on the specific visa or government program you are applying through. Always check the official guidelines to see if they specify academics or general. Working remotely for an international company in marketing or customer service. General training focus. Workplace English is often more practical and less abstract than academic discourse. The general module simulates real-world communication scenarios you might face daily. Writing a comprehensive research paper or dissertation. Academic focus. The ability to structure arguments logically and support them with complex evidence is the core skill of academia. This high level of sustained formal writing is what the academic test preparation aims to develop. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Academic goal: demonstrating study readiness. The test measures your ability to handle scholarly language and complex concepts. Think of the academic module as a readiness check for university life. It assumes you are capable of reading dense textbooks, participating in seminars, and writing formal essays based on established knowledge. General goal: demonstrating functional fluency. The test measures your ability to communicate effectively in everyday professional situations. Instead of analyzing theories, you are simulating conversations about work projects, describing job duties, or giving a presentation at a company meeting. The practical application is key here. The source determines the syllabus. Your target institution or employer sets the standard for what they accept. Never assume that because one type of job seems similar to another, the required English level will be the same. Always let your desired destination dictate which syllabus you must study. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Misunderstanding, difficulty. I will take the academic test because it is generally considered higher level. The correct form is, check the specific requirements of my university or employer first. The purpose matters more than the perceived difficulty. Many students assume that academics automatically means better, but it just means different. A general training score can be perfectly sufficient if your goal is a job, and trying to force an academic style when you don't need it will hurt your confidence. Ignoring focus shift. I only need good grammar skills. Both tests cover the same rules. The correct form is, the focus of the test changes, academic tests for complex discourse, general tests for clear, immediate communication. It is not just about knowing grammar rules, but deploying them appropriately. In a general setting, you need clarity and directness, whereas in an academic setting, nuance and formality are prized. Procrastination. I will wait until the last minute to decide which module I need. The correct form is, determine your goal as early as possible and base all preparation materials on that single requirement immediately. Delaying this decision forces you to study for 2 different skill sets simultaneously, which is inefficient. Establishing a clear goal allows you to focus your vocabulary and writing style from day 1. Here are 4 ways to practice. Consult official sources only. Always prioritize requirements listed on the university or employer's official website. Never rely solely on third-party study blogs or friends' advice for these critical decisions. The ultimate rule is to follow the documentation provided by your intended recipient of the score. Analyze your input material. If you are applying academically, read research papers and articles. If professionally, read industry news and reports. To prepare effectively, immerse yourself in content that mirrors your goal. If you want to write like a scholar, read scholarly sources. If you want to sound professional, read corporate white papers. Start with gap analysis. Identify which specific skills like summarizing or describing processes you struggle with most. Don't just study everything. Take a practice test and pinpoint your weakest area, whether it's speaking coherence or writing structure. Focusing your limited time on genuine gaps yields the best improvement. Practice speaking in context. Role-play scenarios relevant to your chosen module bay, it a job interview or a seminar discussion. Speaking is often where people falter most. Practice speaking by role-playing the exact situations you anticipate, making your verbal English feel natural and goal-oriented. The band descriptors provide a clear roadmap of what examiners look for in your English ability. Scoring between 5 and 5.5 means you are achieving basic operational competence. You can communicate effectively on familiar topics, but your performance will show noticeable limitations. This range indicates that while the message gets across, there are frequent errors in grammar or vocabulary choice. It is a crucial intermediate stage. You have foundational skills, but consistency and sophistication are what push scores higher. Think of the span score as reaching functional. You can get by in daily life, which means you understand the core concepts of English communication. However, to move past 5.5, your focus must shift from simply communicating ideas to communicating them with predictable accuracy and structural elegance. Here are 5 examples. Grammatical range and accuracy using a mix of simple and complex structures. Structure. Instead of only using basic subject-verb agreement, try incorporating conjunctions like although, or. Despite, practice converting simple sentences into compound statements to show grammatical flexibility. Vocabulary, depth, moving beyond common words to topic-specific lexis. Don't just memorize long lists of synonyms. Focus on learning collocation swords that naturally go together, such as heavy rain instead of big rain. Using natural word pairings makes your English sound far more native. Coherence, organizing ideas with clear internal logic. Coherence is about the reader or listener being able to follow your train of thought effortlessly. When you speak or write, always structure it like a miniature presentation, introduction, 3 main points, conclusion. Fluency in speaking, reducing noticeable pauses and self-corrections. If you pause a lot because you are searching for the right word, it impacts your score. Practice thinking aloud by describing objects or scenarios out loud without stopping, even if you make minor mistakes. Task response, addressing all parts of the prompt fully. Completeness. Many students tackle only part of the question. When given a long prompt, quickly break it down into bullet points and ensure you dedicate equal time or space to answering every single component listed. Cohesion refers to the linguistic ties that hold your writing and speaking together. It is much more than just using linking words. It's about creating logical momentum between sentences and paragraphs. To improve, you must master discourse markers. These are transitional phrases like furthermore, on the other hand, or consequently. They tell the reader exactly how your new idea relates to the previous one. Is it an example, a contrast, or a result? Instead of repeating ideas simply with and, use these advanced connectors to build sophisticated arguments. This shows not only that you know many words, but that you understand how complex English thoughts are structured. A common mistake is using linking words incorrectly or overusing them so they sound unnatural. The goal isn't just variety, it's precision. Use however for contrast and, moreover, when you want to add weight to a point you have already made. Let's compare 4 pairs. Band 5.0 Performance, Writing. Band 6.0 Goal, Writing. Structural Reliability. At a 5, your writing is understandable but often requires the reader to work hard. By aiming for 6, you are proving that your structure is reliable and predictable enough that the reader never gets lost. Simple grammar, e.g., I went to the store. Complex grammar, e.g., although it was raining, I still went to the store. Sentence variety. The leap from simple to complex grammar demonstrates mastery of subordinate clauses. This is a clear indicator that you are moving beyond basic descriptive language into analytical thought. Basic vocabulary, e.g., good, bad, big. Lexical range, e.g., commendable, detrimental, enormous. Precision and nuance. The difference here is subtlety. A higher score requires you to choose the most precise word for the context, rather than just a synonym that means generally positive or generally negative. Spoken fluency, verbal. Written coherence, textual. Transferable skills. The key takeaway is that the skills are transferable. If you consistently practice organizing your thoughts logically when speaking, you will automatically apply that same organizational blueprint to your written essays. Here are 4 ways to practice. Guided reading and listening immersion. Consume content slightly above your current comfort level. Don't just read for understanding, read to extract structure. When you hear a complex sentence, pause and identify the main clause and all the linking elements used to connect it. Targeted grammar drills. Focus on one challenging grammar point per week. Instead of reviewing every tense, pick a single structure like conditional tenses or relative clauses. Write 5 different examples and speak them out loud to solidify the pattern. The record and reviews method. Record yourself speaking for 3 minutes on an unfamiliar topic. After recording, listen back critically. Don't just listen for mistakes, pay attention to your flow. Where did you hesitate? Those are the exact topics or grammar points you need more practice with. Structured summarizing practice. Read a complex article and then summarize it aloud using transition words. This activity forces you to perform both comprehension and advanced structural output simultaneously. It is the perfect workout for improving cohesion and coherence under pressure. Building a study roadmap means creating a highly organized and realistic timeline for your preparation. It's not just about studying, it's about studying smarter. This process helps you move beyond random practice sessions toward measurable progress. Your plan needs to account for the full range of skills required by IELTS: listening, reading, writing, and speaking. We are structuring your effort so that each component receives focused attention at the right time. Think of your study plan as a GPS route rather than just a list of destinations. A good roadmap doesn't tell you what's to learn on a specific day, but rather how much progress you should make and when. This prevents burnout and keeps your focus laser sharp. Here are 5 examples. Initial diagnostic test. Determine your current baseline scores. Assessment phase. Never start studying without knowing where you are. This diagnostic test gives you objective data about your strengths and weaknesses across all 4 skills. It's the foundation that allows us to build a truly targeted plan. Identify core skill gaps. Pinpoint areas needing the most work. Analysis phase. If your reading score is weak because you struggle with academic vocabulary, that's a gap. We need to move beyond simply noting weak reading and pinpointing the specific language skill deficit causing the problem. Allocate time blocks. Schedule consistent study sessions. Consistency is far more important than duration. It's better to commit to 2 focused 45-minute sessions per day than 1 exhausting 4-hour marathon session on the weekend. Integrate resource variety. Mix textbooks with real-world material. Resource management. Your study material should never be limited to IELTS books. To truly master the language, you must consume authentic English content, things like documentaries, podcasts, and academic articles. Build in review and mock test cycles. Schedule regular full simulations. Listening cycle. The last step is vital because it builds stamina. You must practice taking the entire test under strict timing conditions regularly. This helps you manage anxiety and maintain focus for the real exam day. The most effective study plan follows a continuous cycle: test, analyze, focus, and retest. When you take a practice test, the goal isn't just to get a score, it's to gather diagnostic data. You must then analyze why you lost points. Was it timing? Vocabulary? Or misunderstanding the question prompt itself? Based on that deep analysis, your study time should be highly focused on bridging those specific gaps. For example, if you struggle with academic paraphrasing and writing, dedicate 3 consecutive sessions solely to rephrasing complex ideas. This cyclical process is key because language learning is not linear, it's iterative. You are constantly measuring your output against a standard and then adjusting your input until the gap narrows enough to achieve the desired score consistently. Let's compare 4 pairs. General preparation, broad. Targeted correction, specific. Focusing effort. General preparation is good for building overall fluency, but it can feel overwhelming. Targeted correction, however, allows you to spend 80% of your time on the 20% of skills that are holding back your score. This maximizes efficiency. Input skills, reading. Output skills, writing. Active versus passive study. Passive input skills help you absorb language, but the speaking and writing sections require active production. You must dedicate specific time blocks where you are forced to generate English rather than just consuming it. Cramming short-term bursts. Sustainable study, long-term routine. Memory retention. While cramming might give you a temporary boost before an exam, true mastery requires repetition spaced over months. Your plan must prioritize building lasting neural pathways for better memory recall. Vocabulary study. Collocation study. Contextual usage. Simply learning a word, like decision, is not enough. You need to learn its natural partnerships, such as make a decision or key decision. Focusing on collocations makes your English sound much more native and sophisticated. Here are 4 ways to practice. Conduct a detailed resource audit. Gather all books, podcasts, and articles you will use for the next month. Don't just buy materials, organize them. Assign each resource to a specific skill or gap area. Knowing exactly where your practice material is located reduces decision fatigue when it's time to study. Set weekly, measurable milestones. Instead of study English this week, aim for master 30 academic collocations or write 2 coherent essay outlines. Vague goals lead to vague progress. By setting specific, achievable milestones weekly, you constantly track your success and build momentum toward that final target band score. Find a study accountability partner. Pair up with a friend or tutor who is also preparing for the test. Having someone to check in with adds external motivation. You can quiz each other, review difficult grammar points, and maintain responsibility for sticking to your disciplined schedule. Schedule mandatory review breaks. Dedicate time every 2 weeks to reviewing old material, not just new content. We forget things quickly. By intentionally scheduling review sessions, you signal to your brain that the information is important and needs long-term storage, significantly improving retention. Effective note-taking for IELTS listening moves far beyond simply writing down every word you hear. It requires active processing and strategic filtering of information. The goal isn't transcription, it's capturing the core meaning, key statistics, and supporting arguments presented in a lecture or discussion. Since academic speech is often fast and uses specialized jargon, students must learn to identify main ideas versus minor details quickly. We need strategies for summarizing complex thoughts using abbreviations and structural symbols. Remember that IELTS testing isn't just about comprehension, it's about efficiency under pressure. Think of note-taking as a rapid mental synthesis process. Instead of trying to write full sentences, practice capturing keywords and mapping out relationships between concepts. This skill is more valuable than perfect grammar in the exam room. You are about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. Today, we're going to discuss how effective students manage information overload during lectures. The first rule is active listening. Don't just wait for your turn to write. Instead, try anticipating the speaker's next point based on the topic shift. Many people struggle with note-taking because they focus too much on grammar or spelling, which slows their processing speed dramatically. A helpful technique is the Cornell method, where you divide your paper into sections, notes, cues, and a summary. Use symbols like an asterisk for importance or arrows to show relationships to create visual anchors in your notes. Furthermore, always review your notes shortly after the lesson ends. This immediate reinforcement solidifies memory and allows you to fill in those gaps where you missed specific vocabulary. Question 1. What is the primary goal of effective note-taking? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is capturing core meaning, key statistics, and supporting arguments. This question tests your ability to identify the main objective. Good listening isn't about remembering facts, it's understanding the overarching purpose behind the advice given in the passage. Question 2. Which note-taking technique is suggested for organizing notes? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the Cornell method. This requires specific recall of terminology. When listening for methods or systems, make sure you are hearing the exact name or description to prevent guessing. Question 3. Why should students review their notes after a lesson? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is to solidify memory and fill in vocabulary gaps. This addresses the why behind an action. In IELTS, the examiners often test not just what you know, but how well you can apply study strategies to maintain that knowledge. Here are 5 examples. Information overload. The feeling of having too much data to process. Use this when describing complex or dense material. This phrase is excellent for academic writing and speaking because it accurately diagnoses a common learning problem, sheer volume of input. Knowing how to name the difficulty helps you organize your thoughts. Anticipating the speaker's next point. Predicting what will be said next based on context or pattern. This is a crucial active listening skill. This technique turns passive listening into an active mental exercise. By predicting content, you train your brain to listen for specific transition cues rather than just waiting for sounds. Visual anchors. Using symbols or diagrams like arrows in notes to show relationships between ideas. These help memory recall. This moves beyond simple writing and into mind mapping principles. When you use visual cues in your notes, you are giving your brain multiple pathways to retrieve the information later on. Immediate reinforcement. Reviewing material right after learning it to boost memory retention. This is a core concept in cognitive science and studying. Recognizing this principle helps you understand that successful note-taking isn't finished when the lecture ends, it continues during review. Core meaning. The central or most important idea of a passage, stripped of detail, always aim for this. When you are under time pressure in the exam, finding the core meanings is your life raft. It allows you to answer questions even if you miss several connecting details. Listen again and fill in the missing words. The student must first identify the core concepts rather than focusing solely on grammar rules. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is identify. This sentence emphasizes shifting focus from mechanics to meaning. This grammatical structure helps reinforce that understanding the big picture is more important than getting every single word perfect. Techniques like mapping and symbol use create visual aids for better memory recall. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is create. Notice how creates works here to describe an action. These active verbs are key vocabulary to remember when discussing effective study habits. It is crucial to review notes immediately after the lesson for optimal retention. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is optimal. The word optimal means best possible, which adds a professional academic tone. Integrating advanced vocabulary like this will help boost your overall IELTS score. Anticipating shifts in the speaker's argument helps prevent information overload. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is prevent. This structure uses gerunds and infinitives, which are common patterns you'll hear in academic English. Recognizing these patterns makes listening comprehension much smoother. Here are 4 ways to practice. Active prediction. Before listening, read the questions and predict the type of answer needed. This focuses your ear on specific information. Prediction is a powerful tool that forces you to listen with a purpose. Don't just wait for every word. Actively search for names, dates, or numbers based on what you expect. Dictation practice. Write down exactly what you hear. This sharpens your ear for pronunciation and tricky connected speech. When doing dictation, don't just write the words, listen for how they connect to each other. Many mistakes happen because we mishear linked sounds like gonna or wanna. Shadowing technique. Immediately repeat what a native speaker says, focusing on rhythm and intonation, not just the words. Shadowing is less about vocabulary and more about mimicking natural speech flow. This vastly improves your ability to process connected, fast-paced English, which is vital in IELTS. Summarizing out loud. After reading an article or listening to a podcast, summarize the main points aloud to solidify comprehension. The act of speaking solidifies memory much better than simply writing. Try summarizing academic videos in English. Even if you feel unprepared, it builds confidence and fluency. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. When we study complex subjects like history or biology, the sheer amount of information can feel overwhelming. Therefore, effective note-taking must become a systemized habit. Instead of writing long paragraphs, try bullet points and flowcharts to show cause and effect relationships. Also remember that speakers often use signposting language phrases like in conclusions or moreover to guide you through their argument structure. Paying close attention to these transitions allows you to build a mental map of the lecture. If you can identify where the speaker is starting, developing, and finishing an idea, your notes will be structured logically, making revision much easier. Question 1. What technique should students use instead of long paragraphs? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is bullet points and flowcharts. This tests your ability to grasp structural advice. When the speaker provides alternative methods, focus on listing those options rather than getting bogged down in descriptive details. Question 2. What is signposting language and why should students pay attention to it? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is phrases like "in conclusion" or "moreover," which help organize the speaker's argument structure. Signposting language is a high-level concept. Recognizing these linguistic markers allows you to predict what type of information is coming next, whether it's a summary, an example, or a counter-argument. Listening for forms or maps requires a completely different skill set than general comprehension. You aren't just listening for the main idea. You are hunting for specific pieces of data, dates, numbers, names, times, and categories. The challenge lies in keeping up while filtering out extraneous details and only recording the critical information required by the structure. Our key strategy involves active prediction. Before the speaker even mentions the answer, try to predict what type of information they will need next. When you encounter a form or map question, do not wait for the full explanation. Immediately look at the gap and ask yourself, what kind of word fits here? Is it a date? A proper noun? A quantity? This preemptive understanding guides your listening focus, turning vague listening into targeted information retrieval. You are about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. Welcome to the annual Skills Workshop. For registration today, please take a moment to record these details accurately. First, your full name must be spelled out, Smith, J. Next, we require your primary professional email address. Please ensure it's accurate for confirmation. The workshop entrance is located at the main atrium near the East Wing reception desk. If you are arriving by train, use the designated drop-off zone on platform 3, not the general public entrance. All participants must sign in using their ID number. This field requires a 6-digit numerical code. Furthermore, if you have an accommodation request or dietary restriction, please note it in Section B. The deadline for submitting your preferred meal choice is end of day Friday. Remember to bring proof of payment and your completed registration forms. Question 1. Where should participants arriving by train report? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the designated drop-off zone on platform 3. This question tests your ability to filter out unnecessary information. The speaker mentioned the main atrium, but the specific instruction for by train overrides that general location, requiring precise listening and focus. Question 2. What format is required for the participant's ID number? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a 6-digit numerical code. When hearing numbers, always confirm the quantity and type. The speaker specified 6-digit numerical, which is a crucial detail that distinguishes it from just any random identification number. Question 3. What information must be recorded in Section B? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is accommodation request or dietary restriction. This requires you to link the stated location, Section B, with the accompanying necessary action. Listen not just for the phrase Section B, but for what immediately follows it. Here are 5 examples. Designated drop-off zone. A specific area marked for a particular use, crucial for mapping directions. Instead of just hearing the train, the speaker uses designated drop-off zone. Always listen for these precise, technical nouns. They are red flags that signal a specific location detail is coming. Primary professional email address. Emphasizes the type, professional, and purpose primary. Means it's your main work contact. In form completion, qualifying adjectives like primaries or professional tell you which detail is required. You might have many emails, but only one counts for the form. Numerical code. A sequence of digits used when letters are explicitly excluded. When a speaker specifies numerical, it's a hard rule for the form. It tells you immediately that if they say the letter A, you should ignore it and wait for pure numbers. Exclusion. The act of leaving something out, often used when correcting an answer. If the speaker says, "Please do not include your phone number," that is a critical exclusion rule. Listen specifically for negative verbs like do not or omit. By end of day, a deadline indicating the conclusion of business hours on that specific day. This is common phrasing for deadlines. You don't just hear a date, you hear a time constraint attached to it. Remember, end of days means before midnight, usually. Listen again and fill in the missing words. For immediate confirmation, please use your full name, which must be spelled out as blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is Smith, J.K. Notice how the speaker doesn't just say your name. They give you an example Smith, J. K. In listening tests, concrete examples are often the most reliable source of correct data. If traveling by public transport, please report to the blank zone. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is designated drop-off. The phrase public transport narrows down the context. Combine this mental filter with the specific type of location they are looking for the designated area. All participants need a unique 6-digit blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is numerical code. Remember the combination of adjectives here, uniques and 6-digit. This confirms that standard identifiers like IDs or student numbers are too broad. You need the specific format. The deadline for meal choices is set for blank Friday. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is end of day. This tests your understanding of time phrases. End of days works with a date to create a clear boundary, making sure you capture both parts accurately. Here are 4 ways to practice. Prediction and anticipation. Look at the form structure before listening. Guess what type of input is needed, e.g., a city name, a percentage. Don't wait for confirmation to start guessing. If you see a box labeled year, your brain should immediately activate historical knowledge and listen only for 4 digits. Active keyword spotting. Focus on linking words like only, except, firstly, or secondly. These signal crucial shifts in information. These transition words are auditory signposts. They tell you, pay attention now because what follows is a change from the previous point, helping you reorient your focus quickly. Visualization mapping. Mentally sketch out maps or flowcharts as you listen. This helps structure spatial information. If the speaker describes directions, close your eyes and picture it. Imagining the layout turns abstract words into concrete, navigable mental images. Immediate self-correction. As soon as an answer is given, quickly review it against the prompt. Did you write a word when they asked for a number? This strategy prevents careless errors. After writing down an answer, take half a second to verify. Does this word match the requested category? Is the spelling correct? Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Welcome students to your intensive academic placement week. Please note these changes for the Resource Center schedule. On Monday morning, the Advanced Literature Seminar has been moved from room A31 to the main lecture hall B. All participants must report there by 9:15 a.m. sharp, as Professor Davies will be conducting a mandatory briefing. For afternoon study sessions, the Specialized Materials Lab is now accessible through the basement elevator off Quadrangle D. Remember that access cards for this lab are only valid until Friday at 4 p.m. Furthermore, if you need to book a meeting room outside of these times, please use the central booking portal online. Physical sign-up sheets and administration have been discontinued. Question 1. Where has the Advanced Literature Seminar moved? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is Main Lecture Hall B. This is a classic correction question. The speaker explicitly says it was moved from one place to another, requiring you to focus only on the new location provided. Question 2. What 2 items are required for afternoon study sessions? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is access cards and use of the basement elevator off quadrangle D. This question requires combining multiple pieces of information into a single conceptual answer. You must listen for both the resource, the lab, and the logistical requirement. The access card elevator. Reading strategies are essential tools that help you process text efficiently. Skimming is the technique of reading quickly to grasp the main idea or general overview of a passage. Think of it like getting the gist of what the author is discussing. Scanning, on the other hand, is much more targeted. You use scanning when you are looking for specific pieces of information, a date, a name, a statistic, or a keyword. It requires intense focus and movement across the text without reading fully. The key difference lies in your goal. Skimming provides context, while scanning finds facts. It's important to understand that these strategies are not replacements for deep reading. They are tools to guide you when speed or specificity is required. If your assignment asks you to summarize the entire article, skimming is perfect. But if your assignment asks only, "When did this event happen?" then scanning is your best friend. Here are 4 examples. The global shift towards remote work accelerated dramatically in Q4 of last year. Identifying the main topic trend, skimming focus. Notice how we are ignoring specific details about who or where. By reading just the sentence and surrounding context, you can instantly tell us that the central theme is a massive change in word patterns. The average cost of fiber optic installation remains at $150 per household. Locating a precise number, scanning focus. If you were looking for the cost, your eyes would skip over all the descriptive text and jump directly to the dollar signs. This rapid search is pure scanning technique. Furthermore, initial research suggests a correlation between screen time and decreased attention spans. Identifying supporting arguments, skimming focus. When skimming for the argument structure, you are looking for linking words like furthermore or however. These phrases signal shifts in ideas, which is crucial for understanding the overall flow. The relevant study was published by MIT on October 12th. Finding a specific date source, scanning focus. Here, you don't care about what the study was about, you only need to confirm the who and when. Your eyes move in a tight grid pattern looking for dates or acronyms. Let's compare 4 pairs. Skimming, finding the gist. Scanning, finding specifics. Goal and speed. Remember that skimming is about speed and comprehension of the general idea. Scanning, conversely, requires a slower but highly focused eye movement to pinpoint exact data points. Reading an article abstract. Finding information in a directory. Contextual application. The abstract is designed for skimming, it's the summary. A directory, however, requires scanning because you are looking up a specific person or company name. Scanning for names. Skimming for tone. What you seek changes the method. If your goal is to detect if the author sounds positive or negative, you must skim and look at the overall word choices. If you are looking for a name, you just scan for letter patterns. Reading chapter headings. Searching an index. Structure versus vocabulary search. Headings help you skim the structure of a book, giving you a map. The index is a highly organized list that demands pure scanning to locate topics and page numbers. Complete the summary using words from the passage. When you are unsure of your purpose, a quick initial read is called OA, which helps provide context for the entire text. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is skimming. Skimming gives you the necessary framework before diving deep. It allows you to confirm if the article is relevant enough to spend time on in the first place. If your goal is to find a specific statistic, like a year or percentage, that technique is known as AC. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is scanning. Scanning requires you to treat the text like a search engine query. You know exactly what information you are looking for, which minimizes unnecessary reading. Effective strategies involve knowing whether your task needs a general overview or if it demands highly specific ISIS. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is details. Thinking about the required level of detail helps you choose the right tool. Are you looking for big picture details or small, precise ones? By practicing these two methods, you can process academic texts much more and efficiently. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is efficiently. The ultimate goal of mastering both skimming and scanning is to become a highly efficient reader. This means spending less time reading the words and more time understanding the information. Here are 4 ways to practice. Reading questions. Before you even start reading, read the questions or headings first. This activates your brain and tells you what information to hunt for. Asking yourself, "What do I need to know?" before starting is the most powerful trick. It gives your mind a clear mission objective, making both skimming and scanning much easier. The highlighter technique. When practicing, use different colored highlighters, so color for the main ideas, skimming, and another for key data points, scanning. This is a physical way to train your brain. Color coding forces you to consciously separate the big picture's material from the specific facts. Model text variety. Don't just practice with one type of text. Practice on news reports, scientific papers, and historical summaries. Different text genres have different structural norms. A legal document requires a different search pattern than a literary review, so varied exposure is key. Self-timing practice. Give yourself a strict time limit for reading passages and then check how much you retained. Gradually increase the speed. Reading proficiency is built through timed drills. Setting artificial deadlines forces you to adopt an active, strategic reading approach rather than just passively drifting over words. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The rise of deep learning algorithms has fundamentally changed how we process vast amounts of data. Early machine learning models required extensive manual feature engineering by human experts. However, modern neural networks are designed to automatically discover complex patterns and features directly from the raw input. This shift has accelerated research across fields ranging from genomics to climate modeling, enabling predictions previously considered impossible. Question 1. What is the primary difference between early machine learning models and modern deep neural networks? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, early models required manual feature engineering, while modern networks automatically discover complex patterns from raw data. This question requires skimming because you need to grasp the core contrast outlined in the passage. You are looking for the central thesis statement that compares two concepts. Question 2. Find a word in the passage that means vast amounts of or huge quantities. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is vast. This is a pure scanning exercise. Your eyes scan through the text looking for descriptive adjectives related to size, ignoring everything else until you hit that key vocabulary word. A thesis statement is essentially your argument in miniature. It is the single sentence that controls the entire scope of an academic paper or essay. Think of it as the promise you make to your reader about what the text will prove. This statement outlines the main idea and often takes a stance on a topic rather than just stating a fact. It answers the central question, what did the author want me to understand by the end? Remember that a thesis is not just a topic, it must be an arguable claim. If everyone agrees with your statement, it probably isn't strong enough to be a thesis. Your job as the reader is to locate that core argument and track how the author supports it throughout the text. Here are 5 examples. Although renewable energy is expensive to implement, its long-term viability makes it essential for combating climate change. Clear thesis statement. Notice how this sentence isn't just stating a fact, it presents a complex argument. The author takes a definite position about the necessity of renewables despite their current cost hurdles. The Industrial Revolution changed human life by bringing mass production and new travel methods. Topic sentence. Too general. This sentence is too broad. It merely introduces the subject matter, the Industrial Revolution, but doesn't tell us what specific argument the essay will make about it. Therefore, to ensure sustainability, governments must heavily subsidize green infrastructure projects worldwide. Actionable thesis conclusion. This is a very strong thesis because it proposes a clear solution and assigns responsibility. It moves beyond mere observation into required action. Photosynthesis is the process by which plants convert light energy into chemical energy. Fact definition, not thesis. This is simply a definition. While it might be part of a paragraph, it doesn't contain an argument or a unique viewpoint that needs to be defended. Because sustainable farming practices require initial investment, they should receive priority funding over traditional agricultural methods. Focused thesis statement. This is excellent because it links a course the need for investment to a clear recommendation and justification. That balance of cause and effect makes the argument very robust. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Understanding the author's purpose. It helps you move past surface-level information. When you can identify the central claim, you instantly know what the author wants you to take away. This shifts your reading from passive absorption of facts to active critical analysis. Structuring your own writing. It serves as a model for effective essay writing. Identifying strong theses helps you internalize the skill, allowing you to write your own focused and powerful arguments that guide your reader logically, improving comprehension speed. It allows for targeted reading rather than rereading everything. Once you know what argument the text is making, you can skim quickly, looking only for evidence that supports or contradicts that core claim. This dramatically improves efficiency. Let's explore the topic of identifying main ideas, finding the thesis statement in academic texts. This is an important concept to understand for learning English effectively. This is a foundational concept when learning English. Understanding, identifying main ideas, finding the thesis statement in academic texts deeply will unlock many other areas of the language. Think about how often you encounter this in real life and try to notice it in the English you hear every day. The more you engage with this idea, the more natural it will feel. Here are 4 ways to practice. Look at the beginning and end. Many authors place their main argument in the introduction or conclusion paragraphs. While not guaranteed, these are statistically common locations for thesis statements. Always check the introductory paragraph first to set your expectations. Ask, "So what?" repeatedly. After reading a key sentence, ask yourself, why does this matter? The answer is likely part of the main idea. This questioning technique forces you to deepen your understanding beyond surface information. If you can rephrase the importance, you've found the core argument. Identify the because or therefore. Look for transition words that signal cause and effect or conclusion. These types of connective phrases often wrap around the author's final point, which is usually their thesis. They are strong structural clues. Test for scope. Yes. Can your main idea be covered by only a few paragraphs? If it's too broad or too specific, reevaluate. A good thesis must be focused enough to be fully discussed within the text's boundaries. It provides the necessary guardrails for the entire essay. When you encounter a word you do not know while reading, your first instinct might be to look it up immediately. However, skilled readers often pause and try something different. They infer its meaning from its surroundings. This ability is called contextual understanding. It means using the surrounding words, phrases, and even the overall tone of the writing to deduce a word's intended definition. Mastering this skill helps you comprehend complex texts faster and boosts your reading fluency significantly. Remember that inference is not just guessing, it's an educated deduction. Think of context clues as breadcrumbs the author leaves for you. When you analyze these surrounding clues, you are actively engaging with the language, which is a much deeper level of understanding than simple memorization. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is ambiguous. Say it again, ambiguous. When describing something as ambiguous, you are saying it lacks sharp clarity. This word is extremely useful for discussions about language or law, where definitions must be precise and cannot afford to be vague. The word is infer. Say it again, infer. The key thing to remember about infers is that it always relates back to evidence you have already received. You are making a logical leap, but the foundation for that leap must be present in the text. The word is connotation. Quotes. Say it again, connotation. This is often trickier than the dictionary definition, which we call denotation. Connotation deals with feelings does. The word make you feel warm, cold, excited, or uneasy. Always ask yourself what emotional baggage the word carries. The word is disambiguate. Say it again, disambiguate. If ambiguous means unclear, then disambiguate is the action taken to fix it. You are making something specific and definite, removing any potential confusion that might arise from multiple interpretations. The word is implication. Say it again, implication. An implication is often a consequence that isn't stated outright, but rather hinted at by the facts presented. When you read about potential job cuts, understanding the implication is recognizing the financial stress it might cause. The word is contextual. Say it again, contextual. This adjective is your best friend when studying vocabulary because it literally points you back to the source material, the context itself. Always asking, what is the context here, will help anchor the word's meaning. Here are 5 examples. The artist's use of deep blues gave the painting an ambiguous feeling. Was it sadness or calm? Ambiguous at J. Notice how the context sadness or calm immediately tells you that the word means something unclear, even though we might know its dictionary definition. The surrounding words framed the meaning for us. Based on the speaker's tone and gestures, I inferred that she was much more upset than she let on. Inferred, V. The key here is based on, I. The text tells you whys you could infer something. It gives you visual evidence. Your job as a reader is to identify those explicit clues that support your deduction. While the word slender has a neutral meaning, its connotation often suggests fragility or weakness. Connotation N. Here we see the difference between objective meaning and subjective feeling. The word itself is just an adjective describing thinness, but the connotation might suggest something more negative than just a physical trait. The committee finally managed to disambiguate the legal jargon by presenting clear procedural steps. Disambiguate, VV. This sentence describes an action of clarification. The vague or confusing part was legal jargon, and the solution clear procedural steps showed exactly how they removed the ambiguity. The report contained several subtle implications regarding budget cuts, even though it never mentioned them directly. Implications in. When you read about subtle implications, think of something that is suggested but not stated. It's the meaning lurking beneath the surface of the text, requiring careful reading. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, imply. Compare it with infer. Action versus deduction. This is one of the most common errors in English. Remember, the person who implies C is speaking or writing. The reader, however, has to infer the meaning. It's a unidirectional flow from speaker to mind. First, ambiguous. Compare it with vague. Clarity versus specificity. While often used interchangeably, ambiguous suggests that multiple meanings are grammatically or logically possible. Vague, however, usually refers to a lack of specific detail or picture clarity. First, denotation. Let's compare it with connotation. Literal meaning versus emotional weight. If you use a dictionary and get the basic definition, that's denotation. If you discuss how that word makes people feel the positive or negative emotional baggage, that is connotation. First, contextual. Compare with situational, formal versus informal usage. Both relate to setting, but contextual is a more academic and formal term often used in linguistic analysis. Situational works well when describing real-world scenarios or specific events. Here are 4 ways to practice. Context, mapping word maps. Draw a visual web around the unknown word. Include synonyms, antonyms, and related concepts. Don't just write down a definition, build a concept map for the word. By physically linking it to its opposites or examples, you are building multiple neural pathways that reinforce meaning recall. Spaced repetition. Review vocabulary at increasing intervals, e.g., 1 hour, 1 day, 3 days. The forgetting curve is real, so consistent review is critical. Instead of cramming everything the night before a test, spacing out your learning sessions ensures that the word moves from short-term to long-term memory effectively. Collocation practice. Learn words in chunks, e.g., profound insight, not just insight. Native speakers rarely use single, isolated words, they use collocations. Knowing which adjectives naturally go with a verb will make your speech sound much more fluent and sophisticated. Output. Recall speaking. Force yourself to use the new word immediately in conversation or writing. The ultimate test of vocabulary acquisition is active recall. The best way to solidify a word's meaning is to commit it to memory by using it out loud, even if you make mistakes at first. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The new regulations surrounding data privacy cause much ambiguity among small businesses. While the government documentation was technically accurate, its implications were vast and confusing. We had to contextualize the guidelines by consulting industry experts who helped disambiguate the most vague sections, allowing us to infer a clear path forward. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means to deduce or conclude from evidence. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is infer. In this paragraph, you see the full cycle of learning. The text states they consulted experts to help them infers. This shows that inference is not just an act for a test, it's a necessary step in problem solving and real-life decision-making. Question 2. Use ambiguities or implication in your own sentence. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the ambiguity of the ending meant that I had to infer several possible outcomes. When constructing your sentences, try to use 2 related words from this lesson. For example, you could discuss how an ambiguous text creates confusing implications, linking multiple concepts together for a deeper practice. Writing task 1 is fundamentally about summarizing and reporting data objectively. You must not give your opinion, you are simply the reporter of facts presented in charts or graphs. The key skill here is selecting only the most salient features, meaning the major trends or biggest differences shown. Always structure your report to include a clear overview that summarizes the main takeaway before diving into specifics. Remember that salient means noticeable or important. When you look at any graph, don't try to describe every single point. Instead, ask yourself, what is the biggest jump? What is the most consistent trend? Focusing your writing on these key patterns will boost both your coherence score and your overall accuracy. Here are 4 examples. The line graph clearly illustrates a dramatic upward trend in solar energy use between 2010 and 2020, rising from negligible levels to over 60% of the total capacity. Focuses on magnitude and time frames, line graph. Notice how this example doesn't just list numbers. It uses strong directional language like dramatic upward trend. This descriptive vocabulary is essential for achieving a higher band score. Always use verbs that convey movement, such as soared, fluctuated, or plateaued. In stark contrast to this, the bar chart comparing global spending on education and healthcare shows minimal variation across developed nations. uses comparative language bar chart. This example is effective because it uses contrasting linking phrases like in stark contrast. When you are comparing different categories or groups, signaling that relationship clearly makes your writing much easier for the reader to follow. Use transition words generously here. The pie chart reveals that while oil remained the dominant source at 45%, natural gas rapidly gained market share, increasing its proportion by 8 percentage points. Highlights proportional change, pie chart. When dealing with percentages or proportions, always use precise quantifiers. Phrases like gained a significant proportions or accounted for the majorities are much stronger than simply saying it was big. These phrases elevate your academic tone immediately. Overall, while spending on transport remained stable, the combined sectors of technology and communications demonstrated unparalleled growth throughout the period. A strong overview statement, table general trend. This is a perfect example of an effective overview paragraph. It doesn't present data, it synthesizes it. Think of this sentence as your thesis statement for the entire report, telling the reader what the main story of the chart is before you even start listing figures. Here are 2 reasons why this matters. Essential for communication. Understanding writing task 1. Mastery. Describing trends and data, graphs, S-charts helps you communicate more effectively. When you master writing task 1 mastery, describing trends and data, graphs, charts, you will notice your conversations flow much more naturally. Commonly used in daily life, you will encounter writing task 1 mastery, describing trends and data, graphs, charts frequently in everyday conversations. Pay attention to how native speakers use writing task 1 mastery, describing trends and data, graphs, charts. You'll start hearing it everywhere once you are aware of it. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak. The chart shows that oil is the biggest energy source and solar energy is growing a little bit. Strong. Oil remains the most dominant energy source. However, solar energy demonstrates considerable growth potential. The main mistake here is understatement. Never use weak language like a little bit or sort of. Always quantify your observations using precise adverbs such as significantly, marginally, or considerably. Weak. This proves that people should spend more on education because it is very important. Strong. The data suggests a strong correlation between income and educational spending, potentially warranting increased investment in this sector. Never give opinion. If you use phrases like, this proves or it is very important, you are giving an opinion, which is not allowed in task 1. Instead, hedge your claims using words like suggests or indicates a possible trend. Weak, from 10% to 20% is a big jump. Strong, this represents a 2-fold increase, marking a substantial surge in the rate of growth. When describing numerical change, don't just state big jump. Use specific comparative language to make your description precise and academic. Terms like 2-fold increase, marked escalation, or substantial surge show mastery of descriptive vocabulary. Here are 4 ways to practice. The overview first draft. Before writing a single sentence of detail, spend 2 minutes identifying the overarching theme. What is the main story? Is it growth, decline, or stability? Treat your overview like an answer to a question. What is the most important finding? This forces you to synthesize information rather than just listing numbers. A clear plan saves time and ensures structural coherence. Vocabulary banking. Keep a bank of at least 5 synonyms for key verbs, increase, decrease, remain, and adjectives, major, minor. This prevents repetition. Do not rely on just 1 or 2 words. Having varied vocabulary ready to go allows you to write fluently even when under time pressure. Jotting these down before the test is a highly effective strategy. Grouping and clustering. Instead of describing data chronologically, group related items, e.g. Group A versus Group B, or compare trends together to save words. Analyzing the data by grouping is far more efficient than discussing each element in isolation. This technique demonstrates sophisticated organizational skills and helps you cover more ground while maintaining a high level of analysis. The topic sentence method. Begin every body paragraph with a topic sentence that introduces the specific data subset you will discuss, rather than starting with random figures. A well-structured academic report uses strong topic sentences to guide the reader. This structure ensures your writing is cohesive and helps you naturally transition between different sets of data or time periods. An argumentative essay requires more than just stating an opinion, it demands a structured defense of that opinion. Your core task is to present a clear thesis statement and then systematically support it across multiple body paragraphs. Each paragraph must focus on one specific supporting point, building toward your main claim. Remember the structure: introduction with strong context, distinct topic sentences for every body paragraph, robust evidence, and a concluding summary that offers final perspective. This disciplined approach is what examiners look for to prove coherence. The key difference here is moving from simply having ideas to organizing them logically. Think of your essay as an assembly line. The introduction sets it up, the body paragraphs are the distinct steps in the process, and the conclusion signals that the product your argument is finished. Mastering this architectural blueprint will significantly boost your score for cohesion and overall structure. Here are 4 examples. While some argue that increased screen time diminishes focus, the more nuanced reality is that digital tools simply necessitate a recalibration of attention span, teaching users to rapidly pivot between diverse sources of information. Highly sophisticated thesis statement. It acknowledges the counter-argument before refining its own claim. This opening sentence immediately demonstrates advanced academic vocabulary and complexity. By using nuanced reality, the writer signals that they are capable of seeing shades of gray, which is a hallmark of higher band scores. Furthermore, governmental investment in public transportation not only reduces carbon emissions, but also offers economic stability, providing low-income workers with reliable access to employment centers. Strong transition, furthermore, and a dual focus, ecological and socio-economic impact. Notice how the writer doesn't just give one reason, they connect 2 seemingly separate benefits: environment and economy. This layering of ideas makes the argument feel comprehensive and authoritative. Consequently, instead of merely banning certain technologies, educational institutions should integrate critical thinking modules that teach students how to vet online sources effectively. Effective recommendation solution paragraph. It avoids extremes and proposes a practical alternative. A strong argumentative essay rarely just complains about a problem, it offers a feasible solution. This example successfully pivots from diagnosis to prescriptive action, showing the examiner that you can think critically. In conclusion, while challenges persist regarding digital literacy, the fundamental shift in human interaction is irreversible and ultimately beneficial for global connectivity. Sophisticated concluding sentence. It summarizes the overall consensus without merely repeating the thesis word for word. A weak conclusion simply repeats the introduction. A strong one synthesizes the argument. This example manages to provide final closure while still sounding academic and conclusive rather than redundant. Let's compare 4 pairs. Studying history is good because it teaches you things about the past. Analyzing historical events provides crucial context, enabling modern citizens to recognize recurring patterns of human error and systemic failure. Shifting from simple statements is good to analytical claims, enabling recognitions. The weak version is vague, it tells us nothing specific. The strong version uses powerful verbs like analyzing and recognize, immediately elevating the level of intellectual discussion. Government should spend less money on space exploration because people need that money more. While funding space programs is costly, viewing it as an expenditure ignores the massive ancillary benefits in technology and scientific research that ultimately benefit terrestrial life. Acknowledging the opposition first, before presenting a counter-argument. This technique, called concession, strengthens your entire essay. By briefly agreeing with the opposing side, you make your eventual rebuttal sound much more reasoned and balanced. People need to recycle because it is important for Earth to stay clean. Implementing robust municipal recycling programs is essential not only for waste management, but also for conserving finite natural resources critical to future industrial growth. Specificity and linking the action, recycling, to a measurable academic consequence, resource conservation. Notice how stay clean was replaced with conserving finite natural resources. This precision shows that you understand the economic or scientific stakes involved, not just the emotional ones. Using cars is bad for the environment, and we should all use buses. The reliance on private vehicles significantly degrades urban air quality. Therefore, incentivizing public transport usage through subsidized fares represents a more comprehensive policy solution. Moving beyond simple cause-effect to propose an actionable, detailed solution. A basic argument only states the problem. A Band-Aid response must analyze the solution in this case, not just saying use buses, but suggesting subsidized fares as a policy mechanism. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Vague simple linkage. Because education is important, students should study hard. This means they will get good grades. Analytical depth. Given the established link between effort and academic success, institutions must reform pedagogical methods to better motivate student initiative and guarantee focused learning environments. The initial statement is circular. It assumes what the reader already knows. The improved version elevates this by focusing on systemic failures in education, making the argument about policy rather than just effort. Unsupported assertion. Some people think remote work is bad because they will be lazy and won't come to the office. Evidence-based counterargument. The concern that remote workers may suffer from decreased accountability overlooks the documented increase in employee autonomy, which often correlates with measurable boosts in productivity and job satisfaction. You cannot simply dismiss a counterargument, you must refute it with evidence or logical reasoning. This correction introduces concepts like autonomy and correlation, which sound highly academic. Overgeneralization, exaggeration. Technology is advancing quickly, therefore people should adapt immediately to everything new. Balanced nuance. While rapid technological advancement mandates a degree of adaptability, the necessity for immediate adaptation must be tempered by robust government regulation ensuring equitable access and mitigating risks of job displacement. The biggest structural mistake is oversimplification. This revision avoids the extreme adapt immediately claim, instead injecting moderation and calling for regulatory oversight, a sign of mature critical thinking. Here are 4 ways to practice. The mini outline method. Instead of full sentences, use bullet points for 3 key arguments, A, B, C. Then list 1 piece of supporting evidence, example under each point. This technique forces you to be economical with your planning time while ensuring every body paragraph has at least 2 distinct parts, a claim and support. It prevents the common trap of having great ideas but no way to prove them. Concession map. Before writing, dedicate 5 minutes solely to listing 3 strong arguments against your thesis. This preempts weak counter-arguments. By anticipating opposition, you prepare preemptive phrases and evidence, which makes your own main argument feel much more robust and airtight when you write it out. It's like preparing for a debate, not just an essay. The so what test. After writing every topic sentence or example fact, ask yourself, so what does this prove regarding my main thesis? If you can't answer it, cut the point. This is a powerful editing tool used during both planning and drafting. It ensures that all your included information directly serves the central argument, eliminating unnecessary filler or tangential detail. Transition, word grouping. Don't just list transition words, e.g., ECS, furthermore, moreovers. Plan them by function, contrast, however, causation, consequently, addition, in addition to. Knowing the function of a connector is more important than knowing the word itself. Grouping them this way ensures your transitions guide the reader logically, maintaining an impeccable flow from one idea to the next. Cohesion is the glue that holds your writing together. It refers to how smoothly one sentence transitions into the next, making your argument feel unified and effortless for the reader. Transition phrases like however or moreover are linguistic signals that guide the reader through the logical relationship between ideas. They prevent your essay from reading like a list of disconnected facts. Instead, they build a continuous, sophisticated narrative flow. Learning these words moves you beyond simple grammar and into true rhetorical command. Remember, good writing isn't just about having great ideas, it's about connecting them logically. When you use these transition phrases correctly, you are essentially telling the reader, pay attention. Because what I am saying next relates to this point in a specific way. Mastering this technique is crucial for achieving higher scores in academic writing tasks. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is moreover. Play it again, moreover. Think of moreovers as a formal way of saying, in addition. It signals that the next piece of information is equally important and supports the point you just made. A common mistake is using it when simple coordination with and, which suffices save moreovers for true expansion of an idea. The word is, consequently. Say it again, consequently. When you use consequently, you must be certain that there is a clear cause and effect relationship. If the second statement doesn't logically flow from the first one, swapping out consequently for something like also will make your writing sound much more natural. The word is nevertheless. Say it again, nevertheless. Nevertheless is perfect for creating academic tension. It implies a concession. You acknowledge a problem or limitation, but you are going to argue past it anyway. This adds significant depth and nuance to your argument. The word is, furthermore. Say it again, furthermore. This word functions almost identically to moreover, but it often feels slightly more formal and academic. If you are writing for a highly specialized audience, using furthermores can elevate your overall tone. The word is, hence. Say it again, hence. Use hence when you are making a logical leap or deduction that follows necessarily from what has been presented. It suggests certainty in your conclusion. Be careful not to confuse it with simple sequencing words like next. The word is, conversely. Say it again, conversely. Conversely is powerful for comparison and contrast paragraphs. It doesn't just show difference, it flips the entire perspective. If you are comparing 2 opposing viewpoints, this word is your best friend. Here are 5 examples. The initial research was expensive. Moreover, it required years of dedicated manpower. Moreover, adverb. Notice how moreover expands the scope of the difficulty. The second clause wasn't just another fact. It added a layer of complexity to the first point about cost. The initial premise was sound. Consequently, the committee approved the funding proposal immediately. Consequently, adverb. Here, the relationship is crystal clear. Sound premise leads to approval. When you use consequently, make sure your reader can draw a straight line from A to B. The cost of living has increased globally. Nevertheless, local wages have remained stagnant. Nevertheless, adverb. This sentence introduces a sharp contradiction. The global trend is marked by an increase, but the localized reality defies that expectation. This contrast highlights inequality. The report highlighted poor resource allocation. Furthermore, it suggested outdated management practices. Furthermore, adverb. Using furthermore allows you to stack multiple arguments that all support the central idea of institutional failure. It maintains a consistent thread of critique. Pollution levels are rising in urban areas. Conversely, rural regions report significantly cleaner air quality. Conversely, adverb. This is a perfect example of pivoting your argument. You establish the problem in one setting and then immediately present the opposite data point from another setting for comparison. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, moreover. Furthermore, synonym. Register and emphasis. Both mean in addition, but furthermore often reads as slightly more formal. Think of moreovers for a strong, simple add-on, and furthermores when you are building a highly academic or technical argument. First, consequently. Therefore, synonym. Degree of deduction. While interchangeable in many contexts, consequently emphasizes the result of a physical or measurable event. therefore leans more toward a logical conclusion drawn from evidence. First, nevertheless, although subordinating conjunction. Grammatical structure. This is a key difference, although changes your sentence structure, requiring subordinate clauses. Nevertheless stands alone as a strong transition word, allowing you to keep two distinct, powerful sentences separate. First, hence. For example, different function. Function, conclusion versus illustration. Do not confuse a conclusion marker like hence with an illustration marker like for instance. Use for instance when you are providing evidence. And use hence only when you are stating what must logically follow. Here are 4 ways to practice. Varying placement. Don't start every sentence with a transition word. To sound sophisticated, don't overuse these words. Sometimes, restructuring your syntax or using punctuation like a semicolon followed by pause can create cohesion without needing an explicit linking phrase. The flowchart test. Map out the logic of your argument before writing. Before you write a paragraph, jot down 3 points and draw arrows between them. Label those arrows with cause, contrast, or addition. This pre-planning step guarantees logical flow. Reviewing transitions. Check your essay for repetition of linking words. A common weakness is over-relying on the same word, like using moreovers 3 times. Keep a list of synonyms and consciously rotate your choices to build variety. Mastering punctuation. Remember semicolons and commas. Most transition adverbs require specific punctuation, usually a comma after the introductory word. For example, consequently, the results were poor. Getting this grammar right signals polish to the reader. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The rise of remote work offers undeniable flexibility and saves significant time on commutes. Consequently, many workers prefer this model over returning to the office full-time. Nevertheless, some employers argue that physical presence is vital for team morale and spontaneous collaboration. Furthermore, data shows that face-to-face interaction improves creative problem-solving. Hence, a hybrid approach that balances both environments may be optimal. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means in addition to. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is furthermore. The synonym for adding more points is often needed. Here, furthermore reinforces the argument about collaboration after introducing the counter-argument, strengthening the overall persuasive tone of the text. Question 2. Use one of the target transition words in your own sentence. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the pandemic caused massive disruption. Consequently, education technology rapidly expanded. When constructing your own sentences, don't just drop the word in. Focus on creating a clear cause and effect relationship that demands the use of consequently. This shows true mastery. Improving grammatical range means moving beyond basic subject-verb-object sentences. Rather than writing simple statements repeatedly, you need to master complexity through techniques like subordination and relative clauses. Remember that IELTS rewards variation. A consistent mix of sentence types shows high control over the language. This demonstrates excellent command of English structure, directly boosting your score in grammatical range and accuracy. Think of grammatical range as showing off the size of your linguistic toolbox. If you only use hammers, you can only build simple structures. By incorporating clauses like those that start with although or which you prove to the examiner that you can handle sophisticated relationships between ideas. Here are 4 examples. Although many people oppose remote work due to concerns about collaboration, the overall increase in employee satisfaction suggests a positive shift. Starts with a dependent clause, although immediately setting up a sophisticated contrast. This structure is highly effective for academic writing. Notice how starting with although instantly elevates the tone and complexity of your opening thought. It signals to the reader that you are ready to discuss nuanced, contrasting ideas. The government should invest heavily in public transport, which reduces carbon emissions while simultaneously improving urban quality of life. uses a non-defining relative clause which, to add extra, descriptive information about the main subject without disrupting the core meaning. This is very smooth writing. Relative clauses are excellent tools for adding detail efficiently. Instead of pausing and starting a new sentence just to describe something, you can embed that description using which or who. Rarely do we see such compelling evidence linking policy changes to lifestyle improvements, making this study truly groundbreaking. Employs subject auxiliary inversion. Rarely do we see for dramatic effect and advanced grammatical flair. This is a high-level technique. Inversion, like starting with not only, immediately signals to the examiner that you possess an advanced grasp of English syntax. Use this sparingly, but when done correctly, it makes your writing memorable. Because technology has become so integral to daily life, its impact on human communication warrants deep and ongoing academic investigation. Starts with a causal dependent clause because establishing the reason for the statement before presenting the main idea. This is clear and academically formal. Opening with because or since immediately establishes causality, which is fundamental to argumentative writing. It forces you to build your argument around a specific root premise. Let's compare 4 pairs. Students need to study harder. Studying hard helps them pass the difficult exams. Because studying harder is crucial for passing these difficult exams, students must prioritize their academic commitments. Combines 2 simple sentences into one complex sentence using a subordinating conjunction, because. The weak version uses choppy, repetitive structures. The strong version effectively fuses the ideas, creating better flow and demonstrating advanced use of because to establish cause and effect. Smoking is bad for health. Many people ignore this fact. Many people tend to overlook the significant health risks associated with smoking, a habit that demands greater public awareness. Replaces 2 simple sentences with one main clause and an appositive phrase using commas for dense, sophisticated meaning delivery. Instead of stopping your sentence just to add information, the strong version uses an appositive, a habit that demands to embed detail smoothly. This is much more advanced than simple coordination. The city needs better public transport. It will reduce traffic jams. A significant improvement in public transportation is required, a measure which would significantly mitigate the severity of urban traffic congestion. Uses formal vocabulary and nominalization, turning verbs into nouns, combined with relative clauses to sound highly academic and authoritative. Notice how reduce became mitigate and traffic jams became urban traffic congestion. This linguistic shift, paired with better structure, instantly boosts your perceived proficiency. People recycle bottles. Recycling is good for the environment. Recycling plastic bottles, an action that sustains fragile ecosystems, remains a critical necessity in modern waste management strategies. Combines 2 facts into one sentence using a participial phrase, an action that sustains, placed after the subject to modify it. This is very high-level structuring. Participial phrases are incredibly efficient for writing because they allow you to describe the actions or result without needing another full clause. It's wordy but powerful. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak, comma splice, climate change is serious. We must take action now. Strong, subordinating conjunction. Since climate change is a grave issue, global communities must implement immediate and sweeping actions. A comma splice happens when you join 2 independent sentences using only a commates, grammatically incorrect. The fix here is to use a strong subordinating conjunction like since or because, which establishes the crucial logical link between your ideas. Weak comma splice run-on, the study showed excellent results. It concluded that policy changes should be made. Strong, semicolon plus conjunctive adverb, the study showed excellent results. Consequently, it concluded that policy changes should be made. When 2 full thoughts are closely related but grammatically separate, a semicolon followed by a conjunctive adverb like consequently or therefore is the perfect fix. This shows mastery of punctuation and logic. Weak, simple subject, running early in the morning helps focus the mind. Strong, fronting introductory phrase. For those who run early in the morning, the activity has been shown to significantly focus the mind. The initial sentence is simple and direct. By moving a phrase like, For those who run to the front, you shift the emphasis and immediately elevate the formality of the statement. Here are 4 ways to practice. The 3-clause rule. When outlining a paragraph of 3 key points, commit to using at least 1 introductory clause, beginning with although or because, and 1 relative clause, which or. Don't wait until the draft stage to think about complexity. Make it an active rule for your outlining phase. By planning these structures, you ensure variety is built into your argument from the start. The topic sentence transformation. Do not write the same basic idea twice. After writing a main point, rephrase it in your concluding sentence using an inversion or nominalization. This technique is brilliant for avoiding repetitive phrasing and showing depth of thought. If you state X causes Y early on, conclude by saying the causality between X and Y is evident. The meaning stays the same, but the structure changes. Varying sentence openers. Keep a list of 10 non-standard ways to begin sentences. Adverbial phrases, e.g., to what extent, prepositional phrases, or dependent clauses. When you feel stuck on how to start your next point, look at this list first. It forces you to think about the structure of the sentence rather than just the vocabulary, which is a massive leap in skill. The structural checklist. Before submitting, review your essay and highlight 3 different types of sentences: simple, compound, and complex. Ensure you have at least 2 of each. Treat this like a final proofreading step, but for grammar structure. By actively counting and checking your sentence variety, you move from hoping to be varied to knowing that you average varied. When an examiner evaluates your spoken English, they are listening for more than just correct grammar or a high vocabulary count. They are assessing cohesion and fluency, how smoothly you connect ideas together. We call this discourse management. Furthermore, examiners want to hear evidence that you can elaborate on simple points with detailed examples. This means moving beyond one-sentence answers and structuring your response fully. To boost your score significantly, focus on using signposting language. These are phrases that guide the listener through your thoughts, letting them know when you are changing topics or adding more information. Think of speaking like giving a guided tour. You don't just point at things, you tell people where to look and why it's important. Using signposting language helps build that narrative structure, making even simple answers sound organized and sophisticated. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, to give you a specific example. Say it again, to give you a specific example. Don't use this phrase just because it sounds academic. Wait until you have actually gathered your thought and need to prove it with a story or fact. It signals that the listener is about to hear concrete proof, which adds depth. The word is, I believe the key element here is. Say it again, I believe the key element here is. Instead of starting with a weak opener like I think, using phrases that point to a core concept makes your answer sound more confident and authoritative. This helps you get straight to the central idea without hesitation. The word is, thinking back about my experience. Say it again, thinking back about my experience. When answering behavioral or personal questions, always ground your response in a past event. This phrase immediately sets up a narrative structure, allowing you to tell a story that provides natural support for your main point. The word is, while I agree with that notion, it's worth considering. 5. Say it again, while I agree with that notion, it's worth considering. It is rare to have a perfect answer. This phrase allows you to show critical thinking by acknowledging the other side before gently pivoting back to your own nuanced point of view. It demonstrates intellectual flexibility. The word is, overall, taking everything into account. Say it again, overall, taking everything into account. Never let an answer trail off weakly. Always dedicate the last sentence or 2 to summarizing your main point or wrapping up your thought process. This provides a sense of completeness and leaves a strong final impression on the listener. Let's compare 4 pairs. I think it's cool. It is quite engaging. Elevate vocabulary and register. The biggest shift here isn't grammar, but word choice. Swapping simple adjectives like cools or great for more precise, nuanced vocabulary immediately raises your perceived level of competence. It was hard because I found it challenging primarily due to use formal linking verbs. When you talk about difficulty or cause, avoid simple conjunctions. Using phrases like due to or owing to signals a more mature and analytical approach to the topic. I don't know, maybe. It is difficult to say definitively, but perhaps. Use polite hedging language. In formal settings, never sound too certain. Using hedges like it seems, or perhaps allows you to offer an opinion that is considered and well thought out rather than a simple guess. So, basically, to summarize my point, use formal signposting. Never start a complex answer with casual fillers like so's, or basically use professional signposts instead. These immediately make your speech sound more deliberate and structured. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Avoid filler overload, like, I guess it was good. Better, signposting. Speaking of which, that particular experience proved quite beneficial because instead of filling silence with or like pause, a brief, confident silence is far more effective than a filler word. When you need to transition, use one of your practiced signposting phrases. Avoid grammar slip. Me and my friend went last week. Better, subject pronoun. My friend and I went there last week. This is a classic grammatical slip that even native speakers make. Remember the rule for subjects. If you can replace me and my friends with I, then you need to restructure it correctly. Avoid topic drift simplicity. My job is about working on data, so I like maths. Better, elaboration and lexis. Professionally speaking, my role involves analyzing large data sets, which appeals greatly to my aptitude for mathematics. Don't just state a fact. Connect the dots. Show why you like it by linking your job task to your skill set using sophisticated vocabulary like aptitude. This shows depth of thought. Here are 4 ways to practice. Record and review yourself. Film yourself answering a prompt. Pay attention to your pace and any distracting habits. Recording is uncomfortable, but it is the single most effective way to improve fluency because you can hear exactly where you stumble or pause unnecessarily. Listen back specifically for places where you rush through ideas. Shadowing techniques. Listen to native speakers, podcasts, TED Talks, and immediately repeat what they say, mimicking their rhythm and intonation. This isn't just reading aloud, you are training your mouth muscles. Shadowing helps internalize the natural flow of English speech, the rise and fall of pitch that makes native dialogue sound effortless. Mock interview practice. Have a partner or use an AI tool to run full, timed mock interviews on various topics. Simulating the pressure is crucial. This practice forces you to recall complex structures and vocabulary under time constraints, which replicates the actual testing environment much better than reading alone. The why rule. For every single claim you make in a response, ask yourself, why is that true, and incorporate the answer into your speaking. This simple rule forces elaboration. If you say, I like reading, don't stop there. Follow up with why, because it allows me to explore different cultures without leaving my home. This turns a short statement into a detailed paragraph. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Describe your favorite way to relax after a busy week. Always 60 words. Try to include 3 specific details about the activity and explain why it helps you de-stress. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is specific descriptive language and linking ideas together. Do not just list activities. You must describe them vividly, the scent of rain or the gentle rhythm of waves. This sensory detail gives your response color and makes it far more memorable for the examiner. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is conditional tenses or hypotheticals. If I could, To move beyond simple past tense narration, try incorporating conditional statements. For example, if I didn't have access to nature, I would feel incomplete. This shows a high level of grammatical range and abstract thinking. Part 2 requires more than just listing facts. It demands a structured story. Think of your response as having 3 distinct acts: the introduction, the body, and the conclusion. Your introduction should set the scene quickly and establish the main character or conflict. The body is where you build tension, providing specific details, sensory information, and actions that move the plot forward. Finally, wrap up with a reflection on what the experience taught you. Remember that simply ticking off all the bullet points from the prompt isn't enough. Examiners are looking for narrative fluency, meaning your story must feel natural and engaging from start to finish. By focusing on this 3-act structure, beginning, middle, end, your talk will sound cohesive and thoughtfully planned. Here are 4 examples. The air smelled sharply of salt and old wood. As I rounded the corner, the small calf materialized. A vibrant splash of color against the muted backdrop. It felt like stepping into another century. Strong opening hook using sensory detail, smell sight, to immediately engage the listener's imagination. Notice how this example doesn't just say it was pretty. Instead, it uses multiple senses: the smell, the color, the feeling of time passing. This technique instantly grounds the listener in your story and makes the opening captivating. The challenge wasn't overcoming the physical distance. It was convincing my skeptical teammates that our initial idea was viable. I spent hours compiling data graphs and rehearsing every argument until my voice was hoarse. Focuses on internal conflict and effort, man versus self-others, raising the emotional stakes of the story. A great narrative frequently involves a struggle, whether it's against people or against your own doubts. By detailing the preparation, like compiling data graphs, you show commitment and raise the perceived importance of the event. The unexpected kindness of the stranger who simply handed me a map and smiled was what truly shifted my perspective. It reminded me that connection can happen anywhere. Uses a small, specific moment, the turning point, to deliver a profound realization or moral lesson. The most advanced storytelling doesn't just recount events, it analyzes them. By dedicating the conclusion to the emotional takeaway, the lesson learned, you show critical depth and ability for reflection. Before that trip, I thought travel was purely about seeing sights. Now, I realize it's about noticing the subtle rhythms, the rhythm of a market street, or the steady beat of local music. Effective reflection, comparing before and after, understanding, showing growth in perspective. This comparison structure is powerful because it shows intellectual maturity. You aren't just telling the story, you are explaining how that experience fundamentally changed your way of thinking about a subject. Let's compare 4 pairs. It was really hot that day and I felt tired. The heat was oppressive. The air shimmered off the pavement, making every step feel like an effort against gravity. Using stronger verbs and precise adjectives to create a vivid atmosphere. Notice how we swapped vague feelings for concrete physical sensations. Instead of just saying hot, you describe the intensity using words that appeal to sight and touch. This technique instantly elevates your descriptive power. I went shopping with my friend last month. Last Saturday, we spent an afternoon wandering through the bustling artisan market downtown, browsing stalls overflowing with brightly dyed textiles and handcrafted pottery. Adding specific nouns, artisan market, textiles, pottery, and active verbs to paint a clear picture. The key difference here is specificity. By naming artisan markets rather than just shopping, you signal that you have deep vocabulary and the ability to recall memorable details. It was fun because we ate food together. We ended the evening huddled around a small table, sharing steaming bowls of local noodle soup that had complex notes of lemongrass and chili. Focusing on sensory details related to taste and smell makes the memory feel immediate and real. When describing food or meals, don't just name the dish. Describe how it smells, what textures you notice, and which specific flavors combine. This multisensory approach is highly engaging for the listener. I learned a lot from that experience. That entire journey taught me the critical importance of patience. I realized that rushing through life only makes you miss the small, beautiful details. Moving beyond a simple statement to explain what was learned and how it changed your perspective. A strong conclusion doesn't just say, "I learned." It explains the mechanism of that learning. By articulating the specific virtue, patience, resilience, etc., you demonstrate deep critical thought. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Vague, underdeveloped, and then I walked to the park and nothing happened. It was just okay. Sensory and specific. I found myself wandering through the quiet paths of the botanical garden. It was a profound sense of solitude, broken only by the distant chirping of unseen birds. The weakness here is the phrase, "nothing happened." To fix this, replace empty statements with evocative imagery. Instead of saying it was okay, describe the feeling or the fee visuals that conveyed that emotional state. Listing generalities. I liked visiting my grandparents because they are nice and they have a big house. Showing specific interactions. My grandparents' home always felt like an anchor to stability. I particularly remember sitting in their sunroom, watching them tend the vibrant rose garden together. Avoid listing adjectives like nice. Instead, show how they are nice through a small anecdote or interaction. Describing an action like tending the garden is much more compelling than just stating their quality. Defensive flat conclusion. I think this experience was good and I wouldn't change anything. Self-correction and nuance. While that day taught me resilience, if I could change one thing, it would be to have approached the conversation with less initial anxiety. Allowing for a more open dialogue. A perfect conclusion isn't just summarizing, it shows critical distance. By admitting a flaw or expressing a minor regret, you sound highly self-aware and reflective, which greatly boosts your overall score. Here are 4 ways to practice. The SCAR framework. Start with a hook, scene, build the action, conflict, detail the feeling, atmosphere, and conclude with realization, resolution. This framework is your internal roadmap. It ensures that you move beyond just telling the facts. You are managing the emotional journey of the listener through the story's rise and fall. Mandatory detail mining. Before speaking, jot down 3 specific nouns, people, places, objects, and 2 strong adjectives related to the prompt. Do not rely on general vocabulary. Forcing yourself to recall highly specific items like a rusty gate or a turquoise scar forces your brain to access richer, more detailed language under pressure. The 5-point pivots. Structure your narratives by identifying 5 points where the action shifts. Point A leads to B, which causes C, etc. This strategy is excellent for maintaining fluency. By focusing on the transition between points rather than just the points themselves, you create natural speaking momentum. Emotional signposting. Explicitly signal shifts in mood. Initially, I felt nervous, or suddenly, a sense of calm washed over me. Don't assume the listener knows your emotional landscape. By using phrases like this, you are guiding their attention, making your storytelling feel much more dramatic and controlled. Stress refers to giving greater emphasis to a specific syllable within a word. It's not just about loudness, it changes the entire musicality of your speech. Rhythm is how those stressed syllables are distributed throughout a phrase, creating a predictable beat. Intonation, on the other hand, is the rise and fall of pitch across an utterance. Think of English like musicite has natural beats and melodies. When you emphasize one syllable correctly, it can completely change the word's meaning or even its grammatical function. Practice identifying where the strong beat falls in longer words to sound more natural. Let's go through 6 words. For each word I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is bit. Say it again, bit. Say this word quickly, keeping the vowel sound clipped and short. Notice how your jaw barely moves during that central I sound. This short duration is key to distinguishing it from its longer counterpart. The word is beat. Say it again, beat. For this word, you need to hold that E sound for a noticeable length of time. Focus on spreading your lips into a wide smile while making the air flow steadily. The difference in vowel duration is what makes these two words distinct. The word is pilot. Say it again, pilot. Pay close attention to the initial syllable here. The stress placement on pies makes the word instantly recognizable as a person who flies planes. Try exaggerating the start of the word slightly while keeping the end quick. The word is photographer. Say it again, photographer. This word is much longer and the emphasis falls midway through. We want to make sure your voice naturally rises in pitch right before that stressed middle section. Don't try to give equal weight to every single syllable. The word is library. Say it again, library. Remember that stress pattern on the very first syllable. This strong opening helps guide a listener to correctly identify the purpose of the word. It gives the word its primary rhythm and punch. The word is dictionary. Say it again, dictionary. This one is a great example of compounding rhythm. The stress on dics establishes the word's beat right away. Try saying it as two distinct beats, D-I-C-H-A, nary. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, compliment. Compare it with compliment. Think of the meaning first. The difference between compliments and compliments is primarily one of stress, which affects pronunciation. Compliment involves completing something else, while compliment is purely a statement of praise. Using both correctly significantly boosts your vocabulary precision. First, library. Compare it with librarian. Identify the job versus the place. This pair highlights how stress can change what a word means entirely, or even who that word refers to. Remember, library is the building and librarian is the professional working inside it. First, affect. Compare it with affect. Affecting a feeling versus an outcome. This pair confuses many learners because they sound similar. A good memory trick is that A for affect, as in the verb meaning to influence something. Use E for effect, which is typically the noun describing the result. First, borrow. Compare it with lend. The sound of taking versus giving. When you borrow money, your mouth makes a rounded or sound. When someone lends it to you, the short E gives that word a completely different rhythm and feel. Focus on making that initial vowel difference very clear. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Wrong, predict. Right, predict. Many people struggle with the stress pattern in this word. The correct pronunciation is to heavily emphasize the second syllable, making it sound like predict. Avoid giving equal weight to both syllables. Wrong, embarrassed. Right, embarrassed. This is more of a tricky spelling error, but it impacts rhythm. The key is to pronounce the double S sound clearly and maintain smooth airflow. Don't let your speech stumble over those repeated letters. Wrong, schedule. Right, schedule. Finally, remember that schedule could be pronounced in 2 ways depending on your region. Practice switching between the US and UK versions to expand your rhythmic flexibility. Listen closely to native speakers for both patterns. Here are 4 ways to practice. Tongue twisters. Saying these phrases quickly. Tongue twisters force your mouth muscles to move rapidly and precisely, building muscle memory. Don't worry about speed at first, focus purely on articulation clarity. Gradually increase the pace until you achieve a smooth flow. Minimal pair repetition. Rapidly switching between words. These drills are excellent for training your ear and your mouth simultaneously. Listen to a native speaker model the pairs, then immediately repeat them after them. This mimics real-life conversation flow. Shadowing technique. Repeating speech immediately after hearing it. This is one of the most effective techniques for improving rhythm and intonation naturally. Find a podcast or video and try to speak along with the speaker, matching their pitch changes exactly. Think of yourself as an echo. Mirror work. Watching your mouth physically. Sometimes we need to see our own speech patterns to fix them. Use a mirror while practicing the vowel sounds and specific consonants. This visual feedback will help you refine the exact shape of your mouth for clarity. Academic vocabulary refers to the specialized language frequently used in university-level texts and scholarly discussions. It moves beyond everyday conversation and addresses concepts across various disciplines like science, history, or economics. Learning these words helps you sound more authoritative and precise when writing papers or giving presentations. Think of academic vocabulary not just as a list of difficult words to memorize. Instead, view it as equipping yourself with specialized tools for thought. Knowing the right word allows you to articulate complex ideas efficiently, making your arguments much clearer and more sophisticated to your audience. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is implicate. Say it again, implicate. When using implicate, remember that it often carries a sense of suggestion or circumstantial connection rather than direct accusation. You are suggesting a link was made, not stating it as absolute fact. Focus on pairing this verb with nouns like evidence or circumstance. The word is paradigm. Say it again, paradigm. A paradigm is much broader than just a trend. It represents an entire foundational worldview or structure. If you are discussing how things fundamentally changed, like moving from gas-powered cars to electric ones, that's where the word paradigm belongs. The word is substantiate. Say it again, substantiate. Substantiate is a powerful verb that means more than simply prove. It implies providing solid, verifiable material data, research, testimonials, support, and assertion. If the argument needs backup documentation, use this word. The word is inherent. Say it again, inherent. Think of inherent as describing something that simply is there, naturally belonging to the object or concept. We use it when the characteristic cannot be removed. It's part of its very makeup. If you can remove the trait without changing the subject entirely, it is probably not inherent. The word is comprehend. Say it again, comprehend. While understand is fine for everyday chat, comprehend suggests a deeper, intellectual grasping of a concept or text. It implies mental effort and full assimilation of information. You are showing that you didn't just hear the words, you processed the meaning. The word is analyze. Say it again, analyze. Analyze is essential whenever you are tasked with deconstruction or deep study. It means systematically breaking something down, be it data, literature, or an argumento, understand its constituent pieces and how they interact. Here are 5 examples. The findings did not substantiate the initial hypothesis regarding climate change patterns. Substantiate verb. Notice how substantiate requires a preceding claim or idea that needs support. The results simply fail to provide the necessary material evidence, which is key for academic report writing. We must analyze the historical context before determining if the current situation represents a paradigm shift. Analyze, VT, paradigm, paradigm. Here we see 2 words working together. You first analyze, break down the history to determine if it fits into a new paradigms, a new model. This sequence is very common in humanities essays. The inherent complexity of quantum physics makes it difficult for students to fully comprehend. Inherent adj, comprehend v. This example highlights how inherent modifies a characteristic. The difficulty is part of the subject itself. It's not that the professor taught it badly. It's an inherent quality of the topic. New evidence began to implicate older theories as incomplete or outdated. Implicate verb. Implicates is used here to show that new information casts doubt on old ideas. The implication suggests a relationship of inadequacy or incompleteness. Successful scholars must constantly analyze diverse sources to develop comprehensive arguments. Analyze vi. This sentence emphasizes the continuous action required by advanced learners. Analyzing is not a one-time event, it's an ongoing process of intellectual critical thinking. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, examine. Compare it with analyze. General inspection versus systematic breakdown. Examine is often a physical or simple look, like examining a rock sample under glass. Analyze, however, requires intellectual effort. You are dissecting the components of an idea to understand their relationship. First, understand. Compare it with comprehend. Casual grasp versus deep mental assimilation. If you say, I understand, it can be vague. If you use I comprehend, you are promising the listener that you have processed the concept at a deeper intellectual level. It suggests mastery. First, prove. Compare it with substantiate. To show truth versus to provide supporting evidence. Prove implies absolute certainty, which is rare in academia. Substantiate, however, correctly suggests that you are providing solid material backing the data points or sources that support a claim. First, similar. Compare it with analogous. General resemblance versus structural parallel. Similar can relate to surface appearance, while analogous relates to function or structure. If two different systems operate using the same underlying logic or mechanism, they are analogous. Here are 4 ways to practice. Collocation mapping. Group words that naturally occur together, e.g., inherent risk, analyze data. Do not ever learn a word in isolation. Always learn it with the nouns and verbs that commonly pair with it. By building these word chunks or collocations, your speech will instantly sound much more native and academic. Thematic word lists. Organize vocabulary by topic, e.g., all words related to economics. When you are studying for a specific field, grouping vocabulary like this helps build semantic networks in your brain. This contextual learning makes the recall process much easier when you actually have to write about that topic. Active recall, the Feynman technique. Pretend to teach the concept using only your new academic words. This is perhaps the most effective technique. Don't just read the definition. Force yourself to explain the meaning of paradigm out loud as if you were teaching it to a beginner. This deep retrieval effort solidifies memory dramatically. Controlled output practice. Write and record short opinion pieces, 150 words, incorporating specific target vocabulary. The ultimate goal is production, not recognition. Writing small essays that force you to use these advanced academic words in context ensures they become part of your active, usable vocabulary. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The committee initially planned a traditional model for campus life. However, recent global events forced them to analyze this assumption entirely. They realized that the inherent structure of face-to-face learning was insufficient. To move forward, they proposed shifting the entire academic paradigm toward hybrid methods, which required the board to substantiate their claims with complex data modeling. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means a foundational model or worldview. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is paradigm. Context here is key. The committee wasn't just changing minor rules, they were talking about shifting the entire way things operated, which signals a shift in the fundamental paradigm. Question 2. Use inherence in your own sentence describing a natural characteristic. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the inherent joy of reading is something I cannot explain with logic. When you use inherent, always think about the trait being inseparable from the subject. Practicing this makes sure you are using it as an adjective that describes an intrinsic quality, not just any random characteristic. We are focusing on 3 powerful perfect tenses: present perfect, past perfect, and future perfect. The present perfect connects the past to the present. It describes experiences that happened at an unspecified time up until now, often using since or. 4. The past perfect is used when one action in the past happened before another, completed action in the past tense, your past of the past. The future perfect tells us about an action that will be completely finished by a specific point in the future. Think of these tenses as time bridges. The present perfect constantly links something old to something new, while the past perfect helps you organize stories with multiple historical events. Understanding which bridge to use is key to sounding fluent and precise. Here are 5 examples. I have lived in this city since I was a child. Present perfect. Duration. Notice how since anchors this action to the present moment. We use the present perfect because the state of living here started in the past and continues right up until now. By the time she arrived, we had already eaten dinner. Past perfect action before another past action. This sentence uses two past actions. The past perfect shows that eating happened entirely in the past, preceding her arrival, making it the earlier event. By next month, she will have completed her degree. Future perfect, completion by a future time. The phrase by next month sets the deadline. The future perfect tells us that the completion of the degree is guaranteed before that specific point in the future. They haven't visited Paris yet. Present perfect, unfinished experience. When we use yet, it implies that something is expected or planned for the future. The present perfect keeps this possibility open and relevant to today. We realized he had changed his mind about the trip. Past perfect, state change in the past. The main action is realizing in the simple past. The past perfect describes the state of mind changing his mind that existed before that realization happened. Let's compare four pairs. Simple past, I saw the film. Present perfect, I have seen the film. Completion versus experience, time span. The simple past gives a definite, finished time you are talking about one specific viewing. The present perfect is broader. It just says you have the experience of seeing it sometime. Simple past, when I got home. Past perfect, I realized they had left. Sequence of past events, action A versus action B. Remember, the past perfect is always for the event that happens first in a story. It helps your listener track complex timelines smoothly. Present perfect, I have worked here. Simple past, I worked here. Continuing action versus finished period. If you use the simple past, you must specify a time frame that is over, like I worked there for 5 years. Otherwise, stick with present perfect. Past simple. By midnight, I finish my report. Future perfect. By midnight, I will have finished my report. Predicting completion. When predicting an endpoint in the future, we need will have past participle. This structure is essential for setting deadlines or expected outcomes. Fill in the blank with the correct form of the verb provided. She visit the museum many times since she moved to London. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is has visited. The clue here is since, which signals an action that started in the past and continues its relevance right up until now. This requires the present perfect tense. By 2025, they live in this neighborhood for decades. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is will have lived. The phrase by 2025 establishes a specific future deadline. Since the action will be completed by that point, we must use the future perfect tense. I finally found out that he called me right before I left. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is had called. When you have two past actions, the calling and your leaving, you need the past perfect for the action that occurred earliest. It helps structure the sequence of events. We not see such a beautiful sunset before tonight. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is have not seen. The key phrase, before tonight, indicates an experience up to this point in time. We use the present perfect because the lack of experience is relevant right now. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Incorrect, I have been here for 2 hours yesterday. Correct, I was here for 2 hours yesterday. The problem is the time marker yesterday. Any specific finished time point requires the simple past tense. You cannot mix present perfect with a definite past date. Incorrect. When we arrived at the house, they ate dinner already. Correct. When we arrived at the house, they had already eaten dinner. The past perfect is necessary here because eating happens before your arrival. It clearly establishes that one action was completed prior to another key moment in the narrative. Incorrect. By next week, I finish this report. Correct. By next week, I will have finished this report. When you use by to set a deadline in the future, your verb must carry that predictive weight. A simple past simply cannot look into the future. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Read this short passage about a researcher's discovery. Your task is to identify all the perfect tenses and explain their function in setting the timeline. Question 1. Find and correct the grammar error in this sentence. She has traveled to Asia, but she did not see the Taj Mahal until last year. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, she had not seen the Taj Mahal before she visited it last year. Correcting did not seize implies a lack of prior experience relative to the main narrative. The original sentence mixes tenses awkwardly. By using past perfect, we clarify that the lack of seeing the Taj Mahal was an established state before her visit. This tightens the historical flow. Question 2. Write your own sentence describing a life goal using this grammar point, future perfect. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, by the time I retire, I will have written 3 novels. Model answers should always include a specific future marker like by the time, or when. This forces you to anchor your achievement to a definite endpoint. The most common mistake test takers make is assuming that speed equals performance. IELTS requires more than just fast answers. It demands strategic pacing across all 4 skills. Mastering time management means understanding how to allocate your limited minutes efficiently, recognizing when to skim and when to deeply analyze. We are not looking for perfect knowledge, but for consistent productivity from start to finish. Remember that time management is fundamentally about resource allocation, much like budgeting money. If you spend too long on one difficult question in the reading module, you've effectively stolen valuable time from 3 easier questions later on. Our goal is always efficient distribution of effort. Here are 5 examples. Reading, allocate time by pre-reading the passage and identifying key question types first. Do this before tackling any specific questions in the passage. Don't jump straight into finding answers. By quickly surveying the article first, you build a mental map of the topic and vocabulary, which makes locating specific information later much faster. Writing task 1. Dedicate 5 minutes solely to structuring your report's paragraphs. Outline your introduction, overview, body paragraph 1 and body paragraph 2 before writing a single word. The outline is your scaffold. If you spend those initial 5 minutes planning the flow, what data goes where, you eliminate time wasted staring at a blank page or second-guessing transitions. Listening. Use the gaps between sections to predict vocabulary and grammatical structures. Instead of resting, actively think about what kind of word is missing, e.g. a date, an adjective, or a proper noun. This active anticipation technique keeps your brain engaged even when you are not hearing the audio. It trains your ear to listen for specific types of information rather than just general sound. Speaking. When pausing, use abridging statements instead of complete silence. Instead of say, that's an interesting point, because I believe, or to elaborate on that idea. The goal when pausing is not just to buy time, it is to sound articulate and thoughtful. Bridging statements demonstrate fluency while giving your brain a fraction of a second to formulate the next complex thought. Test simulation. Practice full module tests under strict, timed conditions with defined breaks. Mimic the test environment exactly, including the provided rest periods and transition times. Simulating the actual experience is crucial because it builds endurance. It teaches your body and mind how to switch gears between modules without losing momentum or pace. Let's compare 4 pairs. 1. Focusing on the easiest questions first and leaving difficult ones until the end. Tackling a mix of easy, medium, and hard questions in sequence to maintain cognitive momentum. The key mindset shift. A high scorer understands that mental stamina is finite. By mixing difficulty levels, they prevent themselves from getting stuck in an overly challenging section, ensuring sustained focus. Reading, stopping to check every single word or detail for absolute certainty. Accepting good enough, answers quickly and moving on, saving detailed review only for the end. Perfectionism is a time killer. High scorers know that getting 80% of the questions right with speed is far better than spending all your time trying to achieve 100% and failing in the last 10 minutes. Writing, spending too much time perfecting vocabulary choice in the introduction. Getting a clear, simple thesis statement down quickly and immediately focusing on developing strong supporting arguments in the body. The core of your essay's score rests in the development and logical connection of ideas. Don't let stylistic perfectionism distract you from building a robust argument. Speaking, panicking when asked an unfamiliar or unexpected question. Buying time with a structured filler phrase while gathering thoughts, then delivering a well-paced answer. Handling the unknown is part of the test. The most important skill in that moment isn't knowing the perfect vocabulary, it's demonstrating control and composure. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Reducing careless errors. When time is rushed, simple errors creep in, costing valuable points. A well-paced candidate reserves the final minutes for a rapid review. This structured pause allows you to catch those small slip-ups, the misplaced article or misspelled word that automatically lower your score. Maintaining cognitive stamina. Sustained effort across 60 minutes prevents burnout and mental fatigue. Think of the test as a marathon, not a sprint. By managing your energy expenditure evenly throughout all modules, you ensure that your focus remains sharp right up until the last question. Demonstrating command over language. Controlled pacing looks professional and authoritative to the examiner. It's not just about answering correctly, it's about how you manage your time that shows command. A candidate who speaks or writes with measured confidence reads as much more proficient. Here are 4 ways to practice. Timed section drills. Practice specific sections, e.g., only matching headings in reading under severe time limits. Don't just take full tests, isolate your weaknesses and drill them with a stopwatch. This builds muscle memory for efficiency and helps you recognize when a question is taking up disproportionate effort. The zero draft outline. Before writing task 2, spend exactly 3 minutes creating a bulleted plan of your argument. This forces discipline and ensures that the ideas you are about to write are fully formed before you start drafting. It's the most critical pre-writing habit. Controlled pausing practice. Record yourself speaking for 3 minutes, but every time you pause naturally, force a short filler phrase. This is mental role-playing. It helps normalize the feeling of needing to fill space while ensuring that what comes out sounds natural and conversational, not forced. Post-test time audit. After every practice test, write down how much time you spent on each question and whether the effort yielded results. This critical metacognitive step allows you to objectively grade your own pacing. You will quickly identify patterns where you spend too much time for too little gain. When we feel stressed, our breathing naturally becomes shallow and fast. This is often called chest breathing. To combat anxiety, we need to retrain ourselves to breathe deeply using the diaphragm. Imagine placing one hand on your chest and the other just below your ribs. When you take a breath, you want only the lower hand to move outward, expanding your abdomen. This diaphragmatic technique signals to your nervous system that you are safe. Remember that deep breathing isn't just a relaxation trick, it's a physiological signal. By engaging the diaphragm, we activate the parasympathetic nervous system, the body's natural braking system. This directly counteracts the fight or flight response triggered by stress hormones like adrenaline. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is recall. Say it again, recall. When saying this word, make sure the first syllable is quick and followed by a sustained or sound. Practice it slowly at first, focusing on keeping the vowel consistent throughout the word. The word is clear. Say it again, clear. The key difference here is that recall uses a retracted vowel, while clear requires your mouth to stretch into an open, horizontal shape. Exaggerate the openness of your jaw when you say this word. The word is focus. Say it again, focus. Pay attention to that final syllable. It's not just a quick kex, it needs a clear, crisp sound that shows your focus is complete. Think of smoothly guiding the air out as you finish the word. The word is breathe. Say it again, breathe. This is a unique sound because it uses the voiced th, which requires your tongue to lightly touch behind your top teeth. It feels different from saying a standards or z's. Keep that vibration going throughout the word. The word is panic. Say it again, panic. This word is often rushed when we are nervous. When you say it, force yourself to draw out each vowel sound just a little bit longer than normal. This helps stabilize the rhythm and makes the pronunciation feel more deliberate. The word is calm. Say it again, calm. To achieve a truly calm delivery, start with a relaxed facial expression. And don't tense your jaw or squint when you say it. Let the sound flow out easily, as if you are talking to a friend in a quiet moment. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, remember. Compare it with recommend. Listen for the vowel change in the middle. The confusion often lies in the second syllable. In remember, that sound is shorter and more clipped. For recommend, you need a slightly longer, more open vowel sound to differentiate it clearly. First, anxiety. Compare it with emergency. Notice the stress pattern. The placement of the main emphasis completely changes the word. For anxiety, the focus is on the second syllable, while in emergency, it lands firmly on the third syllable. Stress guides the rhythm. First, consider it. Compare it with concentrate. Pay attention to the vowel before the final n. This is a tricky pair because they look similar but have very different internal vowels. When you say considerate, slightly open your mouth on that first syllable, unlike when you are focusing deeply. First, strategy. Compare it with stegegi. The middle vowel sound is key. The correct word uses a short R sound in the second syllable. Many people mistakenly insert an extra syllable or change that initial vowel, which throws off the entire rhythm of the word. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Wrong, thoroughly. Right, throughly. Many people drop the initial sound because they are speaking quickly. Remember that this word starts with a voiced dental fricative, which is where your tongue gently vibrates against your teeth. Wrong, relaxing. Right, relaxes. A frequent error when speaking under pressure is omitting the final consonant cluster. When you say relaxes, make sure that distinct sound at the very end does not fade away. Wrong, mindset. Right, mindset. This is a common lexical error. While the 2 words mean similar things, mindset must be written and spoken as a single compound word to convey that integrated concept. Here are 4 ways to practice. The S sound flow drill. 6 slippery seals swam swiftly south. Tongue twisters are excellent for physical warming up. The goal isn't necessarily to speak fast, but to maintain crystal clear articulation on every single consonant sound without stumbling. Minimal pair. Listening. Listen for the difference between assess and excess. This exercise is fantastic for improving auditory discrimination. You are training your ear to hear subtle differences that you might otherwise miss, which helps boost confidence in understanding native speech. Shadowing technique. Listen to a calm expert discussing test preparation and repeat immediately. Shadowing means repeating what you hear almost simultaneously with the source speaker. This technique forces your mouth muscles to mimic natural speed and rhythm, improving fluency dramatically. The mirror drill. Watch your mouthing while reading challenging sentences. Use a mirror to physically observe how your lips, tongue, and jaw are moving. Seeing the movements helps you self-correct for sloppy articulation or overly tense facial muscles. Listening is often misunderstood as simply hearing, but effective communication requires active listening, a focused, intentional process of receiving and interpreting what is said. The biggest challenge we face is the natural tendency to rehearse our own response while the other person is still speaking. This mental preparation is a common trap that causes us to miss key details or misunderstand the speaker's intent completely. To combat this, always focus on the message itself, not just formulating your reply. Instead, practice summarizing what you hear in your head before reacting. Remember that active listening goes far beyond simply paying attention. It requires cognitive effort. When we are distracted by our own thoughts, we engage in selective hearing, where we only catch the words that confirm what we already believe. To truly master this skill, try paraphrasing instructions or summarizing complex conversations out loud to yourself. You are about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. Dr. Anya Sharma explained that when processing fast-paced dialogue, listeners often make a common error, anticipating the conclusion too quickly. She advises us to slow down our internal monologue and focus instead on conjunctions and transitional phrases like however or. On the other hand, these words are critical signposts because they signal shifts in thought or opposing ideas. For instance, if someone says, "It was great, however, it lacked detail," that however is your cue to stop assuming everything was perfect. You must wait for the contrast. Furthermore, she noted that emotional context plays a role. Sometimes, the tone of voice conveys more meaning than the actual words spoken. We need to listen with our whole selves, not just our ears. Question 1. What specific linguistic tools did Dr. Sharma recommend paying attention to? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is conjunctions and transitional phrases like however or on the other hand. This question targets a deep understanding of discourse markers. Knowing these signal words allows you to predict shifts in meaning, which is a key skill for advanced listening comprehension. Question 2. According to Dr. Sharma, what common error do listeners make when processing fast dialogue? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is anticipating the conclusion too quickly. This wasn't just testing recall, it tested your ability to pinpoint a specific piece of advice or warning within the passage. Focus on understanding the why behind the information. Question 3. Besides the words spoken, what else does Dr. Sharma advise listeners to consider? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the emotional context conveyed by the speaker's tone of voice. This reminds us that listening is multimodal. We aren't just processing sound waves, we are interpreting human communication, which includes pitch, speed, and emotion. Here are 5 examples. Anticipating the conclusion. The trap of assuming what will come next, mentally rushing to an answer. This phrase describes a cognitive bias in listening. Recognizing when you are anticipating means you need to consciously pause and absorb all details, even if they seem unnecessary. Transitional phrases. Words or phrases that connect ideas, e.g., however, furthermore. These are the signposts of speech. When you hear a phrase like, on the other hand, your brain must immediately prepare for a contrasting idea rather than just continuing the previous thought. Emotional context. The underlying feeling or tone that modifies the literal meaning of the words. A speaker might use positive words in a negative tone. Paying attention to emotional context means you are listening with empathy and critical judgment, not just academically. Internal monologue. The constant stream of thoughts happening inside your head. This is the mental noise that gets in the way of listening. Being aware of your internal monologues is the first step to quieting it down and focusing outward on the speaker. Conjunctions. Words like but or because that join words, phrases, or clauses. While straightforward grammatically, in listening, conjunctions are crucial map points. They tell you how the speaker's idea is structured there. They adding information, contrasting it, or listing items. Listen again and fill in the missing words. Dr. Sharma taught us that we must stop blank our own response while listening. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is rehearsing. The word rehearsing here means practicing in your mind, which is precisely the mental trap we discussed. It's important to distinguish between simply thinking about a topic and actively preparing speech. Pay close attention to blank words like however or furthermore. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is transitional. Remember transitional? These are the structural elements that give flow to complex ideas. If you miss one, you might lose the entire thread of the speaker's logic. The tone gives us insight into the blank context. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is emotional. Focusing on emotional context helps us move past literal word meanings. Sometimes, what is notic, said the hesitation or the sigh, is the most important information. By practicing deep focus, we can defeat the trap of blank too quickly. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is anticipating. This wraps up our main concept. Anticipating is a mental habit that needs retraining. Whenever you feel yourself jumping ahead to an answer, pause and take a breath. That physical action helps reset your focus. Here are 4 ways to practice. Active note-taking. Don't write down every word. Focus on keywords, main arguments, and structural points like cause and effect. When taking notes in a real conversation, you are not writing for yourself. You are capturing the speaker's structure of thought. Use symbols and abbreviations to keep up with the pace without missing core ideas. Paraphrasing and summarizing. After listening to a segment, pause and summarize it aloud or in writing using your own words. This strategy forces you out of passive reception. By paraphrasing, you prove to yourself that you have correctly identified the core meaning, which solidifies retention. Shadowing techniques. Listen to native speakers and immediately repeat exactly what they say, mimicking intonation and rhythm. While often used for pronunciation, shadowing is excellent for rhythm. It trains your auditory processing centers to match the natural speed and cadence of fluent speech. Pre-listening prediction. This technique primes your brain. Instead of starting from zero, you give your mind hooks, mental frameworks onto which the new information can attach itself, making comprehension easier. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Many students struggle with lectures because the pace is so quick. To keep up, it helps to recognize that professors often use signposting language to guide you through multiple concepts. For example, phrases like moving on or to reiterate signal a major shift in topic. If the speaker says, now, concerning the economic impact, we see, they are specifically isolating one area of discussion for clarity. Another trap is getting lost in jargon. When unfamiliar vocabulary appears, resist the urge to stop and look it up immediately. Instead, try to infer its meaning from the surrounding context clues given by the professor or lecturer. Question 1. What function do signposting phrases like moving on serve in a lecture? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is they signal a major shift or transition between different concepts or topics. This emphasizes that these academic cues are your structural guide. They act as internal road signs, telling you exactly where the professor is going next. Question 2. When encountering unfamiliar jargon during a lecture, what strategy should students employ? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is they should try to infer the meaning from the surrounding context clues. This skill of contextual inference is vital. It means trusting your overall understanding even if you don't know one specific word. The story still makes sense. In reading comprehension, a distractor is any piece of information that seems important but is actually irrelevant to answering the specific question. These details are designed to pull your focus away from the central point. To combat this, you must train yourself to search for the thesis statement or the main claim. Always ask, what is the author trying to prove? The answer to that question is your guiding star. It's crucial to understand that distractors aren't necessarily wrong. They are just peripheral. Think of reading like solving a geometry problem. You need all the right tools, but only one specific measurement will solve the equation. By practicing this filtration process, you improve your ability to focus under pressure. Here are 4 examples. While early studies focused on diet, modern research emphasizes the role of gut microbiome diversity. The key shift is visible here from diets to gut microbiome. This signals a change in focus. Notice how the author uses transition phrases like modern research emphasizes. These markers often signal that the text is moving away from an old concept to introduce a more current and therefore more important point. For instance, consuming fermented foods greatly improves bacterial balance. This sentence provides specific evidence supporting the main shift, microbiome diversity. This is a perfect example of support detail. If your question asks for this primary focus of the article, you ignore this specific food item and stick to the overall concept of bacterial balance. However, simply adding probiotics might not be enough. The word, however, signals a counter-argument or a critical qualification of the previous point. Words like, however, nevertheless, and although are powerful signposts. They alert you that the author is about to complicate or refine their argument, which is where the real test often lies. Therefore, a balanced approach integrating diet and lifestyle changes remains paramount. This concluding sentence synthesizes all points into one single main takeaway. When you see summarizing language like therefore or in conclusion, stop. The text is forcing you to synthesize the argument. This final statement usually contains the most valuable, non-distracting information. Let's compare 4 pairs. Skimming overview, deep reading, detail analysis. Remember that skimming is about the map, not the territory. You are looking for navigational signpost headings, introductions, and conclusions. Do grasp the overall structure quickly. Skimming overview, deep reading, detail analysis. When you are skimming, your eyes move rapidly across the page. When deep reading for a specific detail, your pace slows right down to savoring each key word. Focus on keywords. Identify tone. Question. If the question asks, "What is this passage about?" you need keywords. If it asks, "Why did the author write this?" you need to analyze the tone and purpose. Recognizing thesis statements. Filtering supporting evidence. The thesis is your anchor. It stays put. The evidence supporting it is what moves around, making it the distractor you must learn to filter out. Complete the summary using words from the passage. Select the most impactful vocabulary. While details are informative, grasping the primary OTS RCs is key to answering comprehension questions. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is main idea. The word primary suggests importance, forcing you to look past descriptive words. It signals that the concept itself, the main idea, is what carries the most weight. You must resist the urge to get stuck on minor facts or specific AMG. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is details. Details are necessary for depth, but they are distraction when you only need a broad understanding. Recognizing minor facts is the first step toward ignoring them. Instead, look for the author's central argument or overall. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is claim. The word central points directly to the heart of the passage. Focusing on the claim means identifying what the text ultimately asserts as true. This process, known as filtering distractors, greatly improves your reading. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is comprehension. Comprehension is not just about decoding words, it's about constructing meaning. When you filter out the noise, the signal true comprehension becomes crystal clear. Here are 4 ways to practice. Pre-read for context clues. Before reading, look at headings, subheadings, and any bolded terms. This sets your mind for the main topic. Don't dive in cold. A quick scan of the structure acts like a mental GPS system telling you what general subject matter to expect, which immediately reduces the impact of random details. Use annotation markers actively. As you read, use sticky notes or highlighters differently. Highlight the main argument in yellow and supporting evidence only in blue. Dividing your focus visually helps train your brain to categorize information instantly. This physical act of marking reinforces the difference between what is essential and what is supplementary. Practice questioning the text. After reading each paragraph, pause and summarize it aloud in one sentence. Force yourself to find that single core takeaway. This habit of self-testing prevents passive reading. If you can't reduce a paragraph into its essence, it means you've likely gotten lost in the supporting details. Connect back to the prompt. Before answering any question, reread the original prompt and keep that specific query in your mind. Everything else is suspect. Treat the test question as a spotlight. It illuminates only one spot on the page. If a piece of text doesn't help you answer that precise question, consider it noise. Developing sophisticated vocabulary is not about using the longest words, it's about precision. It means selecting the most appropriate word for a specific context, an academic register. Instead of just finding synonyms, you must focus on collocation swords that naturally go together. For instance, we say mitigate risk, not make less risk. Furthermore, variety requires understanding nuance, knowing when to use an adjective versus a noun form. Remember that vocabulary sophistication is fundamentally about impact and appropriateness. IELTS evaluators look for lexical resource. Can you build complex ideas using precise language? Don't just memorize lists. Practice embedding these high-level words naturally into full sentences related to common academic topics like climate change or urban development. Here are 4 examples. The proliferation of digital media has profoundly altered traditional educational paradigms. Effective use of Latinate academic nouns and verbs, proliferation, paradigm. Notice how proliferation instantly suggests rapid growth in quantity. By using this word instead of simply saying a lot, you signal that you are operating at a high, disciplinary level of English. This single word choice elevates the entire sentence. Policymakers must implement robust strategies to mitigate the escalating effects of global warming. Using strong collocations, mitigate escalating effects, and precise adjectives, robust. Collocation is crucial here. We don't just reduce problems, we mitigate risks. Pairing robust with strategies shows a natural, educated grasp of the subject matter. Always check which nouns commonly pair with your chosen verbs. The economic downturn necessitates a comprehensive reallocation of global resources. Formal register and high-level abstract nouns, downturn, reallocation. In academic writing, abstract concepts are often best handled by formal noun phrases. Reallocation is much stronger than saying moving money. It suggests a planned, systemic shift which fits the tone of an essay analyzing global economics. Critics argue that consumerism has fostered a detrimental reliance on material goods. Strong verb-noun pairing fostered detrimental reliance and academic tone. The phrase fostered a detrimental reliance is much more sophisticated than saying made people too dependent. It shows the process of development, that consumerism actively nurtured this bad habit. This level of descriptive verb use makes your argument feel deeper. Let's compare 4 pairs. The government needs to make people use less plastic. Governments must enforce measures designed to curb single-use plastic consumption. Shift from simple action verbs make to formal academic phrasing, enforce, curb. See the difference between a direct plea and an authoritative statement. The strong version uses must enforce, which is more objective and policy-focused, fitting the tone of an argumentative essay. It sounds like it came from a think tank report. It is good for cities to have better public transport. Improving urban mobility to enhanced public transit infrastructure offers significant ecological advantages. Replace vague adjectives, good, with specific, high-level nouns and academic phrasing, ecological advantages. the word good is almost always too weak for IELTS. Instead, identify what it is good for. Is it environmentally sound? Is it economically beneficial? Being specific allows you to use much higher vocabulary. Lots of people buy stuff because they feel depressed. Increased material consumption might serve as a temporary palliative measure against psychological distress. Elevate the discussion from personal feeling, depressed, to formal academic terminology, psychological distress, palliative. Academic writing requires emotional concepts to be discussed impersonally. Instead of stating, people feel bad, we frame it as a condition like psychological distress. This detachment makes your argument sound more objective and scholarly. The problem is that people don't care about the environment enough. A pervasive deficit in environmental consciousness presents a significant obstacle to sustainable development. Replace direct accusations, don't care, with objective, abstract nouns, deficit, consciousness. Avoid blaming or judging. When arguing academic points, you must maintain an objective tone. By using deficit in environmental consciousness, you are describing a measurable lack of care rather than criticizing people directly. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak, the climate change is a big problem for the world. Strong, climate change presents an existential threat to global ecosystems. This mistake involves being too simplistic. We need powerful synonyms and appropriate collocations. Using existential threat immediately raises the stakes of your argument, linking it directly to survival rather than just difficulty. Weak, we should do something about pollution right now. Strong, immediate intervention is warranted to curb escalating levels of industrial pollution. Notice the switch from personal suggestion we should to formal recommendation. Intervention is warranted. This impersonal structure makes your advice sound authoritative and well-researched, which marks a significant improvement in register. Weak. Because of money problems, countries can't build new schools. Strong fiscal constraints often impede national development goals, resulting in underinvestment in educational infrastructure. Here we fix 2 things, the passive voice and the simple vocabulary. Instead of money problems, use fiscal constraints. This small change signals a precise understanding of economic terminology, which is vital for academic writing. Here are 4 ways to practice. The topic word map. When you see a topic like housing, list not just synonyms but related concepts, economic factors, social impact, infrastructure, affordability. Don't just brainstorm nouns. Create thematic clusters of vocabulary. If your core idea is affordability, pull associated words like fiscal burden, disparity, and market volatility. This gives you rich material to build complex sentences. Adopt the academic thesaurus. Instead of using general dictionaries, use specialized academic thesauri or collocation databases. They guide you toward natural word pairings. A basic dictionary might give you 10 synonyms for big. An academic resource will suggest words that fit the E-tone, like suggesting vast or substantial rather than just large. Always write down the required preposition that accompanies the new word. Reverse engineering sentences. Take 3 excellent sentences from academic articles outside of IELTS and break them down. Identify the core vocabulary, the connecting phrases, and the structural function. This technique is incredibly powerful because it teaches you structure alongside vocabulary. You're not just copying words, you are modeling advanced sentence architecture that you can adapt to your own ideas. The paraphrasing challenge. Force yourself to write an entire paragraph on a topic using only verbs and adjectives, completely avoiding nouns. This forces a focus on dynamic phrasing. This challenging exercise helps you move away from the noun pile-up, that tendency to just list abstract nouns like developments or analysis, by focusing on action, verbs, and description, adjectives. Your writing will feel much more active and engaging. When an examiner asks a difficult question, they are not just testing what you know, they are testing how well you can communicate depth. To score highly, your response must demonstrate true fluency and complex structuring. Examiners listen for evidence of advanced discourse markers, detailed examples, and the ability to nuance your perspective. Think of your answer as building a small argument rather than simply stating an opinion. The goal here is transition from simple description to analytical discussion. Remember that depth means providing the why and the how behind everything you say. Always try to support your main points with specific anecdotes or logical chains of reasoning. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, to elaborate on that point, but. Say it again, to elaborate on that point. B. This phrase is perfect when you feel your initial answer was too brief. Use it to signal a detailed expansion, giving the examiner notice that more complex thought is coming. Following this transition, always provide a specific example or an extended explanation. The word is, for instance, I recall a time when. Say it again. For instance, I recall a time when. Simply making claims isn't enough. You must prove them. By using this phrase, you anchor your abstract ideas to real-life experience or observation. This technique makes your storytelling more vivid and credible. The word is, on the one hand, but on the other. Say it again, on the one hand, but on the other. Showing you can see both sides of an argument is a hallmark of advanced speaking. Start by acknowledging complexity, moving from thesis to counter-argument, and then reaching a balanced conclusion. This demonstrates critical thinking. The word is, this phenomenon could be attributed to. Say it again, this phenomenon could be attributed to. When discussing social issues or trends, explaining the root cause is highly valued. Instead of just stating X happens, try saying X happens because Y factors are involved. This elevates your vocabulary and analytical skill. The word is, to put it another way. Say it again, to put it another way. Use this when you feel a complex thought might have been confusing, or if you need to rephrase an idea for better impact. It acts as a linguistic safety net, allowing you to clarify your meaning while maintaining fluency. Let's compare 4 pairs. It was totally bad. The experience was quite challenging. Using formal adjectives, notice the shift from emotional, simple words to more academic and measured vocabulary. Using sophisticated adjectives like detrimental or challenging immediately raises your perceived level of English mastery. I would argue that. Structuring opinion formally. In casual speech, we often hedge with soft openers like maybe. For a formal exam, replace these vague qualifiers with strong academic signposts. This sounds confident and structured. It makes sense. This is logical because. Explaining the rationale. Instead of just agreeing that something makes sense, you need to explain why it's sensible. Phrases that introduce cause and effect, like because or due to, are essential for demonstrating intellectual depth. First, basically. In essence. Concluding a point elegantly. Starting sentences with casual fillers like basicallys undermines your argument. Use strong, formal summarizing phrases to wrap up complex thoughts neatly and authoritatively. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Avoid too brief, simple answer, yes, I like reading books. Better developed, elaborated answer. I find that engaging with literature is highly beneficial because it expands one's worldview and improves vocabulary. The most common mistake is giving a simple, declarative sentence. Every answer needs supporting details mentioning the what, the why, and an example. Treat every response as a mini-essay. Avoid disorganized, topic drift, and then we moved on to food. But wait, I also wanted to talk about travel because it's important. Better, coherent, signposting. Before moving to the topic of travel, I want to quickly circle back and discuss how food connects with culture. When your thoughts jump around, you lose coherence. Use linking phrases like furthermore or on a related note to guide the listener smoothly from one idea cluster to the next. Avoid tense errors, grammar slips. I was living here since 2 years. Better, accurate grammar, correction. I have been living here for 2 years. Don't panic if you make a small slip. The key is to self-correct gracefully using a phrase like, excuse me, let me rephrase that. This shows high metacognitive awareness and significantly boosts your score. Here are 4 ways to practice. The why and how expansion drill. Take any simple statement you make and force yourself to immediately follow it with, why is that the case, and how does that work in practice? This exercise forces you out of mere description and into detailed analysis, which is exactly what examiners want. By thinking on your feet about causation, you build structural muscle for spontaneous speech. Timed argument mapping. Give yourself 30 seconds to outline 3 distinct points supporting one abstract topic, e.g., the future of work. Then speak for 2 minutes using those structured points. This is excellent preparation for unexpected questions. It trains you to organize a complex, multi-layered response quickly, ensuring smooth transitions and comprehensive coverage. Delayed response practice. Record yourself answering questions that require time to think about, allowing yourself 5 seconds of silence before speaking. Fill the silence with, that is a complex question. Let me consider it. Never be afraid of silent sites better than filler words. Using a structured pause gives your brain time to formulate deep thoughts and deploy advanced linking vocabulary, making you sound thoughtful rather than unprepared. The synthesis challenge. Listen to a short academic lecture under 2 minutes on an unfamiliar topic, then summarize the main argument, the supporting evidence, and 2 key implications in your own words. This simulates real-world high-level listening comprehension. By summarizing complex material immediately after hearing it, you practice synthesizing information and maintaining a clear academic register under pressure. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. You have been reading about the increasing importance of digital skills in the modern workforce. Discuss how education systems must adapt to prepare students for jobs that do not even exist yet. Please cover. Question 1. What is the most important element to include when giving your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is focus on structure and evidence, moving beyond simple opinions. The key takeaway here is that you cannot just give an opinion, you must back it up. Structure your response by presenting a main idea, then using, for instance, or to elaborate on that to support it with specific examples. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is use complex conditionals and modal verbs, might, could. Demonstrating advanced conditional structures, like if education systems were to ignore this trend, the workforce might struggle, shows mastery of hypothetical thinking. This is crucial for discussing future possibilities. Listening to English isn't just about understanding words, it's about adapting to variation. When speakers use different accents or vary their speaking speed, it can feel overwhelming. The key strategy here is active prediction. Instead of waiting for every single word, train your brain to anticipate the next few sounds based on context and grammar. Also, try chunking. Break the speech into meaningful chunks of little ideas rather than listening word by word. This helps you maintain focus even when the pace suddenly changes. Remember that difficulty in listening is often a processing challenge, not just a vocabulary one. When you predict or chunk, you give your brain time to process sounds it might find unfamiliar. Think of it like being fluent in several different dialects simultaneously. You need flexibility, not just knowledge. You are about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. Good morning. I'm calling from the finance department regarding the quarterly report submission. We need confirmation on those expenditure projections for Q3 by the end of the day. It was challenging to get all the numbers compiled because of some discrepancies in departmental spending reports. Sarah, can you confirm if the marketing team finalized their vendor agreements? They mentioned needing a slight extension due to unexpected logistical delays. Also, remember that the board meeting has been moved from Thursday morning to Friday afternoon, so please update your calendars immediately. We need everyone fully prepared for this discussion. It's critical we present a unified and accurate front. If anyone is having trouble locating the updated guidelines, please contact my assistant directly. She can help streamline the process. Question 1. When must the expenditure projections for Q3 be confirmed? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, by the end of the day. This question tests your ability to quickly locate a specific deadline within a stream of information. Pay attention to time markers like by's or before, they signal critical dates you must recall. Question 2. Why was getting the numbers compiled difficult? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, due to discrepancies in departmental spending reports. The answer is nestled between two pieces of information. This requires focused listening because the speaker uses filler phrases, forcing you to listen past the casual chatter and identify the core problem. Question 3. What was changed regarding the board meeting? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, it moved from Thursday morning to Friday afternoon. This is a rapid change of schedule. When listening for changes, always listen for signal words like moved, changed, or newly scheduled. It's often a single key piece of data that gets altered. Here are 5 examples. Expenditure projections refers to estimated spending. Use this when discussing budgets or financial forecasts. This is slightly more formal language. Instead of saying how much money we will spend, using expenditure projections elevates your professional vocabulary instantly. Discrepancies in spending reports. Differences or inconsistencies found when comparing documents, useful for academic and business contexts. Focusing on words like discrepancy helps you move beyond simple disagreement. It implies a measurable, factual difference between two sources. Logistical delays. Problems with the planning or movement of goods people, common in travel and supply chain discussions. This phrase is ideal for talking about complex operations. It shows you can grasp specialized terminology related to organization and logistics. Unified and accurate front. Presenting a cohesive, trustworthy image as a group. Excellent phrase for team motivation or strategy meetings. This is an idiomatic high-level phrase. It means presenting yourself and your team as one solid unit. It's about perception management. Streamline the process. To make a procedure simpler or more efficient, use when suggesting improvements to workflow. When you hear streamline, think of removing unnecessary steps. This is crucial vocabulary for giving constructive feedback in a professional setting. Listen again and fill in the missing words. The marketing team needs to blank their vendor agreements immediately. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is finalize. The verb finalize is a key academic word here. It means completing something fully. It's much stronger than simply saying finish. Remember that proper context helps you choose the right register of language. We must consider all potential blank before submitting the report. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is discrepancies. Since we discussed discrepancies earlier, notice how this word works as a plural noun. It immediately brings to mind the issue of factual differences that need reconciling. The board meeting was rescheduled due to unexpected blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is logistical delays. This phrase acts like one big unit. When you hear unexpected, followed by a complex noun, it often points toward operational issues, making this whole chunk easier to recall. Please contact my assistant. She can help blank the entire submission process. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is streamline. The ability to streamline is a powerful skill. Whenever you feel overwhelmed by a complex task, using this verb in conversation shows confidence and expertise. Here are 4 ways to practice. Active listening, paraphrasing. Don't just hear the words, summarize them in your head immediately. This forces you to process meaning, not just sound waves. This goes beyond simply paying attention. It involves mental reproduction of ideas. When practicing this, try summarizing complex arguments aloud, even if you are alone. Dictation, writing what you hear. Use audio clips and write down every single word exactly as spoken. This trains your ear for specific phonetics, including reductions and linking sounds. Dictation is challenging because it forces precision. You are training yourself to recognize the difference between how a word is written and how it actually sounds when spoken quickly. Shadowing, repeating what you hear. Listen to native speakers and immediately repeat exactly what they say, matching their rhythm, speed, and intonation. It's spoken mimicry. Shadowing is excellent for improving fluency and natural pacing. Don't worry about perfect clarity at first. Focus on adopting the rhythm of fast speech. Vary your input material. Don't stick to just one accent or topic. Listen to podcasts, news shows, and films from diverse global sources to build adaptability. Our brains get used to patterns. If you only listen to American accents, your brain might flag British or Australian accents as errors. Broadening your input is the ultimate form of preparation. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Welcome to our segment on sustainable city planning. Today, we spoke with Maria Rodriguez, an urban architect from Buenos Aires. Maria, your concept of vertical farming is really innovative. Can you explain how it addresses water scarcity in densely populated areas? It sounds quite complex, so I encourage the audience to follow along. She explained that by integrating hydroponics and recycled greywater systems into building facades, they can dramatically reduce reliance on external freshwater sources. This method not only saves resources, but also improves local biodiversity and community engagement within the urban core. It's a complete shift in how we view city sustenance. Question 1. What 2 technologies did Maria mention for water conservation? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is hydroponics and recycled greywater systems. The key is to listen for lists of technical terms. When a speaker says, by integrating A and B, they are providing the necessary components, focus on nouns and scientific processes. Question 2. What benefits does this farming method provide besides saving water? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, it improves local biodiversity and community engagement. This question requires you to extract secondary information. Listen for connective phrases like, not only, but also's or besides, as these signal added points of benefit. Academic vocabulary lists compile the words most frequently encountered across university-level texts and lectures. Mastering these terms is less about memorization and more about recognizing patterns of academic discourse. These are the high-frequency, specialized connectors that elevate your writing from general conversation to scholarly discussion. Think of them as the scaffolding that supports complex ideas. Remember that simply knowing a definition isn't enough. You must know how to activate these words naturally in your own speech and writing. Instead of focusing on rote memorization, try identifying 5 academic transition words or verbs this week and actively trying to use them when discussing non-academic topics. This moves the vocabulary from passive knowledge to active skill. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is assess. Say it again, assess. A common mistake is confusing assess with assume. Remember, if you are calculating worth, whether it's a grade, risk, or potential, you must assess it. When using this word, try pairing it with nouns like impact, risk, or viability to make your academic tone stronger. The word is inherent. Say it again, inherent. The key to inherence is understanding that the quality exists naturally without external forces creating it. If you say a problem is inherent, it means the flaw is built into the system from the start. This makes it stronger and more objective than just saying natural or built in. The word is crucial. Say it again, crucial. While important works in everyday speech, using crucial immediately raises the register of your writing. However, ensure you are truly conveying high stakes when pairing it with nouns because overuse can dilute its impact. Reserve it for points that genuinely change the outcome or understanding. The word is convey. Say it again, convey. Do not confuse convey with merely communicate. To communicate is the general act. To convey implies successfully transmitting something specific, an emotion, a nuanced message, or an abstract idea. This subtle difference allows you to sound much more precise and thoughtful. The word is delineate. Say it again, delineate. This is a powerful verb for setting academic limits. When you need to make sure your reader knows exactly where your argument starts and stops, delineate is perfect. It suggests precision drafting, making it ideal when discussing methodology or boundaries. The word is parameter. Say it again, parameter. Think of parameters as rules, boundaries, or variables in an experiment or a project plan. If you are talking about limits, whether those limits are time, budget, or scope, this word is much more formal and appropriate than simply saying boundaries or limit. Here are 5 examples. The committee will assess the long-term impact of the policy change before implementation. Assess, VU. Notice how assessing is linked to a formal noun like impacts and an abstract time frame like long-term. This combination immediately sounds highly academic because you are evaluating something complex over time. The inherent challenge in remote work is maintaining team cohesion without physical interaction. Inherent age. By using inherent, the sentence suggests that this difficulty is not a temporary issue, but a fundamental structural flaw of the system itself. This adds depth to the discussion, moving it beyond surface-level complaints. It is crucial for researchers to delineate their methodology step by step in the final paper. Delineate, VS. This sentence structure forces you to make a direct recommendation using crucial. When writing methods or procedures, remember that precision and sequential steps are exactly what delineate is designed for. Through careful use of metaphors, the poet managed to convey deep feelings of loss. Convey, vi. Here, convey focuses on emotion and art. It shows that communication isn't just about data points. It can be about transmitting subtle human experiences through creative mediums. Researchers must adhere to the established budgetary parameters when developing their simulation models. Parameter in. The phrase adhere to is a strong academic collocate that pairs perfectly with parameters. This pairing signals compliance and strict limitation, which is very common in scientific or business reports. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, crucial. Compare it with essential. Intensity. Crucial suggests immediate need, essential suggests fundamental requirement. While these words are often interchangeable, think of essential as a core component, something that cannot exist without. Crucial, however, implies a moment or factor that determines success right now. Use them in different contexts to show mastery. First, delineate. Compare it with outline. Precision. Delineate requires strict boundaries, outline is broader. If you are simply listing main points for an essay structure, outline works fine. But if you need to draw a precise line separating different variables or concepts within your research, delineate carries the weight of formal definition and boundary setting. First, assess. Compare it with analyze. Action difference. Assessment is judgment, analysis is breakdown. This is a key distinction. Analysis means breaking something down into its parts to see how they function independently. Assessing means taking those analyzed parts and making a final judgment on their combined value or risk. First, convey. Compare it with transmit. Scope. Convey is often about emotion idea. Transmit is mechanical movement. If you are talking about sending a physical radio signal, transmits is perfect. But if you are describing how an author subtly manages to make the reader feel lonely or hopeful, then conveys is the far more nuanced and appropriate choice. Here are 4 ways to practice. Collocation mapping. Instead of learning words in isolation, group them by what they usually pair with. For example, inherent risk, crucial factor, or delineate scope. When you build these word maps, don't just list the pairs, write a full sentence using the collocation immediately. This forces your brain to retrieve the word in context, which is far more effective for long-term retention than simple flashcard recall. Thematic sentence mining. When reading academic articles, highlight not just the unknown words, but entire sentences that successfully use our target vocabulary. Save these as templates. This technique allows you to steal perfect high-level sentence structures. You are essentially building a personal repository of sophisticated writing models that already integrate AWL terms seamlessly. Spaced repetition scheduling. Reviewing vocabulary at increasing intervals, e.g., 1 day, 3 days, 7 days, drastically improves memory recall and strengthens usage patterns. Do not test yourself on all 6 words every time you study. Instead, vary the focus. One session might only drill assess using different collocations, while the next day focuses on sentence completion using the other 5. This focused approach prevents burnout. Paraphrasing practice. Take a paragraph and rewrite it 3 times, each time replacing at least 2 key words with an academic synonym or alternative structure. The ultimate test of vocabulary is your ability to paraphrase. By forcing yourself to articulate the same idea using different, high-level language, you prove that you understand the meaning of the word, not just its definition. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The initial proposal indicated a simple solution, but upon deeper review, the committee must assess several inherent limitations. It is crucial to delineate these variables before setting any operational parameters. The panel needs to convey that while certain findings are promising, they cannot be generalized without further research. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means to evaluate or estimate. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is assess. When you see the phrase, upon deeper review, it is a strong signal that formal evaluation is required. This context clue points directly to assess, reminding us that this verb applies specifically when we are making an informed judgment call. Question 2. Use one of the target words in your own sentence. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the inherent difficulty of the task was clear from the start. When constructing your answer, try to make it specific and unique, not just repeat the definition. By changing the subject and adding detail, you prove that the word is truly integrated into your own active vocabulary pool. Reading for purpose means approaching a text with a specific goal in mind. You are not just reading words, you are hunting for information. Before you even look at the article, ask yourself, do I need the main argument? Do I need supporting evidence? Or am I just trying to grasp the general topic? This active approach requires us to select the right tools, such as skimming or scanning, based on what we ultimately want to learn. The most crucial step here is self-diagnosis. Before you open any academic article, pause and identify your purpose. Knowing whether you need a general overview or big picture spiel or highly specific data points will entirely change how quickly and effectively you read. Here are 4 examples. Conversely, recent studies suggest a correlation between early exposure and delayed motor skills development. Signal words like converselys introduce a counter-argument. Look at signal phrases like conversely. These aren't just filler words, they are structural signposts. They tell you immediately that the author is changing direction or presenting an opposing viewpoint, which is vital information to note down. The study focused primarily on rural populations in Southeast Asia. This narrows the scope and identifies the specific group studied. When you see phrases that restrict a group, like rural populations or between 20 and 30, these are your time savers. They tell you exactly where the evidence is located without having to read every single detail. Key findings: the adoption rates increased by an average of 40% over 2 years. Numerical data presented in a bulleted or bolded format. Academic texts often summarize their most critical data points using lists, headings, or bolding. If you are scanning for evidence, these formatted sections are your absolute priority targets. Therefore, policymakers must allocate resources toward preventative education measures. Conclusion. Recommendation statement. The conclusion often summarizes the main takeaway and suggests future action. Since this is where the author wraps up their argument, paying close attention here guarantees you grasp the central recommendation of the piece. Let's compare 4 pairs. Skimming, getting the gist. Scanning, finding specific facts. Focus versus speed. When skimming, your eyes are moving quickly over topic sentences and headings to build a general framework. Scanning is much more precise. You are physically looking for one specific name or date, ignoring everything else around it. Reading an editorial opinion. Reading a scientific review, evidence. Goal, persuasion versus reporting. When reading an editorial, always look for the author's emotional language and strong verbs to identify bias. With a scientific review, your job is to remain objective, noting exactly which data points are cited to support the claims. Identifying main arguments. Summarizing, supporting details. The why versus the how. A main argument answers the question, what is the author trying to convince me of? Supporting details answer, how does the author prove that point? Always separate these two functions while you read. Reading for vocabulary. Reading for argument structure. Lexis versus logic. If your goal is vocabulary, circle the unfamiliar words and guess their meaning from context. If your goal is structure, ignore individual words and focus only on the logical flow. Cause leads to effect, or problem leads to solution. Complete the summary using words from the passage. Academic reading requires readers to first determine their specific purpose before they begin, thereby improving overall testament. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is efficiency. Remember that efficiency is about time management in reading. It's not enough to read fast, you must read as smart. This means constantly checking your internal hypothesis about what the text promises to deliver. When locating critical evidence, always prioritize bolded headings and sections labeled with a sumoba. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is key findings. These structural cues are gift-wrapped summaries by the author. They guide your eye directly to the most impactful information, allowing you to skip over dense background material. To properly summarize a passage, combine multiple ideas into concise statements rather than simply listing key SAT. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is points. A true summary requires synthesis. You must take 3 or 4 separate thoughts and merge them into one coherent, flowing sentence that captures the relationship between those ideas. Active reading involves pausing periodically to ask, so what? Which forces you to connect the text back to your existing shay. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is knowledge. The best readers don't just absorb information, they interact with it. By constantly asking, how does this relate to what I already know, you move the material from temporary memory into permanent understanding. Here are 4 ways to practice. Pre-reading questions. Before reading, formulate 3 specific questions you expect the text to answer. This gives your brain a search objective. Treating pre-reading like an investigation helps tremendously. By setting those initial questions, you give yourself a mission, which immediately narrows down all the irrelevant information and keeps you focused on actionable data. Visual mapping. Mentally or physically sketching out the text structure can affect chains or chronological timelines as you read. Many academic passages are built like complex maps. By visualizing these relationships, you move beyond merely remembering facts and start understanding the underlying logic of how the ideas connect to form a complete picture. The 80-20 rule. Recognize that 20% of the text will contain 80% of the essential information. Focus your deepest attention there. This rule helps you allocate mental energy correctly. Don't waste time spending equal effort on every single paragraph. Instead, prioritize sections that seem to hold the core argument or data. Self-correction check. If your notes contradict each other, immediately stop and reread the source passage. Don't trust incomplete memory. This is perhaps the most professional skill, knowing when you don't know something. If your initial understanding feels fuzzy or contradictory, that's a signal to go back. Double-checking prevents superficial comprehension. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The integration of digital technology into higher education has fundamentally reshaped the learning landscape. Tools ranging from virtual reality simulations to advanced e-learning platforms offer unprecedented access to knowledge. However, this rapid adoption presents challenges. Educators must now navigate issues of data privacy and digital equity, ensuring that technological advantages do not exacerbate existing social divides. Furthermore, students require new skills such as critical digital literacy and information curation to filter the vast amounts of online data effectively. Simply having access is no longer enough. Knowing how to manage that access is paramount for academic success. Question 1. What is the main idea of this passage? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, technology fundamentally changes education, but success now depends on developing digital literacy and equity. Notice how the passage presents a dual message, opportunity and challenge. The core argument isn't just that technology is good, it's that utilizing it requires specific human skills to maintain fairness and effectiveness. Question 2. Find a word in the passage that means making something worse or unfair. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is exacerbate. When you are looking for vocabulary, always use the surrounding words as clues. If the text talks about social divides and then uses exacerbate, it strongly suggests a negative action worsening or intensifying of those existing gaps. Today we are tackling 3 massive areas of English grammar, articles, prepositions, and subject-verb agreement. These concepts are foundational, meaning they underpin almost every sentence you speak or write. While individual rules can seem complex, understanding the function of each element makes them manageable. We aren't just memorizing lists, we are learning how these tiny words carry huge amounts of meaning. By focusing on these core areas, your overall fluency and accuracy will improve dramatically. Remember that grammar isn't about perfection, it's about clarity and precision. When you master articles, prepositions, and agreement, you stop translating in your head and start thinking directly in English structures. Think of these concepts as the scaffolding holding up complex ideas. Here are 5 examples. I went to the shop to buy some bread. Definite article, the. Notice how the tells us that both you and I know which specific shop we are discussing. If we just said, I went to a shop, it implies any random store. She lives in London since 2015. Preposition of time, in. When using large geographical areas like continents or countries, we almost always use in. This signals that the action takes place within a boundary. It was an amazing movie. Vowel sound article, an. The rule for using an is based on the sound that follows it. Even if a word starts with a consonant letter, like hour, we use an because of its vowel sound. We arrived at the station early. Preposition of place, at. At is typically used for precise points, like a specific address or a location point of interest. Think of it like meeting someone at the corner. He gave me the book. Specific object marker, the. The use of the here implies that both people know which specific book was given, suggesting it was previously mentioned or is visible. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Specificity versus generality, articles. Using articles correctly determines if we are talking about a general concept or one specific instance. Determiners like a and the act as signposts for the listener, signaling whether the noun is generic or already established in context. This adds incredible nuance to your spoken English. Relationship mapping, prepositions. Prepositions link nouns or pronouns to other words, showing their spatial or temporal relationship. They are essential because they define the context. Without a preposition, sentences often become vague. It's the little word that provides the necessary framework. Subject-verb, harmony, agreement. The verb must match its subject in number and person to maintain grammatical balance. This is a straightforward rule, but it trips up advanced speakers when complex subjects are involved. Always reread the subject, even if there are intervening phrases. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, I go to the mall shopping often. Say, I often go to the mall for shopping. The placement of adverbs, like often, is crucial for natural rhythm. Also note that prepositions can sometimes replace an entire gerund phrase to make the sentence flow much better. Incorrect, she loves reading mystery novels. Correct, she loves to read mystery novels. This error deals with verb patterns. Some verbs, like love, can be followed by either a gerund, ing, or an infinitive to plus base form, and both are correct but might shift the emphasis slightly. Don't say, everybody needs their own car. Say, everybody needs his or her own car. This addresses the notorious singular they. While common in informal speech, for academic precision, always use gender-neutral phrasing like each person or revert to singular pronouns. Here are 4 ways to practice. Focused input reading. When reading complex texts, actively highlight every instance of articles and prepositions. This builds pattern recognition. Do not just read for content. Read like an engineer looking at the mechanics of the language. If you see the, stop and ask yourself, why is it specific? What information did I already know? Speaking with a recording tool. Record yourself speaking on a topic for 2 minutes, focusing specifically on repeating correct grammar structures. Listening to your own voice is the most effective way to identify habits you don't realize you have. You will quickly catch those reflexive errors in agreement or article usage. Grammar spotting drills. Use specialized online quizzes that force instantaneous decisions on articles, a versus they, and common phrasal verbs. Repetition is necessary for foundational grammar, but make it fun. Treat these drills like quick puzzles rather than boring rules to make them stick in your long-term memory. The Why Journal. Keep a dedicated journal where you write down 10 common mistakes and the rule for correcting them. Review this before every session. Writing out the rules by hand helps transfer knowledge from short-term memory to long-term procedural memory. This physical act of writing strengthens neural pathways related to grammar. A full mock test simulation is not just about scoring high, it's about simulating the exact pressure and pacing of exam day. We will cover all 4 modules listening, reading, writing, and speaking in one continuous session. Pay close attention to the timing structure for each section, as maintaining a consistent rhythm is half the battle. Understanding where you lose time allows us to build targeted efficiency strategies. Remember that the goal here isn't perfection, it's performance under pressure. We are training your endurance. If you can manage pacing across all 4 modules in one sitting, your actual exam day will feel much more manageable and less overwhelming. Here are 5 examples. The 2 passes reading technique. Read the question and scan for keywords before reading the passage section. Don't read the entire text first. Instead, view the questions as a map. They tell you exactly where you need to look. This focused scanning sharply reduces cognitive load and helps you pinpoint relevant information faster. The brain dump speaking warm-up. Before the actual speaking test begins, spend 1 minute jotting down 5 complex vocabulary words related to common IELTS themes. This preloading of vocabulary primes your brain. When you get put on the spot, having those advanced words ready gives you an immediate confidence boost and boosts your lexical resource score significantly. Timed writing planning, the 5-minute rule. Allocate 5 minutes strictly for outlining the essay, structure introduction, 3 body points, conclusion. Many students jump straight into writing without a plan. Taking those crucial 5 minutes to outline guarantees structural coherence and prevents you from rambling or losing focus halfway through. Listening predictive note-taking. As soon as the recording starts, write down keywords, names, or numbers you anticipate hearing based on the context. Don't just passively listen. Actively predict what comes next. Is it a date? A price? A person's name? This predictive skill keeps your focus razor sharp and helps you catch details even if there is some background noise. The momentum checklist, mock test only. Maintain a physical checklist throughout the simulation to track completed tasks and time spent. This isn't for the actual test, but it's vital during practice. It forces you to be accountable for every minute. If you realize you are spending too much time on one section, you can course correct immediately. Let's compare 4 pairs. Reading. Reading for recognition. Rereading sections multiple times. Reading, skimming, and scanning with a purpose. Focus on efficiency, not comprehension depth. A weak candidate gets bogged down trying to understand every single word. A strong candidate understands the objective finding the answer and moves quickly through the text while retaining enough context to know when they found it. Writing. Writing about general ideas without specific examples. Writing. Supporting every claim with concrete, relevant examples or data points. Show, don't just tell. Vague generalizations do not earn high marks. Always elevate your argument by providing a how or why. For example, instead of saying technology is useful, explain how it helps remote learning. Speaking, memorizing long paragraphs for fluency. Speaking, using flexible signposting and elaborating on ideas naturally. Prioritize spontaneity over scripting. Memorized speech sounds rehearsed. High-scoring speaking is natural, conversational, and structured using linking phrases like furthermore or to elaborate. This shows flexibility. Listening, getting frustrated when the speaker uses unfamiliar slang. Listening, accepting ambiguity and focusing on key lexical items. Listen for meaning, not words. Don't stop your concentration because you missed one word. Train yourself to listen for the overall meaning or the core concept being conveyed. The context will usually fill in the gap. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Identifying systemic weaknesses. Pinpointing which skill writing structure or listening retention is hindering overall performance. The mock test acts like a diagnostic tool for your entire skill set. It doesn't just tell you that your writing is weak, it might reveal, for example, that your lack of planning time is the root cause. Building exam endurance. Training your brain to maintain peak concentration and focus across multiple hours. The physical act of sitting through a full mock test builds mental stamina. This endurance is crucial because even if you are smart enough, fatigue will inevitably impact your score on actual exam day. Generating realistic feedback data. Providing quantifiable metrics that allow for highly targeted study plans. Instead of generic advice like study more, the mock test allows us to say, you need 10 focused hours on comparative grammar structures. This precision saves you time and maximizes your effort. Here are 4 ways to practice. The error log deep dive. Categorize every mistake made during the test, e.g., grammar error, timing failure, distraction. Simply noting an answer key is insufficient. You must log why you got it wrong and what specific rule or strategy would have prevented that single mistake. This turns mistakes into actionable rules. Targeted module isolation drills. Spend concentrated time only on the weakest module, ignoring all others for a set period. If your reading score is low because you struggle with true, false, not given statements, do nothing else. Drill that specific question type until it becomes second nature and effortless. Peer mock testing. Teach the concept. Try explaining a complex topic or grammar rule to a classmate without referring to notes. The best way to solidify knowledge is through teaching. When you have to articulate an idea clearly and simply, you force your brain to organize the information logically, which improves both speaking and writing. Simulated review session. At least 3 days before the test, run a short mock focusing only on reviewing answers and strategies. This final preparation should be about confidence building, not learning new material. A quick, successful simulation reminds your body and mind that you know what to do, minimizing pre-test anxiety. We use the present simple tense when we are discussing universal truths or established academic facts. This structure tells listeners that something is always true, regardless of when we are speaking. The fundamental form requires us to add an S to the verb if the subject is third-person singular, he, she, or it. Signal words often include terms like always, never, and general scientific connectors. Remember, this tense describes reality as opposed to a temporary event. The key takeaway here is that when you present a fact, whether in science, history, or literature, you are describing something permanent. Think of it less as an action happening now and more like a rule of the universe. This gives your presentation authority and certainty. Here are 5 examples. Water boils at 100 degrees Celsius. Universal scientific fact. S. Agreement. Notice how the subject water is treated as singular. Because it refers to a single physical property, we must include that necessaries on the verb boils. This simple grammatical rule reinforces the scientific fact itself. The Earth revolves around the sun. Astronomical theory. Fact. This sentence describes a constant, observable movement. We use the present simple because this is not a temporary orbital path. It is an established physical reality that we accept as true. Humans require oxygen to survive. Biological necessity. General truth. This is a general statement about biology. The simple present tense helps us communicate these fundamental requirements and laws of nature without needing any time markers. Photosynthesis converts light energy into chemical energy. Scientific process, established principle. When describing a process like photosynthesis, we are detailing how it works every single time. The present simple tense is the perfect tool for explaining repeatable scientific mechanisms. A triangle always has 3 sides. Mathematical law, definition. This example shows how we apply this grammar to fields like geometry. Mathematical relationships are universal truths, and the present simple is the definitive tense for stating such undeniable laws. Let's compare 4 pairs. The sun rises in the east. Fact. The sun was rising at dawn yesterday. Specific past event. Timeless truth versus specific time. If you say the sun rose, it sounds like a unique event that happened only once. But because it happens every day, simply stating the fact in the present tense maintains its permanent status. The river flows through the valley. Permanent feature. The river is flowing rapidly right now. Temporary action. General flow versus current activity. Using is flowing suggests that the rapid movement is a temporary state, perhaps due to heavy rain. However, if the flow itself is characteristic of the river, we stick with the simple present. Water boils at 100 degrees Celsius. Fact. How much water does it boil? Question form. Statement versus interrogative. The structure changes when we ask a question, but the underlying grammar remains consistent. Remember that for questions with does, the main verb always returns to its base form. Linguists believe that language changes over time. General academic view. The linguist believed that language changed in the last century. Historical opinion. Eternal theory versus past belief. If a theory is still actively discussed or generally accepted by scholars today, we use the present simple. The past tense restricts the statement to when the belief was held. Fill in the blanks. The heart oxygenated blood throughout the body. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is pumps. Here, heart is the subject, and it's performing a function that is scientifically true. Because it is singular, we must add the finals to make the statement grammatically accurate. Photosynthesis and energy from sunlight. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is converts. This requires knowledge of a universal biological process. The subject photosynthesis is treated as singular, so we need the third persons on the verb to maintain fact accuracy. The Roman Empire, its peak during the 2nd century. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is reached. This sentence is tricky. While Roman Empire suggests a general concept, if we are discussing its historical peak, we must use the past simple tense as it refers to a completed period of history. Algebra, an essential tool for physics students. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is. This is an example using a linking verb. When stating that something is generally true or necessary, the simple present tense remains the most direct and authoritative choice. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Agreement error. The global economy are highly interconnected. Incorrect. Singular subject verb. The global economy is highly interconnected. Correct. Although economy sounds large, it is grammatically treated as a singular entity. Therefore, the verb must also be singular, requiring the is. Always check if your subject can be replaced by it. Missing S ending. The scientific method always suggests repeatable results. Incorrect. Subject-verb agreement. The scientific method always suggests repeatable results. Correct. Remember that the subject method is singular, and it dictates that your main verb must also take the SS. This simple ending ensures the academic statement sounds professional and correct. Count non-count noun. Confusion. Studies show that plants need sunlight to survive. Incorrect. Subject agreement. Study shows that plants need sunlight to survive. Correct. When using studies as a singular concept, like the general body of research, it takes a singular verb form. We treat the entire collective subject as one unit. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Modern chemistry demonstrates that carbon forms 4 bonds with other elements. This unique property allows complex organic molecules to exist. Furthermore, when temperature increases, the kinetic energy of matter rises consistently. These fundamental laws guide our understanding of life and material science. Question 1. Find and correct the grammar error in this sentence. The water boil at 100 degrees Celsius. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the water boils at 100 degrees Celsius. This is a classic subject-verb agreement mistake. Remember, water is singular, so the verb must agree by adding that necessaries. This ensures your scientific statement is grammatically flawless. Question 2. Write your own sentence using this grammar point, academic fact. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the period of light causes plant cells to open their stomata. When constructing your own sentences, first identify the universal truth you are presenting. Then, check your subjective, it's singular, does your main verb need that helpfuls? Focus on making a definitive, factual claim. Mastering past tenses means accurately narrating changes and trends over time. When describing historical data or shifts, we often move beyond simple statements of fact. We must use the simple past for completed actions, the past continuous to set a scene or describe ongoing processes, and crucially, the past perfect to talk about an action that happened before another past action occurred. For IELTS writing, this skill is vital in both academic Task 1 reports and academic essays. It allows you to show sophisticated narrative ability while analyzing trends, which elevates your score considerably. Remember that the goal here isn't just listing tenses, it's weaving them into a cohesive story. Think of yourself as a historian writing an analysis for a journal. Your language must be precise and highly temporal. Using these past forms shows the examiner you understand the timeline structure inherent in academic arguments. Here are 4 examples. In the early 20th century, educational spending was relatively low. However, by the mid-century, governments began allocating significantly more funds to public schooling. Use a simple past was, began, combined with strong temporal markers, early 20th century, mid-century. The strength of this example lies in its clear timeline. By setting a starting point and then describing the shift using simple but powerful verbs, you guide the reader through the change effectively without getting bogged down in complex grammar. Before the Industrial Revolution hit, life generally revolved around agricultural cycles. People were dependent on farming and localized trade. Effective use of past continuous were dependent to describe a prolonged state or continuous process in the past. Using was or were plus helps paint a picture, allowing the reader to visualize what life was like. It gives your writing depth and moves it from simple fact stating into descriptive analysis. By the time the new policies were introduced in 2010, public awareness had already increased after years of campaigning. Perfect use of past perfect had already increased to show that one action occurred before another past event, the introduction of policies. The past perfect is your most powerful tool for complex causality. It establishes a clear before in the history, showing the examiner you can handle sophisticated sentence structures and logical progression. While global warming was intensifying throughout the last decade, many nations initially underestimated the severity of the problem. Good contrast using while with past continuous was intensifying to set a background against a past realization. Starting with while is an excellent way to introduce context. It links two simultaneous actions or states in the past, creating a nuanced sense of background tension that adds academic tone. Let's compare four pairs. The number of cars increased over time. From the late 19th century to the early 20th century, car ownership steadily climbed. Using specific temporal phrasing and stronger verbs, steadily climbed elevates formality. Notice how we replaced vague phrases like overtimes with precise dates. Academic writing thrives on specificity. Always try to anchor your trends with concrete historical markers or timelines. People used to write letters, but now they don't. Before the digital age, correspondence relied heavily on physical letters and was a central part of communication. Replacing used to with more descriptive clauses makes the language sound less conversational and highly academic. Instead of simply stating what didn't happen, describe what replaced it. This comparative approach showing the previous state versus the current one is much more analytical for IELTS. The economy changed after the war. The global economy underwent massive restructuring in the period following the conflict, shifting manufacturing power to new regions. Using sophisticated vocabulary underwent massive restructuring, and specifying the nature of change improves lexical resource scores. Avoid vague nouns or verbs like changed or got. Stronger academic synonyms make your writing feel more authoritative. Always aim for precision in your vocabulary choices. They started using oil a long time ago, and it was important. The early reliance on coal gave way to crude oil as the primary energy source during the industrial boom. Using gave way to is an excellent transitional phrase that clearly defines sequence and replacement of resources. Transitional phrases are the glue holding your essay together. Phrases like gave way to, consequently, or in contrast, guide the reader seamlessly from one idea to the next. Watch out for these three common mistakes. Weak present focus. The internet is changing how we communicate. Strong historical focus. Historically, communication was reliant on physical mail, but the rise of the internet fundamentally altered this structure. When focusing on historical trends, you must anchor your discussion in a past time frame. Shifting to the present simple makes it sound like an eternal fact rather than a historical analysis. Weak, simple structure. Before cars were popular, people walked everywhere. Strong, formal vocabulary and detail. Prior to the advent of motorized transport, pedestrian travel was the dominant mode of movement for most communities. This correction improves not just the tense, but the tone. By using formal phrasing like advent of and dominant mode, you immediately elevate your lexical resource score. Weak, incorrect conditional tense. If oil was cheap last year, countries didn't worry. Strong, past perfect conditionals. Had oil prices remained low in previous decades, many nations had underestimated the necessity of diversification. This addresses complex conditional structures. When discussing hypothetical historical scenarios, using past perfect conditionals shows mastery over advanced grammar points. Here are 4 ways to practice. Deconstruct the timeline. Divide your data into 3 distinct phases: early, middle, and late. This structure ensures chronological flow. Don't just describe the points on the graph, describe the relationship between them over time. Labeling these periods gives your essay a strong organizational backbone. Identify the why. Ask yourself, what caused this change? Was it policy, technology, or social shift? Use causal language. A Band 8 response doesn't just say what happened, it hypothesizes why it happened. Integrate cause and effect linking words throughout your writing. Select varied verbs and nouns. Instead of increased, use surged, climbed, or escalated. Instead of shows, use indicates or suggests. Repetition is a killer. By pre-selecting sophisticated synonyms for common academic verbs, you ensure your writing remains fresh and academically rigorous throughout the entire piece. Drafting key thesis statements. Write one strong sentence summarizing the overall trend, e.g., overall, the data reveals a dramatic shift from rural to urban economies. Never wait until the end to state your main point. Having this clear thesis statement early on acts as a roadmap for both you and the examiner. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The chart illustrates global oil consumption rates between 1950 and 2000. The data shows a steady rise until the mid-1970s, followed by a sharp dip during the subsequent decade before accelerating again in the late 90s. Question 1. What is the key requirement of this task? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, you must use past tenses consistently to narrate the change across 3 distinct periods: rise, dip, acceleration. The prompt gives you a clear narrative arc. Your job is to structure your description around those inflection points, the peak, the trough, and the resurgence using strong temporal markers. Question 2. What would a Band 7 response focus on first? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a comprehensive overview paragraph detailing the major shifts, e.g., overall, consumption initially climbed before experiencing volatility that eventually led to new peaks. Before diving into specific data points or descriptions, always give the reader a high-level summary of the entire journey depicted in the chart. This shows immediate analytical ability. When we talk about the future in English, we have different tools depending on why we are talking about it. The 2 most important forms you need to master are will and going to. Generally speaking, will is used for spontaneous decisions or general predictions based purely on opinion. On the other hand, going to connects our actions to something that already exists, implies a pre-existing plan or clear evidence of what will happen. Think of it this way. Will is like making an immediate call to action. You decide right at that moment. Going to, however, requires preparation, whether that preparation is in your schedule or in the physical world around you. Remembering this core difference of spontaneous versus prepared will help clarify most usage dilemmas. Here are 5 examples. Look, that vase is about to fall. Prediction based on evidence. Going to. This example shows that going to works with physical signs. We aren't just guessing, we are seeing the physics of the situation, gravity, and instability. The visual prompt makes this form necessary. I think it will rain next week. General prediction, opinion, will. Since you aren't pointing to actual clouds or seeing a radar screen, this is just your informed opinion. We use will for predictions that rely on general knowledge or belief rather than immediate proof. We are going to visit the museum tomorrow. Prearranged plan, going to. If you have tickets bought and time off work scheduled, that is a concrete arrangement. These plans involve other people or firm commitments, which solidifies the use of going to. I feel tired. I will take a short break. Instant decision, will. Notice how this is an immediate response. You realize you're tired and instantly decide what to do. This type of quick thought or promise always calls for will. By next year, she's going to finish her degree. Planned achievement, going to. While this prediction involves time, the focus on a goal that requires sustained effort and planning makes going to the more natural fit. It emphasizes the journey toward that known outcome. Here are 4 reasons why this matters. Evidence versus opinion. The biggest differentiator is whether there is visible proof or if it's just a hunch. When you can point to the evidence, the dark clouds, the messy desk you use going to, if all you have is your gut feeling, even if you are confident, we default back to using will. Internal versus external factors. Plans relate to resources and effort. Predictions relate to general forces. A personal plan, like going running tomorrow, involves internal preparation. A prediction about global warming relates to massive external scientific trends that are just observable facts or likelihoods. The role of spontaneity. Decisions made in the moment must use will. Think of phone calls where you decide instantly, "I'll call him later." That immediate change of heart or decision is the clearest trigger for using will, signaling a lack of advance notice. Time clauses exception. When connecting 2 actions in time, we often use present simple. This is an important exception. If you use time conjunctions like when or as soon as, even if discussing the future, the simpler present tense sounds much more natural and sophisticated. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, "I am going to remember his birthday." Say, "I will remember his birthday." Remember that will is perfect for promises and spontaneous thoughts. Trying to force a pre-existing plan onto an action that is actually a promise feels unnatural. Incorrect, look at the sky, it will rain. Correct, look at the sky, it's going to rain. When your sense of sight tells you something is about to happen, always link it to concrete evidence. The visual reality triggers the going to form. Don't say, "We will meet at 7 o'clock tomorrow." Say, "We are meeting at 7 o'clock tomorrow." When making definite commitments, especially those involving other people and established times, use the present continuous tense. This is often the most natural-sounding alternative to going to. Here are 4 ways to practice. Mental checklist. Who decided? Before speaking, ask yourself if the plan was decided by you instantly or if it was pre-arranged. This simple question forces you to analyze the source of the intention. If you found out about it 5 minutes ago, it's likely will. Picture prompting. Use images like stormy skies or packed suitcases as triggers for your speaking practice. Visual cues are excellent tools because they immediately force a choice between predicting based on evidence versus stating an opinion. It makes the grammar rules tangible. Role-playing scenarios. Practice scenarios involving immediate decisions such as getting lost or finding money. These dramatic situations are perfect for practicing wills because they demand quick, spontaneous reactions. Focus on sounding natural when you panic or decide fast. Comparison pairing. Take a single scenario and write 3 versions, one using will, one with going to, and one with present continuous. This exercise helps you hear the nuance of difference. By forcing yourself to use all forms, you build muscle memory and understand where each form is most appropriate. The present perfect continuous tense describes an action that started in the past and is still continuing up to the present moment. Its structure is always have or has, followed by been, and then the present participle form of the verb, which ends in ing. We use this tense primarily when we want to emphasize the duration or the ongoing process of an activity. Key signal words that alert us to its use are since, which refers to a specific starting point, and for, which indicates a length of time. Remember, while the present perfect simple focuses on the completed results like having read 3 chapters, the continuous tense emphasizes the effort or the journey itself. When you say, "I have been studying for hours," we aren't just mentioning the books. We are focusing on the long process of effort that has kept you busy right up to this moment. Here are 5 examples. She has been learning Spanish since she was a child. PPC, action, started in the past and continues. Notice how since anchors this sentence to a specific time childhood. The continuous tense is necessary here because her journey of language acquisition began then and has not stopped. It gives us that sense of sustained effort over many years. It has been raining for 3 straight days. PPC, duration using fors. When we use for followed by a duration like 3 days, the present perfect continuous is our go-to choice. It paints a picture of continuous weather patterns, making the reader visualize constant rain rather than just multiple past events. We have been discussing that topic all morning. PPC, focus on ongoing activity. This example is perfect for academic writing because it emphasizes the amount of time spent on a task. By using have been discussing, we highlight that the discussion was not instantaneous, it occupied an entire period leading up to now. My neighbors have been renovating their kitchen recently. PPC, recent activity with visible results. Sometimes we use the continuous tense even if the action isn't strictly ongoing. When recently is used, and there are clear signs of the process like noise or dust, the PPC effectively communicates that recent, extended period of work. I haven't been sleeping well lately. PPC, negative form, describing a current state process. The negative form works similarly. Instead of just stating, I didn't sleep well yesterday, using the continuous suggests that poor sleep is a continuing struggle or pattern leading up to the present moment, which often implies stress or underlying causes. Let's compare 4 pairs. Present perfect continuous, PPC. Present perfect simple, PPS. Process versus result. This is the most common confusion point. If you want to emphasize how long or the continuous nature of the activity, use PPC, I have been writing. If you only care about the resulting number, the count of completed actions, use PPS. I have written 3 articles. Focus on duration for PPC. PPC, focus on duration. Simple past tense. Time frame specificity. The simple past is confined entirely to a finished time in the past, often marked by yesterday's or last week. The PPC, however, acts as a bridge. It connects that past activity directly up to the moment of speaking. Think of it as an action with ongoing relevance. PPC, uninterrupted flow. Past continuous. Continuity versus interruption. Both describe ongoing actions, but the past continuous is set entirely in the past. The PPC extends that ongoing feeling into the present moment. If your action still affects today, you need the perfect aspect. PPC, signal for. Simple present tense. Completion versus habitual action. The simple present describes habits or universal truths, like she walks to work. The PPC implies that the action started at one point and has been sustained over time up until now, making it much more dimensional than a simple routine statement. Complete the sentence using the present perfect continuous form. Our team rests on the final project report since Monday morning. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is, has been working. Since we are using since, which establishes a clear starting point and the action is still relevant to the present moment, the continuous form is required. It emphasizes that the work started early and has continued up until now. I'm exhausted because I stack it all night. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is, have been studying. Here, the results, exhaustion, is visible right now, but the reason for its studying is a continuous process. This perfect connection between past action and present result makes PPC ideal. The students quietly while the professor was speaking. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is, have been taking notes. This shows that the note-taking wasn't a single event, but an activity maintained throughout the lecture. The focus is on the sustained habit of recording information over time. It sue it heavily for weeks. We need to prepare for flooding. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is, has been raining. When describing weather patterns using force or since, PPC is the most natural choice. It gives a sense of cumulative weight, suggesting that the rain has accumulated over an entire period. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Incorrect. Stative verb. I have been knowing him for 10 years. Correct. Simple present perfect. I have known him for 10 years. This is a classic error involving stative verbs, which describe states rather than actions. Verbs like know, believe, or own rarely use the continuous form, even if the state has lasted for years. In these cases, we revert to the simple perfect tense. Incorrect. State versus action. She hasn't been feeling well since yesterday. Correct. Simple present perfect. She hasn't felt well since yesterday. Similar to the previous error, feel is often treated as a stative verb when referring to general physical condition. While you can say, I have been feeling tired, for describing chronic or sustained states of being, the simple perfect tense sounds much more natural and accurate. Incorrect. Missed connection. We started working on this project last week. Correct PPC to present relevance. We have been working on this project since last week. If the action started in the past, last week, and the consequences or activity are still happening now, you must use a perfect tense. The PPC is powerful because it maintains that crucial link back to the current moment. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Our research group has been analyzing global climate data since the last decade. We have found that temperatures are rising faster than predicted. This continuous trend suggests we need to adjust our models immediately, or the predictions will be inaccurate. Question 1. Identify and correct a potential error in this sentence. The initial findings were surprising, using PPC. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, we have been finding that the initial results are more complex than predicted. If we want to use the present perfect continuous, we need to signal duration. Instead of simply stating a past result were, framing it as an ongoing process, have been finding, makes the current relevance much clearer for sophisticated writing. Question 2. Write your own sentence using for and PPC to describe a long-term skill acquisition. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, I have been mastering public speaking skills for 5 years. Remember that perfect tenses are fantastic tools for academic writing because they show not just what happened, but the depth of time or effort involved. Always check if your action has a direct, visible link to the present moment before choosing this tense. We are looking at two powerful structures, the present perfect simple and the present perfect continuous. The simple aspect is used to emphasize a completed result or an action that happened at some unspecified time in the past. Like I have seen that movie, the form here is have-has, past, participle. On the other hand, the continuous aspect focuses entirely on duration. It emphasizes the ongoing process of the action leading up to now. Its structure requires have-has been plus the present participle, or ing form. Remember, if you want to stress how long an activity has been happening, use the continuous form. The key difference is focus. If I say, I have written 3 letters, my focus is on the finished count, the result of the writing. But if I say, I have been writing for 3 hours, my focus is purely on the effort and the time spent doing that activity. Context clues like for and since signal these differences, but understanding the nuance between result and duration is what truly masters this grammar. Here are 5 examples. She has finished her presentation already. Present perfect simple, completed result. Notice how the simple perfect emphasizes that the task is definitively done. The result, the completed presentation is what matters here. We are not focusing on how long she was working, but simply that the action reached its conclusion. He has been studying advanced calculus all morning. Present perfect continuous, duration. The use of been and ing immediately tells us that the process is long and ongoing. The focus is on the effort and time spent in the act of studying, suggesting he might still be tired or needing a break. We have lived in this city since 2015. Present perfect simple, state verb duration. When we use state verbs describing a condition rather than an action, like live or own, we almost always default to the simple form. These verbs describe states that simply exist over time. It has been raining non-stop since dawn. Present perfect continuous, ongoing weather. Weather is a perfect example of continuous action. Since rain is an ongoing process that takes time, the continuous form perfectly captures the persistent nature of the event. They have only painted 2 rooms so far. Present perfect simple, counted result. Here, 2 rooms is a countable result. Since the subject is counting finished items, we must use the simple perfect to emphasize that specific number of completions. Let's compare 4 pairs. I have read 3 chapters. I have been reading for 3 hours. Result versus process focus. This contrast is vital. If I tell you I have read 3 chapters, the focus is on my knowledge gained, the quantifiable result. But if I say, I have been reading for 3 hours, I might still be exhausted and sitting in the chair, emphasizing the struggle or duration. He has written many emails. He has been writing emails. Action versus habitual action. When talking about general output, like correspondence, has written, feels more natural because we are focusing on the total volume of completed work. The continuous form suggests the activity itself is what interests us. The machine has broken down. The machine has been breaking down. State change versus repeated action. A machine breaks down. It's a sudden state change, so we use the simple perfect has broken. We reserve the continuous form for actions that happen repeatedly or are ongoing processes. We have known each other since childhood. We have been knowing each other. Stative versus action verbs. This is a key rule. Knows is a stative verb. These verbs describe states of being, not actions. Therefore, they are rarely used in continuous tenses and must stay in the simple form. Fill in the blank with the correct form, simple or continuous. They use software for weeks, but it's not ready yet. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is have been testing. The key signal word here is for weeks. This immediately directs us to the continuous form because we are emphasizing a sustained period of effort and duration leading up to the present moment. I think he had enough money for the trip. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is has saved. The verb save here focuses on the current total amount, the accumulated result. Since you are measuring a finite countable amount of money, we must use the simple perfect to report that final number. Since morning, it's Heimeli and the streets are flooded. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is has been raining. The physical result flooded streets is evidence of a prolonged action. Because we know this is an activity taking up time, even if the rain might have stopped, we describe its duration using the continuous aspect. How many books a year since you visited the library? Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is, have you borrowed? The question asks, how many, which requires a count or quantitative result. This clearly signals that we must use the simple perfect form to measure the outcome of their activity. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Incorrect, stative verb. I have been knowing you since elementary school. Correct, I have known you since elementary school. Remember that knows is a stative verb, meaning it describes a state rather than an active process. You cannot use the continuous form to describe simply knowing someone. You must stick to the simple perfect tense. Incorrect, redundancy. She has finished painting the house. Correct. She has painted the house. While has finished painting is grammatically okay, often we just need to report the results. If you use finished, it suggests the preceding activity was long. Dropping bin or restructuring can make your sentence cleaner and more direct. Incorrect. Simple versus continuous context. How long have you been working on that project? Correct. How long have you worked on that project? Sometimes when the focus is purely on the duration of a general effort or habit, using the simple perfect can sound more idiomatic than the continuous form, especially in spoken English. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The research team A on the solar energy project for months. Yesterday, they found a breakthrough, meaning they finally, BBE, a viable model. They were exhausted because they, seaside, streep all week. Question 1. Find and correct the grammar error in this sentence. Since 1990, we have been owning 3 large houses. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, since 1990, we have owned 3 large houses. The mistake here is using a continuous form with the stative verb own. When discussing ownership over time, you must use the simple perfect. This reinforces that state verbs generally resist the continuous structure. Question 2. Write your own sentence using this grammar point, simple versus continuous, to describe a family memory. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, when I was little, my grandmother has always baked bread on Sundays. Remember that for past memories and habits, the simple perfect is often used when the action started in the past and continues its general truth today. This shows how these tenses can overlap across time frames. When producing sounds, especially vowels, we must pay attention to the position of our tongue and the way air flows. A tight vowel sound requires your mouth to be rounded and controlled, while a more open or lax vowel allows for a looser jaw movement and less focused airflow. Learning these physical mechanics helps ensure that subtle differences in meaning are not lost during speech. Think of pronunciation as muscle memory. You need to physically train the muscles in your tongue, lips, and throat. When we discuss academic writing, clarity is paramount, and mispronouncing a key term can undermine the precision of your argument, no matter how strong the logic behind it. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is analyze. Say it again, analyze. When you say this word, make sure your first syllable is strong and clear. Don't rush through it because of its length. Remember to articulate that final sound, which often gets softened when we speak quickly. The word is system. Say it again, system. Practice keeping your jaw loose, especially when hitting those unstressed syllables in the middle. The goal is to make it sound natural and flowing, not clipped or choppy. The word is believe. Say it again, believe. Pay special attention to the difference between the short I and that long E sound. The length of that vowel is what separates a mistake from correct pronunciation. The word is focus. Say it again, focus. This word tests your ability to reduce unstressed sounds. Many learners try to give equal weight to every syllable, but a natural speaker will let the ending fade slightly. The word is argument. Say it again, argument. A common mistake here is treating it like 2 separate words. It needs to flow smoothly, maintaining a steady pace through all those syllables. The word is passage. Say it again, passage. Listen closely to how the speaker separates the initial from the final. This helps prevent your speech from sounding muffled or indistinct. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, right. Compare it with right. The key difference is the vowel sound and final consonant. While these words look similar, the sounds are distinct. Focus on making the short I's in right very tight, while ensuring the sound at the end of right is crisp and audible. First, theory. Compare it with theory. Pay attention to which syllable receives the primary stress. This contrast shows how moving a single vowel sound can change the entire meaning or perceived weight of an academic word. Stress placement is often more critical than individual sounds. First, concept. Compare it with compacket. Many people incorrectly pronounce the middle syllable. When you say concept, remember that the second vowel should be a clear sound. Avoid merging it with the sounds before or after it. Keep the syllabic breaks distinct. First, effect. Compare it with affect. Both are often confused, but focus on the stress and vowel length. This is a common academic slip-up. The sound difference here relates to syllable emphasis. Knowing where the stress falls helps guide your mouth muscles into the correct pattern. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Wrong, responsible. Right, respondable. Many learners add an extra syllable here, making the word sound much longer than it is. Try to pull the syllables together, remembering that only 2 main beats are needed for this academic term. Wrong, environment. Right, environment. The most frequent mistake is missing the final N sound. Make sure you are fully articulating that nasal resonance at the very end of the word for complete accuracy. Wrong, data. Right, datum. When speaking about singular data points, remember to pronounce the shorter form. It's a subtle change that can signal precision and careful selection of vocabulary. Here are 4 ways to practice. Tongue twister drill. Saying she sells seashells slowly and then fast. These drills force your mouth to move quickly and accurately between similar sounding phonemes. It builds stamina and precision, which is crucial when speaking complex academic ideas. Minimal pair check. Reading pairs like past versus past. Always record yourself reading minimal pairs. Listening back helps you identify where your natural accent might be causing confusion between 2 otherwise very similar words. Shadowing technique. Repeating a speaker immediately after they speak. This technique trains your ear and mouth simultaneously. Don't just listen, try to match the rhythm, intonation, and pace of the native speaker exactly. Nigger work. Watching your own mouth while speaking complex phrases. Using a mirror helps you become hyper-aware of your mouth shape. You might realize that your lips are rounding incorrectly, which is the physical root of many pronunciation issues. Nominalization is the process of turning verbs or adjectives into nouns. This technique is crucial for elevating your writing to a formal academic register. Instead of saying, "We reviewed the data," you might write, "The review of the data was conducted." You are transforming an action into a concept. Look out for phrases like consideration of or analysis regarding these. Signal that nominalization is required. Understanding when and why to use this technique is key. It's not just about vocabulary, but about stylistic choice. Nominalizations allow you to discuss ideas abstractly rather than focusing on the actors performing the actions. However, remember that overuse can make your writing sound dense or overly complicated. Here are 5 examples. The study required extensive analysis of the patient's records. Nominalization analysis. Notice how analyze is converted into the noun analysis. This shifts the focus from the act itself to the resulting concept. Using this structure immediately signals a high level of academic writing. There was significant consideration regarding policy changes. Nominalization consideration. Here we see to considers becoming the noun consideration. This is far more formal than simply saying, "They considered the policy changes." It adds weight to the subject matter. The successful implementation of the new strategy was paramount. Nominalization implementation. We transformed the verb to implement into the noun implementation. This structure is excellent for thesis statements and summarizing complex processes in a formal report. Increased awareness of climate change prompted further research. Nominalization awareness. Notice how to be aware becomes the noun awareness. This is a very common and natural way to boost formality while keeping the sentence flowing smoothly. The committee reached a consensus after prolonged discussion. Nominalization, consensus discussion. Here we see 2 instances, to come to a consensus and to discuss. By using the nouns consensus and discussion, the sentence achieves maximum formal impact. Let's compare 4 pairs. Active verb structure. The team analyzed the data. Nominalized noun phrase. Analysis of the data was conducted by the team. Shift from action to concept. When you convert a simple verb structure into a nominalization, you are prioritizing the concept over the agent. This is grammatically correct, but significantly more formal and dense. Gerund noun, running, improves stamina. Nominalized noun, the running of athletes improves stamina. Functional difference. While both are nouns, the nominalization often feels more abstract and academic. Use gerunds when the action is continuous or personal. Use nominalizations for high-level report writing. Simple noun, we need discussion. Prepositional phrase, nominalization, the necessity of discussion was identified. Adding depth with prepositions. Often, you can expand a simple noun phrase by adding a prepositional modifier. This adds necessary detail and improves the overall academic texture of your writing. Simple statement, he failed the test. Nominalized result, the failure on his part was evident. Focusing on result state. This contrast shows how we can shift focus from a specific action to its resulting state or outcome. This is extremely useful when writing conclusions or findings. Fill in the blank with the appropriate nominalized form. The committee demanded a thorough of the economic models. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is assessment. If you are prompted to provide a detailed evaluation, assessments is the most precise and academic noun. It suggests more than just a simple look. It implies deep critical thought. The scientist published her findings on global affairs. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is warming. In this case, global warming functions as a fixed nominalized concept. It describes the entire phenomenon rather than just stating that warming happens globally. The study emphasized the importance of objective. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is criteria. When we talk about standards or rules for judgment, criteria is the specific academic term. It elevates the writing and shows precise vocabulary control. The report concluded with a strong recommendation for further wine. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is research. When you need to suggest more investigation, further research is standard academic phrasing. It is much stronger than simply saying they should look into it again. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Incorrect, missing noun form. The project required analysis of the local market. Correct, the project required an analysis of the local market. A very common error is forgetting to nominalize the action. Remember, we need the noun analysis, not the verb analyze. This small change fixes the entire academic tone of the sentence. Incorrect, wrong noun form. The results showed great confuseness among participants. Correct, the results showed great confusion among participants. This is a common spelling and part of speech error. Confuseness is not the word. We need the noun form of confusion. Always check that your abstract nouns are correctly formed. Incorrect, passive weak verb. The meeting discussed many possible strategies. Correct, discussion at the meeting covered many possible strategies. While grammatically fine, starting with the meeting discussed is weak. Nominalizing it to discussion at the meeting makes the opening much more formal and scholarly. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Students are advised to read this passage and identify 2 instances of nominalization. Then, rewrite the paragraph using a more concise structure while maintaining an academic tone. Question 1. Find and correct the grammar error in this sentence. The goal is, analyze how policies change society. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the goal is to analyze how policies change society, or analyzing policy changes' impact on society is the primary goal. The original phrase lacks a proper structure for discussing abstract goals. By either using an infinitive or, better yet, nominalizing it into analysis, you create a much smoother and more sophisticated academic flow. Question 2. Write your own sentence using this grammar point. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the rapid advancement of technology necessitated immediate consideration regarding ethical guidelines. When crafting your own example, try to replace a core verb with its corresponding noun form. This forces you to think about the abstract concept rather than just the action itself. We use condition conditionals to talk about cause and effect. The first type, the zero conditional, is used for general truths, things that are always true, like scientific facts. Its structure is, if plus present simple, present simple. For example, if you heat ice, it melts. The second form, the first conditional, talks about real possibilities in the future. We use this when a specific condition might happen. Its structure is, if plus present simple, will plus base verb. Signal words like if and phrases such as when are key indicators for both types. Understanding the difference between zero and first conditionals is critical because they describe different kinds of reality. Remember that zero is absolute truth, it never changes. The first conditional, however, deals with predictions or highly likely future outcomes, making it more flexible than a scientific law. Here are 5 examples. If it rains heavily, the streets flood. Zero conditional, general truth. This example shows a consistent, predictable scientific pattern. We are stating a rule that generally holds true in our environment, so we keep both clauses in the simple present tense. If I save enough money, I will buy a new laptop. First conditional, real possibility. Here, we are making a plan for the future. Buying the laptop is conditional on saving the money, which makes it a specific possibility rather than an eternal truth. When you mix blue and yellow, you get green. Zero conditional, signal word, when. Notice that when can often replace if in the zero conditional. This emphasizes that this mixing process is a guaranteed, repeatable outcome every single time. If she calls tomorrow, I will tell her the news. First conditional, future action. This scenario involves 2 specific future actions. Her calling is the condition, and my telling her is the predicted consequence. People feel sick if they eat too much junk food. Zero conditional, general habit truth. This speaks to a general human pattern or habit. It's not a guaranteed law of physics, but it is a reliable and consistent truth about health. Let's compare 4 pairs. Zero conditional, if I get tired, I rest. Fact. First conditional, if I save money, I will buy a car. Possibility. Truth versus plan. The main difference is certainty. The zero conditional speaks to immutable facts that always happens. The first conditional speaks to our plans or predictions about the future. It's possible, but not guaranteed. Zero conditional, if you press this button, the light turns on. Rule. Simple present tense, this button turns on the light. General description. Focus versus scope. While both use simple present tense, forming a conditional structure emphasizes causality and action, causes another. Simply stating the button turns on is just an observation using if you press, establishes the cause and effect relationship. First conditional, if it stops snowing, we will go out. Prediction. Second conditional misuse, if it stops snowing, we would go out. Unreal. Reality check. If the possibility is real and likely in the future, use will for the first conditional. Using would signals that you are talking about a hypothetical situation that might not be true, which would incorrectly downgrade this statement. Zero conditional. If water reaches 100 degrees Celsius, it boils. Scientific law. Past simple misuse. If water reached 100 degrees Celsius, it boiled. Incorrect tense shift. Consistency is key. When discussing eternal or scientific truths, the tense must remain consistent in both clauses. Using past tense suggests that this rule was only true at some point in the past. Fill in the blank with the correct form. If you mix vinegar and baking soda, it's atypical stator carbon dioxide gas. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is releases. Since this is a general chemical truth, we must use the zero conditional. Both clauses stay in the simple present tense to reflect that this process always happens. If I finish my work early today, I meet you for coffee. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is Will. This is a future possibility based on completing a task. Because the result meeting hasn't happened yet and depends on a condition, we use will in the main clause. When children play outside without supervision, they often get hurt. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is get. The signal word when, combined with the general nature of getting hurt, points to a zero conditional. The simple present tense effectively communicates this common pattern or fact. If they don't leave now, they miss the train. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is will. This is a prediction about a definite future consequence. Using will strongly suggests that missing the train is the likely outcome if the condition, not leaving, continues. Watch out for these three common mistakes. Incorrect, tense mismatch. If I feel hungry, I will eat an apple. Correct. If I feel hungry, I eat an apple. Zero conditional. When stating a general habit or truth, the zero conditional requires both clauses to be in the simple present tense. Mixing will here makes it sound like a one-time prediction instead of a routine. Incorrect. Assuming universal truth, if she studies hard, she will get good grades. Correct. If she studies hard, she gets good grades. Zero conditional. While the first conditional is often used for academic predictions, if we treat this as a universal truth about effort and results, the zero conditional structure provides stronger grammatical footing. Incorrect. Passive voice misuse. When I wake up late, the bus leaves. Correct. When I wake up late, I miss the bus. Focus on subject action. Be careful about who is performing the action. If you are talking about your own routine and failure to catch transportation, make yourself the active subject in the main clause. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Read this short text describing natural processes and future plans. Identify which conditional, zero or first, is used in each instance, and consider if the tense is correct. The local forest guide explained that if it rains heavily, the moss grows thicker on the north side of the trees. Also, he warned us about tomorrow's hike. If we take the early bus, we will reach the summit before noon. This tells us two things, a constant rule and a specific plan. Question 1. Find and correct the grammar error in this sentence. If it rains heavily yesterday, the rivers flood. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, if it rained heavily, or if it rains heavily, the rivers flood, depending on context. The key here is time consistency. Since yesterday puts us firmly in the past, we must use the second conditional structure to discuss hypothetical past scenarios. However, if you meant this as a general truth, the tense should simply be simple present. Question 2. Write your own sentence using the first conditional, a specific future possibility. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, if I study tonight, I will feel much more confident for the exam. To create a strong first conditional statement, ensure that the if clause describes a condition you can realistically meet. This keeps your prediction grounded in reality. The second conditional is our tool for discussing imaginary or unlikely situations happening right now. Its structure requires two parts, the if clause and the result clause. We form it by using the simple past tense in the if clause, followed by would plus the base form of the verb in the main clause. Remember that even though we use the past tense, we are talking about things that are unreal or impossible in the present moment. Signal phrases like, I wish, if I were you, and supposing that are excellent ways to introduce these hypothetical scenarios into speech. A crucial point here is understanding that the simple past tense does not necessarily mean the past. When we use it in a conditional structure, it's purely grammatical. It signals distance from reality. It helps us detach ourselves emotionally and intellectually from what is as true versus what could be. This nuance makes our English much more sophisticated. Here are 5 examples. If I won the lottery, I would buy a small farm. If clause, simple past, main clause, would plus base verb. This example is perfect because winning the lottery is highly unlikely right now. We use this structure to build a vivid picture of an alternate life we wish were possible. Notice how 1 sets up the condition and would buy describes the imaginary result. She would travel more if she had enough money. If clause, simple past, main clause would plus base verb. Here, the limitation is her current lack of funds. The sentence implies that her present financial situation prevents her from traveling often. We are expressing regret or a strong desire for different circumstances. If he spoke German, we would move to Berlin. If clause, simple past, main clause would plus base verb. This is a scenario based on a current inability. His lack of language skills is the barrier preventing them from moving. The second conditional allows us to explore solutions for present problems. I wish I knew the answer right now. Using wish with simple past implied second conditional. When we use I wish, it often triggers a conditional meaning. Saying I wish I knew is equivalent to saying if I knew. It expresses a deep regret or desire about our present knowledge gap. We would call you if we found the time. If clause, simple past, main clause would plus base verb. This suggests that finding time is a current difficulty. It's a polite way of saying we are too busy right now by focusing on the hypothetical condition rather than just stating the problem. Let's compare 4 pairs. 0 conditional. If I press this button, the light turns on. Second conditional. If I press this button, the light would turn on. Fact versus imagination. The key difference is certainty. The 0 conditional describes physical laws or habits that are always true. However, the second conditional takes things out of the realm of fact and into pure speculation. First conditional, if it rains tomorrow, we will stay inside. Second conditional, if it rained tomorrow, we would stay inside. Versus real possibility versus unreality. The first conditional deals with real possibilities that might happen in the future. The second steps back and says, this is not just a possibility, this is something contrary to what's likely. It increases the distance from reality. Simple present, I am rich. Second conditional, if I were rich, I would travel. State of being versus hypothetical state. The first statement is a fact about your current reality. The second uses the conditional to create an entirely separate, imagined reality where you are wealthy and therefore have different actions. Using were for all subjects, I was. If I were you, formal. The subjunctive mood. When giving advice, or when discussing a condition contrary to fact regardless of the subject, formal English prefers using were. This use of the subjunctive mood makes your speech sound more polished. And academic. Fill in the blank with the correct form. If I were taller, I think I would join the basketball team. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is were. Remember that for B's in this unreal conditional structure, we almost always use were for all subjects. It is a classic example of using the subjunctive mood to signal unreality. They would buy a house if they saved enough money. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is saved. The condition, saving enough money, must be in the simple past tense. This keeps us firmly within the grammatical rules of the second conditional structure. If she spoke to you, what would you tell her? Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is spoke. The if clause needs the simple past tense, even though we are talking about a hypothetical action right now. Keep that past tense form in mind for all your conditions. We would feel better if it stopped raining. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is stopped. The structure is set up beautifully here. The result would feel depends on the simple past condition if it stopped. It's a perfect common usage of this grammar point. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Incorrect. If I was you, I would quit my job. Correct. If I were you, I would quit my job. This is perhaps the most frequent error. Even if your native language doesn't use were, practicing using it here helps sound more formal and correctly conveys that the situation is purely imaginary. Incorrect. If I had time, I will call my mother. Correct. If I had time, I would call my mother. When we are talking hypothetically, a possibility that is currently untruer must maintain the would structure in the result clause. Using will brings it back to a level of certainty that contradicts the conditional mood. Incorrect. If they knew the truth, they will change their mind. Correct. If they knew the truth, they would change their minds. This error involves mixing tenses and modal verbs. The past tense condition, knew, demands a hypothetical result using would, reinforcing that this is not about present facts. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Imagine you are talking to a friend who has just failed an important test. You want to encourage them and talk about their untapped potential. Use the second conditional in your response. Question 1. Find and correct the grammar error. If you study harder, you would pass next time. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, if you studied harder, you would pass next time. The original sentence mixes tenses. Because we are discussing an unreal current situation, the idea that they aren't studying hard enough right now, we must shift the if clause into the simple past tense. Question 2. Write your own encouraging sentence using this grammar point. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, if I were in your shoes, I would take a break and refocus on my goals. Remember to use were when giving advice or expressing wishes about someone else. This keeps the tone supportive but clearly hypothetical, offering encouragement without making promises. We use the third conditional when we talk about a past event that did not happen and then describe a hypothetical result based on changing that event. The structure is always if plus past perfect followed by would have plus the past participle. Remember, the past perfect tells us that the condition was completed before another point in the past. Signal words like if onlys or I wish often introduce these regrets. The key takeaway here is realizing that this tense structure communicates impossibility. Because we are talking about something that already went wrong, there is no way to fix it now. We use it purely for reflection and hypothetical regret. Here are 5 examples. If I had known you were coming, I would have baked a cake. Third conditional, past counterfactual. This example clearly shows the cause and effect of a missed opportunity. The speaker didn't bake the cake because they lacked knowledge in the past. She would have passed the exam if she had studied harder. Third conditional, past counterfactual. Notice how the result clause uses would have, suggesting a potential outcome that never materialized due to insufficient effort. If we hadn't missed the train, we would be in Paris right now. Mixed conditional, past condition, present result. This is a common variation. We use the past perfect for the if clause because missing the train happened in the past, but the result being in Paris is still relevant today. He would have called us if his phone hadn't died. Third conditional, past counterfactual. This structure helps us pinpoint the exact moment of failure. The dead phone battery was the undeniable reason why we did not hear from him. If only I had saved more money last year. Wish regret structure, third conditional. Using I wish is a natural way to signal this type of regret. When you use it with the past perfect, you are expressing a deep longing for a different past reality. Let's compare 4 pairs. First conditional, if I studied tonight. Third conditional, if I had studied last night. Future possibility versus past impossibility. The shift from the first to the third is a massive jump in time, from potential future actions to concrete, regretful pasts. This change fundamentally alters the speaker's relationship with the event. Second conditional, if I had time, unreal present. Third conditional, if I had had time past perfect. Present unreal versus past regretted. Remember, the second conditional deals with hypothetical unreality now. The third conditional always roots itself firmly in a completed timeline that we cannot revisit. Simple past, I didn't call. Third conditional, if I had called. Stating fact versus regretting counterfact. The simple past simply reports a failed action. But by transitioning it into the third conditional, we add hypothetical depth and regret to that simple statement. Second conditional, I would talk to him, present. Third conditional, I would have talked to him, past. Current result versus past hypothetical result. This contrast shows the difference between a general, ongoing hypothetical state and a specific result that was only possible but did not occur in the past. Complete the sentence using the correct form of the verb. If you had left earlier, were you at the station? Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is would have caught. Here, would have caught is necessary because the condition, leaving earlier, was a missed opportunity in the past. It describes an unfulfilled action. She wouldn't have quit her job if she enough support. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is had. The structure requires past perfect in the if clause. We must use had because we are talking about a lack of support that existed before another point in the past. If I to you, I would have warned you about the delays. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is spoke. This is slightly tricky. If the context implies advice given in the past, we need past perfect, had spoken, had spoken. But if it's a general hypothetical piece of advice applied retrospectively, if I spoke can sometimes work for emphasis. We bring that terrible movie if anyone had warned us. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is wouldn't have seen. This completes the negative regret. The use of wouldn't have is crucial here, emphasizing the rejection of an unwanted past experience. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Incorrect. If I would have studied more, I passed the test. Correct. If I had studied more, I would have passed the test. The most common error is using would in the if clause. Never use a form of would or could or should in the conditional if clause itself. Incorrect. If I had knew the truth, I would have told you. Correct. If I had known the truth, I would have told you. Remember that after had, we always use the past participle form of the verb. The past participle of knows is known, not knew. This is a key grammatical point. Incorrect. I wish I studied harder. Correct. I wish I had studied harder. When expressing regret about the past using I wish, you must move back into the third conditional structure. Simply saying, I wish, followed by simple past, only refers to a present desire. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Imagine you missed the flight last week due to bad weather. You are writing an email to your friend recounting the situation and expressing regret. Remember that all actions related to the plane or the previous days must be framed as counterfactuals. Question 1. Find and correct the grammar error. If I would have checked the weather, I wouldn't have missed the flight. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, if I had checked the weather, I wouldn't have missed the flight. The mistake is using would have in the condition clause. Remember that only the main result clause uses would have. The conditional itself must use the pure past perfect form. Question 2. Write your own sentence expressing regret about a past missed opportunity. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, if I hadn't lost my wallet, I could have paid for the taxi. When crafting your own sentences, make sure you clearly define 2 non-happening events in the past. This ensures that both clauses are logically connected by a sense of regret. Mixed conditionals occur when we combine 2 or more different conditional types to talk about a situation that mixes time frames. We cannot use one single structure. Instead, we mix the past and the present, or vice versa. The most common type is mixing an unreal past condition with a real present result. For example, if you had been rich in the past, you would be happy now. Remember, the if clause usually dictates the time frame of the unfulfilled action, while the main clause addresses its continuing consequence. The key to mastering mixed conditionals is understanding which mismatch makes the most sense logically. If we change the tense in both parts, the meaning often collapses or becomes nonsensical. Think about it this way. An action that happened previously causes a state of being right now. Here are 5 examples. If I had studied Japanese years ago, I would be fluent now. Past condition, right arrow. Present result. Here, the speaker missed a past opportunity studying Japanese. Because that action didn't happen in the past, the consequence is that their fluency doesn't exist right now. If she weren't so shy, she would speak up during meetings. Present condition, right arrow, past result. This is a slightly rarer mix. Her current traitness is preventing her from doing something in the past or talking about a completed action. It shows how ongoing traits impact specific moments. If we hadn't missed the train yesterday, we would be at the concert right now. Past condition, right arrow, present result. We are talking about a single point in time yesterday where missing the train was the failure. The consequence is that our location is different at this moment. If he spoke German fluently now, he would get that job in Berlin. Present condition, right arrows. Present result. While technically a second conditional structure present unreal 1-1, right arrows present result, it often serves as an advanced mixed point when discussing skill gaps. The focus is on the current gap preventing a possibility. If I were you, I would accept that job offer. Unreal advice. Present condition, right arrow, present result. This is the classic advice, mixed conditional. We are giving counsel based on your current situation or personality traits rather than a specific past event. Let's compare 4 pairs. Third conditional, past regret. Mixed conditional, present consequence. Focus shift from past impact to ongoing state. The third conditional focuses purely on a failed, finished action in the past. When we mix it, we are extending the consequences of that past failure into our current reality. Second conditional, hypothetical present. Mixed conditional, past cause, right arrow, present effect. The mixed form uses had plus past participle for the condition element. Remember that adding had to the if clause immediately pushes the time focus back into the past, fundamentally changing the conditional type. General second conditional. If I had money, I would travel. Mixed conditional. If I hadn't lost my passport, I would be traveling. The mixed version involves a past action that directly impacts the current hypothetical situation. Notice how the second conditional deals with unfulfilled present possibilities. The mixed type forces us to pinpoint exactly when the failure occurred in the timeline. Regular past tense, simple fact. Mixed conditional if clause. The use of past perfect rules out simple chronological facts. When you see the past perfect tense in an if clause, it signals that the failure happened at a specific time before the main consequence even began. Fill in the blanks. If I know you were coming, I would bake a cake. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is had known. This structure connects past non-knowledge to a present consequence. Because the knowledge was lacking in the past, the action of baking is not happening now. If we not get lost last night, we would have seen the meteor shower. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is hadn't gotten. This specific mix connects a past condition to an unfulfilled possibility in the same past time frame. It's essentially a third conditional focusing on a single dramatic point in the history. If I be taller, it would be easier for me to reach that shelf. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is were. This is a standard second conditional example. We use were, regardless of gender, because we are discussing an unreal, imagined present state. If the company not move its headquarters last year, our commute wouldn't be so bad now. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is hadn't moved. Here, a discrete past action, the moving of the headquarters, is identified as the cause for our current ongoing problem with commuting. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Incorrect. Using was. If I was rich, I would travel the world. Correct. Using were. If I were rich, I would travel the world. Even though we are talking about a general hypothetical present state, remember to use were for all persons when discussing unreal situations. This is the standard rule of the second conditional. Incorrect. Missing article. If she knew English, she would get better job. Correct. Adding a if she knew English, she would get a better job. Sometimes the error isn't complex grammar, but simple articles. Always check if your main clause requires an article like a, an, or though to sound natural. Incorrect. Tense mismatch in main clause. If I had studied harder, I would pass my exams now. Correct. Using continuous tense would be passing. If I had studied harder, I would be passing my exams now. When the consequence is an ongoing state or process right now, like studying way, often need to use a continuous tenses like would be doing rather than just would do. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Imagine a friend who missed the opportunity to learn Spanish when they were young. They now live in a city where many people speak it. Write out your thoughts using mixed conditionals to help them understand their current situation and potential future paths. Question 1. Find and correct the grammar error in this sentence. If I was born in Madrid, I would be bilingual right now. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, if I were born in Madrid, I would be bilingual right now. The mistake here is using was instead of were, because we are discussing an imagined origin that contradicts reality. Mastering this single verb form greatly improves your ability to create believable hypothetical scenarios. Question 2. Write your own sentence mixing a past condition with a present result. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, if I had taken up painting as a hobby when I was young, I would be an artist today. When constructing your own sentences, always check the time gap. If the consequence is now and the cause is in the past, you are successfully building a mixed conditional structure. In Part 3, examiners aren't just testing your vocabulary, they are assessing your ability to think critically and speculate. They want evidence that you can look at a general statement and make reasoned guesses about the future or past implications. The key is shifting from stating facts to presenting educated hypotheses. We need to move beyond simple opinions and use language that shows degrees of certainty. Instead of saying something is true, we must show how sure as we are we highly confident, moderately certain, or just guessing. Remember that sounding speculative is not the same as being uncertain. You need to sound thoughtful and knowledgeable. Using modal verbs effectively shows native-like fluency because it allows you to qualify your statements with nuance. Let's go through 5 words. For each word I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, it must be that. Say it again, it must be that. Use must when you are almost 100% sure of something based on strong prior knowledge or visible evidence. This shows the examiner that your guess is well supported by logic. The word is, it might be possible that. Say it again, it might be possible that. When you are genuinely unsure, might or mays is perfect. It keeps your answer balanced and sophisticated by admitting there could be other perspectives. The word is, one could argue that, past. Say it again, one could argue that. This structure is excellent for academic arguments. It frames your speculation as a thoughtful consideration rather than just a personal guess. The word is, it could be due to, due. Say it again, it could be due to, due Instead of bluntly stating a cause, this phrase softens the deduction. It's perfect for answering wise questions in Part 3. The word is, I wonder if. Say it again, I wonder if. This is a very natural conversational way to introduce speculation. It sounds less rehearsed and more like genuine critical thinking. Let's compare 4 pairs. Probably it's because of the cost. It could be attributable to rising operational costs. Using formal vocabulary, attributable shows range and depth in your speaking register. The shift here is from simple, functional English to academic language. Choosing precise, sophisticated verbs elevates the perceived quality of your argument. I guess they're going to change it soon. It seems highly likely that changes will be implemented in due course. Replacing I guess with formal phrasing makes your deduction sound objective and well thought out rather than impulsive. Formal language minimizes colloquialisms. By using phrases like highly likely, you are making a strong academic inference about the topic. Must be harder for students though. However, it might present significant challenges for students. Might is softer than must. Use this to hedge your speculation and sound more measured in your response. Notice how the structure changes entirely. By using complex clause structures, you demonstrate grammatical flexibility under pressure. What do you think? Maybe it'll get better? Considering this, I hypothesize that there may be improvements in the near future. Replacing a question with a declarative hypothesis makes your answer more authoritative and directly addresses the prompt's complexity. Part 3 requires you to sound like an informed contributor. Transforming vague thoughts into structured hypotheses is key to fluency scoring. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Grammar slip modal structure. They must go because it's bad. Better. It must be that they left due to the adverse conditions. The mistake is using must incorrectly as a simple prediction. Structuring it with it must be that provides the necessary formal framework for speculation. Hesitation over use of modals, I think maybe they might improve education. Better. While improvement is possible, I suspect educational reform could address this issue. Do not stack modals like maybe, might. Choose one strong modal and use it with a reliable structure to maintain clarity. Topic drifte vagueness. It's about the economy, so maybe people buy things. Better. The economic situation might influence consumer spending patterns considerably. Be specific in your vocabulary. Instead of things, use precise nouns like consumer goods or discretionary income to show mastery. Here are 4 ways to practice. Self-recording speculation chains. Record yourself answering a single question over 3 minutes, requiring you to make at least 5 speculative points using different modals. This trains your brain to maintain the required grammar structure under sustained speaking pressure. Don't worry about perfection. Focus on flow and variety. IELTS Part 3. Mock interviews. Practice with a partner or tutor, focusing exclusively on open-ended questions that require you to speculate or hypothesize. Simulating the actual test environment reduces performance anxiety. Always take notes on which modal verbs felt most natural when speaking them. Targeted vocabulary shadowing. Listen to advanced speakers discussing abstract topics, pausing frequently to mimic their speculative phrases. It seems likely that shadowing is invaluable for rhythm and intonation. Pay attention to the subtle pauses before you deliver your modal conclusion. This adds weight to your words. Debate, preparation, structured argument. Choose a controversial topic and prepare 2 opposing speculative arguments, forcing yourself to use both must and might. The ability to argue 2 sides strengthens your overall linguistic flexibility. This technique ensures you are comfortable speculating in different registers. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Imagine a world where remote work becomes the global standard. Discuss the impact this might have on city infrastructure, local economies, and social interaction. How will physical office spaces change? What new industries might emerge? Will community life suffer? Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is use a diverse range of modals, must, could, might, while linking your ideas with cohesive devices like consequently's or furthermore. Structuring your response by discussing multiple facets, the economic, the social, and the physical shows breadth. Remember to speculate on causes as well as effects. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the flexible use of modal verbs for degrees of certainty, e.g., it must be versus it might. When evaluating your answer, ask yourself where I was certain and where I was merely guessing. This intentional variation is what moves your speaking from fluent to expert level. When we talk about giving advice or making deductions, the core function of modal verbs is to manage certainty. They don't just state facts, they show us how confident we are in what we are saying. We need modals because language isn't always black and white. Some statements are absolute rules, while others are mere guesses based on limited evidence. Mastering this range allows you to sound much more nuanced and sophisticated when speaking. Think of modal verbs as volume controls for your confidence level. Using must, for instance, implies a very loud certainty almost, an undeniable truth or rule. Conversely, using might lowers the volume significantly, suggesting only a low probability. This ability to adjust that perceived certainty is key to advanced English communication. Here are 5 examples. You look tired. You should get more rest. Giving advice, mild. Notice that should is gentle advice. It suggests a positive course of action without demanding it. It implies that the person would benefit from this change, but it's not an obligation. This usage is perfect for supportive conversations with friends or colleagues. He hasn't eaten all day. He must be starving. Deduction, strong, assumption. Here, must is used to deduce a strong conclusion based on observable evidence, the fact that he hasn't eaten. It's not about obligation. It's about probability. You are making a very confident guess about his current state. The missing keys could be in the car. Possibility, weak. When we use could to discuss possibility, it is very tentative. It offers one of several options without committing to a degree of certainty. This makes it ideal for opening up conversation or brainstorming potential solutions. You need more protein. You ought to start taking supplements. Strong advice recommendation. The phrase ought to is often interchangeable with should, but it sometimes carries a slightly moral or duty-based weight. It suggests that following this advice aligns with what is proper or beneficial for you. It's quiet out here. The party might have already ended. Low probability guess. Using might in a negative context like this suggesting something has not happened, but perhaps did is very conversational. It keeps the speculation low stakes, making it suitable for casual conversations where you are unsure of the outcome. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Advice versus deduction, the core difference. Are you telling someone what to do, or are you guessing what is true? The very first thing to determine is your intent. If you are offering advice, modals like should or ought to are appropriate. But if you are analyzing a situation and forming a conclusion based on facts, then deduction modals such as must are necessary. The scale of certainty. We move from high certainty, must, down through possibility, could, might. Think of this as a physical scale. Must sits near the top, representing strong inference. As you move downward to could or might, you are acknowledging that there is room for error and other possibilities exist. Formality matters. Some modals sound more formal than others depending on context. In professional settings, using "it would be advisable to" or "one should consider" can sound more measured and respectful than blunt phrasing. Always adjust your modal choice based on who you are speaking to. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, "she must be sick because she missed 3 classes." Say, "she might be sick because she missed 3 classes." The error here is overconfidence. You are making an inference, not a certainty. By using must, you sound like a doctor giving a diagnosis when you really only have circumstantial evidence. Lowering the certainty with might makes your deduction more accurate. Don't say, you must eat more fruits for better health. Say, you should eat more fruits for better health. The word must implies a mandatory rule like a law or a doctor's strict order. When giving gentle advice, especially about lifestyle changes, using should is softer and more persuasive because it respects the person's autonomy. Don't say, if they were here, we would need to leave. Say, if they were here, we should leave. While we often use mixed conditionals for hypotheticals, when the consequence is advice related to the present situation, using should in the main clause grounds the suggestion. It shifts the focus from a theoretical outcome to a practical recommendation. Here are 4 ways to practice. The evidence checklist. Before speaking, ask yourself, what evidence do I have? Is it hard proof or just a feeling? If you can point to 3 specific pieces of evidence, you might justify must. If your reasoning is based on a gut feeling or limited knowledge, immediately switch to could or might. This simple check will dramatically improve the credibility of your speech. Practice phrasing alternatives. Instead of relying only on modals, use full phrases like it seems that, or I recommend that, Pime, or I recommend that. Sometimes, avoiding modals altogether and using clear introductory phrases can be even more effective. These alternatives allow you to convey the same degree of certainty while sounding highly articulate and formal. Contextual role-playing. Practice scenarios: doctor-patient, detective-witness, friend-friend. Role-playing is fantastic because it forces you to adopt a specific persona, which automatically dictates the appropriate modal level. Remember that a doctor's advice uses stronger modals than a friend's casual suggestion. Focus on intention. Always identify your goal: to warn, to suggest, to guess. Ultimately, choosing the right modal is about managing expectation. By being crystal clear about whether you are warning someone, suggesting a change, or merely guessing, you become a much more precise and skilled speaker. Relative clauses are powerful tools that allow you to combine 2 simple sentences into one more complex and sophisticated thought. They function by providing extra descriptive information about a noun. This is the core job of the relative pronoun. We use 3 main pronouns: who for people, which for things or animals, and where when referring to locations or places. Remember that not all clauses require these conjunctions, but mastering them is key to elevating your descriptive writing and speaking. The most critical distinction to make here is between defining and non-defining clauses. If the information in the clause is absolutely essential to understanding the meaning of the noun, it's defining, and often uses that. If the information is merely extra commentary like providing background detail, it's non-defining and must be set off by commas. Here are 5 examples. The building, which was constructed in the 90s, now houses a modern gallery. Non-defining clause using which. Notice that we used commas here. This tells the listener or reader that the information about the construction date is just extra detail. The sentence would still make perfect sense without it. The student who scored highest on the exam received a scholarship. Defining clause using whose. Because we are defining which specific student we mean the one who scored highest, we do not use commas. The relative pronoun is absolutely necessary for clarity. We visited a small town where the pace of life felt totally relaxed. Relative clause using where. When you are describing a place, simply substituting which often sounds awkward. Using where directly links the location noun to the action that happens there, making your English flow much more naturally. The report, which details market trends, is available online. Defining clause using which. While we often prefer that for defining clauses concerning things in American English, remember that which is perfectly acceptable, especially when the noun preceding it is non-specific or general. My neighbor, who writes novels about space travel, just bought a new telescope. Non-defining clause using whose. Use. Again, the commas show that this clause is parenthetical. It tells us something interesting about your neighbor, but it isn't required for the core meaning of the sentence. Let's compare 4 pairs. Relative clause. The book which I read was fascinating. Simple adjective phrase, the fascinating book. Adding detail versus condensing detail. The key difference here is flow and emphasis. Using the relative clause allows you to maintain a formal, academic tone. However, in casual speech or writing, condensing it into an adjective phrase makes your language sound much punchier. Relative clause. The city where I grew up was small. Simple conjunction. I grew up in a small city and the weather was nice. Combining ideas versus listing facts. Using where immediately links the quality of the city to your personal experience there. By using relative clauses, you avoid choppy sentences. Instead, you create sophisticated narrative connections that sound more cohesive. Non-defining. My father, who is a doctor, lives in London. Defining. The doctor who lives in London is my father. Extra detail versus identification. This contrast shows how commas change the meaning entirely. If you omit the commas, you are suggesting that only doctors living in London are your father. With commas, it means he happens to be a doctor. Relative clause. The car which needs fixing is mine. Prepositional phrase. The car for fixing is mine. Grammatical fluency versus casual shortcut. While prepositional phrases like for fixing are common in spoken English, using a full relative clause with which shows stronger grammatical control and precision in your language usage. Fill in the blank with who, which, or where. The conference room is on the second floor, will be packed today. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is which. Remember that when referring to an object or location's inherent characteristic, like its physical placement, which works perfectly. Because this information is supplementary, we must remember to use those necessary commas. The historian wrote the book was at the lecture. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is who. Since historian refers to a persona human being, we must use who. Never rely on which. For people, no matter how common that mistake might seem in casual speech, this campus is the perfect place we can study outdoors. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is where. When you are talking about a physical setting or area, where is always your best friend. It acts as a direct replacement for the phrase in which, making the sentence much punchier. My professor taught me advanced syntax, retired last year. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is who. This is another example of non-defining information. The commas signal that everything following who is merely an added anecdote about the professor, not a defining trait. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Incorrect. Using which for defining. The car which has flat tires needs repair. Correct. That. The car that has flat tires needs repair. A very common mistake is using which when the clause is essential. That is, if removing it changes the meaning. For necessary information about things, always default to using that. This makes your usage clearer and more formal. Incorrect. Confusing tenses. She moved into an apartment which had a balcony. Correct. That's plus tense agreement. She moved into an apartment that has a balcony. Be careful when your relative clause contains verbs. Ensure the tense of the verb inside the clause logically matches the time frame you are discussing in the main sentence. Incorrect missing commas. The department, which is responsible for sales, started to struggle. Correct. Required commas. The department, which is responsible for sales, started to struggle. This demonstrates the most common structural error. If you are providing an aside a piece of extra background information, you absolutely must sandwich that clause between a pair of commas. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The museum, which was built in the early 20th century, houses thousands of artifacts. Many exhibit pieces are quite old. They date back to civilizations unknown today. Visitors who take the time to read the signs learn much about the period where these items were created. However, some visitors often overlook the less glamorous exhibits. Question 1. Find and correct the grammar error in this sentence. Visitors who take the time reading the signs learn much. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, corrected sentence, visitors who take the time to read the signs learn much, or time reading is acceptable, but to read is clearer. The error here is a subtle issue of idiom and phrasing. While grammatically understandable, we typically use an infinitive form like to read after phrases such as take the time. This small adjustment boosts your natural fluency. Question 2. Write your own complex sentence using this grammar point, e.g., describing a place you love. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, model answer, the library, which has comfortable leather chairs and quiet reading nooks, is my favorite spot. When crafting your own sentences, try varying where you place the relative clause. Placing it either right after the noun or at the end of the sentence can give your writing different rhythms and emphasis. Non-defining relative clauses provide extra, non-essential information about a noun. They are always set off by commas, even if the sentence is long. Think of them as parenthetical thoughts. The main idea works perfectly fine without them. This structure allows you to add depth and sophisticated detail without disrupting the core meaning of your argument. The key takeaway here, especially for academic writing, is recognizing that this information is supplementary. If you remove the clause, the sentence would still be grammatically sound and convey its original essential message. Mastering these clauses signals a high level of fluency and structural control to examiners. Here are 4 examples. The new policy, which was implemented last month, has significantly improved resource allocation across departments. Adding specific context about the timing and effect of the policy. The clause is separated by commas. Notice how the main point that the policy improved allocation remains clear even if you ignore the phrase between the commas. This technique allows for complex ideas while maintaining readability. Global warming, which affects coastal economies most severely, requires immediate international cooperation. The clause explains which specific characteristic of global warming is the focus. This adds necessary weight to the subject. Here we use the comma structure to give a focused descriptor about the subject, global warming. It shows that you are not just listing facts, you are building an argument around a specific nuance. My research team, which specializes in behavioral economics, published findings on consumer spending habits. The clause defines the group's specialty, adding professional detail. The flow remains natural and academic. When describing a group or an institution, using this structure makes your writing sound much more authoritative. It smoothly integrates specialized knowledge into the sentence structure. The annual summit in Geneva, which attracts leaders from dozens of nations, aims to harmonize trade agreements. Using a geographical location as the subject and adding context about its importance, this is excellent for IELTS introductions. This example demonstrates how you can use sophisticated nouns like summits or negotiation and then immediately enrich them with descriptive commas. It sets a very high academic tone. Let's compare 4 pairs. Due to heavy traffic and poor planning, the event was delayed. The annual conference, which faced unforeseen logistical challenges, had to be postponed until next month. Using the non-defining clause which faced makes the cause of delay sound more formal and academic. The weak version is simple and slightly informal. The strong version elevates the register by using a relative clause to explain why the event was delayed, giving it a much smoother, scholarly rhythm. Air pollution affects cities. These cities often have poor public health outcomes. Large metropolitan areas, which struggle with severe air pollution, frequently report diminished public health metrics. Combining 2 simple sentences into one complex structure using the clause which struggle is far more concise and sophisticated. Notice how we managed to convey 2 complete ideas, the existence of pollution and its effect on health in a single, elegant sentence. This conciseness is key to high-scoring IELTS writing. The new study was about learning habits. It found that visual aids help retention. A recent pedagogical study, which focused on cognitive processes, demonstrated that visual aids significantly aid knowledge retention. Replacing simple conjunctions or separate sentences with a non-defining clause improves flow and academic tone instantly. We have moved from 2 choppy statements to 1 flowing statement. The embedded comma structure allows you to present the core finding while detailing the subject matter in passing. Students read books that teach them history, or they watch documentaries about it. Curriculum materials, which include diverse media formats, provide students with multiple avenues for historical learning. This structure allows you to generalize a concept, learning methods, rather than listing examples, making the writing more abstract and academic. Instead of giving specific examples like books or documentaries, we generalized using the clause. This is a hallmark of Band A+ writing because it shows high-level conceptual thinking. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak lacks impact. The city, which has skyscrapers and parks, is beautiful. Strong. The city, which has skyscrapers and parks, is undeniably beautiful. While the grammar was correct, adding a strong adverb like undeniablys boosts the conviction of your argument. Remember that good grammar must be paired with compelling vocabulary choices. Weak missing comma. The committee reviewed the data which showed discrepancies. Strong. The committee reviewed the data which showed significant discrepancies. When that information is extra, meaning the data always shows discrepancies and it's just an added detail, you absolutely need those commas. Missing them changes the core meaning of the sentence. Weak, overly simple. The policy affects all businesses, especially small companies. Strong. The policy, which impacts smaller enterprises more acutely than larger corporations, requires immediate review. Here we moved from a list-like statement to an integrated clause. We use the NDC to place emphasis on smaller enterprises, showing you can structure your argument for rhetorical impact. Here are 4 ways to practice. Outlining with brackets. When planning your essay, write main ideas and then use brackets to indicate where non-essential details will go. This keeps the structure defined. Don't wait until the writing stage to think about this structural element. By pre-planning where you want to insert extra detail using parentheses or brackets in your outline, you ensure smooth transitions when you write. The "if I removed it" test. After drafting a sentence containing a relative clause, remove it. If the core meaning of the sentence remains perfectly clear and strong, then commas are necessary. This is your most powerful editing tool. If removing the clause makes the sentence confusing or vague, you might have accidentally used a defining essential clause instead of a non-defining one. Keyword mapping. Identify 3 key nouns in your prompt. For each noun, brainstorm 2 unique secondary facts that can be comma-separated into relative clauses. This technique forces you to actively generate supplementary information relevant to the topic. Practice mapping out these details before writing helps your vocabulary feel natural when speaking or writing. Sentence stretching drill. Take 5 simple declarative sentences and restructure them into complex sentences by adding parenthetical clauses using commas. This exercise builds muscle memory. It moves you away from simply knowing the rule toward making the structure feel natural, which is what examiners are looking for in advanced writing. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Some experts argue that all university students should study a mandatory financial literacy course. Others believe that specialized learning is better and prefer allowing choice in their curriculum. Discuss both views. Question 1. What is the key requirement of this task? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is balance, sophisticated structure, and nuanced vocabulary demonstrating control over complex grammar. This prompt demands that you manage 2 opposing viewpoints. To score highly, don't just list pros and cons. Use non-defining clauses to provide context for why each view exists. Question 2. What would a Band 7 response focus on first? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is A. Strong introduction that sets up the debate using complex, comma-intensive phrasing. Start by introducing the topic with a broad statement about higher education, which is an increasingly debated issue. Using this structure immediately signals to the reader that you possess advanced grammatical control. Today we are focusing on contrastive arguments using although and despite. These structures allow you to present two ideas that seem contradictory but are connected logically. Remember, although is a subordinating conjunction, meaning it must introduce an entire clausier subject and a verb. Conversely, despite or in spite of must be followed by a noun, pronoun, or a gerund form. Using these structures correctly demonstrates sophisticated command over English grammar. The key takeaway here is recognizing the grammatical function. Conjunctions introduce full clauses, while prepositions introduce nouns. Mastering this subtle difference dramatically elevates your writing score because it shows structural control beyond simple sentence construction. Here are 4 examples. Although global warming presents massive challenges, technological innovation offers viable pathways towards sustainable energy. Uses, although, because it introduces a full clause, global warming presents. This is formal and academic. Notice how the structure isn't just contrasting two facts, it sets up a tension that the second part of the sentence then resolves. Academic writing thrives on this type of complex, nuanced argument. Despite the initial resistance from local communities, the government has successfully implemented necessary infrastructure upgrades. Uses despite, followed by a noun phrase, initial resistance. This is concise and powerful. When you use despite, ensure your entire thought, the subject of the contrast is contained within that single noun or gerund. Avoid mixing up the structure, as this is a very common pitfall. The economic benefits are clear, however, the lack of governmental oversight remains a significant hurdle. While not using although despite, this advanced structure, semicolon plus transitional adverb, achieves the same high-level contrast effect. Sometimes, the strongest way to show contrast is not with a conjunction at all. Using strong transition words like however or nevertheless can give your argument more punch and variety. In spite of investing heavily in public transport, the city still struggles with commuter congestion during peak hours. Uses in spite of, which is interchangeable with despite, but helps vary your vocabulary. The gerund form investing follows it. Remember that in spite of works exactly like despite. They are synonyms, and using both in your writing will make your language sound much more sophisticated to the reader. Let's compare 4 pairs. The pollution is bad, but people still drive cars. Although air quality has deteriorated significantly, many citizens continue to rely on private vehicles. Replaces simple coordination, but with a formal subordinate clause structure using although. The upgrade here is moving from informal coordinating conjunctions like but to more academic and sophisticated structures. This instantly raises the perceived complexity of your writing. They built better roads, but traffic jams still happen. Despite the considerable investment in road infrastructure, severe traffic congestion remains a daily issue. Uses despite followed by a noun phrase, investments, for maximal concision and academic tone. Look how much more precise this second version is. By choosing specific vocabulary like considerable investments instead of better roads, you deepen the quality of your argument. It was expensive, so few people could afford it. Despite its prohibitive cost, the health benefits of preventative care are undeniable. Uses despite to link a noun phrase as prohibitive cost to a strong counter-argument. When you use these contrast structures, don't just state the opposition. Make sure your second clause provides some kind of analysis or consequence. This moves you from simple description to true argumentation. The government changed policies, but poverty still exists. Although policy reforms have been implemented by the government, widespread poverty persists across rural areas. Uses, although again for contrast, ensuring grammatical parallelism in the subjects and verbs of both clauses. This example demonstrates perfect balance. When using although, try to maintain a similar level of formality and subject type in both halves of your sentence. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak missing punctuation flow, despite having enough money, the trip was cancelled. Strong, clearer link needed, despite having enough money, the trip was still cancelled. The issue here is that while despite works with gerunds, the sentence feels disconnected. Adding a clear transitional phrase or adjusting the comma usage improves readability and flow. Weak, missing subject-verb after, although pollution, people still go outside. Strong completes the subordinate clause. Although there is significant air pollution, people still venture outdoors. The most frequent error is forgetting the full clause structure. Always check that the text following all those contains both a recognizable subject and a complete verb phrase. Weak redundancy double conjunction despite the challenge, but success was achieved. Strong eliminates redundant conjunction, but despite the challenges, success was ultimately achieved. Never use two contrasting markers back to back. Since despite already signals the contrast, adding a coordinating conjunction like but is grammatically redundant and weakens your score. Here are 4 ways to practice. Start with the counter-argument, the despite clause. Begin your paragraph by acknowledging a positive fact or major obstacle using despite. This immediately sets up the necessary tension. Think of this structure as setting the stage for conflict. By mentioning the positive side first, you signal to the examiner that you are capable of seeing multiple sides of an issue. Use a strong conjunction connector. Follow up with although or use transitional phrases like nevertheless and however. Varying these connectors is key to high scores. Don't rely on just one device. If you start with despite, follow the supporting point with both, although in a subsequent sentence, showing mastery over multiple structures. Analyze the consequence, the third point. Do not just state the contrast, explain why that contrast matters. This is your deep analysis, moving beyond mere reporting. A Band-Aid response doesn't just write 2 opposing facts, it connects them with a therefore or consequently. Always aim to analyze the implications of the tension you've created. Practice. Paraphrasing key phrases. Build a vocabulary bank for alternatives instead of just difficult. Use challenging, arduous, or complex. Vocabulary depth is just as important as structural depth. Focus on high-level academic synonyms that fit the precise tone needed for IELTS writing tasks. Degree adverbs are words like very, extremely, or highly that modify adjectives and other adverbs. They function as intensifiers, telling the listener just how strong a quality is. Instead of simply saying something is good, we can use these modifiers to specify if it's merely good or exceptionally good. Choosing the right modifier adds texture and precision to your speech. It allows you to move beyond simple description into nuanced communication. Think of degree adverbs as volume controls for your language. You aren't just turning up the volume, you are precisely setting the pitch. Mastering these modifiers shows a sophisticated command of English, allowing you to convey subtle differences in meaning that casual speech often misses. Here are 5 examples. The results were very positive. General casual usage. In most everyday conversation, varies is perfectly natural and effective. It establishes a clear level of intensity without sounding overly formal or academic. The committee found the proposal highly commendable. Formal academic usage. Highly immediately elevates your tone. This structure is perfect for professional reports, presentations, or academic writing where formality matters. The weather was extremely unpredictable this month. Maximum intensity. Extremely signals the highest level of intensity. Use it when you genuinely mean that something is at an extreme degree, like temperature or difficulty. The performance was remarkably engaging. Using synonyms for strength. Remember that sometimes the best modifier isn't even very. Using a strong synonym like remarkablys or exceptionallys can sound more sophisticated and less predictable. The issue is highly complex. Formal abstract concepts. When discussing abstract nouns like issues, problems, or theories, highly often pairs best. It lends a sense of intellectual weight to your statement. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. The academic context. Use highly or strong verbs. In academic settings, formality is key. Using sophisticated adverbs like significantly or highly shows that you are operating at a higher level of discourse and precision. Lesson. Stick to simple boosters like very. When chatting with friends, remember that overusing academic language can sound unnatural. Simple, common adverbs are perfectly appropriate for maintaining a conversational flow, emphasizing degree versus frequency. Adverb placement matters greatly. Be careful not to confuse degree adverbs with frequency adverbs. Very often describes how frequently something happens, while extremely difficult describes the severity of the difficulty. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, I was really happy. Say, I was extremely happy. This is called double intensification. You are using 2 adverbs to modify the emotion, which sounds redundant and unpolished. Pick one strong intensifier. Incorrect, the movie was very highly recommended. Correct, the movie was highly recommended. Many adverbs are redundant when paired with other intensifiers. If highly already suggests a high level, adding very simply weakens your impact. Don't say, it was incredibly difficult. Say, it was incredibly difficult. Incredibly is already a powerful intensifier. Combining it with very muddles your meaning and weakens the force of the word you are trying to use. Here are 4 ways to practice. Use synonyms for effect. Replace very with words like exceptionallys or remarkablys. When you feel yourself reaching for the word very, pause and brainstorm synonyms. Replacing common boosters with less predictable vocabulary immediately raises your linguistic level. Very intensity placement. Sometimes, moving the adverb changes emphasis. Consider placing strong modifiers at the beginning or end of a clause for dramatic effect. This technique helps you guide the listener's attention to the most important detail. Focus on specific fields. If describing ideas, use significantly. If describing emotion, use overwhelmingly. Instead of treating these adverbs as a general category, learn specific pairs. For example, always pair highly with abstract concepts and very with concrete observations. Practice paired adjectives. Commit to using 3 different intensifiers in one conversation. The best way to internalize this is through active practice. Try speaking for 5 minutes and consciously forcing yourself to use at least 3 distinct, powerful degree adverbs. Participial phrases are powerful tools for academic conciseness. They modify a noun or pronoun and generally begin with an ing, present, or an e, bed, past verb form. Rather than creating a full dependent clause, which often requires extra words like who, which, or that, these phrases allow you to condense information dramatically. For instance, instead of saying the scientist who discovered the cure, you can simply write discovering the cure, the scientist. This technique is crucial for elevating your writing from merely descriptive to highly sophisticated in academic contexts like IELTS. Mastering this structure isn't just about cutting words, it's about improving flow and rhythm. By integrating these phrases smoothly, you signal to the reader that your ideas are closely connected and logically sequenced. Think of them as high-level grammatical shortcuts that boost your overall cohesion score. Here are 4 examples. Driving the global shift toward renewable energy, governments must invest heavily in green infrastructure. The introductory phrase, driving, modifies governments, making the action clear and immediate. Notice how this structure eliminates the need for a full clause like, because they are driving, mine. By placing the cause or active process up front, you immediately set the context for your main argument. This makes the writing feel more authoritative. Having analyzed decades of economic data, researchers concluded that inflation rates require systemic changes. Using having analyzed shows a completed action immediately preceding the main verb, establishing clear causality. The use of the perfect participial phrase, having analyzed, is key here. It signals to the reader that this analysis was finished before the conclusion could be drawn, adding precision and depth to your argument. Complicating global supply chains. Recent political unrest has forced multinational corporations to reconsider their sourcing strategies. The phrase complicating provides an active background condition that directly impacts the main subject and verb. This demonstrates how a negative or challenging situation can be introduced concisely. Instead of dedicating a whole sentence to describing the unrest, you fold the key information into this modifying structure. Recognizing the urgent need for sustainable solutions, international bodies are collaborating on new policy frameworks. The phrase recognizing clearly establishes the motivation or realization that leads to the main action. When you use a participle to show recognition or awareness, it grounds your argument in current knowledge. It moves beyond simply stating facts and instead explains why yes, those facts are leading to specific actions. Let's compare 4 pairs. The planet, which is experiencing rapid deforestation, needs immediate policy intervention. Experiencing rapid deforestation, the planet requires immediate policy intervention. Eliminating redundant relative clauses makes the sentence punchier and more academic. The original version uses unnecessary filler words like which is. The strong version maintains the exact same meaning but achieves it with far greater economy of language. Always look for these small word traps. Because of the heavy rainfall which caused flooding, many communities were forced to evacuate. Causing extensive flooding, the heavy rainfall forced many communities to evacuate. Reordering the phrase and using causing makes the sentence active and direct. Here we shifted from a passive cause, because of, to an active modifier. This immediately boosts the perceived strength of your writing, making the forces at play feel more dynamic. This policy is highly beneficial for students who are struggling with time management. Benefiting students struggling with time management, this new policy should be implemented. Moving the descriptive phrase to the front emphasizes the benefit before stating the subject and verb. When you lead with a participial phrase that details the benefits, it grabs the reader's attention and frames your argument positively from the very first word. The study, which was concerned with economic indicators, found several alarming trends. Concerned with tracking global economic indicators, the study revealed several alarming trends. Using concerned with is more academic and tighter than which was concerned with. This pair shows how subtle word choices matter. By using a stronger verb form or an adjective like participial phrase, you sound less like you are reporting something and more like you are analyzing it. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Dangling modifier, sitting on the bench, the train passed by me. Corrected structure, the train passed by me while I was sitting on the bench. This is a classic dangling modifier. The phrase, sitting on the bench, must logically modify I, but grammatically, it seems to modify the train. Always check that the subject of the main clause is performing the action described in your participial phrase. Missing subject, having implemented new measures, the success of the program was observed. Corrected structure, after implementing new measures, we observed the success of the program. The mistake here is that the phrase having implemented requires a logical subject to perform that action. If you omit it, your sentence becomes meaningless because we don't know who implemented the measures. Wordy awkward placement, the research, funded by grants, gave unique insights into historical periods. Improved flow, funded by grants, the research provided unique insights into historical periods. When describing how something was funded or supported, it is much more concise and academically smooth to place the participial phrase directly after the noun. This keeps the focus tight on the object being described. Here are 4 ways to practice. The causality check. Review your draft and identify every sentence that uses because or due to. Can you transform these causal relationships into a participial phrase? If your writing is filled with linking words like because, it suggests multiple short, choppy thoughts. By converting those causes into introductory phrases, you demonstrate a more advanced grasp of formal academic flow. The reduction drill. Take any relative clause starting with which or who is. Mentally train yourself to remove the linking verbs and just keep the action. This drill forces you into conciseness. For example, changing, the policy which aims, to simply aiming, trains your brain to see the useful core of the phrase rather than the surrounding grammar. Front-loading information. When introducing a complex idea or background context, start the sentence with an introductory participial phrase. This hooks the reader immediately. Remember that the first thing you say sets the tone for the entire paragraph. By front-loading your argument using a sophisticated structure like this, you establish immediate academic gravitas. The modification scan. After writing, scan every noun in your text. Ask, is there any detail about this noun that I haven't fully described yet? Convert it into a modifying phrase. This is an excellent editing technique. Don't just write the sentence. Look for places where you can deepen the description of a subject or object using these powerful condensed modifiers. Choppy writing happens when we string together too many short, simple sentences. Using participle clauses is a powerful way to merge these ideas seamlessly into one sophisticated sentence. Essentially, a participle clause modifies the main subject and adds extra information about whose or what is performing the action. We use present participles, which end in ing, and sometimes perfect participles. This technique allows you to move beyond simple coordination and create true sentence complexity. For IELTS writing, this boosts your coherence score dramatically because it shows advanced structural control. Remember that the goal of a participle clause is not just to sound academic, it is to improve the logical flow between ideas. It should always relate back directly to the main subject of your sentence. Think of it as an elegant grammatical bridge connecting two closely related thoughts. Here are 4 examples. Recognizing the environmental damage, many activists organized a massive global cleanup effort. The introductory phrase modifies activists, instantly setting the context for their action. Notice how this single sentence accomplishes 3 things. It states the cause, environmental damage, identifies the group, activists, and describes the result, organized a cleanup. This is much richer than writing 3 separate sentences. Having reviewed the data carefully, the committee concluded that immediate policy changes were necessary. The perfect participle, having reviewed, shows that the action of reviewing happened before the main conclusion. This establishes a clear timeline. Using the perfect participle helps clarify sequence when one action must logically precede another. It demonstrates nuanced understanding far beyond simple time markers like after. Always check if the timing is crucial. Faced with rising inflation rates, small businesses struggle to maintain profitability in key sectors. This structure paints a vivid picture of cause and effect, making the writing feel dynamic and authoritative. The phrase "faced with" is an excellent substitute for starting with "because," which can sound repetitive. It adds academic gravitas while maintaining clarity about the situation. Working tirelessly throughout the night, the research team finally submitted their groundbreaking findings. The participial phrase "working tirelessly" is kept close to the subject team, making the effort directly attributable to them. This example reminds us of a critical rule. The actor doing the action in the introductory clause must match the main subject. Never let the modifier float away from its intended person. Let's compare 4 pairs. The economy was struggling. Government intervention was required immediately. Struggling with instability, the economy demanded immediate government intervention. Combining 2 simple sentences into one fluid unit elevates the writing's maturity level. When you replace a short period or semicolon with a participle clause, you signal to the reader that these ideas are intrinsically linked. This is key for achieving high coherence scores. Students studied hard. They hope to achieve higher grades in their final exams. Studying diligently for weeks, students hope to secure significantly higher grades on their final exams. The participle phrase acts as a sophisticated adverbial clause of manner or cause. Instead of using because or and, which are basic connectors, the participle clause allows you to condense an entire causal explanation into just a few words. This demonstrates remarkable linguistic efficiency. The new technology was introduced. It changed how people communicate every single day. Introducing vastly improved communication methods, the new technology fundamentally changed daily human interaction. Using introducing makes the technology itself the agent of change, creating a powerful thematic focus. Notice how we shifted the subject in the strong version. This active construction is much more engaging than simply stating that something did change things. Focus on dynamic verbs. The report was controversial. Many experts questioned its core methodology. Controversial in nature, the report faced skepticism from many expert bodies regarding its core methodology. Using being or an adjective form like controversial is often a quick way to start a participle clause when passive voice is appropriate. Sometimes the introductory phrase needs to be in the passive voice, which is done by adding being. This technique helps you keep your writing formal and academically objective while eliminating choppiness. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak dangling modifier, running late for the train, the briefcase fell out of his hand. Strong, as he was running late for the train, the briefcase fell out of his hand. This is a classic dangling modifier error because it sounds like the briefcase was running late. The rule here is that the subject immediately following the comma must perform the action in the introductory phrase. Weak, incorrect subject. Having studied for hours, the test felt incredibly difficult. Strong, after studying for hours, we found the test to be incredibly difficult. Again, who was studying? The sentence incorrectly implies the test studied. You must ensure that the subject performing the action in the introductory clause is clearly stated and logically connected to the rest of the sentence. Weak word order. The speaker delivered a compelling argument, convincing everyone in the room. Strong. Delivering a compelling argument, the speaker convinced everyone in the room. While both versions are grammatically acceptable, moving the participial phrase to the beginning or placing it directly before the verb often improves flow and impact. It gives immediate focus to the action. Here are 4 ways to practice. Summarize and condense techniques. Take 3 simple sentences, e.g., the weather was cold, people wore coats, they enjoyed the walk, and rewrite them using participles. This is a direct, targeted exercise to build muscle memory. Don't just write it, say the new complex sentence out loud multiple times until it feels natural. Repeated practice solidifies the structure. The because swap challenge. Identify every instance of because, since, or as in your draft writing and challenge yourself to replace that clause with a participial phrase. This exercise forces you out of habitual conjunction usage. When you see those common subordinating conjunctions, train your brain to pause and ask, can I start this thought differently? Focus on the adverbial modifier. Practice writing introductory phrases that describe how or why the main action took place. This is where most participle clauses fit. Remembering that participial phrases often act as adverbials helps you classify their function, which reduces anxiety about grammar rules. They are essentially expanding your adverbs. Review for redundancy. After writing a paragraph, read it through specifically looking for repetitive verbs or redundant phrasing that could be condensed into a single participial clause. This metacognitive step is crucial. It shifts your focus from, is this correct, to, can I make this more efficient? Great academic writing prioritizes conciseness. Articles are small words, sir, and the but, they change the meaning of your entire sentence. We use it or an when we talk about something general or non-specific. Remember, use an before a vowel sound, regardless of the letter. When you use the, it signals that both the speaker and listener know exactly which item you are talking about. Look out for signal words like previously mentioned or in this specific context. Sometimes we don't need an article at all, which is called zero article usage. The key concept here is shared knowledge. If I say I bought a book, it means any random book. But if I say the book on the table, you know exactly which one I mean because we are both in the same physical space. Mastering this shift from general to specific gives your writing immediate academic polish. Here are 5 examples. She wrote a comprehensive thesis on quantum physics. A indefinite article. Here, A simply indicates that the thesis is one of many theses. We are introducing this idea to the reader for the first time, so we don't need to specify which single document it was. The research suggests an unexpected correlation between sleep and memory. And indefinite article. Notice the use of an. Even though unexpected starts with a vowel letter, we pronounce it starting with a vowel sound. This rule is crucial. Always listen for the sound D. The professor cited the primary source material repeatedly. The specific known. We use the because both the speaker and listener know which primary source material is being discussed. It was likely mentioned or provided earlier in the lecture. Ethical considerations require careful attention to every subject. Zero article, general concept. When discussing abstract concepts like ethics or consideration in general terms, we do not use an article. We are talking about the concept as a whole field of study. He presented an analysis that differed from our initial hypothesis. An indefinite article. This use is perfect for introducing a new piece of information and correctly places the indefinite article before the vowel sound in analysis, ensuring smooth speech flow. Let's compare 4 pairs. I read a book about climate change. The book I read was on climate change. General versus specific. This contrast shows the shift from general mention to specific identification. The first sentence introduces any random book. The second specifies which exact book we are talking about. Math is a challenging subject. The math in this course is challenging. Abstract concept versus defined subject. When discussing the discipline, math generally, we use zero article. However, if you specify the math within the context of a particular class or syllabus, it becomes definite. They studied an efficient model. The efficient model they used was flawed. First mention versus second mention. If we mention an efficient model first and then later refer back to it, the second time we must use the because. Now both parties know which specific model is being referenced. Water is essential for life. The water in this beaker is contaminated. Universal concept versus local instance. This highlights the difference between universal truths and specific instances. Water. As a concept takes no article, but if you point to liquid in front of you, it becomes the water. Fill in the blank with the correct article or zero article. The study concluded that air pollution affects human health significantly. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is B. We use the here because we are referring to a specific, known concept, the collective body of work called the study. It acts as a definite noun phrase. She wants to become an astrophysicist after graduating. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is Anne. This is straightforward, indefinite article use. Since we are talking about any possible career path and astrophysicist starts with a vowel sound, Anne is the required choice. Poverty is a global issue that requires immediate attention. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is zero article. When making broad statements about abstract concepts like poverty or equality, we omit the article entirely. These general social issues do not require specification. We visited a museum containing several priceless artifacts. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is A. Here, A means any single instance of an artifact. Since we are simply stating the container held multiple items, we use the indefinite article to generalize. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Incorrect. He is Dr. Smith. Correct. He is a doctor, Dr. Smith. The most common error here is omitting the indefinite article a, even when titles or professions follow. If you are describing his role generally, you must include a before the noun. Incorrect. We found information on the planet Mars. Correct. We found information about Mars. Planets, continents, and most countries usually take no article when used as proper nouns. The only exception is the Moon or the Mediterranean Sea. Incorrect. The student submitted a report on history. Correct. The student submitted a report on history. When discussing academic subjects generally, like history or mathematics, we follow the rule of zero article usage. We don't say the history, we just say history. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The new study analyzed the correlation between childhood nutrition and adult academic performance. It suggested that a solid breakfast is an important factor. However, specific variables like parental income were not fully explored in the initial research phase. Question 1. Find and correct the article error in this sentence. The student should focus on the history of classical literature. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the student should focus on classical literature. When naming a general field or period of study, like literature or philosophy, we typically drop the article entirely. The omission makes the statement sound more academic and less restrictive. Question 2. Write your own sentence using "and" to introduce a specific concept related to science. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, an emerging field of study is bioinformatics. Remember that "and" must match the sound, not just the letter. This example works because we pronounce emerging, starting with a clear vowel sound, making "an" both grammatically and phonetically correct. Collocations are simply words that naturally go together. When we talk about prepositional collocations, we mean specific phrases where a verb or an adjective always pairs with the same preposition. These pairings often become fixed units of meaning. For instance, saying responsible for is much more natural than trying to rearrange the words. Mastering these doesn't just improve grammar, it instantly makes your speech sound more native and fluent. Think of them as inseparable linguistic glue. It's important to understand that while we analyze these phrases grammatically, you must learn to use them holistically. Don't just memorize the preposition, memorize the entire chunk of meaning. By treating account for or relelion as single vocabulary items, you bypass the usual struggle with word order and sound much more confident when speaking. Here are 5 examples. The report is based on recent market data. Based on requires on. This shows how certain verbs dictate the preposition that follows them. You can substitute it with a different prepositions and maintain the same meaning. Instead, your brain needs to recall the specific pattern, verb plus preposition. She is responsible for managing the entire team. Responsible for always fors. Remember that responsible demands the preposition for. If you accidentally use of, native speakers will understand what you mean, but it will sound unnatural and incorrect. Always check this pattern. The increase in costs is accounted for by supply chain issues. Accounted for past tense usage. This phrase helps explain the source or reason behind something. When you are analyzing data or giving a business presentation, this collocation will be extremely useful and professional sounding. The committee decided to act in accordance with the new guidelines, in accordance with formal usage. This is a slightly more formal phrase you will hear often in academic or professional settings. It means following or matching. Using this shows a high level of vocabulary control. We are relying on your support to meet the deadline. Relying on, always on. This is another critical pairing. When discussing dependencies or trust, this phrase comes up constantly in real-world conversations. It's a high-utility collocation that every advanced speaker should master. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. They function as single idiomatic units. The preposition isn't just a connector, it's part of the core meaning. You cannot separate these words without losing the intended meaning. The preposition fundamentally changes the relationship between the main words. Think of account for as a single concept, not 3 individual words. They improve fluency and natural rhythm. Using correct collocations prevents hesitation and sounds more natural. Native speakers don't pause to think about the grammar rules. These fixed pairings flow automatically. By internalizing them, you train your mouth muscles to produce English with that native rhythm, which is key for sounding fluent. They are context-specific. The right preposition signals the specific type of relationship you mean. Sometimes 2 prepositions can seem similar. Knowing whether to use for or with, for instance, depends entirely on the context and the precise nature of that connection. Precision in these small words is what elevates your English. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, "She is responsible of the budget." Say, "She is responsible for the budget." This mistake is extremely common because English speakers often default to responsible of. However, grammatically and idiomatically, it must be for. This single correction will make your English sound instantly more polished. Don't say, I understand about the problem. Say, or use of, I understand the problem. While saying understand the problems is fine if you want to emphasize the natures of your understanding, using a phrase like understand the scope of or understand about a general topics changes the nuance. Be mindful of what exactly you are trying to express. Don't say, we spoke regarding the issue. Say, we spoke about the issue. The prepositions regarding, concerning, and about all mean something similar, but about is usually the most natural choice in spoken English. Using a simpler word like this helps maintain conversational flow without sacrificing correctness. Here are 4 ways to practice. Contextual immersion reading. When reading advanced articles or books, highlight every prepositional phrase you see. Write down the entire chunk, not just the preposition. Don't treat these as isolated grammar rules. Instead, notice how they are used naturally in rich texts. This method embeds the collocations into your long-term memory through context, which is far more effective than rote memorization. Shadowing native speakers. Listen to podcasts or videos and repeat the phrases exactly as you hear them, paying close attention to the rhythm. Speaking aloud forces your mouth muscles to adopt the correct patterns. Shadowing is a fantastic technique because it trains both your listening comprehension and your speaking production simultaneously, making these complex phrases feel natural. Create thematic sentences. Choose a topic like environmental science and write 5 sentences, ensuring you use 5 different prepositional collocations related to that theme. This practice method forces variety and deeper engagement. By limiting yourself to one theme, you ensure the phrases you build are cohesive and highly relevant, which is excellent preparation for real-world speaking. Flashcard method, phrase over word. When making flashcards, never write a single word. Always write the entire collocation, e.g., really on. The goal is to train your brain to recall chunks of language quickly. When you see a prompt like dependence, your mind should immediately bring up the full phrase. Ear. Really on. This moves you from thinking about grammar rules to speaking with native instinct. Academic words are the building blocks of advanced reading and writing. They help you move beyond basic conversation into sophisticated discourse. The Academic Word List, or AWL, identifies high-frequency items that appear across many academic disciplines. Learning these terms is less about memorizing definitions and more about recognizing patterns in scholarly text. We want to equip you with the vocabulary needed to analyze complex arguments effectively. Instead of just treating these words as isolated definitions, always try to notice which words tend to stick together. These are collocations. For instance, if we learned analyze, we should also be ready for phrases like thoroughly analyze or data analysis. Focusing on these natural groupings will dramatically improve your fluency and accuracy in formal writing. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is analyze. Say it again, analyze. When you use analyze, remember that it suggests a multi-step process, not just looking at something once. It implies breaking it down systematically to understand its components. A common error is using it when simple observation would suffice. Always ask yourself if I need to break apart the concept conceptually. The word is concept. Say it again, concept. Concept is a very formal word for idea. It often refers to established frameworks or theories rather than spontaneous thoughts. Think of it as the intellectual model that underlies a field of study. Mastering concepts helps elevate your writing immediately. Word is implication. Say it again, implication. This word is excellent for critical thinking and discussion writing. When you use implication, you are discussing potential future outcomes, not just immediate results. It's always used to suggest a consequence that lies beyond the obvious facts presented. The word is contextualize. Say it again, contextualize. To contextualize means to give background information so that your reader understands the true meaning of what you are discussing. It is much stronger than simply saying background. Use this verb when you need to show how one piece of evidence relates to a larger academic framework. The word is substantial. Say it again, substantial. While big and large are fine for conversation, substantial signals that you are referring to something measurable and of significant weight. It applies equally well to munya, substantial sumor, evidences, substantial proof. The word is parameter. Let's say it again, parameter. Parameters are extremely useful in scientific and technical writing because they describe boundaries, limits, or conditions. If you are setting rules for an argument or experiment, these words help define exactly where those borders lie. Here are 5 examples. To fully analyze the debate, we must look at both the economic and ethical parameters. Analyze VF parameters EN. Notice how parameters here define the boundaries of the analysis. It reminds us that when evaluating a complex issue, you can't just focus on one side. You must establish all necessary limiting factors before drawing conclusions. The initial concept presented by the committee was highly theoretical and lacked practical application. Concept in. When describing a concept, it is helpful to know whether that concept is abstract or if it can be tangibly realized. Pairing theoretical with lacked practical application gives us an immediate, nuanced understanding of the limitation. The environmental implications of deep-sea mining are still being debated by global policymakers. Implications EN. We frequently use implications when talking about large systemic changes. These aren't just small side effects, they suggest a major shift in how we operate or interact with the world. She managed to contextualize her personal experience within the larger framework of global migration patterns. Contextualize, VIFE. This sentence demonstrates how powerful contextualize is. It shows that she didn't just share a story, she placed it into a massive academic or historical narrative for deeper understanding. The report provided substantial evidence that warranted immediate revision of the core policy. Substantial, Ajay. Using substantial here elevates the certainty of the finding. It tells the reader that the evidence wasn't just a handful of anecdotes. It was robust, deep, and undeniable in its weight. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, analyze. Compare it with examine. Scope of investigation. Examine is broader and more general. It means to look at something carefully. Analyze, however, demands that you break the subject into separate components to understand how they interact. It's a deeper process. First, concept. Compare it with idea. Formality and abstraction level. Idea is perfect for everyday conversation, referring to a passing thought. Concept, on the other hand, suggests a formalized, complex notion that requires intellectual effort to grasp, making it much more academic. First, implication. Compare it with consequence. Potential versus actual result. While similar, consequence usually refers to a definite or direct result that happens. Implication, though, refers to what the evidence might see lead to its potential and suggested. First, substantial. Compare it with significant. Measure of magnitude proof. Significance often relates to statistical or measurable importance, like a significant increase. Substantial focuses more on sheer quantity or physical weight. It means large and solid in its existence. Here are 4 ways to practice. Collocation mapping. Pair these words with common academic nouns or adjectives. Don't just learn analyze the data, analyze the results, or perform an analysis. Linking our target verbs to their most common accompanying nouns will make your speaking and writing sound much more natural. Sentence transformation. Take simple sentences and elevate them using AWL vocabulary. If you write, "The policy caused big problems," try transforming it to, "The policy created substantial implications for the industry." This practice is key to shifting your register from conversational to academic. Word association web. Create a web linking one target word to 3 related words, synonyms, causes, effects. This technique helps you build an entire network around a single vocabulary item. For example, if we map parameter, we might connect it to boundary, limit, and criterion. This deepens your understanding dramatically. Review by function. Instead of random flashcards, group words by function, e.g., all cause and effect nouns, implication, consequence. Grouping words by their role in an argument like linking, implications, and consequence together helps you understand the logical relationship between them, rather than just their definitions. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Modern climate science requires us to analyze global data using precise parameters. Researchers must contextualize historical warming trends to understand the current implications of human activity. The resulting models provide substantial evidence, suggesting that policy change is necessary immediately. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means the possible effect or result. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is implications. When you see implications used like this, think of it as future potential. The scientists aren't stating what will happen with certainty, they're outlining serious possibilities based on the data. Question 2. Use one of the target words in your own sentence describing a personal experience. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the trip to the mountains allowed me to analyze my spending habits and set new financial parameters for next year. When you use these advanced words personally, they immediately elevate your speaking ability. Remember that even when talking about yourself, using parameters or substantial evidence makes your narrative sound more considered and thoughtful. Today, we are focused on lexical expansion, which means learning how to grow your vocabulary by understanding word families. The core concept is transforming a single root word like create into different parts of speech, the verb, the noun, and sometimes the adjective. For example, the action of making something is this verb, create. The resulting object or event is the noun, creation. Signal words are key here. If you see phrases like the act of, it usually points toward a noun form. Understanding these transformations is incredibly useful because it allows you to express complex ideas without having to memorize entirely new words. Think of word families as DNA for vocabulary. They share the same core meaning, just attached to different grammatical structures. Mastering this skill will make your writing sound much more sophisticated and natural. Here is one example. Descartes displayed his latest collection of paintings. Noun derived from activity. This example shows how we can derive a person who performs an action. Instead of saying the one who paints, using the noun artist is much more concise and formal. These derived nouns are essential for academic writing and professional speaking. Let's compare one pair. Impact, noun versus impact, misspelled. The strong effect of the policy was immediate. Remember that impacts with an A is almost always a noun meaning influence, while affects is usually the verb. This common confusion involves two words that sound similar but have completely different roles. When you need the action, use affect, and when you are describing the resulting force or change, use the noun form, impact. Fill in the blanks. The scientists' detailed analysis helped them understand the results. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is analysis. Remember, analyze is the action, but we need a noun here to describe the product of that thinking. The word analysis functions as the name for the structured breakdown, the finished document or report itself. Learning new vocabulary helps you expand your understanding of English. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is expand. In this case, expand is used as a verb to describe the action of growth. We are using it actively in the sentence structure, showing that learning is the process causing the expansion. This author released her latest novel last month. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is author. Here we transform the activity of writing into a person. Instead of saying the one who writes, using authors is much more concise and professional, allowing us to identify the creator directly. The design phase requires careful planning before construction begins. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is design. We are referring to the plan or blueprint itself, which is a noun. Even though design can be a verb, its usage here as the subject implies the concept of the finished plan. Always check if you need the process or the result. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Incorrect. Too simple. The committee will make an important decision about the project. Correct. More precise verb choice. The committee will reach a critical decision about the project. While make a decision is grammatically correct, native speakers often prefer stronger verbs like reach or arrive at. Using these less common phrasal verbs elevates your vocabulary and makes your writing sound more academic. Incorrect, confusing effect, and impact. The new technology had a big effect on the industry. Correct. Using the noun form, the new technology had a big impact on the industry. Remember that we are describing the force or influence, which requires the noun impact. If you are writing a sentence about how the technology influenced a people, then affected would be correct. Incorrect. Using a noun derived from a concept, we must understand the scientific principle of osmosis. Correct. Focusing on the abstract process, we must understand the process of osmosis. Sometimes, when we talk about processes like photosynthesis or osmosis, the most natural way to phrase it is by using the process of doing something. This helps clarify that you are discussing a systematic function rather than just naming a. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The research team was able to analyze the data gathered over 6 months. They found that early intervention greatly improves student outcomes. This discovery will require a massive shift in educational policy, meaning the government must quickly develop new programs and resources for teachers. Question 1. Identify one noun form and its corresponding verb form from the passage, e.g., discoveries, discovers. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, discoveries is the noun, and we derive it from the concept of discovering. When you look closely at a sentence, don't just read for meaning, actively hunt for these word relationships. Finding the pair allows you to internalize the transformation rule instantly. Practice identifying both forms, even if they aren't used in the same text. Question 2. Rewrite this sentence, changing the verb develop into a noun form. The team needs to develop a detailed plan. Hint, noun to plan. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the team is working on the development of a detailed plan. This exercise forces you to switch your grammatical focus from the action to the concept itself. Using development here makes the sentence sound much more formal and academic than simply saying, they need a plan. Academic collocations are natural word pairings that native speakers use frequently in formal writing. They are not just big words, but rather precise combinations of words that fit together smoothly. Using these pairs instantly elevates your writing from conversational to sophisticated and academic. For IELTS, incorporating strong collocations demonstrates a deep understanding of the language's nuances, which is key for achieving Band 7 or higher. Mastering collocation improves your overall writing flow. It makes your argument sound unified and authoritative. Think of it like music. Individual notes are fine, but when they combine in a pleasing harmony, that's the collocation. Professors grading IELTS aren't just looking for vocabulary range. They are listening for linguistic accuracy and natural rhythm. Here are 4 examples. The rapid advancement of technology has necessitated a rethinking of traditional educational methodologies. Pairs, rapid advancement, necessitated a rethinking. Notice how advanced and rethinking don't stand alone. They are linked by strong verbs and nouns. This pairing makes the claim sound inevitable, giving your argument weight. Governments must implement stringent measures to mitigate the long-term effects of climate change. Collocation. Implement stringent measures. Mitigate effects. Using an adjective like stringent with a noun like measures is much stronger than simply saying make rules. This precision shows mastery over formal register. Economic disparity contributes significantly to social unrest within developing nations. Key phrase, economic disparity contributes significantly. This structure is highly common in socio-scientific writing. Instead of saying poor people are upset, you use specific academic pairings that define the relationship between cause and effect. Promoting sustainable consumer behavior requires comprehensive public awareness campaigns. Strong pairing promotes sustainable behavior, comprehensive campaigns. The word sustainable rarely stands alone when discussing consumption. It usually pairs with behavior or practices. Always check if the adjective and noun you are using have a natural bond. Let's compare 4 pairs. The government must make better rules about pollution. Authorities need to strictly regulate industrial emissions to curb pollution. Replaces simple verbs and nouns with precise academic pairings. Comparing make rules to strictly regulate shows you how much stronger the specific verb choice is. We are moving from a casual tone to an official, policy-driven one. It is important that people care about their environment. Public awareness must be raised regarding ecological preservation efforts. Focuses on abstract concepts using formal phrasing, awareness, and preservation. Instead of saying people should care, we use the more academic structure, public awareness must be raised. This immediately frames your writing as highly analytical. Lots of money is spent on this problem every year. Significant funding is allocated annually to address this critical issue. Replaces vague quantifiers, lots of, with precise academic terminology, significant funding, significant funding. The key here is replacing quantity phrases. Using allocated or dedicated instead of simply spent adds a layer of bureaucratic precision that IELTS favors. Studying too much causes student stress. Intensive academic pressure often leads to heightened levels of student anxiety. Elevating the vocabulary around cause and effect, pressure, and anxiety. Notice how we change the subject from studying too much to intensive academic pressure. This shift in focus makes the argument sound more scholarly and less anecdotal. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak. We need to solve the problem quickly. Strong. We must address the issue promptly and decisively. The mistake here is using solves or fix, which are often too simple for academic writing. Stronger alternatives include address or tackle. Always look for a more formal verb. Weak. There is very big evidence that climate change happens. Strong, overwhelming evidence suggests that climate change is occurring. When describing data, avoid simple intensifiers like very big. Phrases such as overwhelming evidence or compelling data are established collocations that sound authoritative. Weak, technology helps people communicate a lot. Strong, technology facilitates widespread global communication networks. The problem here is the sheer simplicity of helps and a lot, replacing them with verbs like facilitate or nouns like widespread instantly elevates your vocabulary level while maintaining natural flow. Here are 4 ways to practice. Use a thesaurus wisely, the noun-verb check. Don't just replace a word, check the collocations of the replacement. If you swap difficult for challenging, verify what kinds of nouns pair with challenging. This tip is crucial. Never assume an academic synonym will work in context. Always think of the collocation, not just the single word, to ensure natural flow. Drafting phase, highlighting weak spots. After writing a draft, read it aloud and highlight every place where you used a simple verb or adjective. These spots are prime targets for collocation upgrades. Reading your work out loud is the best way to catch unnatural phrasing. Your ear will immediately detect when the sentence sounds forced or clunky. Pre-writing, researching topic phrases. Before writing, spend 5 minutes searching academic corpora for 5 strong collocations related to your prompt topic, e.g., renewable energy sources. Treat this like building a toolkit. By preparing these phrases beforehand, you can integrate them naturally into your argument rather than forcing them in at the last minute. The paraphrase check. When paraphrasing sources, don't just swap synonyms, restructure the entire phrase using a known academic collocation pair. This moves you beyond simple lexical substitution. You are demonstrating structural command by building new sentences around established, formal word pairings. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Some argue that globalization has benefited developing nations by integrating them into global markets. Others claim that this interconnectedness exacerbates economic disparities and cultural erosion. Discuss both views and give your own opinion. Question 1. What is the key requirement of this task? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the essay must maintain a balanced, objective tone while using strong academic collocations to discuss complex socio-economic arguments. Remember that discussing means presenting both sides fairly. Your goal isn't just to list facts, it is to analyze the relationship between those facts using precise vocabulary. Question 2. What would a Band 7 response focus on first? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is structuring clear topic sentences and developing at least 3 distinct, naturally flowing collocation pairs, e.g., mitigate disparity, foster interdependence. A high-scoring essay doesn't just have collocations, it uses them strategically to drive the argument forward. The transitions must feel as natural as the vocabulary itself. When examiners assess your speaking fluency, they aren't just listening for grammar, they are listening for natural rhythm and confidence. Fluency means speaking smoothly without excessive pauses or noticeable struggle to find basic words. Using idioms naturally is a major sign of advanced proficiency because it shows you can think in the language, not just translate into it. The key strategy here is contextual, appropriate, and assessing the right idiom at the right time makes your speech sound authentic and polished. Remember that sounding natural means having range. It's not enough to throw out a complex phrase. You must embed it seamlessly into your thoughts, almost as if it were part of the original language structure. Think of idioms less like vocabulary items and more like coloring words in your speech palette. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, the ball is in your court. Say it again, the ball is in your court. Use this when you need the conversation to move forward, but you can't make it happen yourself. It politely hands control back to your partner. Practice saying it with a slight upward inflection at the end to sound inviting, not demanding, not demanding. The word is, it rings a bell. Say it again, it rings a bell. This is perfect for recall situations where you are prompted but don't remember the exact detail. It keeps your speech going while buying you crucial time to organize your thoughts and access the right information. The word is cut to the chase. Say it again, cut to the chase. If a conversation is becoming too meandering, this phrase signals that you are ready for the main point. It works best when delivered with a light, friendly tone so it doesn't sound confrontational. The word is, we're on the same page. Say it again, we're on the same page. This is an excellent professional way to confirm agreement. It means everyone understands the plan or the concept. Use it at appropriate points in a discussion, such as after outlining solutions together. The word is under the weather. Say it again, under the weather. Don't just say you feel bad, use evocative phrases like this one to make your speech more vivid. It's a common, casual idiom that instantly elevates basic conversation about feelings. Let's compare 4 pairs. I was super stressed out. I felt considerable pressure regarding the assignment. Context is key for register shifting. Notice how we shifted from slangy intensifiers like super to more academic vocabulary. The goal isn't just formality. It's sounding measured and articulate, which shows advanced control over English. I think that's a big deal. That represents a significant development in the field. Elevating simple adjectives. When you use stronger, more precise academic nouns and verbs instead of generic intensifiers like big, your speech immediately sounds more authoritative. This gives weight to your argument. Like, nothing really changed. There hasn't been any observable change in the data. Eliminating filler words and hedging. The casual use of like fills silence but doesn't add meaning. In formal speaking, it's crucial to replace those fillers with deliberate pauses or transitional phrases for natural flow. It was pretty easy. It proved to be quite manageable. Choosing subtle synonyms. We swapped easy for manageable. This slight shift in vocabulary makes the description more nuanced and academic, suggesting you are thinking about effort and capacity rather than just simplicity. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Avoid, I think that maybe we should consider. Better, to mitigate this risk, perhaps we could consider. The hesitation markers like or like are natural for anyone speaking spontaneously, but they damage fluency perception. Instead, practice using a brief, intentional pausier beat of silence, which sounds much more thoughtful and controlled. Avoid, we went to the store yesterday and bought some bread. Better, we went to the store yesterday and bought some bread. A common error is incorrect past tense formation. These small grammatical slips are noticeable because they break the rhythm you have established. Always double-check your verb conjugation, especially when speaking quickly. Avoid. Speaking of climate change, my favorite hobby is running, and I run every day. Better, returning to the topic of climate change, I wanted to mention that physical activity, such as running, helps immensely with overall well-being. Topic drift happens when you lose focus on the question asked. To fix this, always use clear signposting phrases like returning to or to address your point about. This reassures the listener that you are still focused. Here are 4 ways to practice. Recording yourself daily. Don't just record speaking English. Record yourself discussing complex ideas. Listen back specifically for where you paused or hesitated. The most crucial step here is active listening to your own recording. Don't just listen for mistakes. Listen for natural flow and identify sections where you could have used a sophisticated discourse marker instead of like. This self-correction habit builds tremendous confidence. IELTS Part 2. Monologue Practice. Give yourself a prompt card every day, but force yourself to use at least 2 different idioms and 3 linking phrases. Treat the cue card as a script challenge. Don't just speak about the topic. Build your speech around incorporating specific linguistic tools like the ball is in your courts or under the weather. This forces conscious, accurate usage. Shadowing advanced speakers. Watch TED Talks or podcasts and immediately repeat what you hear. Focus on replicating the speaker's rhythm, intonation, and speed. This technique is powerful because it trains your mouth muscles to adopt native speaking rhythms quickly. Don't aim for perfect understanding. Instead, focus entirely on mimicking the sound and flow of expert speakers. Role-play scenario immersion. Ask a partner or use an AI chatbot to role-play high-stakes casual conversations, e.g., arguing a point, negotiating. Simulated interaction is the final test of your fluency skills. By having a responsive partner, you are forced into real-time adaptation, which is far more challenging and beneficial than simply reading from a prepared script. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Describe a time when you had to change your plans suddenly due to unexpected circumstances. Use vivid details and tell us how you managed the situation afterward. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is structure, introduction, setting the scene, conflict, the sudden change, resolution, how you handled it. When answering, remember that a strong narrative structure beginning, middle, and end is inherently fluent. It gives your speech clear signposts, making it sound organized even if some idioms slip up. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is use at least 2 idiomatic expressions and transition smoothly between a casual tone to a slightly more reflective or formal one. The challenge is twofold. Weave in those high-level conversational idioms, but also make sure the shift in register feels natural. This demonstrates not just vocabulary knowledge, but genuine linguistic adaptability. When discussing complex global issues like climate change or pollution, specialized vocabulary is essential. This unit focuses on high-level terminology used by scientists, policymakers, and journalists alike. We aren't just learning definitions, we are mastering the precise language of environmental discourse. Understanding these terms allows you to participate in sophisticated conversations and write with authority. Remember that academic English requires precision. Knowing a word like mitigation is different from knowing how to correctly place it within a formal sentence structure. We will focus heavily on collocation, which words naturally go together, because using the right pairing instantly boosts your fluency and credibility in any advanced conversation. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is biodiversity. Say it again, biodiversity. When using biodiversity, think of it as an umbrella term covering everything from species count to genetic variation. A common mistake is referring to a single endangered animal and calling that its biodiversity. Instead, use the phrase loss of biodiversities to make your meaning clear and, IELTS Academic, the word is mitigate. Say it again, mitigate. Mitigate is a formal, powerful verb perfect for policy discussions. It means more than just to lessons. If you say we must mitigate risks, you are proposing active steps to reduce potential damage. Always pair it with something that can be reduced, like impacts or risk. The word is pollutant. Say it again, pollutant. A pollutant is the agent of harm itself, the waste product or chemical that causes contamination. Be careful not to confuse it with pollution, which is the state's core acts of being contaminated. You have pollution caused by specific pollutants like plastics or heavy metals. The word is sustainable. Say it again, sustainable. This is perhaps the most important word in modern environmental writing. When you use sustainable, you must imply long-term viability that the action today won't compromise tomorrow. It's not just good, it means economically and environmentally feasible over generations. The word is degradation. Say it again, degradation. Degradation refers to a loss of value, whether that value is environmental, structural, or cultural. It's a very formal word, so it pairs perfectly with nouns like soil, habitats, or water quality. Think of it as the slow decline from a healthy baseline. The word is exacerbate. Say it again, exacerbate. Exacerbate is excellent for showing cause and effect in an argumentative essay. It means making something worse. If the original problem was already difficult, this word tells your listener that a second factor made it significantly worse. Powerful rhetorical tool. Here are 5 examples. The loss of biodiversity due to climate change is accelerating at an alarming rate. Biodiversity, noun. This sentence uses loss as a noun modifier before biodiversity, which is very common in scientific reporting. It immediately gives the discussion a serious, academic tone suitable for a documentary script. We must find ways to mitigate the rising levels of ocean acidity. Mitigate verb. Notice that mitigate is followed by an object it acts upon, acidity. This structure, verb plus object, is crucial for sounding authoritative. You aren't just trying to lessen, you are actively finding a method to reduce the specific problem. The biggest pollutant entering the river system was non-biodegradable plastic. Pollutant, noun. Here, pollutant is modified by an adjective phrase, non-biodegradable. This combination is sophisticated and precise. It tells us not only what the pollutant is, but also a key characteristic about its longevity in the environment. Adopting sustainable energy sources is key to global survival. sustainable adjective. This sentence offers a strong declarative statement. When sustainable modifies a source or system, it means the resource can be renewed without external force, making it highly impactful for policy discussions. Deforestation has led to massive soil degradation across tropical regions. Degradation, noun. This pairing of soil degradation is a standard academic collocation. It's much stronger than saying simply that the soil is bad. It suggests an ongoing, measurable decline in fertility and quality. Let's compare four pairs. Mitigate, vive. Alleviate, worth. Scope of action. Mitigation is systemic, while alleviation is often personal or immediate. Mitigate implies tackling a root cause or a large-scale system risk, like climate change. Alleviate, on the other hand, is better suited for symptom sets more about providing temporary relief, such as alleviating pain or stress. Don. Emissions N. Source versus substance. Emissions are the act of releasing, pollutants are the material released. Think of emissions as the action, the gas leaving a smokestack, for example. The pollutant would be the specific substance in that emission, like sulfur dioxide or carbon monoxide. They work together but refer to different parts of the environmental process. Sustainable, AJ. Eco-friendly, AJ. Scope difference. Sustainable implies long-term viability. Eco-friendly is often a marketing claim. While eco-friendly sounds positive, it can be vague and used by anyone trying to sell something. Sustainable, however, requires concrete evidence of cyclical resource management and long-term feasibility, giving it much more weight in formal debate. Biodiversity loss. Ecosystem collapse. Degree of damage. Loss is gradual. Collapse implies reaching a critical tipping point. These two phrases describe different stages of decline. Losses suggest missing components, while collapse or tipping point indicates that the entire self-regulating system has broken down completely, a much more catastrophic and urgent scenario. Here are 4 ways to practice. Collocation mapping. Don't just memorize words, map them to the nouns and verbs that accompany them. For example, soil degradation, carbon footprint, or mitigate risk. When you build these mental maps, your brain doesn't have to translate a definition, it simply recalls a natural phrase. This is the fastest way to achieve native-like fluency and makes your speech sound much more educated overall. Scenario, roleplay. Bah! Pretend you are giving an environmental panel presentation or writing a policy brief. Force yourself to use at least 5 target words in that context. The best way to cement vocabulary is through active retrieval under pressure. By setting up scenarios, you move the words from passive knowledge words you recognize to active knowledge words you can deploy instantly. Comparative writing. Write a short essay comparing 2 environmental strategies, e.g., carbon taxes versus reforestation. This forces you to use comparative language and the high-level vocabulary. Writing is excellent because it allows time for revision, letting you check that your collocations are accurate before submitting them. Focus on varying your sentence structure while maintaining a formal, academic tone. Spaced repetition review. Review these words in short bursts over several days. Test yourself by defining the word and then immediately using it in an original sentence. Studying vocabulary is not a linear process. It requires spaced repetition. By reviewing the terms at increasing intervals on day, 3 days, 1 week, you signal to your memory that these words are important enough to keep permanently. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The rapid rise in global temperatures is severely challenging biodiversity across all continents. This decline is often exacerbated by pollution and industrial pollutants entering water systems. To combat this, international policy must prioritize sustainable development. Without immediate action to mitigate these threats, we face irreversible soil degradation globally. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means the deterioration or decline of natural resources. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is degradation. When you read an academic text and see a complex concept, try to locate the core noun describing the state. In this case, degradation is the central term, which then modifies soil. This helps you understand how these specialized nouns build meaning upon one another. Question 2. Use the word sustainable in your own sentence that relates to energy. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, solar power provides a highly sustainable source of renewable energy for developing nations. Notice how I naturally link sustainables with renewable energy. This confirms the collocation and makes the sentence feel authentic. When you build your own response, try to include a quantifier or an adjective before sustainables. It adds depth. Technology is constantly changing, and our language must keep pace. To master this vocabulary, we need to understand that these words don't just describe gadgets, they describe massive systems of change. We are focusing on terminology used by industry leaders and academic researchers alike. By learning these terms, you'll be able to analyze complex reports and discussions about the future effectively. When tackling vocabulary related to advancements, remember that context is everything. Don't try to memorize definitions in isolation. Instead, read full articles or watch documentaries on a technical subject. This helps anchor the words within the real-world scenarios they describe, making them much easier to recall and use naturally. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is algorithm. Say it again, algorithm. When you use algorithm, think of it less like code and more like a recipe. It's the precise, ordered process that leads to an outcome. You can also talk about algorithms being biased or transparent, which is common discussion in tech ethics. The word is disruptive. Say it again, disruptive. Disruptive describes something that changes the entire playing field, often making older methods obsolete. It implies a sudden, powerful shift rather than just an improvement. If it only improves things incrementally, it's not truly disruptive. The word is optimization. Say it again, optimization. Optimization is a very common word in business and engineering, referring to finding the absolute best way to achieve an outcome given certain constraints. It's about efficiency, minimizing waste and maximizing output. The word is infrastructure. Say it again, infrastructure. Remember that infrastructure isn't limited to bridges and roads. It includes digital frameworks like the internet backbone or power grids. It refers to the foundational scaffolding upon which modern life and technology are built. The word is synthesize. Say it again, synthesize. Synthesize is a powerful verb for academic writing and professional speaking. It means more than just summarizing. It implies actively creating something new by combining separate pieces of information. You are building a cohesive argument. The word is pioneering. Say it again, pioneering. Pioneering is an excellent adjective for describing breakthroughs in new fields of study. It suggests not only innovation, but also leading the way into uncharted territory. Think of it as being trailblazing. Here are 5 examples. The new AI system relies on a sophisticated natural language processing algorithm to predict user behavior. Algorithm N. Notice how sophisticated modifies algorithm. It helps give the word more weight. When discussing text systems, adding adjectives like complex, predictive, or sophisticated makes your description much richer. The introduction of cryptocurrency proved to be a truly disruptive force in global finance. Disruptive, AJJ. Using truly here emphasizes the magnitude of change. When you want to make your claim sound authoritative, try using strong intensifiers like fundamentally, radically, or truly. Achieving peak performance required extensive optimization of the machine's cooling system. Optimization N. This sentence shows how optimization is often paired with systems or processes. If you are talking about human performance, you might talk about cognitive optimization instead. Developing reliable cloud infrastructure was a prerequisite for the company's global expansion. Infrastructure N. Here, prerequisites is key. It establishes that having the infrastructure had to happen before anything else could move forward. This shows clear cause and effect in professional speaking. Researchers gathered data from multiple fields to synthesize a comprehensive report on quantum computing. Synthesize VIFE. Look at the structure to synthesize a comprehensive report. The infinitive form, to synthesize, explains the purpose of gathering the data. This pattern helps keep your explanation clear and academic. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, innovation. Advancement synonym. Scope of change. While often interchangeable, innovations usually refers to the novel idea itself, the creative spark. Advancement, however, is more focused on measurable progress or improvement over time. First, feasible. Viable, synonym. Practicality versus potential. Feasible means something can be done with current resources. Viable, on the other hand, suggests it will actually succeed and sustain itself in the long term. Viability is a stronger claim. First, implement. Deploy, different action. The process versus the rollout. Implementing is the detailed act of setting up systems and processes, like writing manuals and training staff. Deploying usually refers to making that system active or visible in a live environment. First, transformative. Revolutionary synonym. A degree of impact. Both suggest massive change, but revolutionary often implies an almost dramatic break with tradition. Transformative is slightly more measured, suggesting a profound and lasting shift in nature or quality. Here are 4 ways to practice. Create word maps. Map the root word to its various forms, noun, verb, adjective. Instead of listing definitions, map out connections. For example, if you learn optimize, draw arrows connecting it to optimization and optimized. This visual method helps your brain recognize pattern relationships. Focus on collocations. Learn which words naturally pair together, e.g., disruptive technology. Never learn a word alone. Always memorize it within its typical partner or collocation. Knowing that we talk about pioneering research rather than just good research makes your speech sound instantly more native. Spaced repetition. Reviewing vocabulary at increasing intervals of time. Don't cram everything into one study session. Review the words you learned today tomorrow, then again in 3 days, and then next week. This gradual recall process moves knowledge from short-term to long-term memory. Role-play scenarios. Dare. Pretend to present a text summary using the new vocabulary. The best way to solidify these high-level words is by simulating real-life use. Imagine you are giving a presentation on AI ethics. This forces you to actively retrieve and deploy the correct terminology under pressure. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The rapid evolution of digital infrastructure has spawned several disruptive technologies. Many tech companies are now focusing on the optimization of their core algorithms to maintain a competitive edge. This pioneering effort requires synthesizing vast amounts of data, making the process complex but fundamentally necessary for future growth. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means radical change or opposition to established systems. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is disruptive. When locating it, notice how digital infrastructure is modified by disruptive. The adjective modifies the entire concept of infrastructure. This shows the immense impact these technologies are having on existing models. Listen. Question 2. Use one of the target words in your own sentence. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the government must fund advanced research to ensure our nation remains at the forefront of pioneering sustainable energy solutions. When constructing your own sentences, try to use multiple pieces of vocabulary if possible. This deepens the context and shows that you understand how these technical concepts interact with one another. Today, we are diving into some high-level vocabulary essential for discussing global health and medicine. This specialized English is often found in academic papers, WHO reports, and medical journalism. Mastering these terms will allow you to articulate complex public health concepts with precision. We won't just memorize definitions, we will focus on the subtle professional context required for using these words correctly. When reading scientific or medical texts, pay attention not only to the definition, but also to which other nouns and verbs surround the word. Academic language often requires very specific collocations. For example, you might mitigate risks rather than simply lessen problems. By focusing on these pairings, your vocabulary will feel much more natural when you speak. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is pandemic. Say it again, pandemic. Remember that pandemics refers to scaly must involve multiple countries or continents. This is much more severe than a simple outbreak. Always link it to a specific pathogen, like a viral pandemic, to make your writing clearer and more precise. The word is morbidity. Say it again, morbidity. This is an important distinction. When you discuss public health, people often confuse morbidities with mortality. Mortality refers to death rates, but morbidity measures how sick the population actually gets. Using this distinction shows advanced knowledge. The word is prophylactic. Say it again, prophylactic. The key here is prevention. If a measure, like receiving a vaccine or taking antibiotics before travel, aims only to stop something from starting, it is prophylactic. Avoid using this word when you are describing treatment after the illness has already begun. The word is epidemiology. Say it again, epidemiology. This word describes the field of study, not the illness itself. An epidemiologist is a person who practices this science, analyzing data to track how diseases spread geographically over time. It's crucial for research papers and public health discussions. The word is mitigate. Say it again, mitigate. Think of mitigation in the context of disaster response. If a natural event occurs, we talk about measures taken to mitigate its worst effects on human life and infrastructure. It means reducing the impact, not necessarily stopping the cause entirely. The word is vulnerable. Say it again, vulnerable. We use vulnerables when discussing populations that lack protection, whether due to age, location, or socio-economic status. For example, an elderly population might be described as highly vulnerable during a flu season. Here are 5 examples. Effective early screening can significantly mitigate the risks associated with chronic diseases. Mitigate vis-a-vis. Notice how mitigate pairs perfectly with abstract nouns like risks or impact. This phrase structure elevates your writing instantly, making it sound authoritative and highly academic. The region's high morbidity rate following the monsoon season concerned global health officials. Morbidity, N. Here, high morbidity rates is a common collocation. It tells the reader that even if deaths are low, the sheer volume of people getting sick is troubling policymakers. International cooperation was crucial to contain the initial outbreak and prevent it from becoming a pandemic. The endemic, N. The word contain is excellent here because it suggests active measures taken by many parties working together. It highlights that global health threats require collective, coordinated action. Researchers are studying the epidemiology of tropical diseases to better predict outbreaks. Epidemiology, N. When you see studying the epidemiology, think about data collection. Researchers aren't just observing, they are building statistical models and mapping disease patterns. Wearing masks is a simple prophylactic measure against airborne transmission. Prophylactic, AJ. This sentence clearly shows the preventative nature of masks. It's not a cure or treatment, it is an action taken beforehand to reduce exposure risk, which is the core meaning of prophylactic. Let's compare 4 pairs. Worst, pandemic. Epidemic, synonym. Scale of spread. The difference between these 2 words is purely one of scale. An epidemic starts locally or nationally, but a pandemic signifies global transmission across multiple continents. Always use the larger term when discussing truly worldwide crises. First, morbidity. Mortality, antonym. Illness versus death. This pair is critical for academic writing. Morbidity tracks the S sickness, burden how many people are affected. Mortality tracks the death toll. A low mortality rate doesn't guarantee a low morbidity rate, so both metrics must be reported. First, mitigate. Cure, different verb, reducing impact versus eliminating cause. Do not confuse mitigates with curing a disease. Mitigating means lessening the severity or spread. It is damage control. Curing implies a definitive medical resolution, which is a much stronger claim. First, vulnerable. Resilient, antonym. Susceptible versus able to recover. These two terms are often discussed together in policy reports. If a population is vulnerable, it means they are susceptible to harm. Conversely, resilience describes the community's ability to bounce back and adapt after a crisis. Here are 4 ways to practice. Collocation matching. Pair these words with the most common verbs, e.g., mitigates, plus risks. When you are learning a new academic word, never just learn it alone. You must learn its natural partners, the collocations. By practicing matching words to specific verbs or nouns, your speech will immediately sound more native and expert. Contextual gap filling. Read a paragraph and choose the best word from our list to fill the blank. This exercise forces you to understand the function of the word in that specific sentence. Which word fits grammatically? And more importantly, which word makes narrative sense within the scientific context? Thematic sentence creation. Write one complex sentence using 3 different target words related to health. The ultimate goal is integration. Don't just write a simple definition sentence. Force yourself to use the word in a nuanced, compound sentence structure. This simulates real academic output. Flashcard review, spaced repetition. Review words, concept definition on one side, example sentence on the other. When using flashcards for high-level vocabulary, don't just test yourself on the definition. Test yourself by writing a unique example sentence immediately after recalling the word. This active recall solidifies memory far better than simple recognition. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Due to the high vulnerability of certain populations, international bodies issued urgent calls for preventative action. The goal was not just to treat existing illness, but to mitigate future outbreaks. Epidemiologists are tracking global morbidity rates closely, understanding that proactive prophylactic measures are essential before any pathogen can escalate into a pandemic. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means susceptible or exposed to harm. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is vulnerability, vulnerable. The text uses vulnerabilities as a noun here, referring to the state of being susceptible. If you are talking about why people need help, use this noun form in your writing. Question 2. Use one of the target words, mitigate, prophylactic, etc. in your own sentence. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, we implemented prophylactic testing to mitigate potential spread on campus. When constructing your answer, try to combine 2 or 3 of the vocabulary terms into a single, seamless sentence. This shows true mastery and contextual fluency. When discussing education systems academically, it is crucial to distinguish between key specialized terms. First, we have pedagogy, which refers to the method and practice of teaching itself. This goes beyond just knowing facts. It involves how knowledge is transferred. Second, we must understand curriculum, which is the planned content, subjects, and experiences offered in a school or program. Finally, learning theories provide frameworks like constructivism that explain how students actively build understanding through experience. Think of these 3 concepts as forming an academic triangle. Pedagogy is your method, curriculum is your material, and theory is the whys behind that method. By mastering this vocabulary, you move from describing a school to critically analyzing its structure. Here are 4 examples. The new curriculum emphasized interdisciplinary studies across science and literature. Curriculum shift. Notice how interdisciplinaries is a strong academic collocate. It signals that the content isn't siloed into single subjects, which is a hallmark of modern educational reform. The teacher used scaffolding techniques to help students grasp complex literary concepts. Learning theory application. Scaffolding is a key term derived from Vygotsky's work. It means giving temporary support like guided notes or prompts that is gradually removed as the student gains independence. Effective pedagogy requires continuous feedback and adaptation to diverse learning styles. Pedagogical approach. This sentence shows that good teaching isn't one size fits all. Adaptation is the perfect word here because it emphasizes flexibility, which is essential for modern educators. The assessment measured rote memorization rather than critical thinking skills. Assessment critique. When you critique an assessment, don't just say it was bad. Use strong language like measured rote memorization to pinpoint the specific intellectual weakness of the test. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Achieving academic depth. Using precise vocabulary allows you to move beyond simple description into critical analysis. In academic writing, we are not just listing facts, we are explaining relationships between those facts. Using terms like constructivism shows that you understand the foundational philosophy guiding the system. Influencing argument structure. Knowing these theories helps structure arguments about what education X should be. When arguing for educational reform, linking your points back to a recognized theory like behaviorism or cognitivism gives your argument immediate weight and credibility. Comparing global systems. It enables sophisticated comparison of different national education policies. If you can compare the curriculum structure of Japan versus Germany, for example, using the right terminology, your essay instantly becomes highly advanced and expert level. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, the curriculum is too difficult for the students. Say, the curriculum may need to be scaffolded more effectively. Instead of vaguely saying something is difficult, use a theory-based term like scaffolded. This shows the examiner that you understand the problem, conceptually, not just descriptively. Don't say, the students learned by watching demonstrations. Say, the pedagogy utilized demonstration to facilitate observational learning. This mistake is common because we default to simple action verbs. By incorporating pedagogy, you elevate the sentence from a casual observation into an academic analysis of teaching methods. Don't say, the objectives and outcomes were very clear. Say, the learning objectives must align with measurable outcomes. A critical distinction to remember is between objectives, which are what the teacher aims for, and outcomes, which are what the student actually demonstrates. They must be in alignment. Here are 4 ways to practice. Read academic journals regularly. Look specifically at the abstract and conclusion sections for key terminology. Reading scholarly articles, even if they are outside your immediate field, is the best way to see how these terms are used naturally in deep academic contexts. Keep a theory thesauruses. Whenever you hear or read an educational practice, write down which theory it relates to. Instead of just memorizing definitions, create connections. For instance, if you see group work, immediately link that to collaborative learning and constructivism. Practice sentence transformation. Take a simple statement and rewrite it using 3 different academic terms from the list. This exercise forces active retrieval. If you can successfully transform the teacher taught us into sentences using pedagogy, scaffold, and curriculum, your mastery will be solid. Use topic vocab in speaking debates. Force yourself to introduce a specialized term naturally when discussing education reform with peers. The final step is immersion. Don't wait for an exam. Actively find opportunities to use these high-level terms in conversation, making them part of your natural speech pattern. Coherence is what makes your writing flow logically. It's the illusion that all your ideas belong together. Transition words and discourse markers are the glue that creates this connection. They signal to your reader exactly how one idea relates to the next is it, a contrast, an example, or a cause. Mastering these devices moves you beyond simply listing facts. For IELTS writing, strong cohesion is critical for achieving high scores in the coherence and cohesion band descriptor. Using varied linking phrases shows the examiner that you have sophisticated control over academic English structure. Remember that coherence isn't just about using however or therefore. It's about building a logical bridge between sentences, paragraphs, and even ideas within a single sentence. Think of these markers not as fancy words, but as signposts guiding your reader through your sophisticated argument. Here are 4 examples. While some argue that digital media encourages superficial engagement, the accessibility of information fundamentally empowers individual learning paths. Effective contrast using while and establishing a clear counter-argument. The transition word manages the shift in thought gracefully. Notice how starting with while immediately signals a concession. You are acknowledging an opposing view before presenting your stronger point. This advanced structure shows nuance, which examiners highly value. This trend has significant consequences. Consequently, educational institutions must integrate real-world problem-solving into their curricula. Strong cause and effect using a semicolon followed by consequently. It shows a clear logical progression from observation to recommendation. When you use markers like consequently's or thus, ensure the link is genuinely causal. Do not just use it because it sounds academic. Make sure the first clause must lead to the second one. Furthermore, adopting sustainable farming practices can mitigate climate impact. Moreover, government subsidies are needed to incentivize large-scale farmer adoption. Using furthermore and moreover shows cumulative points of evidence without sounding repetitive. They build momentum. Furthermore suggests adding a new topic point, while moreovers often adds weight or importance to the previously stated idea. Choosing between these subtle differences elevates your writing style. To illustrate this point, consider the recent decline in bee populations. Indeed, scientific studies link this decline directly to pesticide usage. Using to illustrate and indeed provides concrete evidence and confirmation, strengthening the argument with factual support. When you introduce an example, always use a signposting phrase like for instance or to illustrate. These phrases manage reader expectation, making them feel guided rather than simply presented with data. Let's compare 4 pairs. The government should improve public transport. People need to use trains and buses more. Improvements in public transportation are necessary because they provide a viable alternative to private car ownership. Replacing simple sentences with sophisticated noun phrases and introducing causality because. The weak version is choppy. It uses 2 separate statements. The strong version combines these ideas using a subordinating conjunction, showing the relationship between improvement and alternative. Technology changes everything. People rely on phones for everything now. The pervasive nature of modern technology necessitates that individuals increasingly rely on mobile devices for daily functions. Using academic vocabulary, pervasive, necessitates, and linking the 2 ideas grammatically, not just by a period. Notice how we went from saying something is happening to articulating why it is happening. Academic writing requires that sophisticated relationship building rather than simple description. It helps the environment. Recycling reduces waste and saves resources. Recycling significantly contributes to environmental sustainability, primarily by reducing landfill waste and conserving natural resources. Using a strong introductory phrase significantly contributes, and specifying the benefits reducing conserving rather than just stating them. Instead of listing 2 facts, try grouping them under a thematic umbrella. The word contributes suggests that the action is part of a larger positive system. Many students study hard. They get good grades in school. Students who dedicate themselves to rigorous study habits are often rewarded with high academic achievement. Using nominalization, turning verbs into nouns, study hard becomes rigorous study habits for a more formal, impersonal tone. This shift from active voice, student study, to passive or nominalized phrasing creates distance and objectivity. Remember that academic writing often takes focus off the person doing the action. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak over-reliance on single conjunction, however. Climate change is bad and we must act quickly. Strong, subordinating clause. While climate change presents a severe threat, immediate global action is required to mitigate its worst effects. The biggest mistake here is using a simple comma splice or an isolated transition word. Instead of just starting with, however, try embedding the contrast within a subordinating clause for smoother flow. Weak, simple, transition choppy. Technology has changed life. For example, online banking means we don't need bank branches. Strong, integrating marker and vocabulary. For instance, the advent of online banking exemplifies technology's ability to eliminate the necessity of physical bank branches. Simply placing for examples isn't enough. We need to integrate it by using strong verbs like exemplifies and ensuring the entire sentence structure is complex. Weak, basic vocabulary, redundant linking. The company needs workers, therefore they must offer better salaries. Strong, formal phrasing and precise verb choice. Given the current labor market demands, employers are therefore compelled to improve remuneration packages to retain skilled staff. In academic writing, avoid simple pairs like needs. Therefore, use higher-level verbs such as compelled, mandate, or necessitates to carry the weight of the logical connection. Here are 4 ways to practice. Idea mapping, the flowchart approach. Before writing, map your argument visually. Use arrows and labels to show the relationship between points, e.g., idea A, Kazazolk, idea B. This technique forces you to pre-select your transitions. If you know 3 ideas are related by cause and effect, you can plan out, consequently, as a result, and because of before drafting begins. The topic sentence audit. Every paragraph must begin with a clear topic sentence that acts as a mini thesis for that paragraph. This controls the entire flow. If your opening sentence doesn't clearly state the main idea, nothing else matters. Treat this sentence like a roadmap that tells the reader exactly what argument they are about to read through. Using transitional phrases at paragraph breaks. Do not start paragraphs with new ideas. Start them by referencing the previous paragraph's conclusion. Example, building on this point. This is crucial for high coherence scores. It prevents your essay from feeling like a collection of disconnected facts and makes it feel like one continuous developing argument. The 3-tier transition bank. Keep 3 types of connectors ready. 1. Addition, furthermore. 2. Contrast, conversely. 3. Conclusion. In summary, rotate these deliberately. Don't overuse one type. If you use moreover in the first body paragraph, save your contrast markers like converselys for the second to ensure variety and rhythmic complexity. When expanding your vocabulary for IELTS, simply knowing a synonym isn't enough. We need to understand the nuance, the subtle difference in meaning or context between words. Synonyms are helpful, but near synonyms allow you to achieve greater precision and academic flair. Think of this tool as moving beyond basic word lists toward mastering shades of meaning. Instead of just saying bad, we might use detrimental or adverse depending on the topic's formality. This focus on subtle differences is what elevates your writing from functional to truly sophisticated. Remember that academic writing demands precision. When you can choose between 2 similar-sounding words, like impact versus effect, and know which one fits the context best, you demonstrate a high level of linguistic control. This deep understanding is what separates Band 6 writing from Band 8 writing. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is mitigate. Say it again, mitigate. This is a fantastic verb for environmental and policy discussions. It suggests actively reducing severity, not eliminating it entirely. A common collocation here is mitigate risks or mitigate damage. Always remember that you are making something less severe. The word is predicament. Say it again, predicament. This word is excellent for discussing social issues or economic downturns. It implies being trapped in a binder complex problem with no easy solution. If you are talking about ethical dilemmas, this word works perfectly. The word is imperative. Say it again, imperative. Whenever you need to express strong necessity, imperative is much stronger than just saying important. It suggests a critical mandate or an urgent requirement for action. Using this shows confidence in your argument. The word is sustainable. Say it again, sustainable. This is the bedrock word for environmental and economic topics, so knowing it well is crucial. When describing anything, be it power, food, or policy, if you can modify it with sustainable, you sound highly academic. Make sure to pair it with nouns like growth or energy. The word is deteriorate. Say it again, deteriorate. This verb is perfect for describing things that decline over time, whether it's physical health or environmental conditions. It suggests a gradual process of decay rather than an abrupt collapse. We often see it paired with nouns like infrastructure or ecosystems. The word is viable. Say it again, viable. If you are proposing a solution in your essay, using viables confirms that your idea is not just good, but practically achievable. It means the concept can actually survive and work in the real world. This adds immense weight to your arguments. Here are 5 examples. To combat the growing pollution, we must find ways to mitigate the damage to local waterways. Mitigate, vivus off. Notice how mitigate is used here. We aren't aiming for zero damage, we are striving to lessen it. This subtle difference in meaning makes your argument sound more nuanced and realistic. Many developing nations find themselves in a financial predicament due to global trade policies. Predicament in. Using predicaments elevates the discussion beyond simply saying, they have money problems. It suggests systemic difficulty that is hard to escape, which is perfect for social science topics. It is imperative that governments invest heavily in sustainable agricultural practices worldwide. Comparative adjective. By linking imperative to governments, you are making a strong, authoritative claim. This structure gives your writing the weight of policy advice, which is ideal for an academic tone. Without immediate action, our freshwater resources will continue to deteriorate at an alarming rate. Deteriorate wie verstehbar. This sentence shows the gradual nature of environmental decline. Deteriorate implies a slow but steady decline that requires constant monitoring and urgent attention. Exploring solar power provides a viable, sustainable alternative to fossil fuels. Viable adjective and sustainable adjective. This single sentence demonstrates 2 key words working together. Sustainable describes the method itself, while viable confirms that the method can actually function successfully in reality. Let's compare 4 pairs. Affect, V. Impact, N. Grammatical function and scope. Remember that affects is usually the verb, meaning to influence. Meanwhile, impacts can function as both a noun and a verb, often suggesting a sudden or measurable force of change. Using them correctly adds immediate sophistication. First, adverse. Compare it with detrimental. Negative consequence, formal. Both words mean harmful, but adverse is often used to describe conditions or circumstances, like adverse weather. Detrimental, however, focuses more on the damage caused by an action or object. First, necessity. Compare it with imperative. Degree of requirement, noun versus adjective. If you're writing about the concept, use necessity, but if you want to describe something that must happen like a policy or an action, use the adjective imperative for maximum impact. First, mitigate. Compare it with alleviate. Reducing severity, physical versus abstract. While both mean to lessen, mitigate often applies to risks or overall large-scale threats like climate change risk. Alleviate, on the other hand, is slightly softer and is frequently used for physical discomforts such as pain or stress. Here are 4 ways to practice. Collocation mapping. Learning words in natural groups. Don't just memorize the word viable. Instead, map it with strong collocates like viable solution or viable option. By linking it to common nouns and adjectives, you improve fluency because the whole phrase feels natural. Contextual sentence mining. Gathering words from high-level readings. When reading academic articles, don't just highlight difficult vocabulary. Instead, write down the entire sentence and identify which word is doing the heavy lifting of meaning. This helps you understand why a word was chosen. Thematic word maps. Grouping synonyms by topic area. Instead of one list of 20 words, create thematic maps. Environments might include deteriorate, mitigate, and sustainable. This trains your brain to recall related vocabulary when a specific topic is presented. Active recall drills. Testing usage rather than definition. The best practice is not defining the word, but completing sentences with it. For example, instead of asking, "What does mitigate mean?" ask, "To pay PA, a risk means to..." This forces you into active production mode. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Global pollution continues to deteriorate at an alarming rate. Governments must recognize that climate change is not a distant threat, it is an immediate imperative. To mitigate the worst effects, we need to find sustainable and viable energy solutions today. Failing to act will leave future generations in a massive environmental predicament. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means to lessen the severity of. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is mitigate. The text uses mitigates because it is about reducing risk, not completely removing the problem. This shows that even when discussing massive issues like pollution, we are aiming for reduction and management. Question 2. Use one of the target words in your own sentence about technology. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, developing renewable energy sources is imperative for a sustainable future. Notice how imperative here adds urgency to the necessity of renewables. And it pairs perfectly with sustainable. This combination shows advanced command over both academic register and topical vocabulary. When discussing major societal problems in Task 2, simple vocabulary is never enough. You need precise collocations that signal true academic mastery. These are not just random words, they are word pairings that sound natural to a native speaker and carry intellectual weight. Using them demonstrates your ability to articulate complex ideas with efficiency. Focus on using strong verb plus noun structures such as mitigate the effects or curb inflation. This elevates your writing from merely descriptive to highly analytical. Remember, precision in language is just as important as having a good argument. Think of collocations as linguistic credentials. When you use phrases like exacerbate poverty, you are telling the examiner that you don't just know the vocabulary, you understand how those concepts interact academically. The goal here is to sound authoritative and highly informed. Here are 4 examples. The government must implement policies to curb socioeconomic disparities and reduce income inequality. Effective use of curbs and disparities. Notice how curb acts as a strong academic verb here. It suggests actively restraining or limiting something powerful, making it much stronger than simply saying reduce. This level of lexical choice is highly rewarded. Insufficient investment in public health infrastructure can exacerbate existing community vulnerabilities. Strong pairing, exacerbates plus vulnerabilities. The word exacerbate is key here. It means to make a bad situation worse, which is perfect for discussing problems. Pairing it specifically with vulnerabilities creates a very natural and high-level academic phrase. Addressing the root causes of climate change requires global collaboration, not just national mandates. Using root causes and global collaboration. Instead of saying solving the problem, using addressing the root causes shows depth of understanding. Furthermore, specifying that this needs global collaboration immediately scopes the discussion to a macro-level policy debate. Many developing nations struggle with infrastructural deficits and sustainable resource management. Focus on noun pairings, infrastructural deficits. This example focuses on compounding nouns to create dense academic language. Infrastructural deficits is a specific technical term that immediately establishes your topic's context within economics or geography. Let's compare 4 pairs. Poverty is a big problem in many countries. Widespread poverty remains a critical global challenge that demands urgent attention. Adding academic framing and precise nouns. The strong version doesn't just state a fact, it qualifies it using phrases like critical global challenge. This elevates the tone instantly. Always aim for more formal, sophisticated terminology. We need to make people care about climate change. Raising public awareness regarding environmental degradation is paramount to mitigating future risks. Using paramount and mitigating. Notice the shift from a personal plea, make people care, to an objective statement of necessity. Using words like paramount makes your argument sound reasoned rather than emotional. Poor education causes bad jobs. Educational disparities directly hinder workforce potential and perpetuate cycles of poverty. Using high-impact verbs and complex causality chains. The strong version introduces the concept of perpetuating cycles, which is a sophisticated theoretical idea. It shows you understand not just the problem, but the system that sustains it. Government should help money distribution. Policymakers must implement targeted fiscal interventions to address socioeconomic inequalities. Replacing vague verbs with specialized policy jargon. Instead of saying help distribute money, the strong version uses targeted fiscal interventions. This specific terminology immediately situates your argument within political, science, and economics. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak. The government needs to make the poor feel better. Strong. Governments must implement measures to alleviate suffering among marginalized communities. This correction moves away from overly sentimental language toward objective policy analysis. Alleviate suffering is precise, while the original phrase is informal and emotionally vague. Weak. It is hard to fix environmental issues. Strong. Addressing environmental degradation presents formidable challenges that require concerted international efforts. The mistake was using hard and fix, which are basic words. The correction substitutes them with much richer vocabulary like formidable and concerted, significantly boosting the academic register. Weak. We should talk about social issues more. Strong. There is a pressing need for public discourse regarding persistent societal ailments. The core error here was using vague nouns like issues by replacing them with societal ailments, and using the phrase pressing need, you make your call for action sound urgent, intellectual, and highly formalized. Here are 4 ways to practice. The collocation banks technique. Create a dedicated list of high-level collocations for the top 5 societal topics, e.g., poverty, climate change. Don't just memorize lists, embed these phrases into sample sentences related to common Task 2 prompts. This ensures that when you sit down to write, the language flows naturally from your subject knowledge. The synonym swap drill. Take 3 simple paragraphs and rewrite them 5 times, replacing basic verbs and nouns with academic synonyms and collocations. This exercise forces you to move beyond simple substitution. You are analyzing the function of the word. Is it describing a state, or is it describing an action? This precision is where Band 7 scores come from. Hypothetical argument mapping. Map out potential arguments, problem, cause-effect, solution, using only advanced collocations. Before writing, structure your argument map with high-impact phrases. For example, root cause of X leads to perpetuating Y effect, which requires targeted intervention. This preloads sophistication into your essay. The thesis statement focus. Practice writing 5 different, highly sophisticated thesis statements for varied societal topics. Your introduction's thesis statement is the first chance to impress the examiner. By consistently using strong collocations here, you set a high linguistic standard that carries through the entire essay. When examiners evaluate your narrative speaking ability, they are looking beyond just correct grammar. They want to hear sophisticated control over time. Specifically, mastering the perfect tenses allows you to connect past events directly to the present moment of conversation. We must move fluently between simple past narration and the more complex structures like the present perfect continuous. This shows that your storytelling isn't just a list of isolated facts, it's a cohesive narrative with impact on today. The key strategy is mastering temporal framing. When should an action be background context versus a defining turning point? Excellent speakers use these tenses to manage the listener's focus and emphasize causation. Remember that using the present perfect continuously suggests actions that started in the past, continued up until a specific point, and perhaps still have relevance now. This is much more dynamic than simply stating, "I did X." It makes your story feel lived in and continuous. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is. Over the years, I have realized that. Say it again. Over the years, I have realized that. This phrase is excellent for introducing reflective conclusions. It signals to your listener that you are drawing wisdom from a long period of experience, making your answer sound thoughtful and mature. The word is, by the time I arrived, they had already. Say it again. By the time I arrived, they had already. Using had alreadys is essential for storytelling because it establishes a sequence of past events. It helps your listener understand which actions happened before the main action you are describing. The word is, I have been studying this field since. Say it again. I have been studying this field since. Whenever you need to talk about how long something has taken or how long an effort has been continuous, use have been plussing. This structure is much more engaging than just saying, I studied this field for. The word is, it appears that we have underestimated. Say it again. It appears that we have underestimated. Beak. This phrase adds academic gravitas when you're analyzing an event or situation. It doesn't present the information as absolute fact, but rather as a well-considered conclusion based on evidence. The word is, if I hadn't spent so much time. Say it again. If I hadn't spent so much time. This is your tool for sophisticated speculation or counterfactual narrative. It allows you to explore what-if scenarios, which demonstrates a high level of grammatical control and complex thought. Let's compare 4 pairs. I went to the museum last month and saw cool stuff. Last month, I visited the museum where I observed fascinating exhibits. Using formal vocabulary, Lexis. Notice how changing saw cool stuffs to observed fascinating exhibits immediately elevates your register. Always aim for precise nouns and stronger verbs when speaking formally. It was raining, so I missed out on everything. Since heavy rainfall had interfered, I regrettably missed the main event. Incorporating complex grammar, past perfect. The key here is integrating that past perfect tense. Instead of just stating 2 events happened, it was raining, so you are building a causal relationship using high-level grammar. I've been working on this problem for days. I have dedicated my last several days to tackling this specific challenge. Structuring the commitment, emphasis. We are replacing a simple phrasal verb like working on with more academic verbs such as dedicated or tackling. This adds weight and professionalism to your narrative. The results showed that we didn't think enough. The subsequent findings suggested that thorough preparation had been lacking. Passive voice for objectivity, academic tone. In formal academic speech, it is often better to use the passive voice. It shifts focus from who did the action to what was found, making your response sound more objective and analytical. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Simple listing choppy. I went to the park and then I saw a dog. Temporal linking. Cohesive. By the time I arrived at the park, a dog had already caught my attention. The mistake here is treating events as disconnected list items. By using by the time, you immediately establish a clear timeline and hierarchy of importance between 2 actions. Grammar slip, incorrect verb form, I have known him since high school. Correct grammar, stative verbs, I have known him since high school. Remember that knows is a stative verb, meaning it describes a state rather than an action. Stative verbs cannot take the continuous form like have been knowing. Always check if your verb can be used in the ing form. Topic: drift het week. Conclusion: the weather was bad and I think that's why we failed. Strong causal statement. Thesis: given the severe weather conditions, it is evident that our efforts were significantly compromised. Avoid vague conclusions using I think or weak conjunctions like and. Instead, use strong linking phrases such as it is evident that or. Consequently, to give your analysis weight, here are 4 ways to practice. Self-recording and analysis. Record yourself telling a short story. Then listen back strictly to your use of perfect tenses, noting every time you switch between simple past and present perfect. The most effective way to improve is to listen critically to your own voice. Don't just check for grammar, pay attention to natural pauses and where you hesitate when shifting tenses. Shadowing expert speakers. Find podcasts or TED Talks with complex narratives. Listen, pause, and repeat segments immediately. Focus specifically on how they structure their time references. Shadowing trains your mouth muscles to produce complex grammatical structures smoothly and automatically. It helps internalize the rhythm of advanced English discourse. The timeline drill. Take an event, e.g. moving house, and narrate it by physically drawing a timeline. Force yourself to use past perfect for background, simple past the main events, and present perfect to connect the outcome. Visualizing the timeline is crucial because grammar in speaking is highly linear. This exercise forces you to consciously manage the sequence of time frames. Impromptu reflection prompts. Ask a friend random questions about your past, e.g., what was the toughest thing you learned? Force yourself to answer using at least 2 different perfect tenses. This simulates real-world pressure and forces spontaneous application of difficult grammar points. Don't worry about perfection. Focus only on successfully deploying those required tense structures. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Describe a significant challenge or difficulty you have recently overcome in your life or studies. You should speak for about 1 minute. Focus on the journey from initial struggle to final success. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is structure the narrative chronologically, clearly dividing the background, past perfect, the main action, simple past, and the lasting impact lesson learned, present perfect. When structuring this story, remember that the initial struggle is best framed using the past perfect to show what was already in place before your efforts began. This gives depth to your narrative. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is fluency in shifting between simple past, present perfect continuous, and past perfect while maintaining a formal, reflective tone. Your goal is seamless transition. The examiner isn't just listening for the tenses, they are evaluating how effortlessly you can switch between them without pausing or sounding forced. When speaking in an academic setting, examiners aren't just looking for correct grammar, they are listening for the conviction and sophistication behind your arguments. Developing opinionated language means moving past simple phrases like I think or I feel. Instead, you need to establish a clear rhetorical stance immediately. This involves using advanced discourse markers that commit you strongly to a viewpoint while still allowing you to acknowledge nuance. Mastering these markers elevates your speech from mere conversation into persuasive argumentation. Remember that strong language doesn't mean being aggressive, it means being definitive about your perspective. Use modal verbs like must, should, or would undoubtedly to signal the certainty of your claims. If you can frame an argument with high confidence markers, you immediately boost your perceived fluency and coherence. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, it is fundamentally undeniable that. Say it again. It is fundamentally undeniable that. This phrase immediately sets a very strong, conclusive tone. Use it when you are introducing your main argument or thesis statement. Be careful not to overuse this. Save it for the most critical point you want the listener to remember. The word is. The prevailing notion suggests that. Say it again. The prevailing notion suggests that. This is excellent for setting up a counter-argument. By first mentioning what prevails, or what most people believe, you demonstrate critical thinking and then show how your personal viewpoint deviates from the norm. The word is, one cannot disregard the fact that. Say it again. One cannot disregard the fact that. Disconstruction is perfect when you have data, statistics, or a historical example to back up your point. It signals to the examiner that your claim isn't just personal opinion, it's fact-based observation. The word is, I submit that. Say it again. I submit that. By you. This is a very formal, academic way to jump into your unique point. It sounds like you are presenting research or a policy recommendation. Use this when your argument requires a sophisticated, professional register. The word is, to argue the contrary, one might suggest. Say it again. To argue the contrary, one might suggest. This structure shows academic maturity. Instead of just saying no, you are wrong, this phrase allows you to introduce an opposing view neutrally before systematically dismantling it with your own supporting evidence. Let's compare 4 pairs. It's super important that. It is of paramount importance that. Boosting formality and impact. Notice how replacing supers with paramount instantly raises the register. Academic language favors precise, Latinate vocabulary over common intensifiers like really or very. I mean, you know. To clarify my position, I would submit that. Replacing vague fillers with assertive framing. Informal speech often relies on filler phrases like or, you know, informal speaking. Replace these conversational habits with structured signposts to guide the listener and sound more deliberate. But seriously, might as well gamer. However, upon closer examination, creating a smooth transition for contrast. Beginning an argument with but is fine in conversation, but it is too casual for the exam. Using transitional phrases like however or upon closer examination provides a much smoother and more intellectual pivot point. I guess that's true. While this may be factually correct, I maintain that moving from reluctant agreement to strong counterclaim. The key here is moving from hedging, which sounds weak, to a structured concession followed by an assertion. This shows you are thinking deeply and engaging with the complexity of the topic. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak phrasing hesitation. I think that the reason is trailing off. Assertive framing, the underlying cause of this issue is. Ending a thought with the reason makes your argument sound tentative. By replacing it with strong noun phrases like the underlying cause of this issue, you sound authoritative and confident. Incorrect conditional tense, if I was given the chance. Grammatical slip. Formal academic grammar, if I were granted the opportunity. When discussing hypothetical scenarios, always remember to use the subjunctive mood. Using if I were instead of if I was is a clear marker that you have strong grammatical control. Vague. Informal conclusion. So basically, it means we should do X and Y. Structured conclusion. Therefore, based on this evidence, the logical conclusion is to implement measures X and Y. Avoid using simple summarizing phrases like basicallys or so. Instead, use highly academic concluding structures that signal careful consideration of all points made. This brings a sense of finality to your argument. Here are 4 ways to practice. Targeted record practice. Choose 3 strong phrases from the drill and record yourself using them in a mock debate. Focus on varying intonation. Don't just read the phrases, incorporate them naturally into an argumentative flow, as if you were speaking passionately about something. Listen back specifically for where your delivery falters or sounds unsure. IELTS Part 3. Debate Practice. Practice responding to abstract social issues, e.g., universal basic income requiring deep opinionation. Part 3 tasks are designed for this exact skill. Always remember that the question is rarely about what's, but rather why, so structure your answers around causes, effects, and necessary interventions. Structured shadowing. Find academic podcasts or TED Talks and shadow expert speakers, paying attention to their transition markers. Shadowing allows you to absorb natural rhythm and advanced phrasing without having to generate the ideas yourself. Pay close attention to how they link one thought to the next. That's where true fluency lies. The 3-point thesis drill. For any given topic, prepare 3 distinct points, A, B, C, and build an argument that connects them using strong markers. This is a powerful organizational tool. Instead of rambling, structure your entire response with a clear opening statement, followed by point A, then point B, and concluding how all 3 connect under one main idea. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Topic: the future of work. Some argue that automation and AI will lead to mass unemployment, while others claim it will create entirely new industries we cannot imagine today. Bullet points: impact on current job sectors, e.g. logistics. Today, the necessity of retraining the workforce. Your definitive prediction for the next decade. Target length, 1 minute 30 seconds. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a clear, nuanced thesis statement that takes a defined stance while acknowledging counterarguments. Do not simply list pros and cons. You must synthesize them into a single, complex argument. Your opening sentence should encapsulate your core position, for example, arguing for managed transition rather than choosing one side entirely. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is advanced concession and counter-argument phrasing, e.g., while it is true that, however. The goal here is to sound like a sophisticated academic panelist, not just a student giving an opinion. By using advanced phrases that concede points before rebutting them, you demonstrate intellectual depth and mastery of complex argumentation. When we listen to academic discussions or lectures, it can be challenging because the speaker often moves quickly between main ideas and supporting evidence. The key skill here is not just catching words, but understanding the function of what you hear. You must train yourself to distinguish a general statement, the topic sentence, from the specific examples that prove it. We are listening for the structural framework of an argument as it unfolds in real time. Think of active listening as being a detective, not just a recording device. Instead of trying to memorize every word, you need to constantly ask yourself, what is the speaker's main point right now? If the details shift dramatically, that usually signals a new supporting pillar for their argument. You are about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. A strong academic essay relies heavily on clear organization. Remember, every body paragraph should begin with a definitive topic sentence that clearly states the specific claim for that section. This sentence acts as a roadmap for the reader. Following that opening statement, you must provide solid supporting details, data, statistics, or expert examples. For instance, if your topic is climate policy, your topic sentence might declare that carbon taxes are the most effective immediate solution. The subsequent points then need to unpack this by citing recent economic models or successful international case studies. Never let the evidence drift away from that core opening claim. It must always circle back to prove the initial statement was accurate and vital to your overall thesis. This tight connection is what elevates writing from descriptive prose to persuasive academic work. Question 1. What function does a topic sentence serve in an essay? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, it acts as a roadmap for the reader, stating the specific claim of that paragraph. This question requires you to identify the purpose or the controlling idea. It tests whether you can move beyond simply hearing facts and comprehending the underlying structural role those facts play. Question 2. According to the passage, what should supporting details do? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, they must always circle back to prove the initial topic sentence claim. We are testing your ability to synthesize information. You don't just listen for details, but you must grasp the relationship between those details and the main idea. Question 3. What is the difference between descriptive prose and persuasive academic work? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, persuasive work has a tight connection where evidence consistently proves an initial statement. This tests your overall comprehension of the passage's core argument. You need to grasp the main takeaway, the so what moment, which is often summarized in comparison. Here are 5 examples. Definitive topic sentence. A clear statement that introduces the paragraph's main argument. When you hear definitive, think of it as non-negotiable and absolute. In writing, this phrase signals that the claim being made is central and cannot be ignored by the reader. Solid supporting details. Evidence like data or expert examples. This moves beyond just saying examples. Solid implies reliability and academic rigor. The speaker suggests these must be substantial enough to carry the weight of your claim. Acts as a roadmap for the reader. Guides the audience through the argument. This is a fantastic metaphor. Whenever you hear something that describes guidance or direction, visualize it like a travel map. It tells you exactly where you are going and why. Subsequent points. The ideas following the initial statement. This phrase helps transition your listening focus. If you hear subsequent, remember that the speaker is about to list or elaborate on things that come next in sequence. Overall thesis. The central argument of the entire essay. While a topic sentence controls one paragraph, your overall thesis statement controls everything. Always remember that every single piece of evidence must ultimately relate back to proving this primary thesis. Listen again and fill in the missing words. Effective structure requires you to SDUA your initial claim with strong evidence. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is connect. The verb connect here is crucial because argumentation isn't just listing facts, it's actively linking them. You are building an intellectual chain of cause and effect. Always ensure that the supporting details directly S the topic sentence. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is validate. To validate means to prove or confirm something is true. This word choice emphasizes checking the truthfulness of your claim, which is the core job of good evidence. If your argument weakens, you should consider adjusting your primary error. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is thesis. The thesis statement is the foundation. If that moves, everything else must be reevaluated. Remember that it remains the controlling idea for the entire piece. Before writing, you must carefully outline and 1 mile long all potential supporting points. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is organize. We use organize here because simply having ideas isn't enough. They must be placed in a logical sequence. Think of organizing as structuring the flow before adding content. Here are 4 ways to practice. Pre-listening prediction. Before listening, read the topic and predict what structural elements you expect to hear. This technique primes your brain. By anticipating structure like expecting a claim, followed by 3 examples, you are giving yourself mental signposts for when the actual speech starts. Focused note-taking. Don't write down everything. Use symbols to track signal words, e.g. for conclusion, for example. Because you are aiming to hear structure, treating transitional phrases like signposts is key. When the speaker uses, for instance, or consequently, pause and mark it in your notes. Shadowing dialogue. Listen to academic speeches and immediately repeat what you hear, focusing on the rhythm and flow. This builds muscle memory for natural academic cadence. It helps train your ear not just for words, but for the spacing used when making a strong structural point. Summarizing immediately. After listening to a section, pause and summarize the main idea aloud in your own words. This forces active retrieval. Instead of passively accepting information, you are actively processing it and translating complex speech into simple, measurable concepts. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. When writing a persuasive piece, simply stating your opinion is not enough. You must anticipate and address counterarguments, the opposing viewpoint. A strong writer doesn't ignore the opposition, they acknowledge it first. For example, you might introduce the argument that, while some people argue for increased regulation, you immediately pivot to rebutting them. The key phrase here is concession followed by refutation. Concession means saying, I understand why someone might think X, but the next step must be your rebuttal, stating why X is wrong or incomplete. This shows depth of thought and makes your own position much more compelling. Question 1. What process must a writer do before simply stating their opinion? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, they must anticipate and address counterarguments by acknowledging the opposing viewpoint first. This question tests whether you grasp the necessity of the action. The passage emphasizes that ignoring opposition weakens your argument, so understanding this proactive step is vital. Question 2. What are the 2 distinct steps required to effectively address a counterargument? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the first is concession, acknowledging the opposing view, followed by refutation, stating why it is wrong or incomplete. This targets specific academic vocabulary and process. You must distinguish between concession, the agreement to a point, and refutation, which is your powerful counterclaim. Task achievement in Task 1 requires you not just to report data, but to interpret it. You must move beyond listing figures and instead focus on describing the underlying trends. Is the change steady? Was the growth exponential? Or did it plateau completely? The key is structuring your response logically. Start with a clear overview that summarizes the main findings before diving into granular details. Secondly, employ sophisticated language to describe movement. Instead of saying, it went up, use phrases like, witnessed a marked increase or soared dramatically. When describing trends, remember that your verbs and adverbs are doing most of the heavy lifting. Using varied vocabulary for change like plummeted versus declined elevates your writing instantly. Always ensure your overview captures the broadest picture before you tackle specific numbers. Here are 4 examples. The graph clearly illustrates a consistent upward trajectory for renewable sources. Beginning at just 5% in 1990, this sector saw remarkable growth, surpassing oil dependence by nearly 20% by the end of the period. Effective use of trajectory and comparative phrasing, surpassing. Notice how we use trajectory instead of just saying went up. This single word signals academic fluency. The note also shows we connected 2 ideas, growth plus comparison, in one focused sentence. Conversely, the consumption of coal remained relatively static throughout the 30-year span, maintaining a stable figure that peaked around 1995 before experiencing only minor fluctuations. Using conversely and vocabulary for stability, static, fluctuations. Starting with transition words like conversely is vital because it signals to the reader exactly how your new information relates to the previous point. It creates a smooth, logical flow. By contrast, water usage experienced an erratic pattern. There was a sharp decline in the late 90s, followed by a moderate rebound that never quite reached its initial peak. Using erratic pattern and describing the sequence of changes. Describing patterns like erratics or rebound is much more powerful than simply stating dates. It shows you are analyzing the S-storied the data tells, not just reading coordinates. Overall, while global production rates fluctuated considerably in the early years, a clear trend towards diversification became evident by 2020. Strong summary language focusing on overall significance, clear trend towards. This sentence is perfect for your overview. It doesn't list data, it identifies the most important overarching takeaway. This confirms to the examiner that you understand the main message. Let's compare 4 pairs. Oil production rose from 5 million to 10 million tons. Oil production saw a dramatic increase, rising from 5 to 10 million tons over the period. Using stronger verbs and adverbs for impact. The simple version is functional but dull. By changing rose to saw a dramatic increase, you immediately sound more academic and sophisticated. We are making your language vivid. In the early years, both sectors were similar in size. Initially, both sectors maintained comparable levels of output, suggesting parity at the start of the period. Using precise vocabulary, parity, and formal adverbs initially. When you use academic words like parity, you demonstrate a high level of lexical resource. This shows that you are comfortable with specialized, formal English. Gas usage stayed the same from 2010 to 2020. Between 2010 and 2020, gas consumption remained remarkably stable, showing little deviation from its previous rate. Adding nuance and descriptive adverbs, remarkably. The strong version adds little deviation, which is much more precise than simply saying stayed the same. It suggests that even if there were minor changes, they weren't significant. By 2015, renewable energy was higher than fossil fuels. By 2015, the proportion of renewable energy sources had surpassed that of traditional fossil fuels. Using relative phrasing, proportion, surpassed for comparison. The word surpassed is far more dynamic than simply was higher. Furthermore, specifying proportions directs the reader to a comparative analysis of shares or percentages. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak, the number of people using the internet increased and also decreased. Strong, internet usage exhibited volatility, initially increasing before undergoing a noticeable decline later in the decade. Listing increased and also decreased is repetitive. The strong version uses descriptive nouns like volatility, which encapsulates both movements into one academic concept. Weak, according to the chart, the highest point was in 2005 because it went up a lot. Strong, the peak occurred in 2005, reaching its zenith due to marked growth over the preceding years. Avoiding causal language like because makes your writing sound more objective and analytical. Instead of stating a cause and effect simply, you describe the fact of the peak. Weak, in contrast to oil, solar power is rising strongly. Strong, compared with oil, solar power demonstrated robust growth throughout the period under review. Simple comparisons like is rising are too conversational. Using phrases such as demonstrated robust growth is formal and precise, improving your overall academic register. Here are 4 ways to practice. Select key features first. Do not try to cover every single data point. Identify the maximum, minimum, steady trend, and biggest change. These are your 4 focus points. The biggest mistake students make is attempting to report everything. You must be selective. Choose only the most statistically significant numbers to support your claims. Structure your narrative. Plan a clear pathway. Overview. Key trend. 1. Growth decline. Key comparison. Key comparison. Detail support. This guides the reader smoothly. Think of yourself as a guide leading the examiner through the data rather than just reading out numbers. This structured approach guarantees coherence and logical progression. Use complex grammar. Incorporate advanced structures like relative clauses, which, that, or conditional statements to link ideas elegantly. Using complex grammar isn't just for show. It allows you to embed multiple pieces of information into one cohesive sentence. This maximizes your score while maintaining clarity. Master the verbs. Create a mental bank of synonyms for increased, decreased, and remained. Examples include soared, dipped, plateaued, remained constant. Vocabulary variety is cornerstones of high-scoring writing. Always pre-plan these high-impact verbs so that when you are under time pressure, your language remains varied. When describing graphs and charts, simple words like went up or dropped down are insufficient. We need precise academic vocabulary to convey the speeds, magnitudes, and natures of change in data. This set of verbs and adjectives will help you move beyond basic descriptions into advanced analytical language. Mastering these terms significantly boosts your score when discussing trends. Remember, sophisticated English is about using the exact word for the exact concept. The key takeaway here is precision. Instead of just saying the numbers increased, think about how they increased. Was it a slow creep or a sudden boom? By learning vocabulary like surge and plummet, you are not just speaking English, you are analyzing the data with expert linguistic tools. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is fluctuate. Say it again, fluctuate. Fluctuate is a very useful academic verb that describes non-directional movement. It implies irregularity, which is key. Use this word when the data shows no clear pattern of increase or decrease, but rather a back and forth motion. The word is surge. Say it again, surge. A surge suggests speed, power, and sudden momentum. It is stronger than simply increasing. Think of it like a wave crashing. It's rapid, forceful, and noticeable. This verb is perfect for describing immediate market booms. The word is plummet. Say it again, plummet. If plummet is the opposite of surge, it means a rapid, dramatic descent. It carries a sense of gravity and speed. When you use this word, you are emphasizing that the decline was not gradual but severe. Word is steady. Say it again, steady. If you need to describe slow, predictable growth, steadies is your go-to adjective. It suggests reliability and consistency. When describing long-term trends that are stable, using steady adds an air of measured confidence to your analysis. The word is volatile. Say it again, volatile. Volatile describes the qualities of the data, meaning it changes dramatically without a clear reason. It's more intense than just fluctuating. Use this when you want to warn your listener that predictions might be difficult. The word is peak. Okay, peak. While peaks can be a verb, it is most useful here as a noun to identify the absolute high point on a chart. This makes your language very specific when you are pointing out maximum values. Always pair this with phrases like reached its peaks or peaked at. Here are 5 examples. After the policy change, sales began to surge dramatically in the following month. Surge verb. Notice how surge immediately draws attention to the suddenness of the increase. This sentence is far more compelling than simply saying sales increased quickly. It paints a picture for your listener. Due to global climate factors, the sea levels tend to fluctuate year by year. Fluctuate verb. Here we use fluctuate because the changes in sea level aren't always massive or dramatic. They are more of a continuous, irregular movement. This shows a nuanced understanding of natural processes. The data showed a steady upward trend over the last 2 decades. Steady adjective. Using steady implies time and consistency. It suggests that while there might have been minor dips, the overall direction is reliable and predictable. This is excellent for summarizing long-term growth patterns. The commodity market remains highly volatile due to geopolitical instability. Volatile adjective. When you use highly volatile, you are not blaming the data, you are identifying a systemic risk. This is high-level language that signals deep understanding of complex, unpredictable systems. After reaching its peak in May, revenue began to plummet sharply through the rest of the year. Peak noun, plummet verb. This sentence combines 2 powerful words. By mentioning peaking first and then describing the subsequent fall with plummet, you create a clear narrative arc for your data description. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, increase. Compare it with surge. General versus sudden, forceful. Remember, increase is the general term we use when speaking English in general. However, if you want to emphasize that the jump was immediate and very powerful, always upgrade it to surge. The difference shifts your description from merely factual to dramatically engaging. First, decline. Compare it with plummet. Mild general versus extreme rapid. A decline is a polite academic word for any drop. But if the graph shows a vertical freefall, you must use plummet. Using plummet instantly and dramatically conveys the severity of the fall to your audience. Ook, fluctuate. Compare it with volatile. Process, verb versus quality, adjective. This is a common point of confusion. Fluctuates describes the action, the back and forth process itself. Volatile describes the nature or inherent character of the thing that is doing the fluctuating. First, steady. Compare it with stable. Consistency, long-term versus unchanging, short-term. While often interchangeable, steady usually implies a slow, predictable evolution over time. Stable, however, suggests that the data point is resistant to change. It's settled and reliable in the short term. Here are 4 ways to practice. Location grouping. Practice linking verbs with their specific prepositions and adverbs. Example, plummet dramatically, surge significantly. Don't just learn the word, learn how it behaves grammatically. By grouping collocations, you make your language sound much more natural and native-like. Always check which adverbs paired best with high-impact verbs like plunge or soar. Picture walkthroughs. Take any random grass-up prices, rainfall, etc., and force yourself to describe it using only our target vocabulary. Record yourself doing this. Active output is the best way to solidify these concepts. When you are forced to use volatile or steady in real time, your brain makes stronger connections. The goal here is fluency and instant recall. The opposite game. When practicing vocabulary, always think of the direct opposite. If you learn surge, immediately define its opposite, a slow decline. This method builds lexical depth by forcing you to consider antonyms and their appropriate context. It helps prevent you from using an incorrect word just because it sounds similar to the correct one. Review and reuse. When you write or speak next week, pick 3 vocabulary words from this lesson and intentionally include them. Do not wait for a chart. The best way to move vocabulary from short-term memory to long-term fluency is consistent, deliberate reuse. Force yourself into the conversation with these high-level terms. This cements them permanently in your academic arsenal. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Global energy consumption started to surge rapidly after the last decade. However, this growth was highly volatile, showing sharp dips when recessions hit. While some sectors maintained a steady upward trajectory, others began to plummet dramatically towards their lowest trough. Analysts note that predicting future trends remains challenging due to market instability. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means increased suddenly and rapidly. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is surge. The paragraph uses surge perfectly here because it describes an immediate, powerful start to consumption. Notice how the text contrasts this sudden start with later dips, showing the full range of these verbs. Question 2. Use one of the target words in your own sentence. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the global economy is currently exhibiting volatile behavior. When creating your own sentences, try to embed the word within a complex structure. Instead of just stating, it is volatile, explain why or when it is volatile. This boosts both accuracy and complexity in your speaking. When we speculate about how past decisions or hypothetical policy changes affect the present or future, we use advanced conditional structures. The key here is distinguishing what could have been from what's this. We often employ the third conditional if plus, had plus past participle, would have plus be thirdo discuss missed opportunities in policy. However, for a current outcome based on a past action, mixed conditionals are invaluable tools. Remember that these structures allow us to move beyond simple predictions and engage in sophisticated academic debate. The most challenging part of conditionality is managing time shifts. Don't just try to memorize the forms, focus on why you are shifting time. Are you regretting a policy decision from 5 years ago or predicting an outcome based on current legislative inertia? Understanding that if clause sets up a hypothetical reality is half the battle. Here are 5 examples. If the board had funded renewable research last decade, we would have reached carbon neutrality by now. Third conditional, past action, tollers, present result. This example is perfect for policy discussions because it addresses a clear missed opportunity. They had funded anchors us to the past, while would have reached shows the present impossibility of that outcome. If the government revised its tax bracket system, small businesses could afford to expand significantly. Second conditional, hypothetical present to hypothetical present. Hypothetical present. Here we are discussing a current policy adjustment. The second conditional helps us explore ideal scenarios that are contrary to the present reality but should be considered. If technology hadn't advanced so quickly, medicine would still rely on more natural remedies. Mixed conditional, past condition, tollers, present result. This mixed structure is excellent for comparing historical contexts with modern realities. It suggests that a past condition fundamentally altered our present state of affairs. They would face immediate backlash if they proposed such radical legislative changes. Type 2 modal, hypothetical future warning. Sometimes we don't need a full if clause. Using modals like would or could allows us to warn about probable outcomes without needing to state the exact condition. If stricter emission standards were implemented years ago, global climate change would be less severe today. Mixed conditional, past condition toller, present result. Notice how were is used for the hypothetical past condition. This structure allows us to criticize or analyze historical governmental inaction directly and powerfully. Let's compare 4 pairs. Conditional, if we reduce spending, the economy would stabilize. Simple future, we will reduce spending and the economy will stabilize. Hypothetical versus certainty. The key difference lies in certainty. Conditionals explore possibilities. It might happen. Simple future statements are presented as facts or guaranteed predictions, requiring less nuance. Modal of deduction. The policy must be difficult to implement. Conditional. If they implemented the policy, it would be difficult. Deduction versus condition. Modals of deduction allow you to draw a conclusion based on limited evidence. You are reasoning now. The conditional requires you to invent an entire scenario first and then predict the outcome. Mixed conditional. If they hadn't cut funding, we would have better research. Third conditional. If they had cut funding, we wouldn't have that research. Past action focus. The third conditional focuses on the result of a past action. The mixed conditional links that past failure to a lasting change in our current state or reality. Simple past. They debated the policy extensively. Conditional, if they had debated it, we wouldn't know this much. Fact versus hypothesis. Using the simple past simply reports a completed event. Using the conditional implies that the debate did not happen, and thus our current knowledge level is different. Fill in the blank with the correct form. If the government blank stricter carbon taxes last year, emissions would be lower now. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is had implemented. This requires a mixed conditional. The if clause must refer to a past action that has an effect on our present reality. This structure is perfect for criticizing historical policy lapses. If funding were increased, scientists blank breakthrough medical treatments. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is would develop. Because we are discussing a general, hypothetical possibility in the present, the second conditional is appropriate. We are not talking about past failure or guaranteed future success. If they blank this environmental report, the committee would change its stance. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is saw. This uses the simple second conditional structure. It sets up a clear hypothetical condition, seeing the reporto predict a likely reaction from the committee. We blanked this outcome if we had followed the original sustainability model. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is would have avoided. This is a third conditional statement. We're looking back at policy history and speculating on a negative result that did not happen because of an earlier failure. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Incorrect subject-verb agreement. If the budget cuts was approved, we would have fewer resources. Correct. If the budget cuts were approved, we would have fewer resources. Remember that in hypothetical clauses, especially those involving if, English often uses the subjunctive mood. Even if the subject is plural or singular, using were for conditionality sounds more formal and academic. Incorrect tense-type mismatch. If they change the law, climate will get better. Correct. If they change the law, the climate would improve. You mixed a simple present in the if clause with a simple future prediction. When speculating about hypothetical policies, always default to the second conditional structure, past tense, and would plus base verb. Incorrect. Mixing structures. I wish we had implemented these changes last year. Correct. If we had implemented these changes last year, things would be different now. While I wish is a common way to speculate, expanding it into a full conditional sentence adds academic weight. It explicitly shows the link between the unfulfilled past action and the current speculative outcome. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The City Council is debating strict new zoning laws. The opposition argues that if the rules were too rigid, economic growth would slow dramatically. They suggest that a phased implementation, starting with voluntary compliance over 5 years, would be more effective. Many experts believe this gradual approach allows businesses to adapt without sudden market shock. Question 1. Find and correct the grammar error in this sentence. If they'd invest in public transport earlier, traffic congestion wouldn't be so bad today. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, if they had invested in public transport earlier, traffic congestion wouldn't be so bad today. This is a common mistake with past perfect verbs. Remember that the third conditional requires the had auxiliary verb followed by the past participle, which for invest is invested. Focus deeply on getting those 3 parts correct. Question 2. Write your own sentence using this grammar point to speculate about future global policy changes. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, if international treaties mandate sustainable sourcing, supply chains would undergo massive restructuring within the next decade. When formulating your own speculative sentences, try varying the conditional type. Don't stick only to third conditionals. Mixing and matching time frames like this shows a high level of grammatical control. When examiners listen for your lexical resource, they are not just counting unique words. They are assessing the natural fit and appropriateness of your vocabulary within a complex argument. This means moving beyond simple synonyms and successfully integrating advanced phrasal verbs and idiomatic structures. The goal is to sound articulate, precise, and spontaneous, making your speech flow naturally from one sophisticated idea to the next. Remember that sounding academic doesn't mean speaking robotically. The key is integration. These complex phrases must feel natural when you speak them. Practice weaving these structures into full sentences rather than reciting them in isolation. This technique moves you from merely knowing vocabulary to truly mastering fluent, sophisticated English. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, it bears mentioning that, bus. Say it again. It bears mentioning that. This phrase is excellent because it signals to the listener that you are about to offer a nuanced perspective, not just a simple fact. Use this when your argument needs a slight pivot or an important qualification. It shows intellectual maturity in your response. The word is, while I appreciate the premise, one must consider. Say it again. While I appreciate the premise, one must consider. By acknowledging the other person's point first, you soften your opposition while maintaining strong critical thought. The word is, this naturally leads us to question whether. Say it again. This naturally leads us to question whether. Do not just use simple connecting words like so or therefore. This phrase creates a smooth, logical trajectory between ideas, demonstrating that your thinking process is structured and coherent. It elevates your discourse marker game. The word is, on a related note, it's worth noting. Say it again. On a related note, it's worth noting. This is perfect when you need to introduce a secondary but related piece of evidence without losing the thread of your main argument. It shows that you can navigate complex discussion points gracefully and logically. The word is, all things considered, the most immediate impact is. Say it again, all things considered, the most immediate impact is. Use this when you have presented multiple viewpoints and need to synthesize them into one strong, conclusive statement. It signals that your thought process is reaching its final, most critical point. Let's compare 4 pairs. The problem will come up later. This issue is likely to surface in subsequent discussions. Formalizing predictions. Notice the shift from come up to surface. Academic English favors higher register verbs that are more precise. Instead of vague phrasal verbs, aim for single strong nouns and verbs like ameliorate or mitigate. We need to figure out a plan. We must formulate a comprehensive strategy, replacing simple action verbs. The difference here is moving from the informal figure out to formulate. This shows that you can handle abstract, complex topics with appropriate academic vocabulary. Always consider if there's a single Latinate verb available. It brought about big changes. This has resulted in substantial systemic change. High-level causality. Instead of the slightly casual brought about, use formal constructions like resulted in or catalyzed. These phrases are robust and highly respected by examiners because they demonstrate precise understanding of cause and effect. The policy kind of slowed down development. The policy has somewhat impeded economic growth. Improving descriptive power. Replacing kinda is easy, but replacing slowed down with impeded or stifled shows a deeper grasp of meaning. Adjectives like substantial, systemic, and comprehensive are your best friends for raising the formality level. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Grammar slip, subject, verb agreement. The environmental impact are very big. Correction, precision, and grammar. The environmental impact is quite significant. Be careful with collective nouns and abstract concepts. They often take singular verbs. Additionally, replacing very bigs with quite significant instantly adds polish and sophisticated vocabulary. Filler words and hedging. The studies show that better clarity and formality. For instance, academic research demonstrates that minimizing fillers is crucial for fluency. Instead of resorting to like or, use specific signposts like, for instance, or to illustrate. These phrases guide the listener and make you sound more confident. Vagueness and overstatement. So, I think we should change everything about the education system. Better specificity and register. Therefore, a fundamental overhaul of the current educational framework is warranted. Avoid sweeping generalizations like change everything. Instead, use measured language words like overhaul, framework, or warranted sound, much more considered and academic. Specificity is key to a high band score. Here are 4 ways to practice. Advanced shadowing techniques. Don't just repeat, focus on the rhythm. Listen to podcasts and shadow specific complex transitions, like how native speakers smoothly transition between points. When shadowing, pay attention not only to what they say, but how they pause and stress words. This helps you internalize the natural cadence that makes advanced speech sound effortless rather than rehearsed. The idea mapping drill. Take a complex article, like one from The Economist, give yourself 60 seconds and force yourself to orally link 5 distinct concepts using the new linking phrases we practiced. This drill mimics the real-time pressure of speaking tests. By focusing on connecting disparate ideas, you train your brain to access high-level vocabulary under time constraint, which is exactly what examiners want to hear. Recording for self-correction. Record yourself discussing a topic and then listen back, specifically hunting for moments where you use simplistic language or repeated the same structure. Self-critique is invaluable. When listening back, don't judge your ideas, only judge your slanguage. Circle every time you could have replaced very good with commendables or discuss with delve into. Timed response drills 3 minutes. Set a timer for 3 minutes and force yourself to speak continuously on a single topic, incorporating the target phrasal verbs naturally throughout your monologue. Fluency requires endurance. By setting strict time limits, you prevent yourself from rambling or falling back into comfortable, simple language patterns. This technique builds conversational stamina while forcing lexical sophistication. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. You are discussing the future of urban centers. Describe whether the increasing trend of remote work will fundamentally change how people live in cities. You should cover the impact on city infrastructure, changes to social interaction and community life, potential positive outcomes for quality of life. Aim to speak for 2 minutes, incorporating at least 2 advanced phrasal verbs. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a clear thesis statement and well-developed opposing views. Do not just list pros, analyze how they interact. Structure is paramount here. Start with a strong position. Use those advanced phrases like, "While I appreciate the premise," to address counterarguments. And conclude by synthesizing your main points using language such as, "all things considered." This shows holistic thinking. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the ability to sustain a high academic register while maintaining natural fluency. Practice linking complex ideas with transitional structures. Focus on the connective tissue between your thoughts. Use those nuanced markers. This naturally leads us to question, or on a related note, to ensure your speech flows like a coherent academic presentation, not just a list of points. Subordinating conjunctions are powerful linguistic tools that help us build complex sentences. Think of them as relationship signposts. They signal how one idea depends on another. These conjunctions introduce a dependent clausier group of words that cannot stand alone. They link this dependent clause to an independent clause, which can speak by itself. Mastering these links allows you to show cause, condition, time, or contrast in your writing and speaking. It's important to remember that subordination is all about showing hierarchy. You aren't just listing ideas, you are explaining the relationship between them. Using a conjunction like because tells the listener that one idea is the direct reason for another, adding analytical depth to your communication. Here are 5 examples. Although the rain was heavy, we continued our hike. Contrast although. Notice how, although introduces a concession way, expected us to stop, but we didn't. This structure immediately elevates your writing from simple statements to thoughtful arguments. We arrived late because the train was delayed. Because. When you start a sentence with because, always remember that comma rule. The dependent clause is at the beginning, so it needs that pause to separate it from the main idea. If you study regularly, you will improve your grades. Condition, if. This example uses a condition. The if clause sets up the necessary circumstances. Without studying, the outcome simply doesn't happen. This is key for discussing policies or outcomes. When the alarm sounded, everyone evacuated quickly. When. Using when helps sequence events precisely in time. It gives your narrative a strong sense of flow and causality that simple listing cannot achieve. Unless the budget increases, the project will be postponed. Negative condition, unless. The conjunction unless means if not. This is a powerful way to present constraints or necessary prerequisites, adding formal weight to your claims. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Elevating complexity. Moving from simple coordination to complex structures. Using conjunctions moves you beyond basic sentence linking. It shows the listener or reader that your thoughts are interconnected and nuanced, which is a key marker of advanced fluency. Showing logical depth. defining relationships like necessity, contrast, or time sequence. Instead of just stating two facts side by side, you are now explaining why they relate. You are presenting an argument, not just a list of observations. Improving speaking flow. Making spoken English sound more academic and cohesive. When you speak fluently, your speech should feel like one continuous thought process. Subordinating conjunctions help the listener track that sophisticated line of reasoning. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Some learners say, "She walked home because it was raining." The better way to say this is, "She walked home because it was raining." This sentence is actually correct, illustrating proper comma placement when the conjunction introduces a clause following the main statement. Don't say, "Because of the delay, we missed the start." Say, "Because the train was delayed, we missed the start." Be careful not to confuse because of with a conjunction. Because of is a prepositional phrase followed by a noun, while because introduces an entire clause with a subject and verb. Don't say, "When finished, the report was submitted." Say, "When the report was finished, it was submitted." This error is called a dangling modifier. The initial clause needs to clearly specify who or what is performing the action mentioned in the main part of the sentence. Here are 4 ways to practice. Identify your core relationship. Before writing or speaking, ask yourself, is this idea a cause, effect, condition, or contrast? If you know the function, this type of relationship, you can quickly select the precise conjunction needed. This pre-planning step dramatically improves your rhetorical accuracy. Practice varying structures. Don't start every complex sentence with "although." Mix up starting clauses to keep listeners engaged. Try embedding the dependent clause in the middle of the sentence rather than just always leading with it. This variety makes your speech sound less predictable and more sophisticated. Focus on if and unless. These are high-level conjunctions perfect for academic discussions about policy and outcomes. Whenever you are discussing hypotheticals or necessary criteria, these words are your best friends. They allow you to explore possibilities without making definitive statements. Read aloud for flow. Always read your complex sentences out loud to check the rhythm and natural pause points. Writing something that looks grammatically correct on paper can still sound stilted when spoken. Reading it aloud helps you find where a slight comma adjustment will make the entire sentence flow perfectly. Building complex sentences means combining multiple related ideas into one grammatically cohesive unit. It requires understanding how different clause-independent, dependent, and relative interact seamlessly. The goal is not just to string words together, but to show the logical relationship between all your points. This advanced skill allows you to express nuanced arguments with greater academic weight. In IELTS writing, this demonstrates a high level of grammatical control and sophisticated thought. Remember that complexity isn't about length, it's about precision. When you use multiple clauses correctly, you signal to the examiner that your thoughts are deeply connected and structured. Think of these sentences as miniature research papers, where every piece of information supports a central claim. Here are 4 examples. Although technology has increased global connectivity, the resulting over-reliance on digital communication often hinders genuine face-to-face interaction. Uses an adverbial clause, although, to set up a contrast immediately. Notice how although establishes a clear tension between 2 ideas. This structure allows you to present a counter-argument gracefully, which is highly effective in academic writing. The government must invest heavily in public transportation networks, ensuring that all citizens, regardless of socioeconomic status, have reliable access to employment centers. Uses a non-restrictive clause, regardless of, to add necessary detail about the scope of the policy. This example uses an appositive phrase and a dependent clause together. This shows that your argument isn't just general, it has specific, equitable implications for all groups. Experts suggest adapting educational curricula to incorporate practical skills, which will better prepare students for the rapidly evolving demands of the modern job market. Uses a relative clause which, to modify and elaborate on the main action, adapting curricula, the use of which efficiently modifies the entire preceding idea. This is much tighter than using two separate sentences, creating better flow and academic resonance. Having implemented stricter environmental regulations last year, the company significantly reduced its operational carbon footprint while maintaining profitability. Starts with a perfect participial phrase, having implemented, to establish cause and effect immediately. Starting with a participle creates immediate momentum. It tells the reader why the main action happened first, giving your argument a strong sense of causality and proactive thought. Let's compare four pairs. Poor infrastructure limits economic growth. Also, people cannot get to work easily. Because poor infrastructure severely limits economic growth, many citizens find it difficult to commute to viable employment centers. Combining two short, choppy sentences into one flowing cause and effect statement. The weak version feels like a list of complaints. By subordinating the second idea with because, we show that the lack of infrastructure is the direct cause of the commuting difficulty. We need better water management. This is important because climate change increases drought risk. Given that climate change escalates the risk of severe droughts, enhancing regional water management systems is critically urgent. Using a prepositional phrase, given that, at the start to introduce the premise before making the main argument. Starting with, given that immediately sets the necessary context. It elevates your tone from merely stating facts to analyzing underlying conditions. The government should teach coding skills. These skills help people in new jobs today. Training students in modern coding skills, which are increasingly vital, will better equip them for the dynamic demands of 21st century labor markets. Using a relative clause to seamlessly insert explanatory information without breaking the sentence's flow. The phrase "which are increasingly vitals" acts as an elegant parenthetical explanation. It adds depth without needing separate, choppy sentences. Solar energy is good. Many countries should use it more to fight climate change. As global efforts intensify to mitigate climate change, increasing the adoption of solar energy sources presents a crucial opportunity for numerous nations. Starting with a complex introductory phrase, as global efforts intensify, that sets the stage and frames the argument globally. This structure immediately places your idea within a larger, urgent global dialogue. It moves beyond simple suggestion to strategic analysis. Watch out for these three common mistakes. Comma splice choppy. The data showed a clear increase in usage. This suggests people are using the internet more. Subordinating clause. Because the data showed a clear increase in usage, it strongly suggests that public reliance on the internet is growing. A comma splice happens when you join two complete sentences with only a comma. By using because, we grammatically establish that one idea causes the other, making your logic undeniable. Dangling modifier, walking quickly through the park, the city was beautiful. Clear subject linkage, walking quickly through the park, I found the city to be incredibly beautiful. A dangling modifier is when the subject performing the action isn't clear. You must ensure that the noun doing the walking is also the actual person who found the city beautiful. Misplaced modifier, the solution, focusing on education reform, was rejected by lawmakers. Clarity and placement. Lawmakers rejected the proposed solution, which focused heavily on educational reform. The word focusing needs to be attached correctly. By placing the modifying clause after solution, we clarify that it was the content of the solution, not the lawmakers, that failed. Here are 4 ways to practice. The triple point method. Identify 3 connected ideas: A cause, B action process, and C result. Link them using because, thus, and a relative clause. Instead of writing the sentence, write these 3 points down first. This forces you to map out the causal chain before worrying about grammar, ensuring your complex structure is logically sound. The parenthetical pause. Use non-restrictive clauses, often with which, to add supporting detail without stopping the main flow of thought. Think of this as an academic aside extra, valuable information. Using commas around these phrases shows excellent control and deepens your analysis. The causal chain mapping. When discussing policy or science, always map X leads to Y, which consequently causes Z. Build the sentence in that order. This technique helps you build momentum. You are not just listing facts, you are illustrating a chain reaction of cause and effect, which is key for high scores. The transitional sentence skeleton. Before writing the main complex sentence, write a simple skeleton. Although idea 1 happens, idea 2 remains true. Then expand each bracketed section. This scaffolding technique gives you instant structure. It ensures that your core contrast or concession is established first, giving maximum impact to the final complex sentence. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Some argue that governments should subsidize space exploration for scientific advancement. Others believe these funds would be better spent addressing immediate terrestrial issues like poverty or climate change. Discuss both views and give your own opinion. Question 1. What is the key requirement of this task? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, you must demonstrate balance by discussing two opposing viewpoints, while maintaining a complex grammatical structure throughout to link these contrasting ideas. The challenge here is not just listing pros and cons. You need transitional complexity structures that manage contrast or concession within one sentence, like, although X is true, Y remains more critical because... Question 2. What would a Band 7 response focus on first? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, developing several highly complex sentences in the introduction and conclusion. Use clauses to frame every argument within a broader academic context. Don't wait until the body paragraphs to use advanced structures. Set the tone immediately. By using complexity early, you establish your command of English grammar right from the start. Academic writing demands absolute grammatical precision. Two common pitfalls are subject-verb agreement errors and inconsistent tense usage. But remember that the verb must always agree with its true subject in number, singular or plural. Furthermore, once you establish a primary narrative tense often, the simple present for academic facts, you must maintain it throughout your argument. Maintaining consistency signals polish and sophistication to the examiner. These errors are not just minor slip-ups, they undermine your authority as an academic writer. When the grammar wavers, the reader's focus shifts from your brilliant ideas to the mechanical mistakes. Treat these rules like structural beams. If they fail, the entire argument can collapse. Here are 4 examples. The unprecedented rise in global temperatures necessitates urgent policy changes across multiple sectors. Effective use of the plural subject, temperatures, controlling a singular verb necessitates. Notice how rise is the true subject here, making the sentence grammatically airtight. This mastery prevents abrupt shifts in grammatical focus and builds flow. Historical data suggests that education spending consistently correlates with improved health outcomes. The simple present tense is maintained when discussing general or historical truths. When writing about established academic findings, the simple present tense is your safest bet. It presents these facts as enduring realities rather than temporary observations. Many factors, economic shifts and cultural resistance influence how communities adopt new technologies. Handling compound list subjects correctly, factors, is plural, controlling a verb that matches the plurality. This example shows you can handle complex subject structures. Always locate the core noun that dictates whether your main verb must be singular or plural. While early researchers believed X was true, modern studies now suggest alternative explanations. Smoothly transitioning between past, belief, and present, current knowledge, controlling tense shifts effectively. The key here is managing the timeline. You acknowledge what was previously thought in the past tense, but anchor your current argument firmly in the present perfect or simple present. Let's compare 4 pairs. The evidence suggests that social media affects mental health. The evidence suggests that social media affects mental health. Fixing SVA, evidence, is an uncountable singular noun. This simple fix demonstrates how confusing collective nouns can be. Always pause and ask yourself if the subject treats the concept as one whole unit or multiple individual parts. The government implemented policies that changing society quickly. The government implemented policies that changed society quickly. Fixing tense, the action changing must match the past context of implementation. When describing a completed event in your essay, stick to clear past tense verbs. Using an incorrect participle can create ambiguity about when the change occurred. Climate change and pollution are major issue worldwide. Climate change and pollution are major issues worldwide. Fixing plurality, both issues plural and worldwide, adverb conceptually pluralized, need adjustment. Remember that subject-verb agreement also extends to general nouns. If you list multiple topics, make sure the noun count matches your descriptor. The study has revealed a pattern which are not immediately obvious. The study has revealed a pattern which is not immediately obvious. Fixing agreement, the relative pronoun which refers back to the singular noun pattern. This is a common trap involving compound subjects and relative clauses. Identify what which is replacing that singular noun dictates your verb. Watch out for these three common mistakes. Weak. Data are increasingly used by researchers. Strong. Data is increasingly used by researchers. While data historically means plural, in modern academic writing, it is often treated as a singular mass noun. Using the singular verb is safer and more common practice today. Weak. If governments will invest more money, poverty decrease. Strong. If governments invested more money, poverty would decrease. This corrects a mixed conditional structure. To talk about hypothetical or unlikely conditions, you must use the past simple in both the if clause and the main result. Weak. The biodiversity of rainforests are threatened by logging. Strong. The biodiversity of rainforests is threatened by logging. Crucially, in this sentence, biodiversity itself is the single subject. The prepositional phrase of rainforests gives context but does not change the core singular noun. Here are 4 ways to practice. The subject test, SVA. Mentally remove all prepositional phrases. The noun remaining must match the verb number. This is a powerful diagnostic tool for complex sentences. Getting rid of distracting information allows you to see the true structural relationship between your subject and your verb. The tense roadmap. Map out time markers, e.g., since 2020, currently, historically, before writing, ensuring tense agreement. Do not wait until the end to check tenses. By creating a roadmap first, you guide yourself toward inevitable temporal shifts and maintain narrative integrity. The noun-verb anchor. For every sentence, underline the primary subject noun and its corresponding verb. If they don't agree, flag it. This tactile method of underlining forces you to slow down and physically confirm agreement. It turns a passive grammar check into an active, measurable skill. The revision read-through. Read your essay aloud, focusing only on the verbs and their subjects. Listen for unnatural pauses. Reading aloud is perhaps the most underrated editing technique. Your ear will often catch an awkward grammatical mismatch that your academic eye might skip over. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Some argue that universal basic income, UBI, is the necessary response to job displacement by automation. Others claim UBI disincentivizes work and creates economic dependency. Discuss both views and suggest a balanced policy approach. Question 1. What is the key requirement of this task? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, you must maintain consistency when discussing current trends, simple present, while also acknowledging historical or potential changes, conditional future forms. The prompt requires you to analyze a contemporary debate, so using the simple present tense for general facts is ideal. However, because you are suggesting solutions, don't neglect conditional structures like governments should consider. Question 2. What would a Band 7 response focus on first? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, a strong response will dedicate clear topic sentences to each differing viewpoint while ensuring every verb in those sections aligns with the intended time. Remember that grammatical accuracy supports coherence. If your argument shifts between historical data and modern proposals, ensure your tense shift is grammatically justified and smooth. When an examiner is assessing your speaking depth, they are not just looking for accurate information, they are listening for the complexity of your thought process. Excellent answers move beyond simple description by providing causation, consequence, and nuanced examples. You need to explain the why behind your claims and elaborate on the how something might impact others. Think about structuring your response around evidence and analysis rather than just listing facts. Remember that true depth isn't about using massive vocabulary, it's about showing intellectual flexibility. If you can explain a simple concept like recycling using cause and effect chains, you demonstrate mastery of complex English thought patterns. Always aim to provide at least 2 layers of detail for every main point you make. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, to illustrate this point, I would argue that. Say it again. To illustrate this point, I would argue that. This phrase is perfect for when you need to transition from a general statement into concrete proof. Instead of just saying, it's good, use this structure to introduce an illustrative example, making your argument feel solid and well-researched. The word is, the primary consequence of this trend is, pie. Say it again, the primary consequence of this trend is. This type of phrasing immediately elevates your answer from simple opinion to academic analysis. You are signaling that you understand the systemic implications, which shows a high level of critical thinking and vocabulary control. The word is, on a deeper level, I believe that. Say it again, on a deeper level, I believe that. Use this phrase when you want to deepen the conversation right after discussing surface-level issues. It tells the listener, wait, there's more nuance here, allowing you to introduce a less obvious but critical perspective. The word is, this is intrinsically linked to. Say it again, this is intrinsically linked to. When you use this, you are demonstrating advanced command of relational grammar. It moves your answer beyond simple listing and shows the listener that you understand how different ideas feed into one another. The word is. One potential drawback we should consider is bus. Say it again. One potential drawback we should consider is. A truly advanced speaker doesn't just present positives, they anticipate weaknesses. By introducing a perceived drawback, you demonstrate balanced thinking and critical engagement with the topic material. Let's compare 4 pairs. It basically means, in essence, it suggests formal analysis opener. The shift here is from casual explanation to academic definition. By using in essence, you signal that your answer will be precise and highly structured, which is ideal for discussing abstract concepts. A lot of people think it is widely perceived that stating general opinion. When you are referring to public belief, always use formal framing. Widely perceived adds authority and academic distance, suggesting you are discussing societal trends rather than just personal assumptions. Like, it helps with. Specifically, it facilitates. Giving an example. Never use vague filler words like in formal speaking. Replacing them with strong verbs and precise signposting phrases, such as specifically, makes your examples sound intentional and authoritative. It's super important too. It is paramount that we prioritize stating importance. Elevate the verb choice. Instead of saying something is important, use vocabulary like paramount or crucial. This immediately raises your lexical resource score and adds weight to your argument. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Simple statement. So, I guess that technology is good because it connects people. End. Elaborated thesis. While technology certainly facilitates connection, a more significant benefit is the immediate access to specialized knowledge, which empowers individuals globally. The mistake here was simply listing benefits. The correction shows you are analyzing why it connects people and what the deeper impact of that connection is. Knowledge access, in this case. Vagueness generalization. I think climate change is bad because we use cars a lot. Systemic detail. The escalating carbon emissions from private vehicles contribute significantly to global warming, which necessitates a systemic shift towards sustainable public transport infrastructure. Don't stop at the obvious cause. To deepen your answer, you must identify the system that needs fixing. Naming carbon emissions and suggesting infrastructure shifts shows depth. Hesitation, deflection. It's hard to say, I don't know what you mean. Strategic refocusing. That's a complex question. To provide the most detailed response, could we perhaps focus on the economic factors involved? A filler phrase is far worse than needing to pause. Instead, use a phrase like this to buy time while simultaneously guiding the conversation back to an area you are confident discussing in depth. Here are 4 ways to practice. The Why House expansion drill. Pick any simple statement, e.g., I like coffee, and practice expanding it by force feeding yourself 3 follow-up questions. Why? How? What is the consequence? This drill forces you out of your comfort zone of surface detail. It trains your brain to immediately transition from a simple claim into an analytical discussion, which is exactly what examiners want. The counter-argument role-play. Pretend someone disagrees with everything you say. Practice responding not by defending yourself, but by calmly acknowledging their point before pivoting to a more complex counterpoint. This technique is excellent for improving fluency under pressure and mastering polite disagreement. It shows the examiner that you can logically dismantle an opposing viewpoint while maintaining politeness. The vocabulary deep dive. Take 5 common nouns, e.g. problem, change, success, and practice using them in 5 different high-level academic collocations, e.g. socioeconomic problem, paradigm shift, sustainable success. By pairing basic words with advanced structures, you achieve 2 goals simultaneously, expanding your vocabulary and improving your ability to sound highly academic and analytical. The Timed Elaboration Challenge. Give yourself 30 seconds after a prompt. Do not speak until the timer ends. Then, force yourself to speak for 2 full minutes using only phrases that add depth, e.g. Furthermore, consequently, to elaborate, the silence before speaking is critical because it allows your brain time to shift from thinking of a simple answer to constructing a multi-layered argument. Use the pause strategically, not just out of panic. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Imagine discussing how technology is changing the nature of work. This topic requires you to move beyond listing gadgets and instead analyze impact. Points to cover: the shift from office work to remote labor, the necessity of new skills, e.g., emotional intelligence, digital literacy. ICE, potential long-term social impacts. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, you must create a narrative arc. Start with a clear statement, the change, analyze the cause-effect chain, and conclude with a solution or prediction. Do not just list points. Focus on showing connections between ideas rather than presenting them as separate facts. A strong speaker weaves these points together using cohesive devices to create one continuous stream of insightful thought. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, demonstrate advanced causal linking and conditional speculation. Use phrases like, this trend will inevitably lead to, or should we fail to adapt. The consequence would be P. Conditionals allow you to speculate convincingly without having definitive proof, which is key for academic discussion. This ability to discuss hypothetical future outcomes elevates your performance significantly. Timed essay writing is not just about getting words on the page, it's a performance test. It requires you to fluidly execute multiple skills simultaneously: coherence, grammatical accuracy, advanced vocabulary usage, and structural integrity. The key rule here is efficiency. You must synthesize all these elements under pressure without sacrificing quality. For IELTS, this simulates real academic writing where time constraints are expected. Mastering this means moving past simply knowing the rules and achieving automatic recall of complex structures. The goal of integrated practice is to train your writing muscle memory so the sophisticated language use feels natural and immediate. When you write under a clock, you don't have time to pause and check every conjugation. Therefore, practicing speed and accuracy together is crucial for high scores. Here are 4 examples. The escalating prevalence of urban sprawl necessitates a paradigm shift in municipal planning, demanding the re-evaluation of car-centric infrastructure. Uses high academic register and sophisticated vocabulary, paradigm shift necessitating. Notice how necessitates immediately elevates the tone. Using collocations like escalating prevalence sounds far more authoritative than simply saying more and more. Always aim to replace common verbs with stronger, more precise synonyms. While some argue that economic growth is paramount, this perspective fails to account for the cumulative damage caused by unchecked industrial output. Employs concessive clauses, while, effectively to introduce counter-arguments smoothly. The use of while here doesn't just link ideas, it signals a nuanced debate. This structure is perfect because it shows the examiner you can acknowledge an opposing view before firmly refuting it. It is only by implementing robust global regulations that we can mitigate the adverse consequences of deep-sea mining. Uses inversion only by, for emphasis and advanced sentence structure. Inversions like this are powerful tools to draw attention to a crucial point or condition. They immediately signal fluency and grammatical mastery, making your writing sound highly polished. Consequently, policymakers must pivot toward decentralized renewable energy sources if they wish to secure long-term climate resilience. Strong conclusion using precise linking adverbs and expert vocabulary, pivot, resilience. The word consequently provides clear logical flow. Pairing strong verbs like pivots with abstract nouns like resilience showcases a high level of academic command over both action and concept. Let's compare 4 pairs. The government should do more about climate change. Governments must implement stricter policies to address the urgent crisis of climate change. Replacing vague language with specific, formal terminology. This comparison shows the immediate shift in tone. Instead of sounding like an opinion piece, the strong version adopts a formal, policy-driven register expected in academic writing. Because people use phones too much, it is bad for their focus. Given the pervasive nature of mobile phone usage, cognitive function and attention spans are demonstrably deteriorating, moving from simple cause-effect because to complex causal relationships. By utilizing given the pervasive nature, you signal sophisticated vocabulary while structurally linking the cause to its measurable effect. This level of specificity is what separates Band 6 from Band 8 writing. If we change things, maybe it will be better. Should radical reforms be implemented, a significantly improved quality of life could subsequently materialize. Using conditional structures, e.g., should plus subject plus verb for formal speculation. The structure should X happen is much more advanced than a simple if. It's a highly elegant way to speculate on policy outcomes while maintaining a confident academic voice. I think education is important for people's future. Education serves as the primary catalyst for socio-economic mobility and individual advancement in modern society. Shifting from personal opinion, I think, to objective, authoritative statements. Never start a formal essay with, I think. Instead, use strong topic sentences that make a declarative assertion. This immediately positions your writing as an academic analysis rather than a personal reflection. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Wordy nominalized, the increasing use of technology leads to the acceleration of poor communication. Concise active voice. Increased reliance on technology accelerates the decline of effective communication skills. Watch out for nominalization, where you use abstract nouns like acceleration instead of powerful verbs. Converting these back to active voice makes your writing punchier and far more direct. To general weak claim, it is generally true that people are happier when they have money. Nuanced qualified argument, while correlation exists, attributing personal happiness solely to wealth oversimplifies complex human motivations. Avoid sweeping generalizations like generally true. Instead, introduce nuance by acknowledging the complexity of the issue. This demonstrates critical thinking and raises your argumentative level. Informal vocabulary repetitive. Many people have to study hard and they need good teachers. Academic collocations precision. For effective learning outcomes, students require rigorous academic support coupled with highly competent educators. The key here is replacing simple, everyday words like goods or need with precise academic collocations. This refinement instantly boosts your lexical resource score. Here are 4 ways to practice. The reverse outline method. Before writing, quickly list the main points and supporting evidence for every body paragraph. This ensures structural balance. Don't start with the introduction. Dedicate your first 2 minutes solely to outlining. Knowing exactly what you plan to say prevents rambling when the pressure is on. Targeted grammar focus. During drafting, consciously use one advanced structure like the passive voice or a specific perfect tense every other paragraph. Instead of trying to fix everything at once, pick one challenging grammar point and force yourself to integrate it strategically. This controlled practice solidifies retention under pressure. The 10-minute review. Do not stop writing until the clock runs out. Use your final minutes only for checking flow, linking words, and major errors. Resist the urge to rewrite entire paragraphs. Focus your review time strictly on cohesion, checking that every paragraph flows logically from the last one. Vocabulary preloading. Keep a bank of 10 strong collocations relevant to common essay topics, e.g., economic, environmental. Always try to incorporate at least 5. Having these high-level phrases preloaded means you won't have to stop and think of them during the actual test. This strategic preparation is invaluable for maintaining fluency. Self-assessment requires more than just knowing definitions. It demands rapid recall under pressure. We are focusing on high-level academic vocabulary essential for testing and critical analysis. These words help you accurately describe gaps in knowledge or the complexity of a subject. Learning these terms boosts your ability to articulate precise ideas quickly. Remember, true mastery isn't just about recognition, it's about immediate retrieval. When we talk about rapid recall, we are simulating the pressure of an exam setting. Our goal today is to transition these words from passive knowledge to active, instant use. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is synthesize. Say it again, synthesize. Think of synthesize as building something new from existing parts. You aren't just listing facts, you are weaving them together to create an original conclusion or argument. A common error is confusing this with simply summarizing. Synthesis requires more intellectual blending. The word is discrepancy. Say it again, discrepancy. When you identify a discrepancy, you are pointing out an inconsistency, usually in data or accounts. This term is highly valuable in academic writing when comparing sources. It sounds much more formal than simply saying difference and elevates your analytical tone. The word is evaluate. Okay, say it again, evaluate. Evaluate means to judge worth, which is a step beyond merely describing something. When you evaluate, you are applying criteria and forming a judgment based on those standards. Use it when your writing needs to show critical judgment. The word is fluency. Say it again, fluency. While fluency often relates to speaking, it can also describe writing a text that flows seamlessly without abrupt changes in tone or structure. When discussing language skills, this word is far more precise than just saying someone speaks well. The word is robust. Say it again, robust. Robust is an excellent adjective for academic contexts, especially in science or policy. It implies strength that isn't just physical, but structural or conceptual. It will plan needs to survive unexpected challenges. It must be described as robust. The word is mnemonic. Say it again, mnemonic. A mnemonic isn't just a trick, it's a formal tool for memory retention. When you are studying hard vocabulary, creating these devices like rhymes or initialisms is key to moving information into long-term memory. It shifts your study method from passive reading to active creation. Here are 5 examples. The author managed to synthesize complex philosophical ideas into a single, accessible argument. Synthesize verb. Notice how the phrase single, accessible argument emphasizes that the synthesis was successful. It suggests the writer took disparate pieces of information and made them work together smoothly for the reader. The report highlighted a major discrepancy between the recorded sales figures and the physical inventory count. Discrepancy. Noun. Here, discrepancy is used to signal an investigative problem. It tells the reader that there is a mismatch that needs explaining or correcting, giving your writing immediate tension. Before we can recommend changes, we must first properly evaluate the current system's limitations. Evaluate verb. The structure must first. Evaluate shows a necessary process. You cannot propose solutions until you have thoroughly judged what is currently in place. This establishes credibility. Despite initial hesitations, her public speaking fluency grew significantly with consistent practice. Fluency. Noun. In this context, fluency speaks to the smoothness of delivery. It's not just about using many words, it's about making those words flow naturally and at an appropriate pace. The engineering team developed a robust framework capable of withstanding extreme temperature fluctuations. Robust adjective. When you use robust, you are promising reliability. It gives the reader confidence in your subject matter, suggesting that whatever system or concept you describe is highly resilient and dependable. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, synthesize. Compare it with summarize. Synthesis creates new meaning, summarizing reports' existing points. The difference is crucial. Summarizing means boiling down what others said, while synthesizing means using those ideas as raw material to build something entirely original. Always aim for synthesis when you want to demonstrate deep thought. First, assess. Compare it with evaluate. To assess is general measurement. To evaluate requires forming a value judgment. While these words are close, assessors can be objective like counting items. But evaluates forces you one step further, determining if those counted items are good or bad. Think of it as moving from data collection to critique. First, clarity. Compare it with fluency. Clarity is precision. Fluency is smooth delivery. You can speak with great fluency sounding very natural and fast, but if your ideas lack clarity, the listener will be confused. True mastery requires both, effortless speech combined with crystal clear thought. First, vague. Compare it with robust. Describes weakness, lack of detail versus strength, resilience. These are structural opposites in description. If your argument is vague, it lacks specific support. If it is robust, it means the core structure, the evidence, and logicis unshakable. Here are 4 ways to practice. Contextual mapping. Don't memorize isolated definitions. Connect the word to an entire scenario. Instead of writing discrepancy difference, write a mini-story where you must use that word. Linking vocabulary to vivid mental images drastically improves retention and recall speed. Spaced repetition. Reviewing material at increasing intervals prevents decay. This is scientifically proven for memory. Review your difficult words today, then again in 3 days, then a week, and finally 2 weeks later. This spaced effort solidifies the knowledge without unnecessary cramming. Collaborative gap filling. Test yourself by having a partner fill in blanks using the target word. Teaching or testing others is one of the most effective ways to cement your own knowledge. It forces you to not only know the answer, but also to articulate why it fits, which builds fluency. Minimal pair practice. Drilling word pairs, e.g., assess, evaluate, quickly improves distinction. When 2 words are similar in meaning but different in usage like assess and evaluate, you must drill them together. Quick contrast practice solidifies the subtle, high-level distinctions needed for academic fluency. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The research team faced a significant challenge when they noticed a major discrepancy between the initial field reports and the newly acquired satellite data. To overcome this, they decided to evaluate both datasets independently. They had to synthesize these varied inputs into one robust model. This process demanded high analytical fluency and required them to create several mnemonic aids for complex variable tracking. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means a lack of consistency or agreement. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is discrepancy. The context made it clear that the contradiction was between two types of data, the reports and the satellite images. Use this question to activate your knowledge, demonstrating immediate recall under a time constraint. Question 2. Use one of the target words in your own sentence, showing its academic power. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the policy needs a more robust framework to ensure long-term success. When you answer, try to make it sound like formal speech. Don't just write the definition, build an entire thought around the word. This shows true mastery and prepares you for high-level academic writing. Achieving high band scores means moving beyond simply performing 4 separate skills. Instead, you must adopt an integrated performance mindset, where listening informs your speaking and reading structures your writing. This requires viewing English not as a collection of isolated rules, but as a fluid system for complex communication. When preparing, always ask yourself, how can I use this grammar point to improve my argument structure? Or, how can I describe this data using more varied vocabulary? The goal is seamless transition and constant cross-referencing between skills. Many students still think of reading, writing, speaking, and listening as separate checklist items. However, true fluency means they operate simultaneously. When you integrate these skills, you are showing the examiner that your language knowledge is deep and versatile, which is exactly what top marks reward. Here are 5 examples. After hearing the speaker mention resource scarcity, I argued that local policy changes are necessary. Listening, speaking, synthesis. This example shows how listening is not just comprehension, it's fuel for your output. You must actively reference specific points from an audio source to make your response highly credible and detailed. The dramatic dip in Q3 suggests a market correction, which could be attributed to global supply chain issues. Reading, writing, academic tone. When writing, don't just repeat the data. Use sophisticated linking phrases and academic vocabulary to interpret what the reading material is telling you, rather than merely reporting it. If authorities had implemented stricter zoning laws earlier, we might not be facing this housing crisis now. Speaking, advanced conditional use. Don't just use the third conditional, practice embedding it within a longer narrative. This demonstrates both grammatical control and ability to speculate on complex causal chains. The correlation between increased leisure time and higher reading rates is significant. Writing, synthesizing, 2 sources. In writing tasks, try to synthesize information from multiple prompts or readings. This forces you to create a unique argument that combines different pieces of provided evidence. The primary challenge is not the lack of funding, but the difficulty in coordinating departmental efforts. Speaking, identifying core conflict. Higher-level speaking involves pinpointing the core tension or central conflict within a discussion. This ability to summarize the essence shows profound understanding beyond surface details. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Holistic understanding of context. Language use changes depending on the situation and audience. Top-scoring English speakers register the appropriate tone for a job interview versus an academic presentation. Integration forces you to constantly check if your language matches the context. Developing argumentative depth. It moves beyond stating facts and into analyzing implications. A high-band response doesn't just say X happened. It answers, why did X happen? And what does X mean for the future? This depth requires drawing connections between disparate pieces of information. Building fluency through cognitive load. The brain becomes more efficient at switching between language functions. Practicing integration increases your cognitive flexibility. You are training yourself to switch gears quickly from listening for key verbs to recalling the correct grammatical structure and then producing it all fluidly. Focus intensely on nuance markers that elevate your discourse. These are the small linguistic details that separate a good response from an excellent one. This includes using hedging language, which allows you to express opinions without sounding overly absolute or dogmatic. Remember phrases like, "it appears that," or one might argue that. Furthermore, mastering nominalization turning verbs into nouns is crucial in academic writing. Instead of saying, "the government decided," write, "there was a governmental decision." This immediately elevates your vocabulary and formality. Academic nuance is about controlling certainty. You are not just stating facts, you are discussing hypotheses. Using hedging language doesn't make you sound weak. It makes you sound thoughtful, balanced, and highly aware of complexity. Here are 4 ways to practice. The 3P framework for speaking. Practice. Providing prediction, purpose, and parallel examples. When answering a question, never give just one point. Adopt the 3Ps framework. State your main point, provide proof evidence, and then predict the policy implication. This structured approach guarantees depth. The triple passes writing check. Proofread for structure, grammar, and lexis separately. Do not proofread everything at once. First, check your flow and paragraph structure. Second, scan only for grammar errors like articles or prepositions. Finally, polish your word choices. This segmented approach prevents you from missing small details. Time management mapping. Allocate fixed time slots for each section, regardless of difficulty. Under pressure, the biggest mistake is spending too much time on one difficult question. Create a mental map and stick to it. If you finish early, use the remaining time for a final review pass. Embrace ambiguity in listening. Listen not just for facts, but for underlying assumptions or omissions. The best students don't just listen to what is said, they listen to what isn't said. Pay attention to shifts in tone, hesitation, or sudden changes in topic. These often reveal the speaker's true point of view. IELTS Writing Task 2 requires you to write a cohesive essay responding to a prompt. It is not enough simply to list ideas. You must build a sophisticated argument that addresses all parts of the question. A strong response maintains an academic tone while developing complex, focused points. Remember that successful writing relies on mastering structure, clear introductions, topic-specific body paragraphs, and concluding summaries. When we talk about argumentative structure, we are moving beyond just linking sentences together. Think of your essay as a pyramid. The thesis statement is the peak, and every subsequent paragraph must support it with increasingly detailed evidence. Always ensure your main points flow logically from one another to build undeniable momentum toward your conclusion. Here are 4 examples. While some believe that mandatory uniform policies stifle creativity, the primary benefit lies in fostering a sense of community and reducing socioeconomic visibility among students. When all pupils wear the same attire, the focus shifts from material possessions to academic achievement and personal growth. Effective thesis topic sentence directly addresses the counterargument while pivoting to the main claim, focusing on community. Notice how this first sentence is powerful. It doesn't just state an opinion, it acknowledges the opposing view, while some believe structure. This immediately shows the examiner that you have considered the topic from multiple angles, increasing your band score potential. Furthermore, governments must dedicate resources to improving public transport infrastructure. Investing in reliable rail links and expanding bus networks will alleviate urban congestion, making city life more sustainable for all residents. Strong transitional linking uses furthermore and provides clear cause-effect reasoning, alleviate congestion, sustainable life. The strength here is the direct link between problem and solution. Instead of just saying transportation is bad, the writer specifies what needs to be done investing in rail, links and explains the resulting benefit, which makes the argument concrete. The rapid proliferation of digital media has fundamentally altered traditional journalism. Today's audience consumes news instantly across varied platforms. requiring journalists to adapt their narratives for maximum engagement and speed. High-level vocabulary in noun use uses proliferation, fundamentally altered, and narratives to maintain an academic register. Pay attention to the vocabulary choice here. Using words like proliferations instead of increase shows a high lexical resource, which is crucial for scoring well. It elevates the entire paragraph from mere description into sophisticated analysis. In conclusion, while economic factors play a role, cultural initiatives are more critical in preserving historical sites. Local community engagement and educational funding provide the necessary sustained interest to prevent decay. Powerful conclusion restates the thesis using different words, paraphrasing, and offers a final, conclusive thought. A great conclusion doesn't just summarize, it provides closure by synthesizing your main points into a broader, impactful statement. By rephrasing your original argument without repeating exact phrases, you demonstrate mastery of paraphrasing skills. Let's compare 4 pairs. Many people think that studying late is good for grades. The belief that prolonged study sessions enhance academic performance warrants critical examination. Shifting from simple statement to complex, nuanced phrasing. The first version is too direct and casual. The improved version immediately establishes a formal, objective tone by using phrases like warrants critical examination. This signals to the marker that you are engaging in academic debate rather than just stating facts. Technology makes life easier for people everywhere. Technological advancements have fundamentally simplified daily existence across global populations. Using stronger verbs and more abstract nouns to generalize the claim. Instead of makes easy, notice the shift to fundamentally simplified. This upgrade in vocabulary combined with using the plural populations broadens your scope, suggesting a deeper understanding of the topic's global implications. If we don't fix pollution, the planet will get worse. Failure to mitigate environmental pollutants risks severely degrading planetary health and biodiversity in the coming decades. Replacing vague warning phrases with specific academic terminology, mitigate, degrade. This is a key example of upgrading your register. Instead of get worse, we use degrading or deteriorating. Using specialized vocabulary related to the topic like biodiversity shows that you are genuinely engaged with academic discourse. I think government should give more money to art. It is argued that governmental investment in cultural arts and humanities is a vital economic and social priority. Adopting formal, impersonal structures, avoiding I think. Never use I think in task 2 unless specifically told to give personal opinion. The strong version uses phrases like, it is argued that, which allows you to present an informed perspective without staking your entire argument on your own voice. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak grammar word choice. Due to the rain, we could not go outside. Strong. Because of the heavy rainfall, our outdoor plans were cancelled. A common error is confusing due to and because of. Remember that due to usually follows a form of the verb, while because of introduces a noun phrase. Using precise grammar makes your prose sound highly polished. Weak subject, verb agreement clarity. The main reason for this problem are lack of planning. Strong. The primary cause of this issue is insufficient preliminary planning. This mistake focuses on subject-verb agreement. When the subject, like reason, is singular, the verb must be singular and agree accordingly. This simple fix instantly boosts your grammatical accuracy score. Weak redundancy. In conclusion, to sum up everything that was said. Strong. To conclude, in summation, it can be argued that be careful with redundancy. Phrases like in conclusion and to sum up mean the same thing. Selecting varied signposting language or choosing just one strong phrase is a mark of advanced writing control. Here are 4 ways to practice. The time allocation rule. Spend exactly 5 minutes planning before writing a single word. Outline your introduction, 3 body paragraphs, and conclusion. Many students rush into the essay without planning, which leads to underdeveloped ideas. By dedicating focused time purely to outlining, you ensure that every paragraph has a mandated purpose, keeping you on track for the full 250-word count. The topic sentence anchor. For each body paragraph, write one clear topic sentence first. This acts as a mini thesis guiding your reader and yourself. Think of the topic sentence as a promise to the reader. In this paragraph, I will prove X. If you can confidently state that central idea in one strong sentence, the rest of the paragraph is simply elaboration. Brainstorming. Keywords first. Before writing sentences, list 5 high-level academic verbs and 5 advanced nouns related to the prompt. This builds your vocabulary toolkit. Don't wait until you are drafting to think about better words. Actively pre-select sophisticated language so that when writer's block hits, your brain automatically pulls from a pool of appropriate, high-scoring vocabulary. The counter-argument mapping. Always map out the opposite viewpoint and dedicate one section or sentence to it. This boosts your task response score. Showing that you are aware of opposing arguments is arguably the single most effective way to improve your analytical depth. It transforms your writing from a simple defense of an idea into a nuanced, objective discussion. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Some people believe that all university education should focus purely on career-specific skills. Others argue that the humanities and arts are equally vital for a well-rounded life. Discuss both views and give your own opinion. Question 1. What is the key requirement of this task? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the prompt requires you to discuss 2 distinct viewpoints, career skills versus humanities, before concluding with your own position. Because this is a discuss both views and give opinion essay, failure to dedicate equal time and space to both sides will immediately lower your score. You must balance the discussion equally before you present your final stance. Question 2. What would a Band 7 response focus on first? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the response should spend its introduction clearly defining the scope of career specifics and humanities, setting up a balanced yet argumentative roadmap for the reader. A high band response doesn't just answer the question, it manages expectations. By spending time in the introduction to define terms and structure the debate, you prove sophisticated control over the entire piece from the very first sentence. Pronouns are powerful linguistic tools that allow us to avoid repetition. However, their power comes with a responsibility. They must always clearly point back to something already mentioned, which is called the antecedent. When this link is unclear, we face pronoun ambiguity. Advanced usage requires precision, ensuring that every pronoun has one unmistakable noun it refers to. This isn't just about grammar, it's fundamentally about maintaining logical flow for your reader. A strong grasp of pronoun reference shows sophistication in writing. Remember that the antecedent doesn't have to be the immediately preceding word. Sometimes, you need to look back several clauses to find the noun the pronoun is meant to replace. Always ask yourself, could this pronoun refer to 2 different things? If the answer is yes, you likely need to restructure your sentence. Here are 4 examples. The committee decided to postpone the meeting because it lacked proper funding. Ambiguous reference it. Here it is unclear. Did the committee lack funding, or did the meeting lack funding? The reader has to guess, which breaks immersion and clarity. You must rewrite this sentence to clarify whether the subject of the problem was the meeting or the group itself. When the researchers spoke to the students, they were surprised by the enthusiasm. Ambiguous reference, they. Who was surprised? The researchers or the students? Since they could grammatically refer to either group, the sentence is confusing. To fix this, restructure it so that the subject of the surprise is explicitly named. The machine requires calibration before its use. Clear agreement. In this case, it clearly refers back to the machine. This demonstrates precise agreement. The possessive pronoun matches the singular noun in a simple and effective way. Since the policy affects businesses and consumers alike, all must adapt. Unspecified antecedent, all. The pronoun all is acting as a collective reference. While understandable in context, it's much stronger to name the groups directly. Both businesses and consumers must adapt. This removes any doubt about who needs to take action. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Maintaining reader credibility. Ambiguity forces the reader to pause and logically backtrack. In formal writing, every sentence should propel the argument forward without friction. When you create ambiguity, you are forcing your expert reader to do extra cognitive work just to understand who is doing what. This detracts from your overall authority on the subject. Achieving logical cohesion. Clear reference ensures that causality and relationships between ideas remain intact. Pronouns are critical for cohesion, acting like invisible threads tying sentences together. If the thread is attached to the wrong object, the entire argument structure can unravel. Strong pronoun usage guarantees a tight, logical mesh. Elevating academic tone. Precision in language is synonymous with intellectual rigor. Writing that avoids ambiguity sounds polished and highly professional. Skilled writers rarely leave anything to chance. They control every single pointer, including those invisible pronouns. Mastering this detail significantly boosts the perceived quality of your work. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, the management and the staff held a meeting, but it was chaotic. Say, the management and the staff held a meeting. However, the discussion was chaotic. Here, it could vaguely refer to the meeting or the people involved. By splitting the sentence and replacing the pronoun with a clear noun phrase like the discussion, you eliminate all doubt about the antecedent. Incorrect, she told her colleague that she needed to submit the report by noon. Correct, she told her colleague, you need to submit the report by noon. This is a classic example of ambiguous she. Is it her, the speaker, or colleague? When using pronouns that could refer to people, restructuring the sentence to use direct speech or rephrasing often provides the most clarity. Don't say, the car needed oiling because its engine was making strange noises. Say, the car's engine needed oiling because it was making strange noises. While not a pronoun substitution issue, observe how using the possessive form on the noun car's engine is often clearer and more direct than relying on its. Sometimes, simply changing the syntax is the best fix for ambiguity. Here are 4 ways to practice. The substitution test. If you are unsure of a pronoun's antecedent, temporarily replace it with the actual noun. Does the sentence still make sense? This is your most powerful editing tool. If substituting the noun makes the sentence clunky or requires excessive rephrasing, then the original structure was flawed. Don't be afraid to rewrite the entire clause for better flow. The noun-heavy approach. When possible, favor using full noun phrases over pronouns. This increases word count but boosts clarity significantly. While repeating a noun sounds repetitive to the ear, on paper, it guarantees 0 ambiguity for the reader's brain. In academic or legal writing, sacrificing some stylistic flair for absolute precision is always the right choice. Visual mapping. When proofreading complex paragraphs, physically draw arrows connecting each pronoun back to its specific antecedent. Treat your writing like a diagram. By literally mapping these connections, you force yourself to acknowledge every single linguistic link. This physical act of reviewing builds an unconscious habit of checking coherence. Read aloud and slow down. Reading the text aloud forces you to pause at potential points of confusion, allowing you time to adjust. Our brains often skip over these minor logical gaps when we are focused on meaning. Reading slowly, especially complex passages, activates a different part of your brain that is much better at catching subtle grammatical mismatches and unclear references. Discourse markers are small words or phrases that act as signposts in your speech. They don't carry the main grammatical meaning. Instead, they guide your listener through your thought process. Mastering them allows you to structure arguments logically and transition between ideas smoothly. We are focusing on 3 specific functions today. Concession, which acknowledges an opposing point. Emphasis, used to highlight a critical piece of information. And qualification, which shows that your statement is conditional or limited in scope. Think of discourse markers as the invisible architecture of your speech. They tell the listener not just what you are saying, but how they should interpret it. Understanding these three functions, concession, emphasis, and qualification, moves you from merely speaking to building a sophisticated argument. Here are 5 examples. Although the data is limited, we must proceed with caution. Concession, despite although. Notice how although sets up a contrast. You are acknowledging the weakness of the data before stating your necessary action. This makes your argument feel more balanced and credible. In fact, the primary obstacle is not funding but public buy-in. Emphasis, indeed, in fact. Using in fact signals to your listener that you are correcting a potential misunderstanding or elevating the importance of a specific point. It adds immediate weight and conviction. It is important to note that this theory applies only within urban settings. Qualification, however, only. Phrases like "it's worth noting" or "only" are key for qualification. They prevent your statement from sounding too absolute, showing the speaker has considered limitations. Granted, costs are high, nevertheless, the long-term benefits outweigh them. Concession, nevertheless. When you start with granted, you signal that you have fully considered the counter-argument. This structured approach makes your final conclusion much stronger. To be clear, this policy aims to reform, not abolish, the existing framework. Emphasis, to be clear. To be clear is a powerful way to pause and reset the listener's understanding. It acts as an immediate corrective tool, ensuring that your core message lands with maximum impact. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Building credibility and tone. Effective use shows that you are a measured, thoughtful speaker. A skilled communicator doesn't just present facts, they manage the listener's perception of those facts. By using these markers, you demonstrate metacognitive awareness. You know how your own thinking works. Avoiding monotone logic. Without variation, speech can sound like a list of disconnected points. Think of it this way: if every idea connects with "and," the speech becomes dull. These markers inject rhythm and intellectual movement into your delivery. Controlling the narrative flow. They allow you to dictate when a point is secondary, primary, or conditional. This gives you control over the pacing of the conversation. You can slow down dramatically with a qualifying phrase, forcing the listener to pay acute attention. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, "It is undeniable that we should act now. Moreover, it saves money." Say, "It is undeniable that we should act now. Furthermore, this will save money." The mistake here is confusing markers of addition with specific causal links. Moreover, implies a slightly stronger, more formal connection than simply adding another point. Incorrect, given that the report was delayed, therefore we cannot meet the deadline. Correct, since the report was delayed, we cannot meet the deadline. When you use 2 markers of cause and effect, given that, and therefore you are redundant. Choose one strong marker to streamline your argument and sound more authoritative. Don't say, "I think it is necessary, but also acceptable." Say, "While I believe this is necessary, it remains an acceptable alternative." Using commas or simple coordinating conjunctions here makes the relationship weak. By restructuring with while, you create a sophisticated concessive clause that accurately reflects complexity. Here are 4 ways to practice. The pausing technique. Before using a marker like "however" or "nevertheless," take a slight, deliberate pause. This signals to the listener that you are about to change your line of thought. Pacing is crucial when mastering these markers. The momentary silence gives gravity to the words that follow, making your transitions feel less like grammatical requirements and more like natural rhetorical shifts. The topic sentence drill. Structure practice by writing 3 points: a main idea, a conflicting idea, and a concluding qualification. Use markers to connect them all. This exercise forces you to move beyond simple conjunctions and actively engage with the function of concession or emphasis in your own written arguments. It builds muscle memory for advanced linking. The mirror recording. Record yourself speaking on a complex topic, but force yourself to use at least 1 marker for each function: concession, emphasis, qualification. Listen back critically. Self-correction is the fastest way to improve. When you listen back, pay less attention to your content and more attention to how you linked your ideas. Was the transition abrupt or smooth? Varying intensity. Don't overuse strong markers like indeed. Cycle through varying levels of intensity, e.g., initially, perhaps, however, critically. The goal is variation, not volume. By having a toolkit of different markers from the gentle, it seems that to the forceful, in fact, you can fine-tune your tone and rhetorical impact for any audience. Inversion is a grammatical structure where we change the usual word order in English. Instead of subject-verb-object, the auxiliary verb often comes before the subject. This shift in structure isn't random. It serves a powerful rhetorical purpose. We use inversion specifically to draw attention and add dramatic emphasis to certain ideas. By changing the natural flow, we elevate the formality and sophistication of our writing and speaking. Think of it as giving your statement a formal spotlight. It immediately signals to the listener that this point is particularly important and warrants deeper consideration. Remember that inversion does not happen in every sentence. You should use it strategically, reserving it for moments when you want maximum impact. Overusing it can sound unnatural or overly dramatic, so pace yourselves. Here are 4 examples. Never have I seen such a beautiful display of cooperation. Negative adverbial never. Notice how the auxiliary verb have jumps right before the subject I. This structure immediately makes the sentence sound more formal and academic. It's much stronger than simply saying, I have never seen. Rarely do we encounter such complex datasets in this field. Negative adverbial rarely. When you start a sentence with rarely, the auxiliary verb do takes its place. This pattern is highly useful for academic discussions because it emphasizes how unusual or infrequent the subject matter is. Not until did the committee realize the depth of the problem. Line clause, not until. The phrase, not until, requires this inversion structure. It forcefully emphasizes that the realization or event only happened after a specific condition was met. This precision is key in academic writing. Little did he know about the potential impact of his research. Negative expression, little. This structure gives a sense of dramatic revelation. The placement of little at the start allows you to build suspense and highlight the speaker's ignorance regarding the outcome. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Increased emphasis and impact. It gives weight to the information that follows. The primary function is emphasis. By altering the expected pattern, you force the listener's attention onto the opening phrase or adverbial clause. It's a rhetorical device, not just a grammatical trick. Elevating academic tone. It signals formality and mastery of structure. In academic contexts like presentations or formal essay-sourcing, controlled inversion makes your English sound highly polished. It shows that you are comfortable with complex syntax. Varying sentence structure. It prevents monotony and keeps the audience engaged. If every sentence follows the standard SVO order, your writing can become predictable. Incorporating inversion is a way to vary rhythm and keep your readers interested throughout an entire piece. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, rarely the students understand such complex theories. Say, rarely do the students understand such complex theories. The most common mistake is forgetting to introduce an auxiliary verb. When you invert, you must swap out do, does, or did if the original sentence did not have one. Some learners say, not until I finished writing did the professor leave. The better way to say this is, not until I finished writing did the professor leave. When using not until, remember that the auxiliary verb always precedes the subject, even if the original clause was in a different tense. This structure is very rigid. Don't say, only by studying diligently success will be achieved. Say, only by studying diligently will success be achieved. If the inversion involves a prepositional phrase starting with only, make sure that the auxiliary verb comes immediately after the initial clause, before the subject. Here are 4 ways to practice. Pre-write and plan your emphasis. Identify the single most important point you want to make in a paragraph. This is your target for inversion. Do not try to force inversion everywhere. Instead, choose one or two pivotal moments in your speech or essay where the emphasis will have the greatest impact. Practice converting standard sentences. Take simple statements and manually rewrite them using rarely or never at the start. This builds muscle memory for the syntax shift. This active conversion process is fantastic for solidifying the pattern. Start with topics you are already familiar with, like your field of study. Use it in academic introductions. A strong opening inversion immediately grabs the reader's attention and sets a high academic tone. Starting an essay or presentation with an inverted structure is a sophisticated way to hook your audience. It signals immediately that this content requires careful listening. Read academic texts for models. Paying attention to high-level academic writing, such as published journal articles, will expose you to natural usage. When reading complex material, keep a pen handy and circle any sentence that feels unusually structured. Analyzing these models is the best way to internalize the rhythm. Synthesizing ideas means doing more than just summarizing. It requires weaving together distinct viewpoints into a cohesive whole. It is the active process of identifying patterns and connections across different sources. Instead of presenting source A's idea, then source B's idea, you are building a new understanding that incorporates both. This integrated perspective gives your argument depth and complexity. Think of synthesis as forming a third idea that didn't exist before you started reading. Common mistake learners make is confusing summary with synthesis. Remember, summarizing acts like a report card, listing what each source said individually. True synthesis acts more like an architect, using the materials from all sources to design an entirely new and stronger structure. Here are 4 examples. Climate change is accelerating due to human activity, source A. Yet economic growth remains the primary focus for developing nations, source B. A synthesis suggests that carbon-neutral development must be financially incentivized at a global. Bridging conflict. Notice how this example doesn't choose a side. It identifies the conflict environment versus economy and then proposes a third, synergistic solution. This model is highly effective in academic debates because it shows nuance. While early studies focused on genetics, source A, recent behavioral data highlights the role of social media interaction, source B. Therefore, a holistic approach requires examining both biological predisposition and digital environment. Broadening scope. This example demonstrates how new evidence expands old models. Instead of dismissing one field for another, you show that they must be examined together to gain a complete picture of human behavior. The historical narrative emphasizes political treaties, source A, but archaeological finds suggest the true drivers were shifts in agricultural patterns, source B. We must therefore re-evaluate power dynamics through an ecological lens. The shifting focus. Here, you are changing the lens of analysis. You aren't just adding 2 facts. You are suggesting that one source's perspective is incomplete without integrating the insights from another discipline. One policy argues for deregulation, source A, while another fears market instability, source B. The synthesized conclusion suggests targeted regulation focused only on high-risk sectors. Mitigating extremes. This technique is vital when dealing with polarizing arguments. You take the core premise of each extreme view and use it to define a moderate, practical middle ground that addresses both concerns. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Demonstrates critical depth. Synthesis proves you can think beyond reading and into analysis. In academia, the goal is rarely to repeat information, it's to contribute new knowledge. By synthesizing ideas, you are actively participating in the conversation and proving your ability to critically process complex material. Builds credibility. It positions you as a well-read and balanced thinker. When an audience sees that you have considered multiple sides, they trust your final conclusion more. It moves your writing from being merely informative to being genuinely authoritative. Creates nuance. It prevents overly simplistic or black and white conclusions. The world rarely has simple answers, and strong academic writing reflects that complexity. Synthesis allows you to acknowledge the limitations of any single perspective while still forming a robust argument. The most advanced step in synthesis is identifying the unstated assumptions underlying each source. Every perspective operates on a set of beliefs that are never explicitly stated. Ask yourself, what must source A believe to be true for its argument to hold? And what does source B take for granted? By mapping these hidden assumptions, you can reveal points of conflict or potential synergy. Simply noting that two sources disagree is basic level analysis. However, identifying the underlying assumption, the root's belief system, is deep critical thinking. This allows you to critique not just the conclusion, but the entire foundation upon which the argument was built. Here are 4 ways to practice. The question matrix method. Create a grid with sources on the columns and key theme/questions on the rows. Fill in the intersections. This is a highly visual tool that forces you to compare concepts systematically rather than just reading them one after the other. It makes the gaps and overlaps immediately visible for synthesis. The thesis statement challenge. Before writing, write 3 possible thesis statements, one based on source A, one on source B, and a third that synthesizes them. Drafting multiple competing theses forces your brain to recognize the points of friction between ideas. This exercise is excellent preparation for finding that ideal middle ground. The "so what" filter. After reading a section, immediately ask, so what does this mean when combined with source X? Write down the implication. This active filtration technique stops you from passively absorbing information. It keeps your focus on generating connections rather than just recalling facts. Outline by concept, not source. When writing your outline, use themes and ideas as headings, not the names of the sources. This structural change is critical. If you title sections Source A and Source B, you are summarizing. If you title them Economic Impact, Social Equity, and Environmental Cost, you are synthesizing. When we articulate alveolar plosives like d and d, remember that they are produced with minimal effort. For both sounds, your tongue tip must make contact near or against the ridge right behind your upper front teeth. The difference lies solely in the airflow release. To create, you momentarily stop all air, then sharply release it. 4. You perform the exact same build-up, but instead of a sharp burst, the air escapes with a more voiced vibration. In academic speech, precision matters greatly, especially with common function words or transitional phrases. Think about how data versus daytime requires that distinct voicing difference. Focusing on this subtle laryngeal activation will instantly make your delivery sound more measured and authoritative. Practice differentiating these sounds even when they are surrounded by other syllables. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is hypothesis. Say it again, hypothesis. The challenge here is maintaining that subtle yet crucial unvoiced sound. Do not let it become a simples. Remember to place your tongue lightly between your teeth for that characteristic hiss. Try saying the word while visualizing placing a small feather on your tongue tip. The word is determine. Say it again, determine. Notice how the sound is often reduced when spoken quickly, which can undermine clarity. When you are presenting or discussing findings, exaggerate this middle vowel slightly to ensure listeners correctly perceive the root structure of your verb. It lends weight and carefulness to your statement. The word is criteria. Say it again, criteria. Many speakers struggle with the final unstressed vowels. Remember that this word has an important stress pattern starting on the second syllable. It is not a single stressed unit, it's built around 3 smaller vowel sounds. Articulating these small internal steps gives your speech a more sophisticated rhythm. The word is analyze. Say it again, analyze. This word is often mispronounced with too many syllables or a misplaced stress. When you analyze data, your voice should mirror that careful process. Start by exaggerating the initial "an" sound, making it robust and clear before moving through the remaining syllables. The word is context. Say it again, context. When you discuss context, Be meticulous with the final consonant cluster. The combination of and must sound crisp and distinct. This clarity shows that your understanding of the material is comprehensive and highly detailed. The word is disseminate. Say it again, disseminate. This is a powerhouse academic verb, and its rhythm can be tricky. Focus on separating the syllables clearly so your speech doesn't become a single rush of air. A methodical pace here suggests that you are delivering important, well-vetted information. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, compliment. Compare it with compliment. The difference is in the vowel sound and initial consonant tension. While these words are challenging to distinguish visually, phonetically, they require a change in your tongue's position. The key here is realizing that compliments often carries a slightly more forceful, contained energy in its articulation compared to the other word. First, theory. Compare it with theory. The second word needs a distinct vowel sound and an extra syllable. Listen carefully to how your mouth molds itself around the central vowels. The difference between these 2 words is not just one letter, it's a fundamental shift in rhythm and where you place the main stress beam of your speech. First, analyze. Compare it with analyst. The word for the action versus the person doing the action. Thinking about this pair helps us understand how function words are pronounced differently based on their grammatical role. When you use analyze, think of it as a continuous process. When you say analyst, give yourself a small pause to emphasize the noun. First, hypothesize. Compare it with suppose. The formal, academic alternative for suggesting an idea. Choosing to use hypothesize over a simpler verb elevates your register immediately. Focus on delivering this word with impeccable clarity and measured pace. It signals that you are operating at a highly advanced level of discourse. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Wrong, data pronounced as data. Right, data pronounced as die-ta. The most common error is making the initial vowel too open, almost like saying dairy. Remember that the intended sound is a diphthong, which requires your mouth to start in one position and glide smoothly into another. Practice gliding the air from the first to the second vowel. Wrong, impartial. Right, impartial. Be careful not to soften or drop the sound in this specific word. The L needs to be clearly articulated against your alveolar ridge, giving a crisp quality to the middle section of the word. This precise articulation conveys neutrality and objectivity. Wrong, furthermore. Right, furthermore. Many speakers reduce this complex transitional phrase into 3 separate syllables, which ruins its authoritative rhythm. Instead, practice linking it smoothly so that the entire word flows as a single unit of thought. A seamless delivery makes your argument feel cohesive and undeniable. Here are 4 ways to practice. Tongue twister focus. Practice rapid shifts between dental and alveolar sounds. Try combining challenging consonant clusters like sis followed by L or followed by T. This forces your articulators to shift quickly, improving the speed and mechanical efficiency of your speech without sacrificing accuracy. Speed is not the goal, rhythmic precision is. Minimal pair drill. Pair academic words that differ by only 1 vowel sound. Selecting minimal pairs like theories versus theory or critical versus critical helps you isolate and strengthen the muscles responsible for forming those specific vowels. Treat each difference as a tiny, targeted workout for your mouth. Shadowing technique. Listen to native speakers giving authoritative lectures and mimic them immediately. This is arguably the most effective method because it forces you to reproduce not just the words, but the entire music of the speech, the pitch changes, the pauses, and the pacing. Record yourself shadowing, then compare your recording directly against the original speaker for objective feedback. If that read script. Reading a formal script while whispering forces extreme control over breath and articulation. Because you cannot rely on vocal volume, whispering demands that every single consonant and vowel be fully formed with minimal effort. This controlled delivery builds incredible muscle memory for clarity, which you can then transfer to speaking at full volume. Quantifiers are words we use to indicate quantity or amount. They are essential for precise communication in English. The biggest challenge here is knowing whether a noun is countable or uncountable. Countable nouns refer to things that can be counted individually, like apples or books. Uncountable nouns, on the other hand, refer to substances, concepts, or collections that we cannot count one by one, such as information or advice. Think of this distinction not just as a grammar rule, but as understanding how things exist in the physical world. If you can put a number in front of I-tone chair, 2 chairs are countable. If you must use units like a glass of or a piece of, it is uncountable. Here are 5 examples. I have many friends who live in this city. Friends, countable. Because friends are distinct individuals, we use the quantifier many. We can count them one by one. Using much here would sound unnatural and grammatically incorrect. We don't have much time before the train leaves. Time, uncountable. When we talk about times as a general substance or duration, it is treated as uncountable. We measure it in hours or minutes, but we cannot say 3 times, therefore we use much. She published many articles last year. Articles, countable. Article is countable because you can list them sequentially. If she had only written a little amount of writing, we would use little, not many. Did you buy much food for the picnic? Food, uncountable. While food is made up of countable items like sandwiches and apples, when we refer to food as a general category or bulk quantity, it functions as an uncountable noun. This requires much. They spent too little money on the trip. Money, uncountable. Although we use dollars or pounds to count amounts of money, the word money itself is always uncountable. We say a lot of money, not many monies. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Units of measure versus items. Some nouns require a unit to be counted. This is the deepest layer of understanding. When we talk about concepts like information, we aren't counting discrete units. We are dealing with a conceptual mass that requires measurement, not individual enumeration. The role of abstract nouns. Concepts like happiness or advice are always uncountable. Abstract nouns represent ideas and feelings. They cannot be physically tallied. Think about happiness. You can feel a lot of it, but you cannot count 10 instances of it. Why we use partitive phrases? We use phrases like a cup of or a piece of to make uncountable nouns countable. This technique, called using partitives, is incredibly useful because it allows us to talk about large amorphous quantities in specific measurable chunks. It bridges the gap between count and non-count. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, I need many advice for my career. Say, I need much advice for my career. Remember that advice, even though it is so useful, operates as an uncountable noun. It is a mass concept, so you must pair it with much. Using many suggests you are counting discrete pieces of advice. Incorrect. How much people came to the concert? Correct. How many people came to the concert? Since people are individual beings, they are always countable. The error here is treating a clearly plural and count-based noun as an uncountable mass. Don't say, I have few patience for this situation. Say, I have little patience for this situation. This is a tricky one because patience feels like an abstract countable thing. But grammatically, it functions as an uncountable noun requiring the quantifier little. Focus on the concept of duration or emotional state. Here are 4 ways to practice. The can I count it test. Quickly ask yourself if you can assign a specific number to the noun. If yes, use countable quantifiers. If no, use uncountable ones. This is your most reliable mental shortcut. If you struggle with the rule, revert to this test. It forces you to break down the noun into its core physical or abstract nature. Use context clues. Look at surrounding words. Does the sentence suggest counting items or measuring a substance? Pay close attention to verbs and prepositions in the sentence. If the verb is measuring or giving, you are likely dealing with an uncountable noun. Practice partitive phrases. When unsure, practice framing your answer using units like a slice of bread or a gallon of milk. This reinforces the measurement concept. Actively forcing yourself to use these partitives helps lock in the idea that even if we talk about a large amount, it must be broken down into quantifiable, smaller units. Listen for native speakers. When consuming media, pay attention to how native English speakers naturally use these quantifiers. Notice their rhythm and word choice. Listening is key because it trains your ear to recognize the natural patterns of usage. Over time, hearing correct structures repeatedly will make the right grammar feel instinctive. Effective test taking isn't just about knowing grammar, it's about pacing. In the IELTS Academic module, you have 60 minutes for both tasks. The key rule is distributing your time proportionally to the task weight and complexity. Task 1, reporting visual data, should take approximately 20 minutes. This includes analysis, structuring the overview, and writing the body paragraphs. For Task 2, the essay, allocate at least 40 minutes. This longer block requires more critical thinking and complex argumentation. Never spend too much time perfecting a single sentence if it means sacrificing structure or depth in other areas. Remember that pacing is arguably as important as the quantity of your writing itself. When you feel yourself getting bogged down on minor details, take a deep breath and move forward. You can always return for revision later. Think of time management as an active strategy, not just passive awareness. Here are 4 examples. The graph reveals a dramatic upward trend in solar power adoption between 2015 and 2025, suggesting rapid investment. While fossil fuels saw minor increases initially, their percentage share declined steadily throughout the decade. Excellent overview sentence directly addresses the main trends without needing complex data points. This is a perfect moment to pause after writing your overview and check your clock. By stating the overall trend immediately, you signal competence and save time later by not having to keep referencing the primary findings. Furthermore, proponents argue that remote work significantly boosts employee morale and local community engagement by reducing daily commutes. Uses strong linking phrases, furthermore, and presents a balanced argument point efficiently. When writing arguments, grouping ideas under clear thematic transitions is vital. These concise topic sentences allow you to quickly hit your word count while maintaining an academic flow. While some critics suggest that technological reliance diminishes human interaction, this overlooks the capacity for virtual connection and specialized learning opportunities. Addresses a counterargument quickly using while, showing sophisticated concession while maintaining momentum. The ability to handle nuance, acknowledging an opposing view only to refute, it shows control over both vocabulary and time. This saves you from writing 2 separate, disjointed paragraphs. In conclusion, given the escalating climate crisis and technological advancements, prioritizing sustainable energy is not merely advisable. It is an economic necessity for future global stability. Strong concluding sentence that synthesizes main points and offers a definitive, high-impact final thought. The conclusion must feel decisive. Don't introduce new ideas here. Instead, rephrase your core arguments using elevated language to leave the examiner with a sense of completeness and authority. Let's compare 4 pairs. Traffic increased a lot in the cities over time. The data clearly illustrates a substantial and sustained increase in urban traffic congestion throughout the period. Replaces simple, emotional language with precise, academic vocabulary. Notice how the strong version doesn't just say increased, it specifies what increased congestion and how sustained. This precision is key when you are under time pressure. People should use public transport because it is better for the earth. Utilizing public transportation offers significant environmental benefits, reducing individual carbon footprints and mitigating urban pollution. Shifts from vague opinion to concrete, technical claims that support the argument. When you feel yourself making broad statements, pause and try to quantify or specify the benefit. Moving from better for the earth to reducing carbon footprints instantly raises your band score. It is important to look at these numbers before writing anything. A careful initial analysis of the provided figures must precede any discussion, ensuring that all claims are evidence-based. Focuses on process and academic necessity rather than simple suggestion. This demonstrates meta-awareness. You're telling the examiner how you think. This kind of structural language is highly valued because it shows maturity in your writing approach. Overall, education helps people get jobs and live better lives. In summary, while socioeconomic factors play a role, expanding access to quality education remains the most potent catalyst for upward mobility and improved global well-being. Use a stronger academic phrasing, catalyst, upward mobilities, instead of cliché language. The difference here is moving from obvious common sense to nuanced analysis. Instead of stating a basic fact, you are explaining the mechanism by which that fact operates. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak. The biggest problem is that people don't save enough money. Strong. A primary challenge facing modern economies is the persistent issue of insufficient personal savings rates. This mistake shows a casual tone. Whenever you write for IELTS, you must elevate your diction immediately. Replace everyday phrases with formal academic terminology to instantly raise the perceived sophistication of your writing. Weak. I think that this happened because of poor government planning. Strong. This outcome can be largely attributed to systemic failures in governmental planning and policy implementation. Avoid using personal pronouns like I think or we believe. The examiner wants you to sound objective and authoritative as if you were presenting established academic knowledge. Weak. Many people waste time on social media, which is bad for everyone. Strong. The pervasive use of social media platforms contributes to decreased productivity and has proven detrimental to overall mental well-being. Notice the shift from a judgmental statement, which is bad, to an analytical one. You are presenting evidence of harm, which makes your argument much more robust and convincing. Here are 4 ways to practice. The 2-minute blueprint. Before writing a single word, dedicate 2 minutes to quickly jotting down 3 main points and 1 counterpoint. This brief flash planning prevents you from getting lost in complex vocabulary. Simply mapping out your core arguments ensures that even if time runs short, the structure of your essay will remain solid. The time-boxed body paragraph. Commit no more than 10 minutes to writing both body paragraphs for task 2. Focus on development over perfection. If you spend too long perfecting your transitions, you lose time needed for actual argument support. Treat setting a hard stop as a crucial part of the planning process. The skeleton first rule. Drafting the first pass should focus only on linking ideas and content flow. Save grammar refinement for the final 5 minutes. It is tempting to stop and correct every comma or tense agreement as you write. Resist that urge. Focus on getting your main idea down quickly, creating a solid skeleton first. The final 5-minute sweep. Use the last 5 minutes solely for checking cohesion, checking linking words, and ensuring grammatical flow across paragraphs. Do not use this time to rewrite entire sentences. Instead, focus your energy on the connective tissue, checking plurals, subject-verb agreement, and making sure your transitions feel natural. Now, it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The use of electric scooters and bicycles for urban commuting has risen sharply in major cities over the last decade. However, this trend creates new challenges regarding infrastructure safety and public space management. Question 1. What is the key requirement of this task? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, analyze the provided statement by discussing both the benefits and the associated infrastructural challenges in approximately 250 words. Dedicating no more than 10 minutes to planning and outlining your response. The crucial element here isn't just answering, it's managing that 10-minute period. You must allocate time, 2 minutes for brainstorming, benefits, challenges, 5 minutes for writing the first draft, and 3 minutes remaining for review. Question 2. What would a Band 7 response focus on first? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the introduction should immediately establish both sides of the argument. The growth found Scamber Tech. The challenge toe show immediate structural control. A high-scoring candidate will not wait until the conclusion to mention the challenges. By weaving the tension between benefits and challenge throughout, they demonstrate analytical balance right from the start. Writing about problems is often easy. Describing actionable solutions requires a higher level of critical thinking. Actionable solutions are suggestions that are not only viable but also practical and implementable within real-world constraints. They must answer the how question, detailing specific steps, responsible parties, and measurable outcomes. Simply stating that a problem needs addressing is insufficient for high scores. You must explain exactly what should be done. The key takeaway here is moving from abstract statements to concrete proposals. When developing solutions, always use conditional language like implementing, requiring the allocation of resources to, or mandating. This shift demonstrates not only understanding, but also mastery of a persuasive academic tone. Here are 4 examples. To mitigate urban smog, municipal authorities should mandate the creation of low-emission zones in city centers. Furthermore, subsidies must be offered to encourage residents to switch from private gasoline vehicles to public electric transport options. Effective because it names specific actions, mandate, subsidy, and gives clear mechanisms, low-emission zones, electric transport. Notice how this example doesn't just say reduce pollution, it suggests a policy, low-emission zone, and an economic tool, subsidies. This level of detail shows the marker you have thought through the feasibility of your ideas. Educational institutions need to integrate mandatory financial literacy courses into their curriculum. These modules should cover budgeting, investment basics, and debt management to better prepare students for economic realities. Strong because it identifies the specific what financial literacy courses and defines its scope, budgeting, investment basics. When proposing educational changes, avoid generic terms like better learning. Instead, define the curriculum change. By specifying modules, you transform a vague suggestion into a concrete policy proposal. To combat waste management issues, local government should establish centralized composting facilities. This would divert organic waste from landfills and generate nutrient-rich soil for community farming initiatives. Highly actionable because it proposes a physical infrastructure, centralized facility leading to a tangible benefit, soil generation. The power of this solution lies in the cause and effect chain. You are proposing facility A, which leads directly to outcome B and C. Always structure your solutions as a clear, logical process. Employers must invest significantly in upskilling their workforce, focusing particularly on digital competencies. Government grants could incentivize small businesses to adopt remote work infrastructure, maximizing both flexibility and talent access. Very strong because it addresses 2 different stakeholders, employers and government, with specific interventions, grants, adopting infrastructure. Excellent solutions often address multiple levels of governance or industry. By naming the responsible parties like employers or local governments, you increase your credibility and depth of argument. Let's compare 4 pairs. Governments should do more to protect the environment. To mitigate climate change, governments must implement carbon pricing mechanisms and invest in renewable energy infrastructure nationwide. The strong version replaces vague verbs, do more, with specific economic tools, carbon pricing, and sectors, renewable energy. The difference between these 2 sentences is accountability. The weak version is passive, while the strong version forces the reader to consider a viable policy mechanism. Always aim for that level of specificity. People need to recycle more and be less wasteful in their daily lives. Local communities must establish easily accessible recycling points, complemented by educational campaigns that incentivize waste separation at the household level. The strong version moves beyond blaming the individual peoples and proposes systemic changes, accessible points, incentives. Remember that in IELTS Task 2, you are writing an academic essay, not a personal plea. Therefore, shifting the responsibility from the general public to policymakers or institutions is always safer and more persuasive. Schools should teach students about career choices so they know what jobs exist. Curricula must be reformed to include mandatory modules on emerging industries, such as artificial intelligence and green technology, providing practical pathways for student engagement. Specificity is key. Instead of career choices, the strong version names modern, high-demand sectors, AI, green tech. When discussing education, don't just say add classes. Be precise about which classes and how they should be structured. For example, linking theory to practical application like internships or modules. The city needs better ways for people to get around without cars. Urban planners should prioritize the expansion of segregated bicycle superhighways and enhance public transit networks through dedicated rapid bus lanes, improving both safety and efficiency. This version uses technical language, segregated bike superhighways, and names specific infrastructure improvements, making it sound authoritative. Good academic writing employs precise terminology. Using words like superhighways, dedicated rapid bus lanes, or infrastructure elevates your vocabulary and demonstrates subject matter knowledge. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak. Government should just make people care more about the planet. Strong. The government must implement a national conservation fund, allocating tax revenue specifically to reforestation projects and protected marine areas. The mistake here is relying on emotion or willpower. Policy solutions require measurable actions funds, targets, mandates. Always anchor your suggestions in governmental or institutional mechanisms. Weak. This problem will fix itself eventually if we wait long enough. Strong. To prevent a decline in infrastructure quality, mandatory cyclical inspections must be instituted, coupled with timely budgetary allocations for proactive maintenance. Never suggest inaction as a solution. Instead, focus on preventative measures and cycles of review. Using phrases like mandatory cyclical inspections shows systematic thinking. Weak. We need businesses to cooperate more with the community. Strong corporate social responsibility (CSR) initiatives should be legally mandated, requiring large enterprises to allocate a fixed percentage of profits toward local educational or environmental revitalization projects. The weak version is too vague. Cooperate more means nothing. The strong version adds weight by invoking legal mandates and quantifiable metrics, turning a wish into an enforceable policy. Here are 4 ways to practice. The 3-part solution framework. For every solution you propose, address 3 elements: the agent who, the mechanism how, and the outcome what. Think of this as a mini essay structure within your paragraph. Naming the agent prevents weak, general statements because it assigns responsibility. This immediate clarity boosts your coherence score significantly. Stakeholder brainstorming. When tackling a problem, list every group affected: government, corporations, students, parents, local councils. Each stakeholder needs a different solution. This exercise forces you to think critically about the multifaceted nature of global problems. By addressing multiple stakeholders, your essay demonstrates sophisticated critical thinking that goes beyond simple agreement. Action verbs and noun phrases. Upgrade verbs like helps or do to academic phrasings. Mitigate, mandates, facilitates, institutes. Use nouns like framework, protocol, or incentive. Elevating your vocabulary isn't just about sounding smart, it's about specificity. Using a precise, high-level adverbial phrase can make your argument sound much more authoritative and convincing to the examiner. The if, then, bridge. Structure your solution paragraphs using clear cause and effect logic. If X policy is implemented, then Y problem will be mitigated because Z resource will become available. This connective structure builds logical flow and coherence. It tells the reader exactly why your proposed action is necessary. Practice linking your proposals with strong transitional phrases like consequently or furthermore. A diagnostic module is not just another practice test. It is a targeted assessment designed to pinpoint your exact academic weaknesses across all 4 skills: listening, reading, writing, and speaking. Instead of simply giving you a score, this process forces you to identify the why behind any underperformance. It helps separate gaps in knowledge like poor vocabulary recall for writing from gaps in technique, such as time management during reading passages. The goal is precision, ensuring that your study time is spent only on areas where improvement will yield the highest return. The key thing to remember about diagnosis is that it requires honesty with yourself. You cannot simply guess which skill is weak. You must actively analyze why you struggled in the test environment. Think of this module as a highly detailed X-ray for your English skills, not just a simple temperature check. Here are 4 examples. Listening, difficulty following rapid academic lectures. Focus, note-taking, speed, complexity. The diagnostic confirms you catch details but lose the main thread when speech is dense. This isn't a listening comprehension issue, it's a processing speed issue under pressure. Your brain needs to simultaneously write down information and interpret complex context, which takes significant practice. Reading, failing to distinguish between inference and direct fact. Focus, reading for implication. The test shows you are great at finding explicit answers, but miss the author's hidden meaning. Inference questions require you to read between the lines, connecting 2 pieces of information that aren't directly linked by a comma or period. This skill is about making logical leaps based on textual evidence. Writing, over-reliance on simple sentence structures. Focus, grammatical range and complexity. The diagnosis reveals solid grammar but repetitive syntax. To boost your band score here, you need to move beyond subject-verb-object sentences. You must actively practice using dependent clauses and transitional phrases to build sophisticated sentence architecture. Speaking, pausing too frequently when searching for specific vocabulary. Focus, fluency versus lexical retrieval. The diagnosis shows you know the words, but your retrieval process significantly slows down your pace. Fluency isn't just about speaking fast, it's about minimizing those noticeable pauses where you are mentally scrambling for a word. This is often fixed through structured, timed conversation practice. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Efficiency and time management. You stop wasting time on topics you already understand. Since your study hours are limited, targeting weak spots is the most efficient use of energy. It prevents burnout from reviewing material that is already solid. Build in confidence. Knowing your exact limitations reduces general test anxiety. When you approach a challenging skill with a concrete plan, for example, I need to improve my use of linking adverbs, the task feels manageable. This structured focus dramatically boosts confidence, creating an actionable plan. Diagnosis turns vague goals into measurable steps. A goal like, I want a better scores, is meaningless. A diagnosis, however, allows you to set micro goals, such as, in the next 2 weeks, I will write 5 paragraphs incorporating transitional phrases of contrast. This makes progress visible. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, assuming a single low score means you are fundamentally bad at the skill. Say, recognizing that one weak area simply indicates where targeted effort is needed. A poor performance on a single test day does not define your ability. It only defines your readiness on that particular day. Use the score as data, not as a permanent judgment of self-worth. Incorrect balance, studying every skill equally regardless of diagnostic results. Strategic focus, allocating 70% of your time to the weakest area and 30% to maintenance on strong areas. This is the core principle of efficiency. If the diagnosis shows speaking is your biggest hurdle, you must dedicate significantly more time there than in listening. Surface level fix, focusing only on the content gaps, e.g., missing vocabulary. Deep analysis, investigating the root cause. Is it poor memory, or is it a lack of exposure? Sometimes you don't know a word because you never encountered it in academic material. The fix isn't just memorizing. The fix is increasing your exposure, H2 high-level, topic-specific discourse. Here are 4 ways to practice. Implement timed micro-practice sessions. Instead of full-length tests, dedicate 20 minutes solely to the single skill you flagged as weakest. Micro-sessions are less overwhelming and allow for intense focus on one specific mechanism. For instance, if your weakness is linking words and writing, only write 5 paragraphs focused only on integrating those structures. Curate resource pools. Build a dedicated folder of materials, academic articles, or TED Talks that specifically challenge the skills you identified as weak. Do not rely only on textbook exercises. Consume high-quality, authentic English content that forces your brain to engage with complex language structures and academic registers naturally. The feedback loop. After every practice session, document 3 things: what went well, what failed, and 1 specific technique to try next time. This step is crucial for self-correction. Never end a practice session without analyzing it. You must be your own most critical coach by noting exactly where you deviated from the optimal strategy. Integrate revision into daily life. Use targeted vocabulary and grammatical structures in your everyday English conversation or writing, even if it's just a journal entry. The ultimate goal is integration. If you diagnose a weakness in using conditional tenses, don't just practice them on paper. Try to use them actively when speaking with friends or family. Testing resilience isn't about eliminating stress. It's about building the ability to function effectively despite high levels of pressure. It means recognizing that anxiety is a normal physiological response, not necessarily a prediction of failure. Instead of fighting the feeling, we learn to use controlled breathing and refocusing techniques to manage it. Think of resilience as mental muscle strength. The more you practice these coping mechanisms in low-stakes environments, the stronger they become when it really matters. This preparation allows your true knowledge base to shine through. It's vital for students to understand that anxiety is a perceived threat, not an objective reality. When we reframe stress as excitement or focused energy, our bodies react differently, which can trick us into performing better. Remember that psychological preparation is just as critical as academic study time. Here are 4 examples. Instead of, "I hope I do well," try, "I am prepared to give my best effort." Shifting focus from outcome to process. Notice how the first phrase is passive and uncertain. The second statement puts you in an active role, which gives you a feeling of agency. This subtle shift changes your brain's internal conversation from worry to action. When stuck on a question, move on and come back later. Tactical self-regulation. The core mistake high achievers make is getting trapped by one difficult question. This technique teaches you to accept imperfection in the moment and prioritize moving forward, maintaining momentum. Visualizing success. Imagine walking out of the exam feeling calm and confident. Positive mental rehearsal. Visualization is a powerful tool because it primes your brain for the expected experience. Don't just picture getting an A, picture the feeling of finishing and being proud of your effort. Preemptive breathing, taking 3 slow breaths before starting any module. Physiological reset. This isn't just a nice tip, it physically impacts your nervous system. Deep, controlled exhalation activates the parasympathetic nervous system, which is responsible for calming you down. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. The fight-or-flight mechanism. High stress triggers adrenaline, preparing you for immediate physical danger. Our bodies are wired to react to predators, not multiple-choice questions. When we mistake a test for a life threat, the resulting cortisol spike actually narrows our focus and impairs higher cognitive functions. Cognitive load theory. Anxious thoughts consume working memory that should be used for problem solving. Think of your brain's working memory like a limited amount of RAM on a computer. If you are spending processing power worrying about failing, you literally have less memories left to solve the actual problems. The Yerkes-Dodson law. Performance improves with moderate arousal but declines sharply with excessive stress. This law explains that there is an optimal level of excitement. We want to be energized, but we must avoid the point where anxiety completely overtakes focus. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Thinking in extremes, I must get a perfect score to be okay. Setting realistic metrics, my goal is to perform my absolute best, given the circumstances. Perfectionism often masks itself as high standards, but it's actually a form of self-sabotage. It sets an impossible bar that guarantees disappointment when reality falls short. Emotional linkage. If I don't know the answer immediately, I am failing. Separating knowledge from self-worth, it is acceptable to pause and acknowledge what I do not know right now. We must learn that a blank answer does not equate to a flawed identity. Our value as individuals is entirely separate from our performance on any single test. Catastrophizing, I need this score to define my entire future. Perspective taking, this score is just one data point in the incredibly complex picture of my life. When we catastrophize, our minds jump to the worst possible outcome. By forcing ourselves to see this test as just one data point, we regain perspective and reduce the emotional stakes. Here are 4 ways to practice. Simulate stressful conditions. Take practice tests in timed, uncomfortable settings to normalize the pressure. Don't just do a practice test, make it feel like the real thing. Sit somewhere you usually study, use limited breaks, and simulate the time constraints. This desensitization is key. Establish a pre-game routine. A consistent routine like light exercise or meditation the night before helps calm the nervous system. Routines are anchors for our minds. By performing the same calming actions consistently, you signal to your brain that even on test day, a predictable sense of safety is available. The 5-minute wind down. Before bed and before the test, avoid intense study sessions. Focus instead on relaxation. Your brain needs time to consolidate memories, which happens during rest. Cramming right up until bedtime often leads to burnout rather than retention. Post-test self-compassion. After the exam, regardless of how you think you did, acknowledge your effort and give yourself a reward. The recovery phase is often overlooked. By showing self-compassion immediately after, you teach your mind that even if performance was imperfect, it was safe and acceptable. Reaching a Band 5 generally means you can communicate your meaning effectively enough for the task. You are understood, even if the language is simple or hesitant. However, Band 7 and above require something more than just clarity. They demand sophistication. It's about depth of thought, structural complexity, and natural fluency. Essentially, we are moving from merely communicating an idea to building a compelling argument. It's critical to understand that the examiner isn't looking for perfect grammar in every single sentence. Instead, they are evaluating your ability to manage complex ideas under timed pressure. Think of it less as a test of vocabulary and more as a demonstration of intellectual maturity. Here are 5 examples. It is important to remember that Band 5 transition phrase. This phrasing works, but it's very common and repetitive. To elevate this, try using a more sophisticated connective phrase that shows contrast or addition. Furthermore, data suggests that Band 7 plus transition phrase. Using academic signal phrases like this immediately raises your register. It shows you are integrating formal research or evidence into your argument flow. This problem is bad because simplistic causal link. Avoid overly simple causal language. Instead of saying something is bad, explain why it presents a detriment or obstacle to progress. A key factor contributing to this is advanced causal link. This phrase allows you to introduce complex causality. It signals that the underlying cause is multifaceted and worth detailed discussion. Consequently, policymakers should consider reforms. Strong conclusion recommendation. A Band 7 plus response doesn't just summarize, it offers concrete, actionable recommendations. Using consequently links your evidence directly to a proposed solution. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Conceptual depth. Moving beyond surface-level descriptions to analyzing underlying causes. A Band 5 might list symptoms, but a high-scoring response explains the pathology. You must show that you can handle abstract ideas like globalization or systemic inequality. Cohesive mastery. Using linking words naturally so the text flows seamlessly from one idea to the next. Excellent cohesion isn't just about using however and therefore. It's about pronoun reference, thematic continuation, and ensuring every sentence feels organically connected to the preceding thought. Precision in register. Selecting vocabulary that is formal, objective, and appropriate for an academic audience. This means avoiding colloquialisms or overly emotional language. Your tone must remain detached and analytical, even when discussing highly charged topics. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Informal language and vague adjectives. This issue is a very big problem for the economy. Precise academic phrasing. This issue poses a significant challenge to economic stability. The key difference here is elevating simple adjectives like very bigs and vague nouns like problem. Always replace them with specific academic vocabulary. Passive voice and vague subjects. Many people agree that the government must do something. Academic nominalization. There is a prevailing consensus that governmental intervention is required. Instead of saying many people agree, use nominalizations like prevailing consensus. This immediately lends an air of formal, objective academic writing. Grammatical redundancy. The reason for this is because money is short. Concise, high-level vocabulary. This stems from a scarcity of capital. Watch out for common grammatical redundancy traps like the reason is because. Always opt for the most concise and sophisticated phrasing possible. Here are 4 ways to practice. The paraphrasing challenge. Take 5 complex sentences from academic articles and rewrite them 3 different ways without losing the core meaning. This exercise forces you to manipulate syntax and vocabulary simultaneously. It builds flexibility, which is crucial for high-scoring writing. Model analysis reading. Read band 8+ essays or reports and actively highlight every transition phrase and advanced linking structure they use. Don't just read for content, read like a linguist. When you see a perfect link, analyze why it works as a contrast. Consequence? Condition. Topic. Specific vocabulary banking. Instead of learning random words, build themed lists, e.g., environmental degradation, economic policy. Focusing vocabulary into thematic units ensures that when you write about a topic, your language sounds cohesive and highly specialized. The outline method. Before writing any piece, create a detailed outline focusing only on the logical connections between paragraphs and ideas. A strong outline guarantees structural coherence. If your argument flows logically from point A to B, the examiner will reward you with a higher score in organization. The IELTS test is a marathon, not a sprint. Effective time management means knowing exactly how much time to allocate to each of the 4 skills. For example, in the listening section, you must balance careful note-taking with anticipating potential distractions. In reading, don't spend too long on one difficult passage, move on and come back if necessary. The writing module requires pacing, enough time for planning, writing the body, and crucially, reviewing your grammar and cohesion. Even speaking needs timing. You must fill the allotted minutes without rambling or falling silent. By treating time as a resource you are actively managing, you greatly reduce stress and improve performance across all sections. Many students approach the test reactively, letting one difficult section dictate their pace for the rest of the exam. Think of timing not just as speed, but as strategic allocation. Learning to move efficiently between skills is key to maintaining cognitive energy throughout the full test duration. Here are 5 examples. Listening, active prediction. When the audio plays a gap-fill question, immediately predict the word type and length. Instead of just writing down what you hear, pause mentally and categorize the missing information, e.g., it's a measurement or a proper noun. Prediction is your superpower here. It forces your brain to listen for specific sounds rather than just processing general speech. If you know it needs a date format, your ear will be primed for numbers and slashes. Reading, skimming the main ideas. Spend the first 2 minutes skimming all passages to determine topic flow and structure. Do not get bogged down in details initially. Your goal is mapping the article's overall argument before tackling specific questions. Skimming helps you build a mental roadmap of the material. When you encounter a question, you know exactly where to look because you've already mapped out the text geography. Writing Task 1. Time boxing data analysis. Dedicate no more than 5 minutes to analyzing graphs and charts. Focus only on the highest highs and lowest lows. Do not list every single data point presented. Task achievement relies on selection, not exhaustive reporting. High scorers select only the most impactful trends and comparisons to keep their report concise and analytical. Writing Task 2. The outline rule. Spend exactly 10 minutes planning your essay structure before writing a single sentence. Your outline should detail topic sentences for every body paragraph and the conclusion's key takeaway. Planning prevents writing paralysis. By having a solid structural foundation, you can write with confidence, knowing that every subsequent sentence serves a clear purpose. Speaking, the buffer phrase. Start complex answers using flexible introductory phrases like, to address your point, or I would argue that. This buys you valuable thinking time while sounding natural and coherent. These buffer phrases are linguistic safety nets. They give your brain a microsecond pause to organize the next idea without the examiner noticing any hesitation, maintaining fluency. Let's compare 4 pairs. Spends too much time on one difficult reading passage. Reads quickly for main ideas and allocates equal time across all passages. Pacing mastery. A weak candidate gets stuck in the details, which drastically lowers their overall score. The strong candidate manages risk by moving on, knowing they can return to challenging material if time allows. Ushers through writing tasks due to anxiety. Practices a strict 4-stage cycle: plan, draft, review grammar, polish cohesion. Structured drafting. The difference here is methodical effort. Rushing often leads to grammatical errors and structural collapse. The high scorer controls their output through intentional review stages. Stop speaking mid-sentence when unsure of vocabulary. Use a circumlocution describing a word or concept using simpler, known vocabulary. Maintaining flow. Fluency is more important than perfect vocabulary. When you can't recall the exact word, describing it effectively keeps your speaking momentum going and impresses the examiner with adaptability. Reads instructions multiple times, wasting precious minutes. Pre-reading strategies. Quickly scan all question types first to understand the testing format. Or active preparation. Don't waste time figuring out how you are going to be tested. Before starting any section, quickly reviewing the instructions helps your brain switch into test mode, conserving valuable seconds. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Reduces cognitive load. When you manage time well, your brain doesn't waste energy worrying about running out of time. Worrying distracts you from the actual task. By being efficient with timing, you free up mental bandwidth that can be used to focus purely on complex language features or nuanced meaning. Ensures comprehensive coverage. It guarantees that all 4 skills are addressed proportionally and that no section is left incomplete. A high band score requires balance. If you perform perfectly in 3 sections but fail to finish the 4th due to poor pacing, your overall score will suffer significantly. Builds test stamina. Regular time-pressured practice trains you to maintain peak focus for extended periods. Taking a test is physically and mentally exhausting. By simulating time conditions repeatedly, you build the necessary stamina to perform at your best even when fatigued. Here are 4 ways to practice. The timed simulation drill. Take a full passage or listening test section and strictly time yourself. Count down the minutes to force maximum efficiency. Do this at home using only your phone timer. The goal is not perfection right now. The goal is simply building the habit of adhering to rigid time limits. The micro goals technique for writing. Break down writing tasks into segmented mini deadlines. 3 minutes for thesis, 7 minutes for body paragraph 1, etc. By setting these smaller targets, you make the intimidating task of writing a long essay feel manageable. Success in one micro goal builds momentum toward the next. Speed reading game. Find articles on topics you like and practice reading them aloud while strictly timing yourself to see if you can maintain speed without losing comprehension. This bridges your reading skills with your speaking stamina. It's a fantastic way to build the automaticity needed for fast, accurate output under pressure. The Zero Distraction Mock Test. Take at least 1 full past paper mock test in an environment where phones are off and you cannot take breaks. Treat it like exam day. Consistency is key to performance optimization. Simulating the real-life, uninterrupted pressure of the actual exam helps normalize the time constraints and build true confidence. Effective goal setting is much more than just wishing for a higher score. We need to make our goals highly specific and measurable. Think about applying the SMART framework: specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. Instead of simply saying, "I want to improve my IELTS score," we must operationalize that desire into clear academic targets. This detailed approach turns vague hopes into actionable plans, giving you a true roadmap for success. Remember that the goal isn't just getting a high band, it's about mastering specific skills. By making your goals measurable, you create checkpoints that allow you to track progress objectively. Don't confuse important with measurable. If you can't quantify the effort or the outcome, it's probably too vague. Here are 4 examples. Vague goal: I need to improve my speaking. Goal setting fail. This statement is too broad because it doesn't tell us how or what part of speaking needs work. Improvement could mean anything from pronunciation to vocabulary, so we lose focus immediately. Specific goal: I will use 3 new cohesive devices in every speaking part 2 response. Highly specific and measurable. This is excellent because it gives you a clear action and accountable metric. You know exactly what to listen for, practice, and count during your next mock test. Vague goal: I need to read more academic articles. Action lacking. While reading is great, simply saying more doesn't guide your practice. We need to link the activity to a specific IELTS skill requirement, like understanding complex arguments or identifying main ideas. Actionable goal: I will read 3 articles from The Economist this week and summarize the core argument for my writing task 2 practice. Integrated and time-bound. This goal is powerful because it integrates multiple skills: reading comprehension, summarizing, and writing. It connects a routine activity directly to an exam requirement. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Provides direction and focus. A roadmap keeps you from wasting time on low-impact activities. When you have a defined target, every study session has a purpose. This structure helps eliminate drift, which is when studying feels busy but unproductive. You are moving toward a specific destination. Boosts motivation and momentum. Seeing small victories builds confidence more effectively than just aiming for the final score. Achieving micro goals, like mastering 1 complex grammar structure or scoring highly on a single writing task, provides immediate dopamine hits. This positive reinforcement is what sustains your motivation over months of study. Allows for targeted review. It forces you to identify and prioritize the areas that need the most attention. Goal setting naturally acts as a diagnostic tool. If your goal is high in vocabulary, but you keep failing practice speaking tests on idiomatic language, you know exactly where to focus your next week of effort. Your roadmap needs to be cyclical, not linear. We must allocate time and energy across all 4 skills: listening, reading, writing, and speaking, while also focusing on the systemic gaps we identified in our earlier diagnostic modules. Dedicate specific skill days rather than just vague study blocks. For example, 1 week might focus 60% of your effort on academic vocabulary acquisition, while another focuses intensely on essay structure and coherence. The most crucial element is reviewing and adjusting your goals every 2 weeks. Testing yourself against these revised targets ensures that the plan remains realistic as your proficiency grows. The biggest mistake students make is treating their roadmap like a rigid contract. Life happens, and sometimes you get stuck or bored. Treat it more like a flexible, guided consensus between you and your goal. If one area feels too overwhelming, break it down into even smaller steps to make the load manageable. Here are 4 ways to practice. Start with a minimum viable goal. Identify the 1 single most impactful change you can make in the next 7 days. Don't try to fix everything at once. That leads to burnout. Instead, pick 1 small area like expanding your linking words or mastering a specific article type and commit fully to it for 1 week only. Implement goal check-ins. Reviewing your goals and progress weekly builds accountability. Set a time once a week, maybe Sunday evening, just to look at your roadmap. Ask yourself, did I meet my mini goal? If not, why? And what is the smallest adjustment we can make for next week? Gather resources strategically. Match resources directly to a current goal. Don't collect materials randomly. If your goal this month is improving academic register in writing, then every book or article you read should be analyzed through that specific lens. This prevents information overload and maximizes efficiency. Celebrate the process. Acknowledge effort and consistency, not just final scores. Remember that the journey itself is where the real learning happens. Taking time to genuinely appreciate how far you've come builds a powerful positive association with studying, which is crucial for long-term success. Advanced listening isn't just about hearing words, it's an active process of constructing meaning. It requires focused attention and the ability to predict what comes next based on context clues. Instead of passively receiving sound, you must engage critically with every segment of speech. These strategies include anticipating shifts in topic and monitoring for subtle changes in tone or emphasis. Remember that sometimes the most important information is conveyed through inference, not explicit statements. Think of listening as detective work, where you are gathering clues rather than just taking notes. When a speaker pauses, don't assume they finished their thought. Instead, use that moment to predict what logical points might follow. This predictive skill keeps your brain engaged and ready for complex information. You are about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. The lecture today focused on the concept of cognitive load in professional learning environments. It's crucial that trainees aren't simply overloaded with theory, they need practical application immediately. We observed a significant discrepancy between self-reported knowledge and actual performance during simulations. Therefore, I recommend structuring modules to incorporate short, mandatory breakout sessions every 30 minutes. These breaks allow the brain time to consolidate recent information without losing momentum. Furthermore, using real-world case studies rather than abstract hypotheticals will greatly enhance comprehension and retention rates among participants. Question 1. What is the main problem identified regarding trainee learning? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the discrepancy between self-reported knowledge and actual performance during simulations. This question tests your ability to pinpoint the central conflict. Often, advanced listening passages bury the key finding within descriptive language, so listen for contrasting ideas like discrepancies or however. Question 2. According to the speaker, what is the optimal break structure? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is short, mandatory breakout sessions every 30 minutes. This requires precise listening for specific numbers and recommendations. Don't just hear breaks, capture the timing recommendation because that is the core actionable data point. Question 3. What type of learning material does the speaker suggest using to improve comprehension? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is real-world case studies rather than abstract hypotheticals. This tests your ability to distinguish between general suggestions and specific recommendations. The phrase rather than is a major indicator that a contrast or preferred method is coming up. Here are 5 examples. It's crucial that means it is essential or vital. Use this when making a strong recommendation. When you hear crucial, the speaker is elevating the importance of the following statement. It signals that the information coming next is a core takeaway point for you to remember. Significant discrepancy. A notable difference or inconsistency between two things. This phrase is common in academic reports. It alerts you that the speaker is about to compare two variables that do not align perfectly, which is often where the main argument lies. Without losing momentum, maintaining pace or energy, continuing smoothly. This type of idiomatic phrase relates to process management. It helps you understand that the goal isn't just rest, but effective rest that keeps productivity high. Enhance comprehension, to improve or deepen understanding. Instead of simply saying help you understand, using enhanced signals a more formal academic context. This is vocabulary that will elevate your own speaking and writing. Abstract hypotheticals. Theoretical scenarios that are not based on reality. This phrase helped you categorize the type of example being given. If they contrast this with real-world case studies, you know exactly what kind of evidence is preferred. Listen again and fill in the missing words. It is crucial that trainees aren't simply blank with theory. They need practical application. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is overloaded. The verb overload here describes an excessive amount of input. When you hear a warning about too much information, training your ear to catch the root word will help you grasp the meaning quickly. A significant blank was observed between self-reported knowledge and actual performance. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is discrepancy. This noun is used for inconsistencies. If a passage mentions two things that don't match, pay close attention to nouns like gap, variance, or discrepancy. These breaks allow the brain time to blank recent information without losing momentum. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is consolidate. Consolidating means making something stronger or more stable. In learning, it refers to the process of moving short-term memories into longer-term storage. Using real-world case studies will greatly blank comprehension and retention rates. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is enhance. To enhance means to improve quality or value. This word is key for describing how a method improves the learning outcome, making it perfect for summarizing findings. Here are 4 ways to practice. Shadowing technique. Immediately repeat what you hear, mimicking pronunciation and rhythm. Shadowing is highly effective because it forces your mouth muscles to keep up with native speed. It bridges the gap between understanding speech and physically producing it. Targeted dictation. Listen for specific phrases or vocabulary, writing them down word for word. This technique builds auditory accuracy. Instead of transcribing everything, pick a challenging phrase like cognitive load and drill that one until it feels automatic. Pre-reading prediction. Skim the topic or article title before listening to guess key vocabulary. Never listen with zero context. By predicting the general theme, you prime your brain for related vocabulary and structures, making the actual input much easier to process. Summarizing in your head. After a paragraph, pause and internally summarize the main idea before moving on. This is pure active listening. It prevents mental drift where you hear words but don't connect them logically. You are constantly self-testing your comprehension. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Effective communication in a professional setting requires more than just grammatical correctness. It demands clarity and conciseness. When drafting emails or presenting data, always assume your audience is time-poor and highly intelligent. Therefore, the opening lines must immediately state the purpose of your message. Avoid unnecessary jargon unless you are certain everyone understands it. Furthermore, structure complex ideas using bullet points and clear headings to guide the reader's eye. Remember that brevity does not equal simplicity. True professionalism means conveying depth in the fewest possible words. Question 1. What is emphasized as being required for professional communication? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is clarity and conciseness, beyond just grammatical correctness. This question helps you shift focus from a single skill, like grammar, to the overall quality of the interaction. Listen for contrast words like more than or beyond. Question 2. What is the most important action when starting an email or presentation? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is immediately stating the purpose of the message. This tests your ability to identify a crucial, actionable piece of advice. The phrase must immediately state signals this non-negotiable requirement for professional writing. Academic lectures are designed not just to test your comprehension, but also your critical thinking. A distractor is any piece of information presented in the lecture that sounds plausible or even true on its own, but which ultimately contradicts or fails to fully address the core question being asked. Identifying these false answers requires you to listen for implication rather than simply listening the key words. You must determine if the speaker's full intent supports the initial idea you picked up on. This process moves beyond simple note-taking and into active cognitive filtering. Think of a distractor as an excellent decoy. It looks real, but it's designed to throw you off course. Your goal isn't just to capture every word. Your objective is to track the main argument thread. Always keep asking yourself, is this the most important point the speaker wants me to remember? Here are 5 examples. Listen for keyword overload, the too specifics trap. If a speaker uses highly technical or very specific vocabulary to describe an example, take caution. Sometimes they use excessive detail simply to make the point sound authoritative, even if that detail is irrelevant to the main academic conclusion. The generality of the concept usually outweighs the specificity of the supporting fact. Track speaker pivots and transitions. The change point. Speakers rarely stick to one idea. Pay close attention to transitional phrases like, however, on the other hand, or what is more important. These markers signal that the speaker is explicitly correcting or refining a previous, possibly misleading, statement. Watch for qualifiers and caveats. The limitation clause. A qualifier limits the scope of an idea. Phrases such as, in most cases, under certain conditions, or generally speaking, are massive clues. They tell you that what was just said is not a universal academic truth, but rather an exception. Identify negation and correction. Direct reversal. The clearest signal of a distractor is direct negation. If the speaker says something and then immediately follows it up with, no, wait, or actually, that's incorrect, you must treat the second statement as the definitive answer. Filter for main idea versus supporting detail. Focus priority. Every lecture has a central thesis or core message. When you hear supporting details like names, dates, or secondary examples, mentally assign them a lower priority unless they are explicitly stated as crucial evidence for the main point. The highest level of listening comprehension involves tracking context shifts. This means recognizing when a speaker changes their frame of reference, moving from discussing history to methodology or from causality to consequence. When you detect this shift, mentally pause and reevaluate the premises they just established. A common distractor is the historical anecdote. While interesting, it might only serve as an illustration of a concept, not the core academic principle itself. Therefore, always ask, does this specific example change the general rule being discussed? If the answer is no, treat that detail as secondary information. Successful listeners don't just follow the path, they map the entire intellectual landscape the speaker draws for them. When you hear a pivot, it's not just a topic change, it's usually an opportunity to clarify the most important takeaway point. Let's compare 4 pairs. General anecdote, example. Core academic principle, rule. The difference between illustration and law. An anecdote is a single story that happened once, while the academic principle is the tested theory that applies universally. Always be skeptical of singular examples. They rarely represent the full scope of human knowledge or scientific law. Immediate description, what? Underlying implication, why? Focusing on cause versus effect. Sometimes a lecturer describes what happened, but the core answer you need relates to why it happened or how it impacts a broader system. Always listen for the causal relationship that links the action to the academic theory. Strong assertions, declarative. Qualified statements, hypothetical. The certainty level. When a speaker uses definitive language, they are making a strong claim. However, the most accurate academic answers often come from qualified statements that acknowledge complexity or multiple variables at play. High-frequency vocabulary. Content relevance idea. Don't over-index on specific words. It is tempting to believe that if you hear a word repeatedly, it must be the answer. Instead, focus your energy on tracking the concept or idea that surrounds that word. The idea itself carries more weight than the specialized terminology used. Here are 4 ways to practice. Pre-lecture setup. Predict the scope. Before listening, identify 3 key terms or questions you expect to be covered. This directs your focus. Preparing this way doesn't guarantee answers, but it primes your brain to listen for specific relationships between those concepts. If a distractor appears that doesn't connect back to one of your anticipated themes, dismiss it immediately. Active note, taking track relationships. Instead of writing full sentences, use symbols like TAS for causality and CAST for contrast. This system forces you to process the logical structure of the argument as it is spoken. If a speaker contradicts themselves, your symbol tracking will make that reversal visually obvious. Post-lecture review, map the thesis. Immediately write out the main thesis in one single sentence, using only your own words. This step forces you to synthesize all the information and discard the minor details. If you cannot create a clear, overarching thesis statement, it means you may have been misled by too many distractors. Mock practice. Transcribe for shifts. Find academic podcasts or lectures and transcribe them specifically, marking every time the speaker changes direction. This structured practice helps you build muscle memory for identifying transitions. You are training your ear to hear the linguistic signals that accompany a shift in thought.